At 2 o'clock in the morning, a girl was forcibly pulled into a deserted alley by a group of thugs. Half of her clothing had already been stripped away. Lying on the ground, her eyes were hollow and devoid of life, as if she had already foreseen the grim fate that awaited her this night. Yet you, the only one present, are leisurely sipping beer not far away, recalling not long ago your long-cherished love, whom you pursued for 5 years, suddenly sent a message expressing her willingness to accept your confession. However, upon your arrival at the KTV, she claimed that she had lost a game of truth or dare. Disheartened, you find yourself alone by the roadside, seeking solace in a bottle of spirits. To one's astonishment, a group of ruffians was seen cornering a young girl at the street's entrance. Despite the girl beseeching them in tears, what awaited her was a brutal beating from the thugs. Originally, you had no intention of intervening. However, upon witnessing a thug poised to engage in a lewd act with a girl, you could not restrain yourself from uttering a curse. Damn it, they're truly a pack of brutes. After surveying your surroundings, you seize the empty bottle from the ground and dash towards them. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, you felled 2 individuals with a wine bottle. Quickly grasping the girl's delicate hand, they sprinted towards the horizon. Time seemed to lose its meaning as they ran, until they found themselves on a deserted street. You gasped for breath as you glanced towards the young girl beside you. Having not paid her much attention before, it is now evident why those 2 ruffians had set their sights upon her. Before you stood a girl, her face exquisite as if sculpted from gold and jade, flushed with a delicate crimson hue. Her white blouse, drenched by the rain, clung to her form, revealing glimpses of her fair skin beneath. Noticing your gaze, which remained fixed and unmoving, she instinctively displayed a cautious radiance and stepped aside. You awkwardly smiled while standing in place and said, "You should hurry home. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone at this late hour." After saying this, you took out a handful of damn coins from your pocket and placed them in her hand. Just as you intended to turn and depart, you sensed that your garment had been ensnared by some unseen force. As you turn to look back, you discover the girl tugging at the hem of your garment with both hands. With a glimmer of desperation in his eyes, he implored, "Could you lend me 10,000 yuan? I assure you, I shall repay you promptly." At that moment, you rubbed your ears, questioning whether you had misheard. Could it be that this girl would dare to solicit a loan of 10,000 from a complete stranger? You regard the girl with a hint of confusion as she gazes wide-eyed like a lioness. Could it be that she has run away from home? Otherwise, whose family would have such a pristine daughter appearing alone by the riverside at night? You tentatively inquired, "Have you had a quarrel with your parents? If so, it's nothing a little charm and an apology cannot mend." Upon hearing this, the girl remained silent, her countenance betraying a hint of embarrassment. Gradually, she lowered her head and declared, "I shall not return. I have no desire to wed someone I have never met." The information conveyed in this sentence is rather substantial, momentarily blurring the lines between reality and fiction. Yet, the girl's eyes, clear as crystal, seem to convey a sincerity that belies any notion of a fabricated lie. "What do you intend to do then?" "I do not possess much money in my pocket to assist you in finding accommodation." The girl wore a visage of sorrow, seemingly lost in contemplation of some matter. Then she spoke slowly, "May I stay with you for a while? I assure you it will not be without compensation. I will pay you rent." Upon hearing this, you rejected it without giving it a second thought. Since the time you resided in that apartment, there was only a single bed. Moreover, one cannot guarantee that harboring such an exceptionally beautiful young woman would not stir even the slightest impure thoughts. Then you tossed out a remark, figure it out on your own, and turn to leave this place. Until your figure completely vanishes from the street, the girl's eyes plunge into a profound silence. It is indeed a thought to ponder after all. She is unfamiliar with him. What right does she have to expect him to trust her? The girl, with nowhere to go, can only curl up in front of shuttered shop. The biting wind, mingled with the rain of the night, sends shivers through her frail frame. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged before her. You looked at me with a somewhat displeased expression and said, "There is only one bed in my home. You can take the floor while I sleep on the bed." "No, the floor is too hard." "Farewell. I shall take my leave." "Very well. I shall rest upon the floor." Thus, you brought the girl back to your abode. You find yourself at a loss for thoughts, fully aware that your own life is already fraught with difficulties. Yet, Upon witnessing another's helplessness as they huddle by the roadside, a sense of compassion stirs within you. On the journey, you learn that the girl's name is Xia Yuyo, hailing from a family engaged in commerce. Furthermore, today marks her 18th birthday, a day that should have filled her with joy. However, she was compelled by her father to engage in an arrangement of marriage with a man who was 2 decades her senior, a rather unrefined individual. Reluctant to accept her fate, she seized the opportunity to sneak out on a rainy night. Upon hearing this, you instinctively stroke your chin in contemplation. Could it be a familial alliance? It is said that many business families often leverage their children's marriages to achieve a mutually beneficial situation. Upon reflection, it would not be an exaggeration to describe her father with the term beast. Upon returning home, Xia Yuyo stood rooted to the spot, her body trembling uncontrollably. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but let out a series of sneezes, as if the early signs of a cold were manifesting. At that moment, adhering to the principle of chivalry, you urged Xia Yuyo to take a warm bath first. After a brief exchange of words, you stepped into the bedroom. Upon entering the bathroom, Xia Yuyo found herself momentarily stunned. She could hardly fathom that such a diminutive space could indeed be a bathroom. The lavatory in her own home was even more spacious than his entire room. At that moment, you were in the living room preparing a bed for Xia Yuyo, while the grand mattress in the bedroom, of course, was reserved for yourself. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, Xia Yuyo, swathed in a towel, peered out from the doorway and inquired, "Do you have a hairdryer at home, Jiangla? My clothes are soaked." Upon hearing this, you find yourself somewhat speechless. Certainly, there exists a hairdryer, however, by the time your clothes are thoroughly dried, the yellow flowers have already wilted. Regaining your composure, you retrieved 2 garments from the wardrobe. As for the female undergarments, I must confess, I am at a loss to assist you. Upon arriving before Xiaoyu, you presented a pristine towel, gently extending it alongside your attire. Simultaneously, you did not neglect to advise him that donning garments soaked by rain could lead to skin ailments. Having uttered these words, you turned and ascended the stairs, retreating to slumber, for today had indeed rendered you exceedingly weary. The following day, upon awakening, you could not help but stretch languidly. Stepping out of the room, you notice a girl reclining on the sofa in the living room. It appears that what transpired last night was not merely a dream. At this moment, Xia Yuyo had yet to awaken, perhaps due to the sweltering heat. Most of her blanket had been kicked aside, revealing her legs, which resembled those of a character from a comic. You chuckled as you tapped your head, and I must say, your sleeping posture is rather unique. Regaining your senses, you approached her to drape a blanket over her. You pondered whether she felt warm or not. Had you not covered her, you would have surely begun to feel the heat yourself. After completing your morning routine, you left 200 yuan on the table, accompanied by a note that read, "Return home early, and there's no need to repay the money." Subsequently, you set off on a small electric scooter from your workplace. It is merely that you have become foolish after returning home from work. Summer Yu was nestled in the corner of the shoe cabinet, cautiously peeking out with a hint of wariness. Seeing that she had not yet departed, you remarked with a hint of surprise, "Why have you not left yet?" As Xia Yuyo beheld your sudden appearance, the body she had just prepared to step forward with timidly retreated once more. Upon entering, you cast a glance at Xia Yuho, who was sulking in a corner. Just as you were about to voice your inquiries, you found yourself rendered speechless once more. With a resigned tone, you could only inquire, "Are you truly not planning to return home?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yuho gently shook her head. "You cannot reside here indefinitely, can you? Are you not afraid that I might harbor ill intentions towards you?" After saying this, you scrutinized her with a lewd gaze, appraising her from head to toe. You wouldn't, for you are inherently a good person. Although Xia Yuyo expresses such sentiments verbally, her true thoughts are quite different. Should you contemplate engaging in mischief, she would not hesitate to retaliate with her words and, if necessary, resort to physical confrontation. After all, she has previously trained in Taekwondo. Standing there oblivious, you remain unaware of these facets. Were you to discover them, you might very well exclaim, "Isn't this the thrilling meow meow fist of the disciple?" At this moment, Xia Yuyo gently patted the 36 soft objects before her and said, "How about just 1 week? By then, I shall reimburse you for all the expenses incurred." You helplessly scratched your head, ultimately choosing to concede for the plight of the girl before you truly stirred your sympathy. Subsequently, You retrieved paper and pen from the room, drafting an agreement for Xia Yuyo to sign to prevent her from turning against you later. Xia Yuyo, with a hint of melancholy, nodded in response. This scene felt strikingly dissimilar to the narratives portrayed in the anime of yore. Logically, at this juncture, he should have been tending to her with utmost care. Gradually, the two of them found themselves cultivating a remarkable bond through their interactions. Upon regaining her composure, she felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks. What was she truly contemplating? After signing the document, you asked her to take out her phone to capture a photograph for future reference. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu awkwardly rubbed her small hands together and said, my phone was stolen by an old man. Upon her arrival in this city during the summer, Xiaoyu fortuitously encountered an elderly woman at the bus station. The other party mentioned that he could not reach his grandson and wished to borrow her phone to make a call. Subsequently, her phone was stealthily taken away. During her visit to seek out her grandmother, her belongings were also stolen. After listening to her experiences, one cannot help but exclaim in disbelief, how could there be such an unfortunate child? At that moment, the petite belly of Xiaoyu beside me emitted an unceremonious grumble. After casting her a fleeting glance, you turned and made your way to the kitchen. In just half an hour, Xiaoyu gazed longingly at the delectable dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, and couldn't help but wipe her mouth in anticipation. Soon, she devoured 4 bowls of rice in one go. Before long, she had completely emptied all the dishes. As you tidied up, you grumbled, the little girl may not have a large belly, yet her appetite is quite substantial. Her eating capacity nearly rivals that of a pig. Little did she know, Xiaoyu only absorbed the word pig. With her cheeks puffed in indignation, she marched right up to you. Gazing upon the tiny creature before me, with its endearing yet fierce demeanor, I cannot help but find the situation somewhat amusing. It seems torn between the desire to bite me and the urge to showcase the strength of its little muscles. With her self-esteem wounded, Xiaoyu was incensed. She opened her small mouth to reveal 2 delicate little fangs and prepared to bite down on your arm. However, just as she was about to exert force, she recalled the feast you had just prepared for her, which softened her resolve. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room took a peculiar turn. What was meant to be a bite, softened by her hesitation, resembled more of a gentle nibble. Realizing this, Xiaoyu hastily released her grip, only to find herself taken aback by an unexpected occurrence. Her saliva had inexplicably formed a strand. This revelation caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, and she wished fervently for a hole in the ground to escape into. You noticed the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, prompting you to hurriedly retreat into the kitchen. Yet Xiaoyu stood anxiously in place, at a loss for what to do. Her eyes occasionally darted towards you, who were washing the dishes in the kitchen. Surely, he couldn't believe that I did it intentionally, could he? Does that count as a kiss? If so, then my first kiss has just slipped away. With a heavy heart, she dragged her little head and sulkily plopped down onto the couch in the living room. Shortly after emerging from the kitchen, you observed Xiaoyu intently focused on the television. You initially intended to join in the lively atmosphere, but as soon as you took a seat, Xiaoyu screamed, desperately shielding her chest with both hands. What do you intend to do? It was merely a misunderstanding. We are absolutely impossible. At this moment, her heart raced anxiously like a startled deer, causing her sweatshirt to ride up significantly, revealing a patch of pristine skin on her thigh, which she promptly covered with her sweatshirt once more. You gaze at the other person with an expression of bewilderment, pondering what thoughts occupy the minds of today's Generation Z. Never mind. You may remain at home. I shall venture out to repair a mobile device. Upon hearing your intention to go out, Xiaoyu sprang from the sofa with excitement. I want to go too, and perhaps pick up some delicious treats along the way. Upon hearing this, you found yourself somewhat perplexed. Without money, how could you possibly purchase an egg? Are you not affluent? Consider it a loan from me. Upon hearing her words, you chose not to continue the argument, for since the moment you resolved to assist her, you had never contemplated the prospect of recouping your investment. It is indeed possible. However, do you truly intend to venture out in this manner? I presume, if I am not mistaken, that your lower body is in a state of suspension, is it not? Noticing the gaze directed at her, Xiaoyu's delicate face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Instinctively, she tightened her legs together. Please step outside while I change, she said. You pointed with irritation at the damp clothes hanging on the balcony. If you intend to wear only a single piece outside, which may lead to an infection, what do you propose we do? Xiaoyu, somewhat embarrassed, gently pressed her lips together. Before long, she saw you emerge from the bedroom, holding a pair of square-cut undergarments. You should wear mine. First, the packaging hasn't even been opened yet. However, before you could finish your sentence, Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand in refusal. Wearing your clothes was already crossing her boundaries. There was no way she could don something so intimate. In response, you retorted with annoyance if you do not wish to step outside, or if you prefer to go in a state of complete undress, then just pretend I never said anything. Upon hearing your words, Xiaoyu was on the verge of losing her temper. This Jiang, he is truly insufferable. Although his words seemingly convey care for her, the remarks that escape his lips are invariably infuriating. Soon after, you and Xiaoyu arrived at a nearby street and casually entered a mobile phone repair shop. Originally, you merely intended to repair the phone's motherboard, but upon noticing that the phone was on sale, you swiftly resolved to purchase a brand new one. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu beside me also desired to acquire a mobile phone, for it is said that possessing a phone brings forth wealth. Upon hearing her words, you resolutely declined. It pains you immensely to spend 3,000 on a mobile phone, let alone consider someone like Xiaoyu, who is neither kin nor acquaintance. Jianghe, dear brother, I earnestly beseech you, please grant me the favor of purchasing a device. Seeing that negotiation has faltered, Xiaoyu fixed her gaze upon her, those large, sparkling eyes beseeching you with a playful charm. At that moment, a middle-aged gentleman clad in designer attire entered the store. She observed Xiaoyu charmingly vying for your attention, and without uttering a word, she retrieved 3 crisp red bills from her pocket and placed them upon the counter. Please assist me in selecting a gift for this lovely young lady. I observed that the older gentleman was leering at Xiaoyu in a rather lascivious manner. At the same time, he fiddled with the Rolex on his wrist while casting a glance in your direction. This act of visiting the Buddha is proclaiming to you, do the financially challenged truly deserve such a beautiful girl? In that moment, you resolutely shout at the shop assistant, bring me another one. Thus, you and Xiaoyu exited the mobile phone store, with a solitary tear glistening at the corner of your eye. I have resolved to no longer pretend once I truly understand. The anguish of spending over 3,000 on a mobile phone is unbearable. Upon acquiring her mobile phone, Xiaoyu eagerly downloaded a plethora of applications. With unwavering confidence, she declared to you, I shall return your money shortly. Subsequently, Xiaoyu proceeded to check several applications, only to discover that her balance had inexplicably diminished to zero. The pocket money she had meticulously saved over the past 10 years had vanished entirely. Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by her situation. Without any money, how could she possibly pay her rent? How could she settle her mobile phone bill? Upon witnessing her imminent display of water magic, you gently reassured her by stroking her head. Now, please recount the events that transpired. In 2.5 minutes, I truly cannot discern whether to describe Xiaoyu as innocent or foolish. The phone was stolen by old Deng, which is unfortunate. The critical issue is that her password remains as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Your most prudent course of action at this moment is to alert the authorities there remains a possibility of recovery. Absolutely not. If I report this to the police, my parents will undoubtedly find me. Xiaoyu shook her head repeatedly like a rattledrum. Surely, you cannot expect me to support you indefinitely. After speaking, you glanced to the side, only to find Xiaoyu gazing at you with a look of tender vulnerability. Do not fret. The accounts must be settled eventually. I do not harbor concerns regarding her being a deceiver. After all, which 18-year-old girl can weep like a little kitten while watching a garden-themed show? If she were indeed fooled, it would merely serve as an invaluable lesson. You chose not to dwell on such thoughts any longer. Subsequently, you took her to purchase several new garments, including women's undergarments and the like. Upon returning home, you placed your belongings on the table and turned to Xiaoyu, inquiring, shall you wash first, or shall I? Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyu's expression turned anxious. What do you mean, you wash first or I wash first? What are your intentions? To repay with my body is absolutely out of the question. Just a moment ago, I had developed a slight fondness for you, but hearing you say this has instantly extinguished any affection I felt. It seems this fellow is indeed a lecher. You offered to bathe first, and without waiting for a response, you entered the bathroom. After all, you had long grown accustomed to the other's whimsical imagination. At this moment, Xia Yuyo finally emerged from the vivid imagery in her mind, realizing that she had misinterpreted Jiang He's intentions. It turns out he meant it this way. However, Jiang He is not without fault after all, who told him to constantly gaze at her legs without reason. Do not presume that I have not noticed. As Xia Yuyo finished her bath, she gazed at the white shirt and the gray shorts laid out before her. Pouting her lips, she began to fret over the fact that the clothes purchased from outside remained unwashed, while the garments she had laundered were yet to dry. Was she truly left with no choice but to don her original attire? At that moment, you, situated in the bedroom, noticed the stillness that had settled downstairs, discerning that Xia Yuyo had indeed completed her bath. Thus, you called out to her from above, stating, "I have placed your clean clothes at the doorway, you can easily reach them." Just then, Xia Yuyo cracked open the bathroom door slightly. On the small stool outside lay a pair of pink cartoon-patterned panties and white knee-high socks. It seems that in order to soothe Xia Yu's mind, you once again shouted downstairs, "The washing machine has a drying function." The underwear, however, is dried separately using a hairdryer. Upon hearing those words, Xia Yuyo felt a surge of heat in her cheeks. It implied that you not only had contact with her undergarments, but perhaps even surreptitiously observed her for an extended period while she bathed. The mere thought conjured a vivid image in her mind of you, holding her undergarment and laughing lewdly. After much inner turmoil, Xia Yuyo ultimately reached for her clothing and brought it inside, as she simply could not bear to wear such unattractive black boxer briefs any longer. At this moment, you recline on your bed, grasping the newly acquired smartphone, and launched the Verdant Bubble application. One message after another flowed forth like a stream, with the most prominent being the pinned notification from your beloved, Jiang Wan. "What do you mean, Lucia? A few days ago, my colleague visited your milk tea shop to enjoy some tea, and you actually asked them to pay. Do you realize how this has embarrassed me?" Haha, you couldn't help but chuckle at yourself. After pursuing her for 5 long years, it is indeed absurd to have come to this over such trivial matters. It is utterly ridiculous. Subsequently, you deleted and blocked her in one swift motion. Little did you know, just as you set your phone down, I see Xia Yuyo standing before you in the milk area. "Jiang He, why did you place the laundry detergent so high up?" After you followed him to the bathroom, you realized that after doing the laundry, the detergent was conveniently placed on the shelf. The height of the cabinet greatly exceeds that of Xia Yuyo. Despite her efforts to jump in place, simply cannot reach it. Witnessing this comical scene, you cannot help but break into laughter. How could there be such an adorably foolish girl in this world? It is no wonder she was deceived into losing her phone and misplacing her luggage. One should be grateful that they did not take her away entirely. "Jiang He, you must not laugh at me," Xia Yuyo exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stamped her foot. In a swift motion, she kicked off her oversized slippers and, barefoot, dashed up the stairs. She was determined to pounce on you, her excitement palpable. Upon reaching the foot of the bed, Xia Yuyo lunged at you with the fervor of a tiger, her sights set firmly on her target. At this moment, you were already well prepared. Your body swiftly emerged from the depths of the bedding and concealed itself at the edge of the bed. Summer you fell onto the air-conditioned blanket, and before she could respond, her body was completely enveloped by you, leaving only her head exposed. "Jiang He, you cunning rascal! Release me, I demand a duel!" Summer you exclaimed, struggling while delivering her fierce retort. At that moment, you chuckled while stroking your head, saying, "It was you who leapt in on your own accord. You cannot blame me. If you plead with me, I shall release you." You shall not hope to witness the fierce and menacing visage of Su Yuyo, her teeth bared in a snarl. One hand presses firmly upon the bedding, while the other ventures below, seeking its target. In but a moment, it encounters the smooth, delicate foot of Xia Yuyo. With 2 slender fingers, the gentle caress begins to tickle the tender sole of Xia Yuyo's foot. "Jiang He, you mischievous rascal. The itch is unbearable, relentless." After enduring for a mere 2.5 minutes, Xia Yuyo could no longer restrain herself and pleaded for mercy. "Do not torment me any longer. I concede I have erred. I may release you, but you must assure me that you will not seek vengeance upon me." "Certainly, certainly. I shall comply." At that moment, you swiftly leaped aside, simultaneously releasing your grip on the bedding, and darted downstairs like a mischievous monkey, lest Xia Yuhua turn hostile, and truly bite you. Subsequently, Xia Yuyo emerged from the bedding, her countenance reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom. The strands of hair cascading over her shoulders were in disarray. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner how audacious to tickle the soles of her feet. However, the following day, you found yourself regretting this matter. Perhaps it was yesterday's playful scuffle that left Xia Yuyo drenched in perspiration. Upon your return home from work, you notice a figure curled upon the floor, tightly swathed in a blanket, its delicate form trembling ever so slightly. Sensing something amiss, you swiftly turn on the light to investigate. Summer Yu's delicate face flushed as if scalded by boiling water. You reached out to touch her forehead, and indeed, she was running a high fever. Jianghe, I feel so unwell, she uttered, feeling the warmth on her forehead. Summer Yu slightly opened her eyes. She, with her flushed cheeks and parted lips, breathes like a fragile little kitten. At this moment, you are in a state of panic, drenched in sweat. I will take you to the hospital. Subsequently, you lifted the feverishly warm Xia Yu and placed her upon your back, hastily departing from your home. You stood by the roadside for several minutes, yet not a single taxi appeared in sight. Simply because the area where you reside is not part of a bustling district, taxis tend to avoid passing through here during the night. At this moment, Xia Yuyo's voice, weak and faint, drifted from behind. Jianghe, I'm cold. Upon hearing this, you hurriedly patted her little leg, reassuring her, do not be afraid. I shall take you to the hospital at once. With this thought in mind, you supported Xia Yuyo's calf and hurriedly made your way towards the hospital on foot. Thus, you arrived at the emergency department. Doctor, please come take a look at her. Your urgent voice reverberates through the emergency department, promptly attracting a swarm of nurses and doctors. After the doctor conducted a brief examination, he finally exhaled in relief and stated, it is not yet very serious. Please place her on the observation room bed. Without hesitation, you swiftly escorted Xia Yuyo into the observation room. After the doctor summoned a nurse to measure the temperature, it was discovered that it had already risen to 39 degrees Celsius. A slightly higher temperature would indeed indicate a more severe condition. Subsequently, the doctor commenced a series of examinations. After such a tumultuous ordeal, the clock had already struck midnight. In the hospital room, Xia Yu lay nestled within the white bedding, her neck gently cradled. A fog enveloped her mind, rendering her thoughts hazy. She could scarcely recall how she had arrived at the hospital, only remembering that you had been conversing with her along the way, urging her to remain awake. At that moment, a young nurse entered, holding a bottle of medicine. As she tidied up, she smiled and inquired, "Where's your boyfriend?" "He is not my boyfriend," came the reply. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Xia Yuyo's pale face. This was not the first time their relationship had been misunderstood. Did she and Jianghe truly appear to be a couple? As she pondered, your visage inevitably emerged in her mind. How could I possibly harbor feelings for Jianghe? The little nurse beside us seems to be quite the gossip. It appears that he is not your boyfriend, at least for the time being. I observed him, so anxious as he hurriedly rushed you into the emergency room, flustered to the point of nearly shouting for help. I was led to believe that a patient was in need of urgent rescue, which startled us greatly. We truly are not a couple. Xia Yuyo still wished to find some excuse, but in that moment, she could not think of anything. The nurse then ceased her chatter, smiling as she departed from the observation room. Before long, you entered carrying a bag. Noticing that Xia Yuyo appeared to be in good spirits, you let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "There isn't much to eat at this hour, so I brought you a bowl of wontons to warm you up." As you spoke, you extended the bowl towards her, and Xia Yuyo replied in a soft voice. Seeing your helpless smile, she said, "Let me feed you." Although you appeared somewhat disdainful, your hands did not falter. You carefully scooped a wonton from the bowl, gently blew on it, and presented it to her lips. Xia Yuyo gazed at you for a considerable time before snapping back to reality and hurriedly averting her eyes. She opened her cherry-red lips, savoring the wonton, while occasionally stealing glances at you. The words of the nurse from earlier echoed in her mind. Then, almost impulsively, she inquired, "Jianghe, do you have feelings for me?" With a wonton nestled in her mouth, her cheeks slightly puffed out, she looked at you with an expression of eager anticipation. Regret washed over her the moment she posed the question. What if you confessed your feelings at this very moment? How should she respond? Should she accept? Upon hearing this, You somewhat jokingly remarked, if you were to pass away, who would reimburse me? Indeed, Jiang He fears that he may not repay the money owed to him. It seems I have overthought the matter. Xia Yuyo could only indulge in a generous helping of wontons to vent her frustrations. By the time all the medications were administered, it was already 2:30 in the morning. The nurse entered the ward, preparing to remove the foreneedle. At that moment, Xia Yuyo extended her hand from beneath the covers, revealing a warm patch affixed to her palm. The nurse, with a knowing glance, subtly hinted at her admiration for the girl's exquisite beauty and her fortunate companionship with such a handsome, considerate boyfriend. Beside you, having toiled through an entire day and accompanied by Xia Yu, who was brought to the hospital, has long succumbed to fatigue, resting her head on Xia Yu's lap, lost in slumber. As I opened my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of Xia Yu. With a sense of urgency, I adjusted my position, resting my chin on one hand, and gazed into your watery, expressive eyes. At that moment, I glanced at the empty vial of medication, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as I spoke. It's all gone. Are you feeling any better? Shall we prepare to head home? Upon hearing my words, Xia Yu's gaze faltered, and she replied hesitantly, I still feel a bit weak. Forget it. Allow me to carry you instead. Qian, you crouch down and lean your back against her. As Xia Yu gazed at your broad, relaxed back, she found herself momentarily at a loss. After a brief hesitation, she extended her delicate hand and gently placed it upon your shoulder. Hold on tight, feeling the residual warmth behind me. You gently carry the delicate, smooth calves of Xia Yuyo, placing them securely on your back. The sensation of her calves causes a faint blush to rise on my cheeks, and my heart begins to race uncontrollably. Upon returning home, you softly set Xia Yuyo down on the sofa. Noticing her feeble appearance, your gaze drifts to the floor. After a moment of contemplation, you suggest, why don't you sleep in my bed tonight? At the sound of your voice, Xia Yuyo's petite frame shivers slightly, her little head shaking like a rattle drum in refusal. No, although you're quite a good person. However, matters of the heart require gradual development. How could one possibly leap into intimacy all at once? The sight of a little creature sitting on the sofa, puffed up with indignation, inevitably brings a smile to your face. I couldn't help but think that this little girl must have lost her mind. You did not ponder much. After settling the frail Xia Yuyu in the bedroom, you then proceeded to the sofa and fell asleep. 2.5 hours later, large raindrops pounded fiercely against the window, and lightning streaked across the sky. At that moment, a quivering voice echoed in your ears. Jiang He. Upon hearing those words, you promptly threw off the covers, switched on the light, and dashed upstairs. Are you all right? Noticing her prolonged silence, you gently reached out and slowly lifted the blanket. Before my eyes, there lay a small figure curled up, with tears shimmering and dancing within its eyes. She turned her head to look at you and said, please, don't go. Don't be afraid. As thunder roars, I remain steadfast. Here by your side, I shall not wander. The following day, Xia Yuyo slowly opened her eyes, feeling somewhat disoriented. Jiang He, what are you doing here? The events of the previous night replayed in her mind like a carousel, as if she had been the one to urge Jiang He not to leave. How could it be that I ended up sleeping beside Jiang He? Am I now tainted? She recalled a joke her close friend had made, suggesting that sharing a bed with a man could lead to pregnancy. Could it be that I am destined to bear a child? Panic surged through her as she scrutinized Jiang He, contemplating the notion of him as the father of her future offspring. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed rather handsome, albeit slightly aged. However, as time passed, she could sense that Jiang He consistently showed genuine concern for her, often in subtle ways. After feigning sleep for an extended period, you noticed the stillness outside. Unable to resist, you cautiously open your eyes a mere slit, and in that instant, you find yourself locking gazes with Xia Yu's enigmatic stare. You feigned sleep, which caused the affection she had cultivated over time to evaporate in an instant. Subsequently, she extricated herself from your embrace, seized a nearby pillow, and hurled it in your direction. Caught in the act, you offered an awkward smile and distanced yourself from the now irate little tigress. Charming little beauty, in light of the care I bestowed upon you throughout the night, shall we simply consider that nothing transpired? She had heard something akin to this before. For instance, We were merely playing around, as if nothing had ever occurred. A scoundrel? What kind of scoundrel? Knowing you have an affection for me, why not simply express your desire to be together? Although you may be a bit foolish and somewhat endearing, upon hearing this, Xiaoyu clenched her small fist tightly. She was genuinely furious, the kind of anger that could pierce through the earth. Upon sensing that the situation is amiss, you swiftly turn and make your escape. Upon entering the living room, you pointed at her with a hint of irritation. Must you be so petty? Xiaoyu, with tears glistening in her eyes, spoke with a hint of grievance. What shall we do about our child? Upon hearing her words, you stared blankly with wide eyes. What a child! Instinctively, you glanced down at your trousers. You realized you had done nothing at all last night. After 2.5 minutes, you finally come to realize that this naive little one cannot possibly believe that sleeping together would result in a baby. With a sense of helplessness, you explain that simply sharing a bed does not lead to conception. It requires certain actions to have even a chance of resulting in pregnancy. Upon hearing those words, Xiaoyu's enchanting gaze fixated upon you intently. You shyly smiled and said, "Don't worry, you'll eventually conceive. If it proves too difficult, I would be more than willing to assist you." Jianghe, you scoundrel! Immediately, she directed her energy towards you, unleashing a flurry of enthusiastic meow punches. Shortly thereafter, you prepare to venture out due to the need to manage the milk tea shop. Unexpectedly, Xia Yuyo also expressed a desire to visit your shop and take a look around. Upon seeing her pleading gaze, I thought to myself, since I own the shop, I might as well take her along. Thus, you ventured out riding your small electric scooter. On the road, you slightly curl your lips into a smile. Suddenly, the electric scooter accelerates with unexpected swiftness, catching Summer's whispers unprepared as they closely cling to you. Jianghe, were you doing this on purpose? I did not anticipate your sudden acceleration once more, as her delicate figure pressed against me again. At that moment, you turned your head and smiled, saying the previous instance was indeed unintentional, but this time it certainly is. Upon hearing your melodious laughter, she showed no signs of indulgence. Swiftly, she pinched the excess flesh at your waist, eliciting a cry of pain. Ouch! Let go, please. The playful antics and laughter shared between the two of you captured the attention of numerous passers-by along the way. Particularly, the appearance of the girl in the back seat has incited a sense of frustration among many ambitious men seated within luxurious automobiles. On the other side, Jiang Wan had just stepped out of the company entrance. She couldn't help but glance towards the Xinghe milk tea shop, uncertain whether Jiang Wei or Jiang he were present. Recalling the last time you blocked her over the matter of milk tea, it undoubtedly left her feeling quite irate. Subsequently, she strolled across to the opposite side of the road. Little did she expect that as soon as she arrived at the door, she would spot a familiar electric scooter approaching from a distance. Before she could even feign an air of aloofness, suddenly, I noticed a shadow behind me, gently embracing my waist, reminiscent of an inseparable couple deeply in love. This left Jiang Wan fuming, stamping her feet in place. Who on earth is she? You parked your electric scooter and proceeded directly into the store. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sat in the back seat, gently swaying her legs. Before long, her gaze converged with Jiang Wan's in the distance, and it was evident that the latter's eyes were imbued with a palpable sense of hostility. Could it be because of Jiang Wei? With the other party's incessant gaze upon her, Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloping her. Just as she was about to step aside, a figure emerged from the milk tea shop. You must be Yu, as I've often heard my boss speak of you. My name is Shu Yao. Greetings, Sister Shu Yao. Jiang, he brought me here. Upon witnessing the flustered demeanor of Xiaoyu, Shu Yao couldn't help but smile knowingly. I understand, she said. Dear Sister Shu Yao, you have misunderstood. I am merely residing temporarily at Jianghe's home. What? Shu Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, resembling brass bells. Like brass bells, Xiaoyu hastily waved her hands in an attempt to clarify, yet the more she explained, the more convoluted it seemed. In that moment, she quickly shifted the subject, pointing towards Jiang Wan in the distance. Do you know her? She has been staring at me for quite some time. Upon recognizing Jiang Wan, Shuyou's expression soured. That is Jianghe's ex-girlfriend, a most repugnant woman. She pales in comparison to our Yuyo by a considerable margin. At these words, Xia Yiyo turned to observe the busy figure of you, inexplicably feeling a twinge of sympathy. Recalling the scene of you languidly lounging by the riverside, indulging in melancholic libations, I pondered upon the sorrowful events that must have transpired during that period. Having cared for you for so long, the little calculations in her heart urged her to do something for you. I observed as Xia Yu pursed her lips and walked directly toward Jiang Wan, then spoke in a soft, tender voice, "I would like to request something of you. Please keep a greater distance from Jiang Wei in the future." Standing at a distance, Shu Yao felt a wave of frustration. Such a soft and tender voice possesses no semblance of lethality at all. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Wan felt an overwhelming turmoil within her heart. Who are you to him? What qualifications do you possess to utter such statements? At this moment, you also discovered Xia Yu, who was standing alongside Yu Zheng and Jiang Wan. Qian, eager to know about Niu, hurried in that direction. After listening to Jiang Wan's words, Xia Yuyo fell into deep contemplation for quite some time. Finally, summoning her courage, she confronted Jiang Wan and declared, "I am her girlfriend. Please do not bully her any longer." This statement struck the hearts of the three individuals like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. Especially for the one who had just approached Xia Yuyo, it felt as if time had frozen in place. After a considerable pause, noticing that Jiang Wan showed no intention of responding, Xia Yuyo, feeling somewhat anxious, was about to turn to leave. To her surprise, just as she turned, she found herself in his embrace. This startled Xia Yuhui greatly. How could he be here? Did he not hear everything she just said? Is what Jiang He said true? Jiang Wan's voice was tinged with a hint of anger. At that moment, you unexpectedly grasped the delicate hand of Xia Yuyo. Indeed, she is my beloved girlfriend. After uttering those words, you turned and led her into the store. Jiang Wan stood still for a considerable time before departing with a sense of disappointment. Upon arriving at the bubble tea shop, Xia Yuyo was astonished to witness an unexpectedly large influx of customers today. Without a moment's hesitation, she donned her employee uniform and busied herself with the tasks at hand. As for the recent events, neither you nor she has mentioned them, for it is undeniably too awkward. After work gathering, I noticed you approaching, holding a cup of taro bubble tea, sipping on this to invigorate your spirit. Upon encountering the enchanting taro bubble tea, Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Holding the bubble tea, I couldn't resist feeding a sip to my little mouth, and a satisfied smile instantly blossomed on my face. Meanwhile, you approached on your electric scooter, gave the back seat a gentle pat, and smiled wryly as you climbed aboard. Upon hearing this, she nodded vigorously. At last, she could return home and rest. What does it mean to return home? It signifies heading back to rest. Upon arriving downstairs, you were just about to summon Xia Yuyo to alight from a vehicle. At that moment, you realize that she, leaning against your back, has fallen asleep without you noticing. Her lips are gently curved, as if she is dreaming of something delightful. Once upon a time, you two have dreamt of the girl you adore, resting her head upon your shoulder. Yet never did you imagine that the one would be the enchanting Xia Yu, whom you had known for less than a mere day. Regaining your composure, you first proceed to park the car with utmost caution. To avoid disturbing her, you had no choice but to carry her back to the bedroom in a princess embrace. Subsequently, you found yourself drifting off to sleep on the sofa. Suddenly, Xia Yu in the bedroom opened her eyes wide. Leaning slightly to one side, she peered down from the balcony, a faint smile gracing her lips. She had anticipated that he might take advantage of her momentary slumber, yet, to her surprise, he remained quite the gentleman. After all, being held by someone was rather pleasant, so she decided to feign sleep until the very end. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Xia Yuyo emerged from the bathroom. Noticing that you were still in slumber, she gently cradled a bundle of damp clothes and tiptoed towards the balcony. However, as she reached for the clothes rack, it inadvertently slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, the resulting clatter rousing you from your slumber. Not permissible. She opens her eyes upon seeing you, throws the clothes she was holding toward your head, and hastily grabs a new outfit before darting to the restroom. Regaining your senses, you become aware of what you are grasping in your hand, a pair of pink cartoon-themed undergarments. What on earth is happening? At that moment, you engage your core and exert force, propelling yourself into an upright position. As Xia Yuyo swiftly changed her attire and stepped outside, she was met with the sight of you lewdly examining her intimate garment. "You pervert! Return it to me at once." Upon hearing those words, without a moment's hesitation, you swiftly crumpled the undergarment in your hand into a ball and hurled it towards her direction. And all these scenes were meticulously observed by Xia Yuyo, which left her feeling irate even during breakfast. At that moment, you approached her, a hint of shyness in your demeanor, and gently said, "Please do not be upset. Quickly tidy yourself up, for I shall take you out for a delightful outing shortly. Today marks the day of your bubble tea shop's team-building event. Surely, we cannot leave this silly one all alone at home, can we?" After finishing breakfast, you arrived at the summit for a team-building activity, accompanied by your employees and a few eager followers. Subsequently, several of you gathered around the camp to engage in a game of cards. Before long, Xia Yuyo's face was completely covered with notes. Just as you were laughing at her loudly, the phone rang. Upon answering, you were greeted by a voice that you would never forget for the rest of your life. "I am Jiang Wan. Would you be available to meet sometime? I wish to have a conversation with you." This brief statement rendered your expression exceedingly grim. It has no bearing on you. After uttering those words, you promptly terminated the call and subsequently added them to your blacklist. On the other end of the line, Jiangwan wore a look of disappointment. I recall that you had never treated poetry in such a manner with her. No matter what transpired before, you would always approach her with a radiant smile to offer your apologies. At that moment, Xia Yiyo noticed the pallor of your complexion and inquired with genuine concern about what had transpired. You merely waved your hand, signifying that it was merely a nuisance call. As night envelopes you, you lie upon your mat, unable to succumb to slumber for an extended period. Suddenly, you hear the zipper of the tent being unfastened, and a small head peers in from the outside. Do you fear being alone? Upon hearing this, you chuckled softly, shaking your head as you replied, "I am unafraid. Are you feeling cold?" You mischievously shook your head, suppressing a smile. She truly could not conjure any more excuses, and standing there, she was on the verge of tears. "It seems rather chilly, doesn't it?" You rubbed your arms, speaking with a serious demeanor while uttering nonsensical remarks. "Is that true?" Upon hearing your words, Xia Yuyo joyfully slipped in. In the stillness of the night, your hurried breaths became particularly conspicuous. At this moment, Xia Yuyo's delicate face was flushed with crimson. She inwardly wondered if he might be overtaken by primal instincts and do something to her. Just then, you suddenly spoke. "What is it that you have concealed within your skirt that causes such a disturbance?" Before Xia Yuyo could utter a word, you had already extracted the items he had returned to his bag. Illuminate your mobile device, casting a brief glow, exceedingly slender in design, a sensation akin to icy delight. Bold characters stand out prominently before you. Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Yuyo's pupils trembled with intensity. She snatched the item from your grasp. "Do not utter a word. I shall not listen. I shall not heed." At that moment, inappropriate sounds emanated from outside the tent. You and Xia Yuyo exchanged glances simultaneously. Xia Yuyo, taken aback, awkwardly inquired, "Why haven't Sister Jiai and Brother Yimin gone to bed yet? Yet your troubles are still not substantial enough." Pointing at her pocket with a mischievous grin, he remarked, "Someone is currently utilizing the items nestled within your pouch." Xia Yuyo suddenly comprehended something, and her face flushed with a rosy hue. "However, you have no intention of letting her go, you foolish little one. So, shall we proceed? I regarded you as a friend, yet you harbor desires of bearing children with me." You uttered not a word, merely casting an inscrutable glance at Xia Yu, leaving her in a state of trepidation throughout the entire night. Upon returning home the following day, Xia Yuyo remained incensed over the events of the previous night. "Jiang He, I have uncovered a perplexing issue," she exclaimed. "Why is it that you present yourself as so mature and composed in public, yet the moment you step through our door, all you do is take your frustrations out on me? If you continue to bully me, I shall ensure you face the consequences." At that moment, observing her feisty demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "What, are you planning to use the weapons that Sister Jiai bestowed upon you to confront me? At this moment, you have already begun to accelerate at high speed, while this foolish one remains seated on the wobbly ride, swaying back and forth." After a brief moment, Xia Yuyo felt a warmth spread across her cheeks and exclaimed, "Who would resort to weapons against you? What if, without proper preparation, a child were to arrive? Jiang-he, I shall no longer pay you any heed. Xia Yuyo, in a huff, stormed upstairs. At that moment, a subtle vibration emanated from your mobile device. Upon closer inspection, it was surprisingly a call from your mother. Upon connection, a melodious and crisp voice resonated. Today, I am on a business trip near your home with your father. Would it be convenient for me to stay at your place for the night? These words instantly filled you with panic. Once they arrive, Xia Yiyo will undoubtedly be exposed. Could it be that she is to pretend to be his girlfriend? One couldn't help but think that this was certainly not a feasible option. After all, her parents are shrewd business people possessing keen insight. Xia Yiyo's acting skills are simply insufficient to conceal the truth. At that moment, your mind raced, and you promptly spoke up, "Mom, I shall book a hotel for you. My back has been troubling me of late, and sleeping on the floor is quite uncomfortable. Therefore, I cannot relinquish the room to you. It seems that my mother is not imposing any demands upon me." Just when you believe the matter has been resolved, unexpectedly, a cry for help emerges from the attic. "Jiang-he, my hair has become entangled in my clothing. Please hurry and rescue me." At that moment, my mother inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is that sound coming from your side, Botsi?" "I am currently watching television. I shall take my leave now." You're overwhelmed by a sudden wave of anxiety. Fortunately, you managed to hang up the phone just in time, otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Subsequently, you hurried upstairs to conduct a thorough inspection. Gently, you freed Xia Yuhua's hair from its confines. Following that, you promptly reserved a hotel situated far away, indifferent to the cost, for the primary concern was to ensure it was not in close proximity. To save Xia Yuyu, though still displaying a somewhat fierce demeanor, could not help but inquire, "Who were you just speaking with on the phone?" At that moment, you chuckled and said, "I had a conversation with my mother." Upon hearing your words, Xia Yuyo couldn't help but recall the scene from just moments ago. Surely, she cannot hear my voice now. It appears there is nothing to worry about. Fortunately, I managed to disconnect the call in time. That is indeed reassuring. Hearing you say this, Xia Yuyo finally felt a sense of relief. However, they are expected to arrive here shortly, as they are said to be on a business trip. Upon hearing these words, Xia Yuyu felt a twinge of panic. What if they do not come? Should I consider moving out? It is of no concern. I have arranged for them to stay at the hotel first. Initially, you intended to be candid upon their arrival. Although you have yet to formally confess your feelings to Xia Yuyo, in your heart, she has already become your one and only. However, considering that Xia Yuyo may not be able to accept it all at once, you thought it best to remain silent for the time being. However, am I being somewhat impolite? Upon hearing this, you gently pinched her soft cheek. "Silly girl, how long have we known each other? It is perfectly natural for you to feel nervous. When you are ready, I shall take you to meet them." Xia Yuyo, with her hands clasped before her chest, remarked, "Perhaps by then, I may no longer hold affection for you." Upon hearing these words, a faint smile graced your lips. "Does that imply that you have developed a fondness for me?" "No, no," she replied hastily, her small hands waving in an attempt to bypass the topic. At that moment, you glanced at the time, contemplating that your parents would soon arrive. Subsequently, you rose from your seat and made your way downstairs, addressing Xia Yuyo, "I am heading out now. If you need anything, just give me a call. Upon my return, I shall bring you some delicious treats." At that moment, a small head peeked out from the bedding upstairs, blushing and smiling downwards as it cheerfully exclaimed, "I want to eat candied chestnuts." After leaving the apartment, you hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the 230 hotel, where you took out your phone to call your mother. As soon as the call connected, I heard a warm voice calling from the other end, "We are here." In a fleeting moment, a sky blue sports car came to a halt at the entrance of the hotel. Upon closer inspection, you were taken aback. Is this not the much discussed and trending Little Ma Su Ri that has yet to be released? Where could Mom and Dad have acquired it? At that moment, my mother, Gu Shur, approached with excitement, her high heels clicking elegantly against the ground. Like a child, I embraced you and playfully pinched your cheek, saying, "What a delightful sight. It seems you have been enjoying life lately. Please come down, there are many eyes upon us." You glanced around, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My mother has always been petite and youthful in appearance. Such an intimate gesture might lead others to mistakenly believe we are involved in a sibling romance. At this moment, you shift the topic and glance back at the small pony car. "Old Ling, Why have you changed your vehicle? Upon hearing this, Jiang Dazhuang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Recently, he secured a substantial contract and earned a modest profit. This car was a gift from the client, albeit its color was somewhat extravagant. Certainly, old Jiang, it has been half a year since we last met, and you have made remarkable progress. With a single clang, a candied chestnut strikes your head. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? At this moment, the old camp chuckled softly, retrieving a set of keys from his pocket and tossing them over. Did you not express a desire for this on your last birthday? It is now yours. Upon receiving the keys, your expression turned to one of astonishment. Old Jiang, you haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you? Such generosity is quite unexpected. Do not return it. I am quite reluctant to part with it. Forget it, forget it. As long as the channel is clean, I shall reluctantly accept it. Subsequently, you spent time accompanying your parents as you leisurely explored the surroundings. As you prepare to return, your mother retrieves a finely crafted small box made of sandalwood from her bag. She hands it to you and advises that you present it to someone special if you encounter the right person. Upon hearing this, you pause for a moment. This item, which you had previously requested from your mother several times, had eluded your grasp. To your surprise, she had now taken the initiative to present it to you. After receiving the small box, you bid farewell to your parents. As you cast a sidelong glance at the small box while on your way, it appears that your mother has indeed discerned something amiss. However, you never anticipated that she would unveil the family heirloom. As you pass by the bustling commercial street, you risk parking your car by the roadside, stepping out to procure a delightful serving of candied chestnuts. By the time you return home, it is already quite late. As you extract your key and turn it, the door swings open on its own. In the room, the gentle glow of Xiaoyao illuminated the space as her tiny feet appeared at the doorway. Clad in a delightful strawberry bear camisole, her cherubic cheeks were adorned with a radiant smile. "You've returned," she exclaimed. In that moment, you felt that the most exquisite scenery in the world paled in comparison. "I brought you some delicious treats." With that, you handed her the warm bag in your hands. Just as Xiaoyao grasped the bag, you stepped forward, lifting her effortlessly and resting her upon your waist, not setting her down until you reached the cozy sofa. Caught a cold without wearing shoes. I am indifferent to your concerns. Ting. Regardless, it remains unbothered. Xiaoyao tossed her head high. You knelt down and gently brushed the dust off her feet. She then took out a small sandalwood box from her pocket and placed it aside. Just as Xiaoyao was about to pick up her chopsticks to begin her meal, her gaze was unexpectedly drawn to the exquisite box. Curiosity piqued. She opened it to discover a jade bracelet nestled within. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Jiang He, who gave this to you?" "It was presented to me by an elder. If you like it, I shall bestow it upon you, for it was not originally intended for me." "Is that truly the case? Can it genuinely be bestowed upon me? I wouldn't dare deceive you. I shall not say more. I must attend to my tasks." Xiaoyao gazed at the bracelet in her hand for quite a while. With a curious expression, she turned to you and inquired, "Annie, why did she gift you such a beautiful bracelet? It is clearly designed for a girl." As you sit before the computer, her words elicit a subtle smile that graces your lips. Chapter 69. A small reward, though she spoke the words lightly. Her heart warmed as she gazed at the exquisite bracelet adorning her wrist. This was a treasured heirloom from Lu Xia's family, a testament to its significance, and he had unhesitatingly gifted it to her. In his heart, she must surely hold a place of great importance. I shall forgive you this once. Yet, with such a precious gift, how should she reciprocate? The only valuable item she possessed had already been given to Lu Xia. She would have to wait for another opportunity. Ding ding, her phone chimed, and as she nibbled on the sweet, sticky delicacy, her eyes flickered towards the screen. It was a message from her counselor. The joyful smile on her face vanished abruptly as she read the reminder to return to school on time, warning of severe repercussions, including potential expulsion. Su Yiyo replied with a simple acknowledgement. She lifted her gaze towards the bathroom, where Lu Xia hummed a tune, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Lu Xia had mentioned plans to open a branch in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, but she wondered how long she would have to wait. Even a single day apart felt unbearable. She gently pressed her lips together, her eyes reflecting a flicker of determination. During her time alongside Lucia, she had learned so much. Only by becoming truly excellent could she seize control of her own aspirations. She would wait patiently for Lucia and Jiangsu and Zhujiang, confident that he would come. As the bathroom door slowly opened, Lucia emerged, towel in hand, and upon noticing Su Yuyo's gaze, he narcissistically asked, "Do I have a good physique?" Others possess 8-pack abs. What do you have? Once upon a time, I too had a splendid 8-pack. So why is it not the case now? The ultimate form of an 8-pack is to consolidate it into one. I'm stronger than mere muscle. Do you think I am still a child, easily deceived? Su Yuyo turned her head, rubbed her eyes, and continued to nibble on her snack. Lucia glanced down, pinching his slightly soft belly. After drying his hair, Lucia lay on the bed with a book. Only when Su Yuyo stealthily nestled beside him did he set the book aside. With her presence, the words on the page seemed like gibberish. Reading was futile. "Lucia, what do boys generally like?" Su Yuyo inquired, leaning against her pillow. Lucia pondered briefly. "If we're talking about young men, they typically enjoy gaming and ogling pretty girls. You boys are so dull. A bit perverse too. And what about you girls? What do you enjoy?" "Of course, we like to beautify ourselves, chase after celebrities and dramas, and take lovely photos." "That's quite different. Tell me, what do you personally enjoy?" Lucia pointed to himself, grinning me. "I adore reading, exercising, and striving for success. To be honest," he added, awkwardly poking his nose, "I'm still young. My interests are not much different from those in front of the screen. I also enjoy looking at legs. I remember you were staring at my legs in a daze during our first meeting, instead of rescuing me right away." "Ahem, I was assessing the situation. You rascal." Su Yuyo huffed lightly, her beautiful eyes darting towards Lucia, suddenly draping her delicate, jade-like legs over his thigh. "You haven't massaged my legs yet tonight." "Oh, right." Lucia nodded and stood to retrieve a blanket. "Yet." Su Yuyo turned her head, saying, "Just do it like this." Lucia was taken aback. "Isn't it better with something in between?" "Yes." Su Yuyo's cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Of course, one must heed a girl's words." Lucia, recognizing her openness, refrained from fetching the blanket. He gazed at her leg, as delicate as a spring onion, and found himself puzzled. Su Yuyo had always been vigilant. Why was she so generous this time? Perhaps it was because he had gifted her the bracelet, and now she sought to reward him. His eyes sparkled with amusement. She truly was a little fool. Was she not worried he might lose control? He gently placed his hand on her leg, noting only the fine, soft hair, so different from his own. The crucial point was that he could not shave it. If he did, within a week, a forest of stubble would emerge. After massaging for no less than half an hour, Su Yuyo transitioned from nervousness to gradual relaxation, even beginning to enjoy it. It was far more pleasant than massaging through a blanket, albeit a tad ticklish. Throughout, Lucia maintained respectful boundaries, though he occasionally teased her soles, leaving her cheeks flushed. As they turned off the lights and settled down to sleep, Lucia gently embraced Su Yuyo from behind, one arm cradling her head while the other entwined with her hand. A new day dawned. The bustling streets around the commercial center saw the simultaneous opening of 3 branches of Eugene milk tea. It was an exhilarating spectacle, with influencers, cosplayers, and promotional mascots abounding. Yet, Lucia paid little heed to the commotion. Each individual had their own perspective on how to conduct business. Upon arriving at Eugene, Shuyu and Shijiang had been working tirelessly, taking no days off. Handing a notebook to Shuyu, Lucia smiled knowingly. "Here is the cherished notebook you requested." "Boss, are you serious?" Shuyu exclaimed, accepting the notebook with both hands. Flipping through it, she recognized Lucia's handwriting. It contained his insights and experiences from 2 years of managing the milk tea shop. She had thought his earlier declaration of entrusting her with the shop was merely a jest. "Study well, you're clever, and this will be no challenge for you." Lucia smiled at the quietly diligent Shijiang beside her. "With Shijiang by your side, he should balance your shortcomings. I admit I feel a tad uneasy handing such a significant responsibility to you." While the other employees paid little mind, Shuyo's expression turned tense as she anxiously scanned her surroundings, fearful of someone overhearing. "Boss, what are you saying? What do you mean Shijiang is by my side?" She stammered, her guilt evident. Lucia ignored her, turning to Shijiang. You aren't planning to resign, are you? The honest Shi Jiang looked over no. Lu Xia then turned back to Shu Yu, a knowing smile on his face. Well then, that settles it. You have no intention of leaving, and Shi Jiang has no plans to depart either. If he is not beside you, will he be out handing out flyers? Realization dawned on Shu Yu. She had been tricked. The boss's actions were indeed a deliberate act of revenge, a touch too petty. From a distance, Su Yuyo stifled a laugh. Lu Xia was truly mischievous, yet Shu Yu herself often teased her, relishing the sight of her discomfort. Regaining her composure, Shu Yu asked earnestly, Boss, I must ask, why have you suddenly decided to hand the shop over to me? Even if you wish to pursue other endeavors, you could still come by occasionally. Chapter 70. A second bloom. After some time, I plan to open a branch in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, as managing so much alone is unfeasible. Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Why venture so far? Lu Xia cast a casual glance at Su Yuyo, a smile dancing in her eyes, cherishing the youthfulness that beckoned her to explore the world. It seems to me that the desire to wander is more profound than mere whimsy. Shu Yu squinted, as if she could see through it all, yet lacked substantial evidence. Unable to pry anything from Lu Xia, she turned her gaze towards Su Yuyo. By the way, Yuyo, how long do you plan to work part-time? At your age, you should still be in university, right? I've never asked which school you attend. Why hasn't the semester started yet? I'm at Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. Su Yuyo replied earnestly. Shu Yu's eyes brightened. She had stumbled upon the reason. The boss intends to open a branch in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where Yuyo studies. What a remarkable coincidence. She had been concerned that Yuyo might suffer from being with the boss, but it now appeared that his intentions were serious. Opening a branch in Jiangsu and Zhejiang is akin to starting anew, a considerable endeavor. Moreover, Yuyo is still quite young and has limited experience with boys. A prestigious university like Jiangsu and Zhejiang undoubtedly harbors many exceptional young men. The boss certainly has his work cut out for him. Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes fell on Lu Xia as she added, In a few days, I'll have to start my classes. Upon hearing this, everyone in the milk tea shop turned to her almost in unison. Although Yuyo hadn't been there long, she had already won everyone's affection, especially the new male employees who, had it not been for the boss, would have pursued her fervently. As they learned of her impending departure, expressions of reluctance filled the room. Among them, Lu Xia remained the most composed, having already anticipated this moment. If anyone was truly reluctant, it would undoubtedly be him. Yet he wouldn't confine Su Yuyo to his side, even if she were willing. True affection desires her to flourish, to grow together, to progress in unison, and to share experiences. Why all the sorrow? Yuyo isn't leaving forever, Lu Xia said with a forced smile. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a farewell gathering. Shu Yu chimed in with a smile. Indeed, this calls for a celebration. Here's to Yuyo excelling in her studies, and to our boss's prosperous career. The group exchanged smiles, and though the rain was not heavy, the warm atmosphere was palpable compared to many other establishments. As evening settled in, the milk tea shop closed promptly. The group gathered at the roadside, preparing to share a ride for dinner. Yuyo, where's the boss? Isn't he taking you on his electric scooter? Shu Yu inquired curiously. Su Yuyo responded, He drove his car? That doesn't make sense. Isn't the boss's scooter parked nearby? Why would it take him so long to drive? Lu Xia's father had gifted him a new car yesterday, and since there was no parking available, he had left it across the street at the technology building. Shu Yu's eyes lit up with curiosity. What kind of car? It wouldn't be a big clock, would it? The older generation loves those. I'm not sure. It has a little Mimi emblem on the front. That's impossible. The Mimi car hasn't officially launched yet. Even in the capital, there are only a few test vehicles. Lu Tao interjected, a new employee who had kept up with the automotive industry during his free time. Perhaps I misidentified it. In the underground parking lot of the technology building, Lu Xia located the parked Mimi and prepared to start the engine. Noticing someone approaching from the exit, he decided to wait a moment. As he observed the newcomer, Lu Xia focused intently. He recognized the individual the man Jiang Wan had been linked with on the pedestrian street. The man approached, fiddling with a small vial while on the phone. Mouse, are you sure this won't raise any suspicion afterward? If it goes awry, we're both in trouble. The voice from the other end was indistinct. If it's just a drop, I'll give it a try tonight. If it works, the benefits will be yours. He ended the call, stowing the vial in his pocket, revealing a barely perceptible lewd smile, and headed toward the elevator. Watching the vanishing figure, Liu Xia pondered the implications of the man's words. They certainly didn't bode well. His presence here likely had something to do with Jiang Wan. Though he was reluctant to engage with her again, the chance eavesdrop left him no choice but to act. He couldn't ignore it entirely. As he and Jiang Wan had once been acquainted, he decided to text Song Zi, advising her to keep an eye on Liang Hao. Meanwhile, on the roadside, taxis streamed by, yet none were available. After hearing Su Yuyo's explanation, everyone was eager to see the boss's new car immediately. At the exit of the technology building parking lot, a sky blue car emerged, its color striking and its design reminiscent of a sports car. Is that really the Mimi SU7? How is it possible? Where did the boss acquire it? Lu Tao exclaimed, astonished. This car may not rival a sports car in price, but it hasn't even been released yet. The small vehicle came to a stop in front of them, and, as the window slowly lowered, Liu Xia poked his head out in surprise. What are you all still doing here? Everyone beamed as they gathered around, eager to experience the new car. With only a few seats available, Shu Yu interjected, "Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Those who win can ride, and those who lose will take a taxi." All right. The group prepared to play by the roadside. Understanding the rules, Su Yuyo joined in, her eyes fierce and her hand clenched, determined to win. The others turned to her, in unison saying, "You don't need to." What? They glanced at Liu Xia, smiling. "The boss has already reserved the front passenger seat for you." Su Yuyo turned around, her cheeks flushing crimson as she sheepishly took the designated seat. Moments later, the results of the game were announced. Shi Jiang, Lu Tao, and Li Mengmeng emerged victorious. Shu Yu lost in the first round, and upon seeing Shi Jiang win, she excitedly proclaimed, "Shi Jiang, you take a taxi. I want to ride in the boss's car." All right. Shi Jiang nodded in agreement. Liu Xia smiled at Shi Jiang. "You want to be able to manage Shu Yu like this? How can I trust you at the shop?" Everyone exchanged bewildered glances at Liu Xia, as if a monumental secret had been unveiled. Shu Yu shot him a fierce look, as if to say, "If you dare say another word, I'll punch you." Liu Xia, unhurried, continued, "Shi Jiang, as the future deputy manager, you need to be firm. If you can't manage her, how can I entrust the shop to Shu Yu?" Understanding dawned on the group. This was the implication. Yet, something felt amiss. As Liu Xia had brought this up twice today, Shu Yu exhaled heavily, but her heart simmered with frustration. Well, Liu Xia, a second bloom, is it? Chapter 71. One lost in the Arctic, one lost in the Antarctic beside him. Shi Jiang nodded earnestly, yet he still stepped forward to open the car door, offering his seat to Shu Yao. Lu Tao, witnessing this, also relinquished his spot for Tong Yu. Once everyone was settled, Liu Xia turned to the side and noticed Su Yu's seatbelt was fastened a bit too tightly. He stood up to adjust it for her. "Is it still too tight?" Liu Xia inquired. The blush on Su Yu's face had yet to fade, her beautiful eyes locking with Liu Xia's at such close proximity, their breaths intertwining. The vibrant pink roses gradually transformed into a deep crimson. She lowered her gaze and shook her head gently, her voice soft as she replied, "Not tight, just right." Liu Xia returned to his seat with a sigh of relief, casting a glance at the back row where 3 pairs of large, sparkling eyes were fixed on him, their expressions eager and expectant. He awkwardly withdrew his gaze, momentarily forgetting about the 3 glaring light bulbs behind him. After finishing their meal, Liu Xia noticed there was still ample time, so he booked a KTV room nearby for everyone to unwind. This was his first time bringing the group to KTV, and he was pleasantly surprised to discover that many of them were quite talented singers. Particularly, Shi Jiang stunned everyone with his rendition of the classic love song Qing Fada E, captivating the audience. Yu, it's your turn to sing, come on," Shu Yao exclaimed, pulling Su Yu towards the stage where the microphone stood, angled perfectly towards the screen, allowing her to face everyone while clearly reading the lyrics. As the melody began, Shu Yao hurried back to her seat on the sofa. The screen displayed the title My Secret in bold letters. On stage, feeling the weight of so many eyes upon her, Su Yu felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Her small hand gripped the microphone, slightly damp with anxiety. Her gaze fell upon Lu Xia, who was giving her 2 thumbs up, his eyes sparkling with encouragement. As the prelude came to an end, Su Yu parted her soft lips and began to sing, "Lately, I've been feeling so good." The song continued, expressing her hidden feelings, a secret she had long kept buried within her heart, yet now shared through melody. As the final note faded, Su Yu shyly lowered her head and hurried back to Shu Yao and Tong Yu, avoiding Lu Xia's gaze. It was a song, but also a whisper of her heart's unspoken secret. The song, originally by Deng Chi, is challenging for most to master. Su Yu's voice, soft and delicate, may not have captured the essence of Deng Chi's style, yet conveyed a different kind of beauty, reminiscent of sweet, tender love songs. The group exchanged knowing glances, smiles playing on their lips, all understanding the unspoken connection. "Boss, you're the only one left. Why not sing a song?" Shu Yao urged. Lu Xia quickly shook his head. "I can't sing. You all go ahead. I'll just listen." "Come on, boss. If you say you can't, we'll just let it slide," they teased. Su Yu turned her big, sparkling eyes towards him, her sweet voice chiming in. "I want to hear you sing too." With Su Yu's encouragement, the group insisted, "If you don't join in, we might just lose respect for you." With a resigned smile, Lu Xia stood up. "All right, if I must." He approached the microphone, momentarily unsure of what song to choose. Reflecting on his last karaoke experience back in college with his roommates, he pondered between his favorite singers, Luan and Wang Lihong. All eyes were on the screen, curious about what the boss would select. The title De Chung, Xiao, AI gradually appeared. Lu Xiao's clear voice filled the room, singing, "With dark hair, tied in a circle, entwined with all my affection for you." As the song concluded, the reactions were vastly different from Su Yu's. The group erupted in playful mockery, exclaiming, "The boss said he couldn't sing, yet he's become a star. From now on, when we come to karaoke, we shall separate you two," they declared in jest. "Why?" Lu Xia queried. "We love snacks, fruit platters, and beer, but we don't want to be fed dog food," they replied. "Exactly. Next time, one goes to the Arctic and the other to the Antarctic." They all agreed in unison. In the early hours of the morning, the group waved goodbye to Lu Xia at the roadside. On Lu Xia's back, Su Yu lay like a little raccoon, her rosy lips slightly drooling. After a tiring singing session, they had gathered to play games, but Su Yu couldn't keep up with the seasoned Shu Yao, losing miserably and downing 2 cups of beer. Lu Xia shielded her from drinking anymore. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sleeping so peacefully now. He gently wiped the drool from the corner of Su Yu's mouth. It felt quite soft and bouncy. As the designated driver was still a while away, Lu Xia watched the adorably silly Su Yu and playfully flicked her lips, a smile involuntarily forming on his face. It was quite amusing. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through him as he witnessed Su Yu extend her little tongue, playfully licking his finger as if it were a lollipop. Lu Xia quickly withdrew his hand, wondering what delightful snack she was dreaming of, fearing she might bite down at any moment. The sleeping Su Yu would show no mercy. He mused that he might even need a rabies vaccine. He had received one in his childhood, and it had hurt terribly. What was he thinking? Perhaps he was a bit tipsy. Finally, returning to the apartment. As he opened the door, he heard the adjacent door creak open as well. "Luca, you're back." It was Zhang Xiaobai, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Lu Xia asked. Scratching his head with a smile, Zhang Xiaobai replied, "I have a favor to ask of you." "Go ahead," Lu Xia prompted. "Tomorrow is Little Bear's birthday. Could you please help me deliver this to her?" Little Bear's birthday? Lu Xia hadn't been aware of this. Last time, Lin Miao Miao had given her a generous gift, and he and T had the chance to return the favor. This could be the perfect opportunity. "I can help you pass it on, but I can't guarantee she'll accept it," Lu Xia responded. "That's fine," Zhang Xiaobai exclaimed, visibly relieved. "All right then." Lu Xia nodded. Zhang Xiaobai's face lit up with joy as he followed Lu Xia into the room, carefully placing the gift on the counter. "If Little Bear accepts it and asks who sent it, just say it's from a fan. No need to mention me. I'm counting on you, Lu Ge." After finishing his instructions, Zhang Xiaobai waved goodbye and quietly closed the door behind him. Sometimes Lu Xia truly admired Zhang Xiaobai, who, despite his evident affection for Little Bear, was so cautious and considerate. Chapter 72, Damn, he should be obliterated. I recall the last time we went for a night run. He spoke extensively. He was acutely aware that even if he slimmed down, it would be challenging for Little Bear to develop any affection for him. His desire for self-improvement stemmed not only from a wish to avoid living a lackluster life, but, more importantly, from a fear that Little Bear might discover that her admirer was merely a rather unsightly, overweight individual. The memory of Su Yuyo's reaction upon their first meeting remained vividly etched in his mind. Zhang Xiaobai's current behavior resembled that of an infatuated fan, yet it paled in comparison to the frenzied devotees who would block airports or tear down barriers recklessly. True devotion lay in silently cherishing someone, taking them as a role model, and striving to better oneself. Sigh. Lu Xia glanced at the little bear resting on her shoulder, recognizing that she too was treading lightly. Gently laying Su Yuyo upon the bed, she prepared a basin of warm water and tenderly wiped her face, neck, and limbs before covering her with a blanket. After returning downstairs, she indulged in a comforting hot shower, the effects of the alcohol gradually dissipating. The cotton sheets were surely dry, yet she hesitated to make the bed. Approaching the bedside, she gazed at Su Yuyo's exquisitely sculpted face, unable to resist lingering for a moment longer. At that moment, Su Yuyo's lovely eyes fluttered open, her cheeks still rosy, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Lu Xia, hug me. She extended her soft little hands towards Lu Xia. Her gentle voice floated through the room, causing Lu Xia's heart to melt. Leaning down, she playfully brushed her nose, whispering, "Are you awake? But I still want to sleep. I need you to hold me." Su Yuyo's delicate hand curled around Lu Xia's neck, tugging her closer. 2 cups of beer had rendered her this drowsy. She could no longer indulge in alcohol. Lu Xia carefully reclined on the bed, and in the blink of an eye, Su Yuyo had latched onto her chest like an octopus. The faint, delightful fragrance wafted into her nostrils. No matter how many times she inhaled it, the scent would never grow tiresome. "Wait, Yuyo, don't touch there. That's not allowed." On the campus paths of the Science and Technology University, Lu Xia followed the location sent by Lin Miao Miao to reach her. "I've arrived. Have you finished class?" "Beep beep. You just got here when my class has only just begun." "Lugu, there are many pavilions by Bihue Lake. Go rest there, and I'll come to you right after class." "No rush, you carry on." Surveying her surroundings, Lu Xia noticed a group of individuals engaging in a game of badminton. Among all sports, this one piqued his interest the most, so he decided to observe. The 2 boys playing demonstrated considerable skill, not merely flailing the shuttlecock aimlessly. Those acquainted with badminton knew that facing competent players was far more exhausting than playing an entire basketball game. After watching for a while, Lu Xia felt an itch to join in and noticed a nearby convenience store. He purchased a couple of quality shuttlecocks and approached the players. "Hey, can I join in?" The 2 boys had already noticed Lu Xia, and upon seeing him with the shuttlecocks, they welcomed him with enthusiasm. One of them handed over his racket, wiping the sweat from his brow with a grin. "This guy is from the badminton club. Give it a try." "Thanks." Accepting the racket, Lu Xia set the gift aside and stepped onto the court. "Bro, which department are you in? Why aren't you in class at this hour?" "I graduated early. Just here to see a friend." "No wonder I didn't recognize you. I know all the badminton players." After a brief chat, they focused on the game. It wasn't long before they noticed Lu Xia seemed a bit rusty, as if he hadn't held a racket in ages. They slowed down the pace to help him warm up. Once warmed up, Lu Xia gradually regained his former prowess. The exchanges between him and the boy across the net became lively, with several impressive smashes prompting cheers from the onlookers. However, in truth, Lu Xia won significantly fewer points than his opponent, who was intentionally going easy on him. Half an hour later, the 3 sat on the grass for a brief respite, and Lu Xia had brought drinks for everyone. When he encountered genuine friends, he was typically generous, especially since it was only a small expense, and they were still students. "Bro, your skills are impressive. If you practice more, we might not stand a chance against you." "A bottle of drink has won you over," Lu Xia teased. "Ha ha, but you definitely have a solid foundation. You must have been quite good in the past." The badminton club member took a sip of his drink, then curiously asked, "You mentioned coming to see a friend. Which department is she in? Perhaps we know her." "I'm not entirely sure. She said she has a class in the art building." Or are you looking for a girlfriend? Wrong assumption. Yes, just a friend. True, if she were a girlfriend, you would know which department she belongs to. Beep beep beep. Lu Xiao's phone rang. It was Lin Miao Miao calling. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lu Ge. Are you at Bihue Lake? I'm coming to find you. He's at the third badminton court. One of the boys chimed in with a laugh. Oh, I see, thank you. After ending the call, a lively figure appeared, jogging towards them dressed in a flowing white dress that danced in the breeze. Lu Ge, though still some distance away, Lin Miao Miao waved cheerfully towards the badminton court. The two boys turned to see who Lu Xia was waiting for, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that the campus belle, Lin Miao Miao? Wow. Upon seeing Lin Miao Miao approaching, Lu Xia stood up and smiled at the two boys, saying, "Let's meet up again next time." He then walked towards Lin Miao Miao, carrying the gifts. The boys, however, wore expressions devoid of joy. The badminton club member's face fell even further. They realized that in their class, everyone knew he was Lin Miao Miao's most ardent admirer. They had just let him win. This was infuriating. Damn it. Lu Ge, what brings you here today? Isn't the milk tea shop busy? Lin Miao Miao asked, her hands resting on her waist. Thanks to you, business is booming. That's because your capital is substantial. I merely enhance your success. Noticing the gifts Lu Xia carried, Lin Miao Miao smiled sweetly. Are these for me? Lu Xia handed over the gifts, his lips curling up. Happy birthday! The larger one is from one of your fans, while the smaller one is from me. Thank you. Lin Miao Miao accepted both gifts, curiously shaking the small box before looking at Lu Xia with her exquisite eyes. Can I open it now? Of course, it's a gift for you. Upon unwrapping it, she discovered a lipstick and a jar of cream inside. Thank you. I love it. With a radiant smile, Lin Miao Miao retied the small gift box and tucked it into her pocket. As for the other gift, it's too large to open now. I'll wait until I get home. Please thank that fan for me. I will convey your gratitude. Lu Ge, you're not in a hurry to return, are you? Let me take you for a stroll by Bihue Lake. It's the most picturesque spot on campus. Lin Miao Miao suggested. Chapter 73. The fallen blossoms have intentions. While the flowing water is indifferent to their affection, are you no longer attending classes? Lin Miao Miao shook her head. No, I've completed all my classes. In truth, she had taken a leave for one class, intending to borrow her roommate's notes upon her return. Lu Xia hesitated for a moment. It seemed rather inappropriate to leave right after arriving, so he nodded, as he also had something to convey to Lin Miao Miao. Arriving by the shores of Baishui Lake, the scenery indeed mirrored Lin Miao Miao's description, picturesque, with the shimmering surface of the lake reflecting the autumn hues of the rows of apricot trees and classical courtyards dotting the landscape. Numerous pairs of students strolled leisurely about. During their walk, they exchanged laughter and banter. In their casual conversation, Lu Xia learned that today was not actually Lin Miao Miao's birthday. The date posted online had merely been a random entry. Naturally, they reminisced about their previous days of gaming together. Lu Xia couldn't help but tease. If the other brothers from our gaming team discovered you were a girl, and such a beautiful one at that, they would surely go completely wild like Dian Wei. And what about you? What were your thoughts when you learned I was a girl? Lin Miao Miao's eyes sparkled as she abruptly lifted her head, her expression brimming with anticipation. Lu Xia paused momentarily, then grinned. Initially, I was of course astonished. Then I thought, could she be the daughter of one of the brothers? She has grown up so much. Lin Miao Miao shot him a look of disdain. Is that all? Well, I also thought you were quite beautiful. Seemingly dissatisfied with the response she desired, Lin Miao Miao pouted, her face momentarily clouded with displeasure. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the bracelet adorning Lu Xia's left wrist, her expression dimming slightly. A boy wearing such a lovely bracelet, unless he were a cross-dresser, was likely gifted it by a young girl. Clearly, Lu Xia was not a cross-dresser. He wore the bracelet constantly, indicating that the person who gifted it to him must hold significant importance in his life. Forcing a smile, she inquired, "Is this bracelet a gift from your girlfriend?" Lu Xia did not deny it. Instead, he raised his hand, saying, "You mean this? It was a gift from her to celebrate my opening. Your girlfriend must be very beautiful to have such good taste. Indeed, she is quite lovely, albeit a bit silly." As he recalled the image of Su Yuyo acting spoiled after a drunken night, Lu Xia couldn't help but smile broadly. All these moments were captured in Lin Miao Miao's eyes as she lowered her head, absent-mindedly kicking at the weeds at her feet. I truly envy her for having a boyfriend like you. What's there to envy? I may look decent, but I have many flaws, Lu Xia replied humbly. With your looks and your status as a renowned blogger, I dare say the line of admirers for you could stretch all the way to Moonlight Mountain. Sooner or later, you too will encounter someone who treats you well, he added, playfully rolling up his sleeves. Miao Miao, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just let Lu Ge know, and I'll ensure they receive a proper lesson. Lin Miao Miao seemed to grasp something in her heart, smiling with relief. You said it, Lu Ge. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's, Lu Xia solemnly affirmed. At that moment, Lin Miao Miao halted her steps, the gentle breeze from the lake brushing against her cheek and lifting a strand of hair. With a beaming smile, she said, let's make a pinky promise. Do all girls enjoy making pinky promises? It's a little secret among girls, Lin Miao Miao replied, raising her pinky with a serious expression directed at Lu Xia. Seeing her delicate pinky resembling jade, Lu Xia exchanged a smile and linked his finger with hers. If anyone bullies me and you don't come to help, you'll be a little puppy. Pinky promise, 100 years without change. Lu Xia softly echoed, no changing. What? You actually let Lu Xia meet that cat girl alone. An excited voice emerged from the bar counter, belonging to Shu Yao. Didn't you see the rumors online? Haven't you seen the Catgirless updates? Yo, how can you be so carefree? It's not that I'm speaking ill of the boss behind his back, but there's an old saying, a man's true nature is revealed. Faced with such a cute little loli, the boss might not be able to resist. While Su Yo was busy cleaning the molds, she laughed lightly. I trust Lu Xia. That's it. Yo, you can't be brainwashed by the boss, can you? How can you be so at ease? Lu Xia is not that kind of person. Besides, if he truly wished to hide something from me, he wouldn't have told me. And the gifts he brought were also chosen by me. Seeing that her words were futile, Shu Yao shook her head helplessly. It was said that girls in love are foolish, and judging by Su Yuyo's demeanor, she had indeed fallen deeply. Hello, Shu Yao. May I ask if Lu Xia is present? A melodious voice caused Shu Yao to turn her head, and her expression turned cold upon seeing the visitor. Jiang Wan, what are you doing here? Shu Yao turned her head away coldly. The boss is not here. He has gone out. Unfazed by Shu Yao's disdain, Jiang Wan's expression shifted slightly, but she remained calm. If Lu Xia returns, please convey my thanks for his warning. Understood, Shu Yao replied impatiently. Once Jiang Wan had left the tea shop, Shu Yao couldn't help but murmur. I really don't know what kind of miraculous elixir she took to change Miss Jiang Wan's temperament so dramatically. Watching Jiang Wan's frail silhouette, Su Yuyo spoke softly. I've heard Lu Xia mention that Jiang Wan has had a difficult time these past years. Her father left with another woman and took all the family assets, while her mother, unable to bear the blow, has been wandering at card tables. Only after hearing this did Su Yuyo's feelings toward Jiang Wan soften a bit. She actually has such a backstory. A pitiable person must have their faults. Forget it. I want to hold it against her. As long as she maintains a decent attitude, I want to give her a hard time. Shu Yao pouted. Across the street, Jiang Wan hailed a taxi, her expression complex as she glanced back at the tea shop. Her visit was not only to express her gratitude, but also to bid farewell to Lu Xia. Her headquarters had decided to promote her and transfer her to the coast. Upon her inquiry, Song Zi relayed Lu Xia's 2 warnings verbatim. From Lu Xia's attitude, it was clear he wished to minimize any further entanglement. She understood that her connection with Lu Xia had reached its limit. Persisting in her pursuit would only dissipate the remaining sweetness. Recalling a line from a movie they had watched together in the past, she thought, once there was a sincere affection placed before me, yet I did not cherish it. Only when I lost it did I come to regret. What she once regarded as a joke now echoed through time, striking at her heart. As the taxi door closed, the vehicle gradually disappeared into the sunlight. Chapter 74. We will never part, right? In the stillness of the night, Su Yuyo was tidying her belongings in her room. Although her stay had been brief, she had accumulated quite a collection of items. Each time Lu Xia mentioned keeping track of expenses, he had never once asked her for a single cent nor allowed her to borrow from others. Tomorrow, she was to depart for Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and her counselor had urged her several times. The door swung open as Lucia entered, burdened with an assortment of bags and an oversized suitcase. He called Su Yio down, unveiling each item as he introduced them. These 3 basins. The blue one is for foot soaking, the pink one you adore is for washing your face, and this egg yolk yellow one is for, well, later. I'll label them with a marker so you can refer to them if you forget. He continued to enumerate the necessities: towels, rags, toothpaste, toothbrushes, facial cleanser, lotions, shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, and hand soap. These are the essentials of daily life: mirrors, combs, umbrellas, bath towels. He had even procured 2 sets of bed linens, a quilt, and a mattress for her to change into when the sun was bright. Lucia looked at Su Yuyo and asked, "Is there anything else you feel you might need?" Suddenly, a fragrant warmth enveloped him as a small figure burrowed into his embrace. Her little head nestled against him as if yearning to merge into one. Su Yuyo lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering like a gentle stream, reflecting her emotions. "Lucia, why are you so good to me? The more kindness you show, the less I want to leave you. Sometimes I think if I could just stay by your side. Managing life together, sharing our days, sleeping side by side, growing old together. Little fool, you've got snot on my clothes." Lucia teased, as Su Yuyo released him, turning away in a huff. The atmosphere was laden with sadness, yet he chose to comment on her slight mishap. Was it truly a matter of snot at this moment? She was about to depart, and who knew when they would meet again? Even a day apart felt unbearable. Fuming, she contemplated retreating upstairs to wallow in solitude when a gentle hand settled on her waist, drawing her back into an embrace. Lucia caressed her cheek softly and reassured her, "Silly girl, I promise that once I sort everything out here, I will come to find you at the earliest opportunity. Don't you dare deceive me, or else I'll bite you," Su Yuyo retorted, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, evoking sympathy. Lucia slowly released her, extending his pinky with a smile. "Let's make a pinky promise." With a look of feigned indignation, Su Yuyo wiped her tears. Yet a smile crept onto her face as she nodded earnestly, entwining her pinky with his. "A pinky swear for 100 years, never to change. If you do, you'll become a little dog. Promise not to change," Su Yuyo reiterated with conviction. "And no more tears. Crying will turn you into a little flower cat," Lucia said, brushing away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He proceeded to recount the items once more, ensuring they had everything they needed and promising to fetch anything else required the next day. After a thorough sorting, they managed to cram a significant amount of belongings into a single large box. It was no wonder one should never casually assist a girl with her suitcase, for one could never fathom how much it could contain. Once everything was in order, Lucia took a shower, having worked up a sweat from carrying the numerous items. Afterward, he glanced upstairs and called out, "Yuyo, the water is ready." "Oh, I'm coming," Su Yuyo replied, seeming to clutch something nervously as she hastily stashed it in her pocket before darting into the bathroom with a bundle of clothes. Lucia observed her peculiar demeanor, unable to decipher her actions. Shaking his head, he poured himself a cup of hot tea, preparing to indulge in a book. Minutes later, the bathroom door creaked open. The sound of water had ceased, leaving Lucia baffled. "Lucia," came a sweet voice from the bathroom, and, as he turned to look, he inadvertently sprayed his tea in astonishment. "Yuyo, what are you doing?" She emerged wearing the same outfit she had donned during their first meeting, a white bear print shirt, a khaki pleated skirt, and black shoes. However, the most striking aspect was a pair of black stockings she had somehow acquired, paired with her freshly bathed, rosy complexion. It was simply enchanting. He hastily wrapped her in a blanket from a sofa. "Lucia, don't you like it?" Su Yuyo asked, disappointment flickering in her eyes. "It's not a matter of liking or disliking," he stammered. "Sister Shuyu mentioned that boys prefer girls in stockings. You said it was acceptable last time." Flustered, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "I do like it, but why? Why did you suddenly decide to wear this tonight? I want to leave you with beautiful memories, so that even when I am gone, you will surely think of me often. Did Sister Shuyu teach you that?" Lucia braced himself to confront her later about the peculiar notions she had absorbed. "It's not what she taught me. I found it online. If you dislike this. I also have white stockings, but the fishnets seemed too odd, so I didn't buy those." With innocent eyes and a faint blush, Su Yuyo gazed at him. The internet truly was a curious realm. Lu Xia took her delicate hand in his, speaking softly. Yuyo, do you believe we have no beautiful memories between us? Of course we do, she declared with unwavering certainty. Then why must we resort to such means to create more? Su Yuyo lowered her gaze, her head tilting slightly. The internet claims this can bind a boy to a girl. I want to bind you to me. Whose warped perspective is that? The internet is filled with all sorts of people. Let me ask you this. Even if tonight we were to engage in that, do you think you could truly keep me from leaving if I wished to? What if, due to unforeseen circumstances, we part ways, and you meet someone else who captivates your heart? Surely, there would be remnants of the past lingering. In this chaotic digital age, one must learn to discern truth from fiction. The natural progression of a relationship always begins with mutual acquaintance, followed by confessions and the establishment of a bond. Then comes the inevitable adjustments, and finally, meeting the parents. Each step is essential. Yuyo, do you understand? I understand, she affirmed earnestly, taking a step closer to him and wrapping her arms around Lu Xia. We will never part, right? Chapter 75. A Day in Shushi. As for what the future holds, Lu Xia could hardly fathom. Gazing at the delicate figure of Su Yuyo nestled in his arms, he gently reassured her, we will never be apart. MMHM. A satisfied smile graced Su Yuyo's face. Releasing her, Lu Xia urged, go change into your pajamas. Once Su Yuyo ascended the stairs in search of her attire, Lu Xia retreated to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face to regain composure. His heart raced, pounding with fervor, more vigorous than after a 5-kilometer run. Love is not possession, especially considering Su Yuyo's innocence, akin to that of a child. To claim her as his own in this moment would be no different than an animal's behavior. When Lu Xia emerged, he found Su Yuyo entering with a fresh set of clothes. As he settled onto the bed, lost in contemplation, the faint rustle of plastic caught his ear. Curiosity piqued. He lifted his pillow to discover a hidden surprise beneath. To his amusement, 8 bold characters brought forth a chuckle. This little fool had prepared this. Grabbing the box of bubblegum, Lu Xia tucked it away. That night, sleep eluded him. As dawn broke, Lu Xia had already arranged for Yujin's work. Today he intended to spend an entire day exploring Shushi with Yuyo. Early on, Yuyo began adorning herself, slipping into a beautiful dress she had purchased during their last shopping trip, a charming French floral frock. Her porcelain skin juxtaposed with her crescent-like collarbones, she moved gracefully, akin to a fairy princess from a storybook. At Lu Xia's insistence, she donned a white knitted cardigan, covering her pearl-like shoulders entirely. Their first destination was the tallest building in Shushi. From the top, they witnessed the sun gradually rising, painting the clouds a warm red, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending to earth. The second stop was a small island in the river. They took a sightseeing vehicle to explore the entire isle and flew kites on its lush lawn. Their third destination was a maple forest. Hand in hand, they strolled along a winding path, savoring each other's warmth. The autumn breeze swept through, causing the vibrant maple leaves to flutter gracefully to the ground, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Gazing upwards, the myriad of leaves intertwined to form a picturesque tapestry, echoing a poetic verse. Half are red leaves, half are yellow, counting the years while admiring autumn's glow. Maple branches, thousands upon thousands, dropping daily, a million leaves in tow. Lu Xia felt a slight ache in his calves. Su Yuyo, entwined in his arm, tilted her head back, her cherry lips forming a silly grin, akin to a carefree fawn. Unable to resist, Lu Xia playfully ruffled her hair, squatting down to say, "Hop on, I'll carry you." Once she perched on his back, wrapping her arms around his neck, he lifted her legs and stood up steadily. Su Yuyo nestled her head against his shoulder, lazily swinging her legs. "If you wiggle too much, I might drop you," he jested. You wouldn't dare." As they walked further down the path, a distant photography enthusiast captured their silhouette, which later earned him second place in a competition. The first place was claimed by the father of the district chief. Their final destination was the Hushi University town. After parking, Lu Xia took Su Yuyo to the entrance of the oldest school in the area. Before they could approach, 2 familiar figures greeted them with warm smiles. Upon seeing them, Su Yuyo excitedly rushed forward. Sister Jiai, wow, Yuyo, you look stunning today. They say love is like nurturing a flower, and truly it is. Shun Jiai exclaimed, giving Lu Xia a thumbs up, causing his cheeks to flush. Come on, today we must explore the beauty of Yuehua Mountain. Lu Xia mentioned you'll soon be studying in Jiangsu in Zhujiang. Thank you, Sister Jiai. Thank you for what? We're friends, after all. The two girls linked arms as Shun Jiai led Su Yuyo away to sample the delicious and inexpensive treats nearby. Behind them, Lu Xia exchanged knowing glances with Yiming. I heard Shin Jiai is graduating soon. Any plans? Lu Xia inquired. Yiming grinned proudly. We are preparing to get married. How sudden. Lu Xia was taken aback, recalling that Yiming was 2 years junior to Shin Jiai. Haha, our parents have already met and given their blessing. You see, Jiai may seem lively on the surface, but she is quite insecure deep down. I want to assure her that Yiming, will be hers for life. Bravo, Mingo! Lu Xia applauded, genuinely impressed. When is the wedding date? I must attend. We tentatively plan for the new year, as our studies are quite demanding at the moment. By the way, you can't come alone. Jiai insisted you bring Su Yuyo along, or she won't welcome you, Yiming teased. Realizing this, Lu Xia chuckled. That is a must. And what about you? Jiangsu and Zhujiang are quite far. I don't mean to sound cynical, but long-distance relationships can be challenging. Aren't you worried she might be swayed by other suitors? Therefore, I plan to go to Jiangsu and Zhujiang as well. That's no small feat. Yiming understood that Lu Xia's shop was in Shushi, and relocating to Jiangsu and Zhujiang would mean starting anew. As he once said, love knows no boundaries. I cannot entrust her to anyone else. Haha, that's the spirit. Yiming placed a hand on Lu Xia's shoulder as they quickened their pace to catch up with the two girls. Though Yuehua Mountain was not particularly high, hiking to its summit was no trivial task, especially after a full day of activities. After scaling 2/3 of the way, Lu Xia noticed Su Yuyo glistening with perspiration and approached her, kneeling down. Let me carry you for a bit. No. Su Yuyo shook her head. I'm fine. You can rest on my back for a moment. Then we'll continue. No, I want to climb up by myself, she insisted stubbornly. At that moment, Shun Jiai chimed in with a smile. Let Yuyo climb on her own. We're almost there. Okay, but if you get tired, we can take a break. There is still plenty of time. Half an hour passed. The group ambled along, and they were nearing the mountain's peak. Su Yuyo puffed her cheeks, silently encouraging herself to reach the summit on her own. At that moment, Shun Jiai approached, donning a glowing rabbit ear headband. Here, a gift for you. It's lovely. But Sister Jiai, why don't you have one? My, broke. And I don't really like this style. Shun Jiai hesitated before responding. Thank you, Sister Jiai. Su Yuyo cherished the gift, especially as it sparkled in the evening light. Turning to share the moment with Lu Xia, she was startled to find he had vanished from sight. Chapter 76. Seeking a definition. Additional chapter. Shun Jiai spoke. Lu Xia has gone to buy drinks. We will meet at the summit shortly. Although Su Yuyo felt a twinge of unease, she did not dwell on it. After climbing a bit further, she encountered a middle-aged couple who suddenly halted before her, smiles adorning their faces as they handed her 2 pink roses. Little beauty, these are for you. Huh? Su Yuyo was taken aback, graciously accepting the flowers. Thank you, Auntie. The couple walked away, and soon after, a sister clad in sportswear noticed her, jogging over to present her with another pair of pink blooms. Little sister, these are for you. Thank you. Su Yuyo estamerith. Bewildered as she accepted the flowers. As she ascended further, more and more people offered her flowers until she could barely hold them, resorting to cradling them in her arms. On Yuehua Mountain, there exists a place known as Yuehua Terrace, also referred to as the Old Man of the Moon's platform. Surrounding the terrace are railings adorned with numerous love locks. Jiai had informed her that only through one's own efforts could they reach the Yuehua Terrace, where couples could affix a love lock together, symbolizing an everlasting bond. This was why Su Yuyo was reluctant to allow Lu Xia to carry her. Upon finally arriving at the Yuehua Terrace, she found it crowded, especially as she ascended with flowers in hand, drawing the attention of many who gazed at her with smiles and whispers. Not long ago, a young man had approached with 2 large bouquets, one for them, and the other requested to be given to a girl wearing bunny ear decorations. Most were happy to oblige. As those descending the mountain saw Su Yuyo, some offered her a single rose, while others generously handed her both. A portion of the crowd lingered, eager to witness what would unfold next. Feeling the collective gaze upon her, Su Yuyo felt a touch of anxiety, her hands gripping the flowers tightly. She instinctively searched for Lu Xia. His presence always reassured her. Finally, she spotted him approaching from a distance, holding a large bouquet of pink baby-s breath, taking deliberate steps towards her. Su Yuyo's small fist clenched, her heart racing wildly within her chest. She glanced at Shun Jiai and Yiming nearby, who were clearly cheering her on, aware of the unfolding events. The earlier tales of broken accessories and drink runs were mere fabrications. No wonder so many had bestowed flowers upon her. It must be connected to Lu Xia's sudden disappearance. Their eyes met, and, in that moment, it felt as if only they existed in the world. Yuyo, I am not particularly eloquent, nor have I ever been in love before, but since meeting you, I have resolved on one thing. I do not wish to miss out on you. I do not want to share you with anyone, nor will I bind you with the name of love. At this moment, I simply want to tell you that I like you very much. Will you be my girlfriend? This heartfelt monologue from Lu Xia revealed his truest self. Even with the thin veil of their relationship remaining unbroken, he felt a flutter of nerves. At that moment, a voice from the crowd called out, "I do." Laughter erupted among the spectators, followed by chants of, "Say yes. Say yes." Su Yuyo's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, as if a mere pinch could draw blood. Shyly, she lowered her gaze, her lips curving slightly, barely managing a soft She took a half-step closer, resting her head gently against his chest. Lu Xia's smile broadened, his heart swelling with emotion as he tenderly embraced her. From this moment forth, Su Yuyo was officially his girlfriend. The onlookers erupted in cheers, the commotion so loud that it echoed even at the foot of the mountain. After a long pause, Su Yuyo, her cheeks still flushed, lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. Without her needing to speak, Lu Xia understood. He took her warm, slightly damp hand in his, beaming at the crowd as he bowed in gratitude, leading her away from Yuehua Terrace. Nearby, Yiming and Shenjiai had unknowingly clasped hands, sharing a glance that conveyed unspoken affection before departing as well. At the foot of the mountain, Su Yuyo held the baby-s breath, her eyes sparkling like stars. The pink roses she had received along the way had been gifted to others, as she wished to share everyone's blessings with them. Lu Xia, shall we come back here again next time? Su Yuyo turned to him. Didn't you just say your calves were sore? It's all your fault. I couldn't T-lock a love lock that belongs to us on the Yuehua Terrace. Lu Xia tightened his grip on her hand. Well, this can serve as our lock. That doesn't T-count. You have to promise me we'll return here again. Su Yuyo's cheeks warmed as she tilted her head slightly, pouting. All right, I promise. Wherever you wish to go, I will take you. That is more like it. As they reached the entrance of Yuehua Mountain, Yiming and Shun Jiai awaited them. Lu Xia led Su Yuyo toward them, smiling as he said, Yiming, Shun Jiai, thank you for your help tonight. Hee. We didn't do much, Shun Jiai replied with a smile. Come on, confess. When were you two bought off by Lu Xia and kept it a secret from me? Shun Jiai shot Lu Xia a glance. That was several days ago, he replied with a grin. Su Yuyo shot Lu Xia a playful glare, realizing he had been plotting this all along while she had been oblivious. Lu Xia smiled triumphantly, as if he had achieved a great victory. It's getting late. You and Lu Xia enjoy your time together. We won't intrude further. Shun Jiai winked at Su Yuyo. She then turned to Lu Xia. Take good care of Yuyo. If you dare to bully her, I'll have Yiming teach you a lesson. Absolutely, Lu Xia replied earnestly, pulling out 2 cards adorned with the exclusive logo of Yujian and handing them to them. These cards grant you free drinks at the Yujian milk tea shop. Consider it a small gift, your first wedding present. Then does that mean there will be a second? Shun Jiai replied gleefully as she accepted the cards. Of course, I'll ensure to deliver you a grand gift. Just remember to bring Yuyo along, she added. Definitely. Lu Xia looked at Su Yuyo, gripping her hand tightly. He silently vowed never to let her go for the rest of his life. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Xia and Su Yuyo strolled along the roadside, the warm glow of the street lamps casting elongated shadows of the two figures intertwined. Chapter 77. Farewell, the day of parting had inevitably arrived. Lucia had booked the morning tickets and rose with the dawn's first light. After preparing breakfast and carefully packing all the essentials for Su Yuyo, he conducted a final check to ensure everything was in order before feeling at ease. From the moment she awoke, Su Yuyo had been sullen, her demeanor lacking the usual vibrancy. A faint shadow lingered beneath her eyes, a clear indication of a restless night. Upon arriving at the high-speed railway station, the crowd was sparse, each person hastily dragging their luggage. As Lucia guided Su Yuyo to the entrance, he could sense the tension radiating from her hand. With nearly an hour until departure, he returned his phone to her, which contained a list of important reminders: how to hail a taxi after disembarking, what to do upon reaching the school, and so forth. Details she likely already knew, yet he felt compelled to outline them nonetheless. Let's head inside, he suggested. Find the correct boarding gate and settle down. Before boarding, ensure you check the train number to avoid sitting in the wrong spot. Call me once you arrive. He attempted to release her hand, but Su Yuyo lingered, reluctant to let go. Her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. Eventually, she relinquished his grasp, determined not to worry him. She resolved to be brave. Lucia had assured her he would seek her out once his obligations were fulfilled, and by their next meeting, she promised herself to become even more accomplished. As she walked towards the entrance, a brief stretch of mere 100 meters felt like an eternity. She turned back for one last glance, mustering a smile and a wave. Lucia reciprocated with a wave of his own, watching as she vanished around the corner. After a moment, he retrieved his ID from his pocket and departed from the station. In the waiting hall, Su Yuyo struggled with her cumbersome suitcase, feeling somewhat out of place. She recalled every word Lucia had imparted, found the designated boarding gate, and settled into a quiet corner to await her train. The first thing she did after placing her suitcase down was message Lucia. Lucia, I'm outside the boarding gate. Have you gone back? I miss you a little. Ding. Lucia replied. Silly girl, we just parted ways. Even after just parting, I miss you. Don't you miss me? I miss you too. That's more like it. After conversing for nearly half an hour, Lucia messaged again. It's time to board. Don't lose your ID. And remember to check the train number. Got it. With Lucia's constant presence in their conversation, Su Yuyo's worries began to dissipate, a gentle smile adorning her lips. Once aboard, she found her designated seat, but noticed the absence of a train attendant to assist her with her heavy luggage. Hello, miss, let me help you. A boy seated beside her offered, his smile as refreshing as a gentle breeze. He swiftly lifted her suitcase onto the overhead rack. Thank you. Su Yuyo replied with a smile. Her seat was next to the window, as Lucia had suggested that she could gaze out at the scenery during moments of boredom. The boy, noticing her proximity, stepped aside with an inviting smile. Once settled, Su Yuyo took out her phone and messaged Lucia. I couldn't find a train attendant, but a nice boy helped me with my luggage. Oh, is he handsome? Not as handsome as Lucia. At this, the boy beside her chuckled and inquired, Are you updating your family? No, it's my boyfriend. Su Yuyo replied. Upon hearing this, the boy's smile faded, and he pursed his lips, opting not to engage further. A few hours later, as the train approached its destination, Lucia messaged her to inform that she should head to the exit a few minutes early. Su Yuyo rose to leave, politely saying, Excuse me, could you let me pass? After a moment, the boy slowly lifted his gaze, offered a teasing smile, and finally moved aside, but quickly returned to his seat, showing no further interest in assisting. Remembering Lucia's advice, she was preparing to seek help from a train attendant when one fortuitously appeared nearby. Approaching her with a professional smile, Do you need assistance? My luggage is stuck. Could you please help me? Thank you. With the attendant's help, her suitcase was retrieved, and she made her way to the exit to wait. After disembarking, Su Yuyo relayed the events to Lucia, expressing her frustration over the unhelpful boy who had blocked her way, despite her politeness. I understand. First, grab a bite to eat before heading to registration, Lucia replied. Okay. Chapter 78. How to Trust You Alone, Not Far Away. As Lucia watched Su Yuyo's figure gradually fade into the campus, he emerged from the greenery. He picked up his phone and recorded the taxi license plate he had just photographed. Half an hour prior, he had arrived, while Su Yuyo had left even earlier. Even if she encountered some trouble on the road, it shouldn't have taken her this long. Moreover, his taxi fare was merely a few dozen yuan, while Su Yuyo's would undoubtedly be several times that. one could deduce there was something amiss. He resolved to report this matter to the relevant company, and if a reasonable penalty was not issued, he would escalate the complaint to the transportation department. Earning money is acceptable, but it must not be at the expense of integrity. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late, and without a return ticket, he decided to find a nearby place to stay. The vicinity of the school boasted numerous inns, all in close proximity, and their business seemed quite prosperous. In the afternoon, Suyeo had been preoccupied with the matters of enrollment. The other 3 girls in her dormitory were delightful, assisting her in cleaning the desk and bed, as well as helping her make it. She shared these experiences with Lu Xia. In the evening, after taking a shower, Suyeo climbed into bed, lying on her soft, pink bedding, eager to send Lu Xia a video. After a short while without a response, Lu Xia finally messaged back, "In the shower, can't talk. You must be exhausted today. Get some rest." A smile blossomed on Suyeo's face as she replied, "I want to see you even in the shower. Be careful of your long hair, you rascal. Hee, you shower first." After concluding her chat with Lu Xia, she opened the conversation with Sister Shuyu, who had inquired about her first day at school. "It was quite good, except I encountered 2 annoying individuals on the way." Shuyu replied, "Did the boss not teach them a lesson? He dropped me off at the high-speed train station and went back without following me." "What? The boss wasn't with you?" "He messaged early in the morning, saying he had some matters to attend to. I thought he went with you." "Didn't he go to Eugene today?" "He told me this afternoon that business was particularly good there." "No, I spent the entire day here and didn't see him at all." "He wouldn't be doing anything shady behind your back, would he?" Suyeo chose not to reply, instead slipping on her slippers and dialing Lu Xia. After 2 beeps, the call connected. "Hello, Yuyo, you're still awake? I just finished my shower, and it feels a bit odd with one less person in the room. I want to see you. I turned off the lights." "Turning off the lights doesn't mean you can't turn them back on." After a moment, Lu Xia yawned and said, "Eugene was too busy today. I don't want to move. Let's talk tomorrow." "You're lying. What's that noisy background? We live on the 20-something floor. There shouldn't be such sounds. You're clearly not at home." "I asked Sister Shuyu, and you didn't go to Eugene today. Are you in Jiangsu in Zhejiang? Did you come here?" Unable to keep the secret any longer, Lu Xia chuckled. "Yuyo has become clever. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. It's getting late. Tomorrow is your first day of classes. You should rest well. If you don't tell me, I'll just go looking for you one by one." After a pause, Lu Xia spoke. "I'm at the east gate of your school, about to head back. Wait for me. Don't leave." Suyeo exclaimed before hanging up, hurriedly returning to her dormitory to gather a few things. She smiled at the dorm leader, Qin Lan, saying, "Lan Lan, may I take a leave? If the teacher comes to check, just say I have something to attend to." Qin Lan, applying a facial mask, turned her head and asked, "Where are you going?" "My boyfriend is here." Oh, with those words, Suyeo had already exited the dormitory. The other 2 girls poked their heads out from behind the curtains, with a petite and endearing Bailini commenting, "When Yuyo came to class today, all the boys were mesmerized. There were even many boys from other classes who came to audit the class, but really, they just wanted to see Yuyo. If they knew she was taken, I wonder what their expressions would be." Qin Lan, smoothing her facial mask, replied, "Looking at Yuyo, there's a high chance she's in a long-distance relationship. 9 out of 10 long-distance relationships don't last." The remaining girl, Yang Shanshan, chimed in, "Boys and their flirtations are well known. Even if they know Su Yuyo is taken, they might still consider trying their luck, especially with a long-distance relationship." On the campus path, Su Yuyo, clad in pink slippers, jogged toward the east gate, attracting the attention of many boys. Lu Xia stood at the entrance, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Finally, from a side path, a familiar silhouette rushed toward him. Seeing her, he smiled and stepped forward. With a soft thud, Su Yuyo collided into Lu Xia's embrace, clinging to him like a small charm. He steadied her by supporting her legs, saying, "What's the rush? You might fall. I just wanted to see you sooner," Su Yuyo replied, her joy radiating. This was the happiest moment of her day. "We just saw each other this morning." "Really? It feels like ages ago." "Little fool." Lu Xia gently tapped Su Yuyo's nose, a smile playing on his lips. "It's getting late. The dormitory will soon close." "Let close. I brought my charger and ID. I want to stay out with you tonight." "No way. Hurry back. The teacher might come to check. You've only just taken a month off. If they find you're not there, you'll definitely lose credits. Let them deduct. I just want to sleep with you tonight. Fine, but after tonight, I won't come back to Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Lu Xia spoke nonchalantly. No, you must come back. Su Yuyo exclaimed in urgency. And are you going to sleep in the dormitory tonight? Su Yuyo hesitated for a moment, reluctantly nodding her head. He gently set Su Yuyo down and took her delicate hand, urging her to hurry back before the dormitory closed. Retracing their steps to the girls' dormitory, despite Su Yuyo's efforts to slow her pace, they arrived just before the doors closed. With the dormitory manager urging her on, she quickly tiptoed and pecked Lu Xia on the cheek before darting inside. Lu Xia, be safe on your way back. Good night. From behind the glass door, Su Yuyo wubwubye. Got it, go sleep now. Good night. Watching Su Yuyo disappear down the hallway, Lu Xia walked away slowly, glancing up at the upper floors with a hint of reluctance. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged, breathless and leaning against the railing, waving at him. The gloom on Lu Xia's face seemed to dissipate, and he smiled, returning her wave before departing. Chapter 78. Longing to see you again the following afternoon. Lu Xia returned to Shushi and drove to the Eujian milk tea shop. The weather was rather warm, and there was quite a queue at the entrance. As Lu Xia entered, everyone turned to look at him, and Shu Yao, while preparing milk tea, chuckled and said, Boss, back from your business trip? How is Jiangsu and Zhejiang? You big mouth, you've sold me out again. Lu Xia shot her a glare in mock annoyance. After the busy lunch rush subsided, Lu Xia took the opportunity to guide Shu Yao and Shi Jiang on some work-related details, and both listened attentively. Later that evening, around 10 o'clock, Lu Xia encountered Song Zi, who had just finished work. With a bright smile, Song Zi greeted, Lu Xia, are you just closing up? Yes, I've been extremely busy lately. Lu Xia replied, I have something to confess. The secret you asked me to keep? I couldn't hide it from Master. I told her everything. Lu Xia's expression remained largely unchanged as he calmly responded, It's fine if she knows. There's no deep-seated hatred. He had suspected the reason behind Jiang Wan's sudden visit and her words that day. As long as you're not mad at me, that's good. You should head home and rest early. Goodbye, Lu Xia. Song Zi waved as she hailed a taxi and left. In truth, she had another message from her master to relay to Lu Xia, but hearing his words, she understood that he bore no grudge against her master. Rather than holding on to resentment, he seemed to have let it go. Upon returning home, Lu Xia stepped into his familiar room, but found it lacked the comforting ambience he once cherished. At this hour, you would likely be hurriedly showering and then sitting on the sofa watching anime. He opened WeChat, and a flurry of messages popped up. Aren't you resting yet? Don't stay up too late. Remember to eat. Evening study is so boring. I really want to drink the milk tea you make. Evening study has ended. I'm on my way back to the dorm. By the way, I bought a crispy starch sausage. You home yet? I wore a lovely camisole tonight. I want to show you. Another day of missing you. Why does time pass so slowly? Lu Xia typed back, Silly girl, I'm still awake. The other party was typing. Did you get home? Just arrived. Why are you so late? Was the milk tea shop that busy? Not too bad. I forced Shu Yao and Shi Jiang to catch up on some work. Those two still have plenty to improve on. Oh haha. Did Sister Shu Yao complain? Not just complain. Her eyes could have pierced me with daggers. Sister Shu Yao told me that as soon as you got back, you started lecturing her like a monk. Now, whenever she closes her eyes, she sees your face. Am I really that terrifying? Lu Xia shrugged, recalling that he might have been a bit too strict with Shu Yao and Shi Jiang. He didn't think much of it, but they were indeed under considerable pressure. He resolved to ease up on them tomorrow. How was school today? Did you make any new friends? Don't worry, I'm doing well. Everyone likes me. Just missing you by my side. That's good. Lu Xia sighed in relief. Yet hearing that Yu was so well-liked stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. Human emotions are indeed complex. He did not wish for her to be ostracized, yet he feared she might attract unwanted attention. Sighing, he thought, this is the feeling of a long-distance relationship, just one day apart, and he was already overthinking. By the way, Yu, have your family contacted you? After a moment, Yu replied with 2 words, no. In those brief words, Lu Xia felt her sadness. On one hand, he feared her parents would continue to pressure her about marriage. On the other, they were her nurturing parents, and how could they truly not care? She was merely a girl who had just turned 18. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xia messaged, Do you still remember your parents' phone numbers? I can talk to them. Don't. I will talk to them. If I'm not mistaken, they should know you've returned to school. My dad is very stern. If he finds out about you, he will definitely fly into a rage. It's something we must face sooner or later. Avoiding it isn't a solution. All right then. After a moment's hesitation, Suyu sent her parents' phone numbers to Lucia. After saving the numbers, Lucia noted that it was getting late and decided to find an opportunity to communicate with them tomorrow. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous. In their eyes, he might just be the rogue who had taken away their daughter. I'm going to shower now. You should sleep early. Good night. Gut nicht. After showering, Lucia yawned and headed upstairs to lie down. The bedding still carried a faint fragrance, reminiscent of Yu. Suddenly, his phone rang with a video call. Picking it up, he saw that it was Yu calling. Upon connecting, a round, adorable face appeared, her ears adorned with white headphones. Suyu lay on her bed, covered with a pink heart-patterned duvet, wearing a cute little camisole. From this angle, her curves were fully visible. Cough, Yu. Lucia subtly gestured, just as Suyu was about to speak. She realized she was exposed, and her face flushed a deep crimson as she quickly grabbed a pillow to cover herself. Were we saying goodnight? Why aren't you asleep yet? I wanted to see you, Suyu whispered, glancing around, indicating that the dorm lights were likely out. Now that you've seen me, it's time to sleep. No, I haven't seen enough. I want to look a little longer. Are you having trouble sleeping? Would you like me to tell you a story? Suyu rolled her eyes. She still vividly remembered the last story he told, the one about the little girl selling nuclear bombs. After chatting for a while, they exchanged good nights and reluctantly ended the call. The next morning, Lucia donned his sportswear and went out for a run. After 5 kilometers, he took a leisurely stroll and sat on a park bench to rest. Taking out his phone, he looked at Suyu's parents' numbers and decided to dial her father's number. After 2 rings, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Hello, uncle. I'm a friend of your daughter S and would like to have a word with you. Oh, the tone of your voice suggests you're not surprised. What would you like to discuss? Lucia paused for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, you must have already located Yu. Indeed, you're quite astute. Thank you for rescuing my daughter and taking care of her for so long. Chapter 79. Father S. Comrade, why did you not take her away? Lucia questioned sharply. I have investigated you. I know all your information. From a certain perspective, you possess commendable character. Yu is rather childish, and this serves as an opportunity for her to grow. The voice on the other end remained unperturbed. Thank you for the compliment. But do you truly expect me to believe that? Leaving his enchanting daughter in the care of a stranger, based solely on a claim of good character, seems far too flimsy a rationale. What do you believe is the reason? Do you know my parents? Lucia recalled his mother's peculiar behavior when she gifted him a family heirloom, but could think of no other clues. After a prolonged silence, a clear sound of applause and laughter emerged from the other end. You are indeed Lu Dezhuang's son, but after all this time, can you not recognize my voice? Suddenly, Lucia's eyes widened in shock. Uncle Su, is it you? This reminder instantly brought to mind an individual who visited his family every New Year, an uncle who was a comrade of his father and, like him, ventured into business after retiring from the military. He never imagined that Uncle Su would be Yu's father. Now you understand who I am. Lucia found it amusing. This was truly comical. So, you were aware that Yu was at my home, which is why you felt at ease not to look for her. I suppose so. Uncle Su, may I ask you for a favor? Lucia's tone shifted to one of respect. His impression of Uncle Su was that he was a decent person. You wish for me to annul Yu's betrothal? Yes. I know Yu is your daughter, but she is an independent individual. You should not unilaterally decide her marriage and future. That is hers to determine, Lucia stated earnestly. Thus, this is your reason for pursuing my daughter? Lucia felt a wave of embarrassment, as Uncle Su seemed to have grasped the situation. I have few principles, but honoring commitments ranks first. However, considering you are Lu Dezhuang's son, I can attempt to annul the engagement. Thank you, Uncle Su. Su Tianin chuckled softly. So, you are certain you want to cancel the wedding? The other party is the son of a top technology group as CEO. He is significantly wealthier than you. Absolutely, Lucia declared resolutely. There are countless wealthy individuals in this world. If we adhere to your logic, should every girl simply marry a rich man? I cannot guarantee future prosperity, but as long as I am by UUS side, I will ensure she is never wronged. Very well, Su Tianan assented readily. But do not rejoice too soon. Even if the marriage is annulled, should you remain merely a small milk tea shop owner, I would not entrust my daughter to you. I will seek someone better suited for her. I will prove to you that I can take good care of her. I await your demonstration. After a brief silence, Su Tianan, somewhat lacking in confidence, stated, I will agree to assist you, but you must help me in return. What do you need, Uncle Su? When you have the opportunity, persuade you to come home for a visit. If you were to say it, it might yield better results. She has never liked me much. It will be more effective coming from you. With that, the call ended abruptly. On the bench, Lu Xia sat in contemplation, the influx of information overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, he headed home, determined to exert greater effort for both himself and Yu. Throughout the morning, Lu Xia worked at Yujin, while also guiding Shuyu and Shijiang. After lunch, he arrived at the commercial center, where Ruoxue invited him to provide guidance on the operation of Yujin. According to the contract, he was not obligated to do so. Yet, as he had previously stated, his interests were intertwined with Ruoxue's. Her profit would ultimately yield greater benefits for him. In the following days, Lu Xia found himself shuttling between both establishments. The operational model of his Yujin milk tea shop had matured, requiring only that Shuyu and Shijiang acclimate to their roles as manager and deputy manager. Sensing the opportune moment, Lu Xia entrusted the entire operation of the Yujin milk tea shop to them, assuming merely a supervisory role. Given Ruoxue's advantageous location, even selling simple sugar oil cakes would still attract business. Lu Xia's management philosophy stipulated that regardless of business success, the quality of ingredients and hygiene must never be compromised. Customers are not fools, and cutting corners would inevitably result in a loss of trust. As evening approached, Lu Xia arrived at the university, and while passing the honor wall, his gaze caught the uppermost row. It had been 2 years since graduation, yet his photo remained affixed there. He first visited his teacher, Fei Hongqi, not his counselor, but a true educator. His presence on the honor wall was a testament to the guidance he received from this remarkable teacher. Reflecting on his subsequent transition to the milk tea business, he felt a pang of regret for not heeding his advice more earnestly. Next, he headed to the first cafeteria in search of Tongyu. With Eugen's DY account amassing an increasing number of followers, he owed Tongyu an explanation. No longer able to merely settle matters with cash as he had in the past, Tongyu had arrived early, dressed in a floral t-shirt and denim shorts, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Upon seeing Lu Xia, she stood and waved enthusiastically. Boss, what would you like to eat? It's usually you treating me. Today let me treat you, she said with a bright smile. All right. Lu Xia pondered for a moment, feeling nostalgic for roasted duck leg rice. Then wait here for me a moment. I'll go with you. The two made their way to the roasted duck leg stall, where Tongyu ordered 2 servings of duck leg rice and additionally requested a pork and corn soup for Lu Xia. When it came time to pay, Lu Xia pulled out a card from his pocket and placed it on the counter first. Oh, it can still be used. This was an old meal card, surprisingly still active after 2 years. Noticing Tongyu's disappointment, Lu Xia beamed. Look, I still have several dollars left on this card. It would be a waste to discard it. Next time, you treat me to a grand meal. Next time, I will definitely treat you. Seeing no other option, Tongyu conceded. No problem. They found a table by the window, perfectly positioned to overlook the bamboo grove on the back mountain, where they occasionally spotted small animals. Boss, when you plan to head to Jiangsu and Zhejiang? In the next few days, I suppose. I still have a few minor matters to wrap up. Is it really that urgent? Tongyu seemed distracted, eating her meal, as if she had something to say to Lu Xia, but held back. After finishing their meal, Lu Xia retrieved a pristine document from his bag. You have been managing the Yujin account for nearly a year now, and it has reached a stable trajectory. I have drafted a contract. While the salary may not be as high as you envisioned, all benefits are intact, and you will receive 10% of the account's earnings as a bonus. Chapter 80. The enigmatic Yu, please review this, and if all is in order, kindly sign it. As the words fell, Tongyu's eyes brimmed with tears, and she lowered her head, unable to suppress her soft sobs. When she first met her employer, she was merely a freshman, casually encountering a part-time job advertisement at a milk tea shop. Most employers were reluctant to hire someone with such an unstable schedule. Yet Lu Xia did not hesitate to bring her on board. Upon learning of her family's difficult circumstances, he offered her a salary typically reserved for full-time employees. Even when she often couldn't complete a full day's work, he never deducted her wages and entrusted her with the management of a Eugene account, providing her with additional compensation. The account flourished, but she felt she had played only a minor role in its success, with much of the operational guidance coming from her boss. "Silly girl, why are you crying? You help me earn money. I pay you, and I should be the one thanking you." Lu Xia handed her a tissue, smiling broadly. "While I'm away from Shushi, please take good care of this account. With hundreds of thousands of followers, it could yield enough profit each year to buy a car. Whether I can drive a sports car depends on you." Tong Yu rubbed her red-rimmed eyes and managed a smile. "I will certainly protect the account for you." With that, she signed her name on the contract. "Aren't you going to check it? What if it's a contract for servitude? Signing it could bind you for life." Tong Yu shook her head, smiling. "I trust you, boss." After securing the contract, Lu Xia handed her a copy and advised, "Do take a look when you get home. If any modifications are needed, I'll draft a new one. Always be vigilant when you're out and about. Understood?" "Understood." Tong Yu nodded earnestly, the redness in her eyes still lingering, giving her the appearance of an innocent neighbor girl. They bid farewell at the university gate. Tong Yu watched as the vehicle drove away, cradling the contract carefully in her hands. She lowered her head and whispered, "If only I could be like Yu, would the boss notice me more?" At Zhejiang University, in the stadium, newcomers were rehearsing for the welcome party. Upon discovering that Su Yu had passed the grade 10 level in cello, her counselor insisted she perform, accompanying two classmates who had studied dance. During a break, Su Yu sat in the stands, venting to Lu Xia, "My fingers are so sore from practicing. I wish someone would help me massage them. TT. I can help from afar." "That won't do, it still hurts. You need to come over and give me a massage. Can we leave it as a debt? When I come, I'll compensate you double. How about that? Let's make a pinky promise." Su Yu sent a pinky promise emoji. "All right, pinky promise," Lu Xia replied. "When are you coming over? The welcome party is just a few days away, and I want you to see my performance." "I will definitely come." "Send another pinky promise." "Okay, pinky promise." From across the stadium, someone called out to Su Yu, "Yu, let's rehearse again." "All right, I'm coming." Her cheerful voice echoed through the stadium as she quickly messaged Lu Xia before hurrying down. Not far away, a group of boys practicing jazz dance turned their attention to Su Yu. They had heard rumors of a pure-looking new student in the computer science department, but seeing her in person, they realized her beauty surpassed any expectations. After the rehearsal, Su Yu pulled out her phone to message Lu Xia, preparing to return to her dormitory. As she exited the stadium, a group of boys in black work uniforms approached her. The tallest among them, around 178 meters, had his hands in his pockets and grinned. "Hello, Junior. I saw you rehearsing for the welcome party. Let us connect on WeChat. We could discuss anything you need help with." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, displaying his QR code. No, I need to hurry back to my dorm." Startled by the group, Su Yu waved her hands in alarm and seized an opportunity to slip away. At the stadium's entrance, the boys remained behind with the leader, Mu Feng, a second-year dance major known for his artistic prowess, observing her retreat with a gleam of intrigue in his eyes. "Captain, I think she was shy because of your charm. She kept avoiding your gaze." Mu Feng watched Su Yu flee, a smile playing on his lips. She was indeed extraordinary, and he was captivated. Breathless, Su Yu rushed back to her dorm, eager to recount the encounter to Lu Xia. He was so slick, so cringe-worthy, far worse than Zhang Han during the Mao Rain incident. Oh, the memory of his playful grin caused her to shiver involuntarily. Later that evening, with no evening study session, Su Yu finished her shower early, climbed into bed, drew the curtains, and pulled out her phone, donning her headphones in one fluid motion. She had just learned that Lu Xia had returned home early. Dialing for video call, Su Yu sat cross-legged on her bed, using a pillow to shield her legs. Meanwhile, Lu Xia was in his living room, sorting through a pile of clutter, preparing to dispose of items he no longer needed. Seeing this, Su Yu's eyes sparkled like a moonless night sky. She understood the implications of his actions. "Lu Xia, are you tidying up in preparation for coming over?" "Not so soon. I'm just clearing out some things while I have the time." Su Yu's expression deflated, her lips pouting adorably. "Oh, you wanted to come over, don't you?" "Of course I do. I think about it every day, every moment. Even if I come, you'll still have classes. And I need to prepare for the milk tea shop, so we 1TC each other often. I don't care. As long as you're in Jiangja, I can come find you anytime. Besides, I can move out." A blush crept onto Su Yuyu's cheeks. Renting in Jiangja is exorbitantly priced. An additional room doubles the cost, and I have no intention of housing you. You dare? Are you planning to bite me again? In that case, I shall refrain from visiting Jiangja. If you dare not come, I'll rush to Shushi and give you a good beating. Your petite frame cannot defeat me. Suddenly, Su Yuyu fell silent, lowering her gaze and pouting, tears glistening in her eyes as if embodying a tragic character. With a heart-wrenching look, she declared, "I'll give you one more chance, or else I'll cry for you." "I was wrong," Lu Xia quickly replied. "Address me properly. Yuyu, I was wrong. That's still insufficient. Yuyu, my beloved." Chapter 81. Your reward. Do not flirt with other girls. Su Yuyu was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a freshly applied rouge. All she desired was for Lu Xia to call her baby, as the couple she rehearsed with affectionately referred to each other. Yuyu Lu Xia's tone shifted to one of seriousness as he spoke. "I called your father today." Upon hearing this, Su Yuyu's expression turned grave, her delicate brows knitting together as she asked, Didn't he say anything unpleasant to you, did he? Your father is not as fearsome as you imagine. One day, when I have the time, I will return to visit them. He has agreed to consider canceling your arranged marriage." "Really? Even my mother's persuasion didn't work. How did you manage that?" Su Yuyu asked, incredulous. Lu Xia grinned. "Perhaps it's my charm." Noticing Su Yuyu's piercing gaze, he continued, "I promised your father I would protect you, but that's contingent on my having the strength to earn his trust. Otherwise, I trust you," Su Yuyu interjected firmly, her conviction unwavering. A smile crept across Lu Xia's lips. "I will certainly do so." The two exchanged stories about the amusing events of the day, and despite the hundreds of miles that separated them, their conversation flowed endlessly. Su Yuyu wished to recount every moment of her day to Lu Xia. Hours later, Lu Xia prepared to resume packing. "Wait," Su Yuyu suddenly called out to him. "HM?" Lu Xia focused intently on the screen. With her lips pursed, Su Yuyu shot him a determined look as she tossed aside the pillow resting on her lap. "Your reward. Do not flirt with other girls." Just like that, she hastily ended the call. Even after the call had long concluded, Su Yuyu cradled her face in her hands, her thoughts drifting to Lu Xia's image, causing her to shyly bury her head in her blankets. Her heart raced, yet a sweet smile lingered at the corners of her lips. "Yuyu, is the call over?" Bai Linyin teased. "I think we won't need to go out for late-night snacks anymore. We're inundated with dog food every evening, and it's even sweetened with honey." Qinlan chimed in. "Yuyu, I just heard you say he would come over. Has your boyfriend graduated?" "He graduated a while ago and is planning to open a branch here," Su Yuyu replied. "A branch? What kind of store?" Yang Shanshan asked curiously. "A milk tea shop, named Yujian." "Yujian?" The trio expressed surprise, with Qinlan being the first to exclaim. "You mean your boyfriend is the owner of that popular Yujian milk tea shop?" "Yes." "Wow, how old is your boyfriend?" "About 24, I think." Qinlan rested her chin in her hand. "That's 6 years older, barely acceptable. When you took leave for a sleepover, he even managed to escort you back to your dorm. We really admire him. Most men are simply driven by their baser instincts. The fact that your boyfriend is willing to travel so far just to open a branch for you is remarkable. Alas, good men seem to belong to others. Unlike the one I dated in high school, who only wanted to sleep with me and was ultimately kicked to the curb," Yang Shanshan sighed. Hearing so many praises for Lu Xia filled Su Yuyu with joy. She too believed Lu Xia was the best in the world. In the apartment, Lu Xia finished packing and took a cold shower, calming the heat within him. He wondered where Yuyu had stumbled upon yet another dose of toxic positivity. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he found Zhang Xiaobai standing there. Ever since Lu Xia had helped him deliver a gift, Zhang Xiaobai had shown him great respect, addressing him as Bro Lu and frequently bringing new illustrations to show him, making bystanders wonder if they were involved in something more. "Xiaobai, are you heading out for a run?" "I just showered," Lu Xia remarked. "Not quite. Can I come in to discuss something? Zhang Xiaobai asked, glancing around the living room. Of course. Please take a seat. As they settled into the living room, Zhang Xiaobai fidgeted before speaking. Bro Lu, is your milk tea shop still hiring? Can I work there? Lu Xiao looked puzzled. Why the sudden interest in my shop? Isn't your salary quite good? My current part-time job is manageable, but I want to go work with you for some experience. It can't be that simple, Lu Xia discerned. I knew you wouldn't be fooled. I've noticed that Xiao Xiong has been posting pictures with your milk tea recently, and I thought if I worked there, I might run into her. Don't worry, I won't bother her. I just want to see her up close, Zhang Xiaobai earnestly stated, inching closer to Lu Xia as he spoke. Lu Xia shifted in his seat, addressing him seriously. So, you want a part-time position with me? Not part-time, a full-time position. What about your current job? It's been a gig job for me all along. If I want to earn more, I just take on more work. And the opposite is true if I want to earn less, Zhang Xiaobai chuckled. Since you've come to talk to me, it seems you've made up your mind. I'll arrange it for you. But let me give you a heads up. I'll be leaving Shushi soon, and thereafter, all arrangements will be under the current manager's authority. If they're not satisfied with you, I won't be able to keep you. No problem. I promise to follow instructions. After sending Zhang Xiaobai on his way, Lu Xia relayed the information to Shuyu. He had introduced Zhang Xiaobai, but she would manage him from here on out. Once the room fell silent again, he turned back to the several boxes of luggage, a smile on his lips that seemed uncontainable. It was almost time to head to Jiangsu in Zhujiang. Days slipped by until the long-awaited welcome party finally arrived. As a prestigious university in Jiangsu and Zhujiang, the event was bustling with excitement, featuring dozens of performances. In the waiting area, many students preparing to perform were visibly nervous. Most were freshmen, with only a few upperclassmen present, as the evening belonged primarily to the newcomers. Su Yuyo donned a stunning black evening gown that shimmered, the hem trailing over a meter long. Unlike her usual cute self, tonight she exuded an air of elegance and sensuality. She stood with her two partners, a couple who were encouraging one another, while she appeared somewhat anxious on her own. Her fair, rosy hands fidgeting with the fabric of her gown. Noticing her unease, Mu Feng approached with a knowing smile, clad in a striking black ensemble. His stylish hairdo accentuating his confidence as he smirked. Chapter 82. Astonishing elegance, you. Are you feeling nervous? There is no need for concern. Should anyone dare to mock you, I assure you I will teach them a lesson. Mu Feng rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined muscles. Many turned their heads upon hearing him. A few senior girls wore expressions of disdain, as rumors suggested this fellow was quite popular among the ladies. His eloquence and demeanor spoke volumes, indicating that those who admired him were merely captivated by his exterior, neglecting the essence of his character. Echoing a recently popular saying, "You must be starving." Unbeknownst to them, one person was intently glaring at Su Yu with enmity. "I wish to be alone for a moment," Su Yu calmly addressed Mu Feng. He awkwardly twitched his lips, replying, "Then take a break, relax. If you need anything, feel free to call me. I'll be right here with you." With that, a subtle smile crept onto his face, thinking how his gentle demeanor would surely charm her. Su Yu chose to ignore him. She took out her phone and messaged Lu Xia. "Have you arrived? Didi, look behind you." Upon receiving this message, Su Yu's serene eyes seemed to sparkle as she excitedly stood up and glanced back. Lu Xia had arrived earlier, having argued with the staff outside for quite some time before gaining entry, thanks to Su Yu's counselor's intervention. Yu, in the vast waiting area bustling with people, Lu Xia spotted Su Yu immediately. Lu Xia, her eyes were solely fixed on the entrance. His arrival seemed to shroud the surrounding crowd in a delicate veil, leaving only Lu Xia clearly visible. She lifted her skirt, stood on her toes, and hurried towards him, unable to contain the joy that illuminated her face. She paused just before him, regaining a modicum of composure and shyness, though her eyes betrayed her excitement. If it weren't for the cumbersome gown, she would have embraced him right then. Their eyes met, and Lu Xia gently caressed Su Yu's cheek, his gaze warm as he remarked, "You look stunning tonight. Are you referring to me or my dress?" Su Yu playfully mimicked Lu Xia's tone, her expression mischievous. "The dress is beautiful, but you're even more so," she giggled, her heart fluttering like a butterfly. She had heard this compliment countless times that evening. Yet when it came from Lucia, it was as sweet as honey. She took his hand, leading him to a resting area, joyfully exclaiming, "I thought you wouldn't make it today. I made you a cup of milk tea, which delayed me a bit." Lucia lifted what he was holding. Su Yu accepted the milk tea with both hands, cradling it warmly, her eyes curving into a delightful arc. "It's still warm. Unfortunately, I only had enough ingredients for taro and milk," Lucia explained. Unfazed, Su Yu leaned in, whispering in his ear, "After my performance, I'll make you some boba." Lucia felt his cheeks flush, his heart racing. This little fool was becoming increasingly adept at flirting, leaving him, despite his age, feeling like a schoolboy with a crush. "Are you still nervous?" Lucia inquired. Su Yu shook her head like a tambourine. "As long as you are here, I'm not nervous." "I didn't realize you were a hidden maestro of instruments," he teased. "I possess many talents. Don't underestimate me," Su Yu replied, a proud smile gracing her lips. Their interaction astonished many in the waiting area. Those who knew Su Yu considered her a pure and demure girl, unaware of this lively and proactive side of her, reminiscent of a spirited child. From the moment Lucia appeared, the joy in her eyes never wavered. Such feelings are universal. Whether for family, friends, or lovers, they occupy an undeniably significant place in one's life, allowing one to reveal their truest self. As they chatted, Mu Feng approached with a serious demeanor, his hand in his pocket, extending it towards Lucia. "Hello, I am Mu Feng." Lucia scrutinized him briefly before standing up and reciprocating the greeting. "Lucia." The lighting in the waiting area was dim, and, as their hands clasped, Mu Feng discreetly exerted pressure, his muscles tensing beneath his shirt, a testament to his dance training. Despite Mu Feng's visible strain, Lucia remained unfazed. Observing Mu Feng's earnest attempt to impress, Lucia couldn't help but chuckle, gradually easing his grip and withdrawing his hand to spare him further embarrassment. He turned to Su Yu and inquired, "Is he your friend?" Witnessing the earlier exchange, Su Yu had initially found Mu Feng slightly bothersome, but her annoyance grew as she perceived his cold demeanor. "Not really," she replied, her tone indifferent. Mu Feng's expression soured, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. He had never faced such humiliation from a girl since arriving at this school. With many onlookers, he resigned himself to leave, clenching his teeth in frustration. Once Mu Feng departed, Su Yu anxiously examined Lucia's right hand, her tone filled with concern. "Lucia, are you all right?" He affectionately ruffled her hair, laughing softly. "What could possibly be wrong? I'm not afraid of anyone, not even Shi Jiang." Occasionally, he would banter with Shi Jiang at the milk tea shop. Had Shi Jiang been present, he would have been on his knees groveling. "Ugh, that guy's so annoying, always buzzing around like a fly. I just want to ignore him." Su Yu frowned. "He is indeed rather childish," Lucia agreed, recalling his own middle school days when he wore torn, tight jeans and had bangs that obscured his eyes, feeling invincible then. But now, he felt an overwhelming embarrassment. "Yu, is this your friend?" A couple who performed alongside, Su Yu approached, greeting her with smiles. "This is my boyfriend," she blurted out, her lips curving into a fish-like pout that was hard to suppress. The listeners were taken aback, initially guessing he might be Yu's older brother, only to be surprised that he was her boyfriend. Outside the waiting area, we thank the Department of Business Administration for their song, "The Clock Going Backward." Next, the Computer Science Department will present their dance the next second. Upon hearing the announcement, the couple quickly tidied their outfits, urging Su Yu to prepare for her turn. "You got this," Lucia encouraged, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that obstructed her view, offering an encouraging smile. As Su Yu stepped onto the stage, applause erupted even before the host introduced her. Tonight, she was a breathtaking presence, both in attire and appearance. Meanwhile, staff had already set up the grand cello she was to perform with, accentuating her slender figure. Lucia positioned himself at the side of the waiting area, close enough to witness her performance. Compared to their first meeting, she now exuded an air of calm confidence. As she sat down with the large cello resting on the floor, her delicate fingers began to draw the bow across the strings, and the melody flowed forth. On the stage, the earlier couple held hands, gracefully dancing together. Many girls in the waiting area were drawn to the enchanting melody. Recalling the beauty of the scenes from A Smile is beautiful. Chapter 83. How could her stage be destroyed? The moment the melody began to play, it was as though Lu Xia found himself seated upon Xiao Nai's bicycle. An uncontrollable image surfaced in his mind. Indeed, he had witnessed it too. As the song progressed, everything unfolded with remarkable precision. At that moment, Lu Xia noticed a peculiar expression on Su Yuyo's face. He focused his gaze and observed that she was precariously propping up the oversized cello with the tip of her shoe. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the supporting mechanism had loosened. No wonder the melody was slightly off. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to maintain it for much longer. Gazing at the sea of spectators, Lu Xia understood that any mistake during the performance would be a significant blow to Yuyo. He quickly scanned the waiting area, his eyes landing on a piece of black cloth. He swiftly draped it over himself and made his way onto the stage with small, quick steps. His sudden appearance puzzled the thousands of attendees, all eyes fixated on the black cloth, creating a considerable distraction and blemish on the performance. The cloth came to a halt beside the cello, and he knelt down, extending a hand from beneath it to stabilize the wobbly instrument. Su Yuyo, peering beneath the cloth, revealed a radiant smile, dissipating her earlier panic as the enchanting melody resonated throughout the auditorium once more. Many audience members finally understood the purpose of the black cloth's presence. As the song concluded, Lu Xia, still clad in the black cloth, made his way back to the waiting area. At the moment when the three performers bowed to the audience, a resounding applause erupted throughout the venue. The leaders in the front row wore satisfied smiles, engaging in discussions. While an excellent performance was undoubtedly important, witnessing the students remain composed and supportive of one another was what truly gratified the teachers. Su Yuyo descended the stage with graceful steps, her face flushed like a ripe Fuji apple. Performing in front of such a large crowd for the first time, it was impossible to deny her nerves, especially after the earlier mishap with the cello. Thankfully, Lu Xia had come to her aid. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. She searched for Lu Xia's figure, only to realize he was nowhere to be found. After a while, she spotted him emerging from the direction of the props room. His brow arched in a charming arc, smiling as he spoke. A piece of music, and it feels like returning to a summer from years ago. Our Yuyo is truly remarkable. Thanks to you, I was at a loss just moments ago. To escort Miss Yuyo is my honor. By the way, how did you deduce that there was an issue with the support? With those little feet of yours, it would indeed be a problem if I couldn't figure it out. Strangely enough, I had checked it earlier. Perhaps the staff were careless when moving it. Lu Xia's expression turned momentarily serious, but he quickly masked it with a casual smile. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. The gala has some time left. Shall we go see other performances together? Yes. Taking Lu Xia's hand and heading toward the area designated for performers. As a focal point among the freshmen, she naturally attracted considerable attention. The moment spectators saw her holding hands with a boy, curious glances were exchanged, with many speculating about his identity, noting they had never seen him before. As time passed, and the final performance concluded, the awards segment began. Numerous leaders took to the stage to announce the list of winners. Among them, the dance next second performed by the computer science department secured second place, while the grand chorus at the finale claimed first. Following the principal's generous remarks, the welcoming gala officially drew to a close. On the school pathway, Su Yuyo changed back in her clothes, donning a white blouse and black pleated skirt, reminiscent of their first meeting. Lu Xia, are you staying at a hotel or a guest house tonight? Hand in hand, Lu Xia replied slowly. I've arranged for accommodation near your school. Otherwise, where would I make the milk tea you had today? Really? Su Yuyo's eyes sparkled. Lu Xia shrank back, feigning fear. I feel like you have ulterior motives. The next moment, he winced, rubbing his waist where Su Yuyo had pinched him. Who has ulterior motives towards you? Narcissist? She retorted, tossing her head and pouting her rosy lips. Lu Xia explained, my place isn't ready yet. Wait until I tidy up. Feigning ignorance, Su Yuyo responded. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I never said I wanted to stay over with you. Yet you accuse me of having ulterior motives. Clearly, it's you who has them, you self-absorbed fool. With a raised eyebrow, Lu Xia appeared incredulous. This little fool, having been in university, for less than a month, had become so clever. How would he ever deceive her again? Keeping pace with Su Yuyo, Lu Xia continued to tempt her. I brought strawberry candied haws and sweet rice cakes. Don't you want to eat? There are all sorts of delicious treats at Zhejiang University. Just swipe your card. Su Yuyo waved her tiny hand, evading Lu Xia's outstretched arm. Gazing at his empty hand, Lu Xia couldn't help but sigh. It's over. I really can't fool her anymore. This is not the innocent and naive Su Yuyo I first met. Noticing Lu Xia's despondent expression, Su Yuyo smiled triumphantly, gradually slowing her pace. Her soft little hand slowly rose, resting gently in Lu Xia's palm. At this moment, they exchanged no words. Yet it felt as if 1,000 unspoken sentiments flowed between them. After the gala concluded, a girl named Tian Hui was summoned to the office by her advisor. Once the door was closed, the advisor confronted her directly. Did you tamper with Su Yuyo's cello? Tian Hui immediately protested. Teacher, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I interfere with Su Yuyo's cello? I don't even know her. Seeing Tian Hui's refusal to admit her actions, the advisor coldly remarked. There are surveillance cameras in the props room. Do I need to pull up the footage for you? Tian Hui's heart dropped. After a moment of hesitation, she replied harshly. If it weren't for that little vixen trying to seduce my boyfriend, I wouldn't have done such a thing. With a loud thud, the advisor slammed her hand on the desk, exasperated. And you're still being obstinate. Is that a reason? Write me a 3000 word reflection or be prepared to face consequences. Tian Hui protested. Teacher, how did you find out about this? There is no wall that does not leak. Once certain deeds are done, traces will always surface. And let me warn you, do not provoke Su Yuyo again. She is not someone you can afford to cross. Your self-importance regarding your boyfriend may mean nothing to her. Chapter 84. Thankfully, he is here in the girls' dormitory. Su Yuyo returned with a radiant smile. Qin Lan led the applause, her face beaming. Our second-place winner has returned, truly bringing glory to our computer science department. Bai Linyin, cradling her round face, exclaimed in a trembling voice. Wasn't it your boyfriend who came on stage in a black cloak to save the day? What a detail. So brave, I adore him. No need to look. It must be him. Did you not see how Yuyo clung to him after getting off stage? The boys in our class looked as though they could kill with their glare. Yang Shanshan chimed in. Stop teasing me. I was so nervous at that moment. Yet thankfully he was there, Su Yuyo replied, her face glowing with happiness. Ah, thankfully he is here. The three girls exchanged disdainful looks. Qin Lan chuckled knowingly. Tonight, the teacher won't check the dorms. Aren't you going to stay with your boyfriend? Su Yuyo pouted. He won tea, let me. Wow, your boyfriend is quite the character. Is he perhaps lacking in that regard? ISNT, he only in his 20s? Yang Shanshan gasped in surprise. Bai Linyin concurred. What you said does seem plausible. Huh? Lacking in what? Su Yuyo asked curiously. The three girls exchanged knowing smiles, realizing just how naive Su Yuyo truly was. They then proceeded to give her an impromptu biology lesson. After listening, Su Yuyo's cheeks blushed a deep crimson. Lu Xia isn't lacking in anything. Every morning my mind is tainted. What are your plans? If you wish to stay out, you'll need to file a report. As freshmen, the counselor will definitely inform your parents. And it requires their consent, Qin Lan stated. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyo felt troubled. If she told her parents, neither her father nor even her mother would agree. Yet, she simply wanted to be with Lu Xia. Her mind raced, trying to devise a plan, and finally settled on submitting a report to see if it might be approved. The next morning, Su Yuyo prepared her application for off-campus accommodation and submitted it to the counselor's office. The counselor for the computer science department was a male teacher named Li Ming, age unspecified, sporting black-rimmed glasses and a shiny bald spot in the center of his head, an emblem of a seasoned master. After reviewing her application, Li Ming's initially gentle demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Last time you took a month off, I overlooked it because you're a girl, but you're still quite young. Staying off campus poses significant risks. Teacher, I'm not used to living in the dormitory. Please, I beg you to approve it. I've read the freshman handbook, which states that freshmen have a right to choose between on-campus and off-campus accommodation. Su Yuyo pleaded, employing both soft and firm tactics. You indeed have the right to choose, but this is not solely my decision. Leave your application with me. I will provide a response later, Li Ming replied. Thank you, teacher. I apologize for the disturbance, Su Yuyo said respectfully, nodding, and then left the office. Once Su Yuyo departed, Li Ming hesitated for a moment before pulling out the freshman roster and calling Su Yuyo's father. Hello, who is this? Li Ming spoke with a hint of respect. Hello, is this Mr. Su Tianan? I am a counselor for your daughter Su Yuyo, and there is a matter I wish to discuss. Go ahead. Your daughter has just submitted an application for off-campus accommodation. Does she wish to live at home? Far away in a skyscraper, Su Tianan leaned back in his executive chair, startled by this news. His displeasure was palpable. Lucia had only just arrived in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and already his daughter was hastily seeking to stay off campus. Was Lucia truly that remarkable? He glanced at the latest updates regarding Su Yuyo on his desk. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that Lucia indeed took good care of Yuyo. No, this matter is not your concern. Let her be, Su Tianan replied with exasperation. Li Ming was taken aback, but Su Yuyo is still quite young. Staying off campus alone could be unsafe. He recalled something and added, Please don't take offense, Mr. Su. I heard some rumors yesterday suggesting that your daughter's boyfriend has arrived, and today she submitted this application. As her teacher, I naturally wish to protect my student from harm. May I ask the teacher's name? Su Tianan inquired firmly. Li Ming tightened his brow. My name is Li Ming. Hello, Teacher Li. What you heard is not a rumor. That person is indeed my future son-in-law. As for their affairs, please refrain from inquiring further. Additionally, I appreciate your concern for my daughter. During her years at school, I hope you will look after her. Those acquainted with Su Tianan knew he was notoriously difficult to deal with, and few could elicit such courteous speech from him. Previously, a CEO had approached him about Su Yuyo, only to be swiftly dismissed and permanently blacklisted. He found Teacher Li's dedication to his work commendable. Since you are aware, then, that is sufficient. I apologize for the interruption, Li Ming said. Yes, thank you for your concern. Once the call ended, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the application. He recalled the young man who had approached him the previous night. That must have been Su Yuyo's boyfriend. His initial impression was indeed favorable. Meanwhile, after Su Tianan hung up, he ordered the complete withdrawal of all personnel around his daughter. Throughout the morning, Su Yuyo felt despondent. From the moment Li Ming rejected her application, she knew it was a lost cause. Yet, failing to follow the proper procedure would likely earn her a reprimand from the school, something Lucia would undoubtedly disallow. It was such a dilemma. She had thought that with Lucia's arrival in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, they would be together, only to encounter such a significant obstacle on the very first day. During lunch, the counselor unexpectedly visited the classroom. Approaching Su Yuyo, he announced, I have approved your application. However, do remain vigilant about safety while staying off campus. If there are any issues, feel free to inform me. Huh? Su Yuyo stood up in astonishment, and after a moment, her face broke into a joyful smile. Thank you, teacher. Thank you so much. Once the counselor left, Qin Lan and the others gathered around, astonished that he had indeed approved it. I recall a girl who applied for off-campus accommodation last time. Li Ming outright rejected her, Yang Shanshan mused. Could it be that the counselor's wife is expecting a second child, and his mood was elevated today? We have no way of knowing whether Teacher Li is happy, but I suspect Yuyo's heart is soaring. Qinlan Zima. It's hard to believe that Yuyo has barely moved in and is already preparing to move out again. I do feel a bit reluctant. Let us go. Let's have a nice lunch together. Chapter 85. From now on, you're the mistress of this place with a radiant smile. Su Yuhua nodded cheerfully, and the group of girls linked arms as they exited the classroom. Upon leaving the academic building, Su Yuhua's phone rang, displaying the contact name Little Lucky. Undoubtedly, it was a call from Lucia. The three girls halted in their tracks, grinning mischievously at Yuhua and urging, put it on speaker, surrounded by her friends. Su Yuhua had no choice but to answer the call and activate the speakerphone. Baby, are you done with class? Lucia's voice came through. Su Yuhua clenched her fist nervously, replying, You sound a bit off. Are you feeling unwell? He inquired. Not at all. She reassured him. That's good to hear. I'm coming to pick you up. We'll go have something delicious to eat. I want to drink taro bubble tea, she mentioned. Is there one without taro or bubble tea? The three girls exchanged knowing glances, their expressions filled with delight as they exclaimed. Oh, Chin Lon chuckled into the phone. Is it just bubble tea then? Ah, your roommates are here. Why not invite them to join us? Lu Xia's face flushed crimson. Being called baby for the first time while surrounded by so many people was mortifying, and he felt his toes digging into the ground in embarrassment. Yang Shanshan leaned in with a grin. No need. We've already been well fed by you two. You enjoy your meal. Oh, and I have good news. Yuhua eagerly submitted her application for off-campus housing this morning, and the counselor has approved it. We'll help her pack, so remember to come by this afternoon to help her move. Thank you so much. I'll treat you all to a meal another day. Not a bother at all. We didn't hold back on the delicious treats you bought for Yuhua, so we ought to pitch in a little, Bai Linin added. After ending the call, Su Yuhua's cheeks turned a lovely shade of red. She had long wished for Lu Xia to call her baby, and now, with her roommates present, it felt like a surprise attack. If it weren't for Lu Xia's ignorance, she might have suspected it was intentional, as he delighted in teasing her, and only her. Stop being shy. We know you want to see him. Go on, her friends urged with laughter. Okay. Su Yuhua nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grains. After bidding farewell to her companions, Su Yuhua made her way along the path to the east gate. At the entrance, a brand-new white electric scooter was parked, and seated upon it was Lu Xia. The moment she spotted him, an overwhelming joy surged within Su Yuhua, and she bounded towards him like a jubilant bunny. With a sudden leap, she threw herself into Lu Xia's embrace. Everyone is watching. How embarrassing, she said, her face flushed. Lu Xia gently ruffled her bun. Let them watch. I won't lose any flesh over it. Rather than being shy, I would prefer to hold you. It has been far too long. So you want to sit closer? Playfully nuzzling her head against him. Little silly, Lu Xia teased, lightly tapping her nose. He took her hand and smiled. Come on, let's get in the car. I'll take you out for something delicious. Okay. He placed a charming pink Pikachu helmet on her head and grinned. Miss Yuhua, your steed is ready. With gleeful laughter, Su Yuhua playfully patted Lu Xia's backside. Let us go. As the electric scooter roared to life, they sped away together, their figures disappearing into the distance. The afternoon sun poured down, a blend of warmth and sweetness. After lunch, Lu Xia took Su Yuhua back to their current residence, which was merely a few hundred meters from Jiangsu Zhejiang University. The layout was similar to her apartment in Shashi, though it was a simple two-bedroom unit rather than a duplex. Lu Xia had meticulously cleaned the entire apartment, and the other vacant room was clearly reserved for Su Yuhua. Gazing at the room set aside for her, Su Yuhua turned and asked, Why did you rent a two-bedroom apartment? Didn't you say rent in Jiangsu Zhejiang is quite expensive? She was using a card provided by Lu Xia, claiming it was her earnings from months' work. Yet, the gifts Lu Xia had given her were far beyond what she could repay in half a year. She had not asked her family for a single penny, nor would Lu Xia allow her to borrow from her friends. Though Lu Xia was the owner of a small bubble tea shop, it surely couldn't yield substantial profits. Now, with both rent and the opening of a branch, it was a time when funds were critical. She wished to help him save a little. You submitted your off-campus housing application, so I reserved this room for you, Lu Xia replied with a smile. But this will cost quite a bit, won't it? Su Yuhua looked at Lu Xia reproachfully, her cheeks tinted with embarrassment as she lowered her head, saying, We could share a bed. Just with a pillow in between, it would be fine. Although she knew this was merely a jest. Can we still back out now? We could rent a one-bedroom instead. Lu Xia gazed tenderly at Su Yuhua, who was solely concerned for him, gently taking her soft hand and revealing a set of adorable cartoon keys he had pulled from his pocket, placing them in the palm of her hand. From now on, you shall be the eternal mistress of this place. Su Yuhua's expression turned to one of bewilderment, and as realization dawned, her eyes widened in shock. You didn't buy this place, did you? And you've already paid for it? What if you want to back out? Where did you get so much money? What about your plans for opening a new store? Su Yuhua stood frozen, worry etched across her face. After pondering for a while, she thought of Xiaoyu. Even though Lu Xia forbade her from borrowing money, she was determined to help him in any way she could. At that moment, Su Yuhua felt a gentle tug at her waist, and she found herself pressed against Lu Xia. He tenderly brushed the hair that obscured her forehead, smiling. You're so thoughtful. Who cares about you? I just think you're a bit foolish, She pouted, shyly turning her face away. Don't worry, little silly. I'm not that impulsive. This isn't the city center, and given the current downturn in the real estate market, I didn't spend much to acquire this place. Besides, I only pay the down payment. The remaining funds are sufficient for both opening a new store and saving a little for when I marry. Lu Xia said with a smirk. Really? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Su Yuhua still harbored some doubts. But upon hearing that Lu Xia was also saving for a wedding, her cheeks flushed. Let us make a promise. Lu Xia extended his pinky. With sincerity. Su Yuhua nodded and linked her slender pinky with his. After sealing the promise, a joyful smile graced her face, signifying that this place would now be their home together. As she surveyed the empty room, her bright eyes began to envision how to decorate it beautifully. Eventually, her gaze fell upon the vacant room. This will be my personal dressing room, she decided. In the afternoon, Su Yuhua wished to audit a lecture by an esteemed professor, so Lu Xia took her to class first. Afterward, he began to scout the area surrounding Zhejiang University. Before coming to Jiangsu Zhejiang, he had already gathered some information online, discovering that there were 8 bubble tea shops, 5 of which were branded and 2 self-operated, with these 7 primarily located off campus. It was a fierce competition, with a bubble tea shop every 50 steps, like a battle of titans. Chapter 86. Forgot the password within the campus. There exists only one brand name milk tea shop, located in the cafeteria by the North Gate. The most suitable place for opening a new store is the cafeteria on the east side, which is closer to the dormitory area and still has several vacant storefronts. Once the location was confirmed, Lu Xia began to survey the foot traffic and the types of people present. He stood from 3 o'clock until 4, observing that the majority of the crowd was female, with nearly 1,000 people passing through, a rather modest turnout for this time slot. Having tucked his notebook away, Lu Xia made his way to the trapezoidal classroom where Su Yuyo was situated. An elderly professor was lecturing at the front, seemingly teaching literature. University classes are generally open, allowing anyone to audit as long as they do not disrupt the lesson. Attendance was sparse for this session, in a space meant for hundreds. Only about 40 to 50 students were present, with a few dozing off or engrossed in their phones, likely there merely to earn credits. Scanning the room, Lu Xia quickly located Su Yuyo, seated in the front row by the window, blocking the entrance in an apparent attempt to deter others from entering. This little fool had indeed become quite clever. Entering through the back door with soft footsteps, he approached the front row. Initially, no one took notice until he paused beside Su Yuyo, at which point murmurs arose regarding this newcomer's audacity. Prior to his arrival, many had attempted to engage with the freshman girl, only to be politely rebuffed. Su Yuyo turned her head to glance sideways, displaying a hint of impatience. However, the moment she recognized him, her expression brightened, casting aside any gloom, and she flashed a captivating smile. She quickly shuffled inwards, creating space for Lu Xia, who settled into the vacant seat. Their gazes met for a brief moment, and they exchanged smiles, silently agreeing to focus on the professor. Those who had anticipated Lu Xia's embarrassment were taken aback, whispering among themselves about his identity, astonished that Su Yuyo not only made room for him, but also appeared quite close to him. The murmurs caught the attention of the elderly professor, who adjusted his reading glasses, his graying hair framing eyes that bore the weight of experience, and addressed Lu Xia directly. "Hello, young man. Would you care to interpret the meaning of this poem?" the professor inquired. Taken aback by the professor's gaze upon him, Lu Xia managed a bewildered smile, aware that he had only just arrived. Nevertheless, he stood respectfully, turning to face the blackboard. The professor's handwriting was exquisite, while the electronic display remained off. The lines read, "The fish sinks, the wild goose falls, startling the birds, the flowers hide, the moon shies away, trembling in sorrow." He glanced back at the giggling Su Yuyo before returning his attention to the professor. The phrases "the fish sinks, the wild goose falls, the moon hides, the flowers shy" allude to the 4 great beauties of ancient times. The fish forgets to swim upon seeing beauty. The wild goose forgets to flap its wings. The moon hides in embarrassment, and the flowers feel shame in her presence. This is the literal interpretation. However, I believe it can apply to any girl. For beauty itself is not defined. After hearing Lu Xia's explanation, The professor's gaze softened. Young man, your understanding is profound. What is your name? I do not believe I have seen you before. Hello, Professor. My name is Lucia. This is my first time attending your class. Lucia, I shall remember that. Please, take your seat, the professor replied, his attention returning to the lecture as he elaborated on the poem's meaning. The murmurs subsided significantly, and many female students cast glances at Lucia, intrigued by his assertion that beauty knows no bounds. Upon returning to his seat, Su Yio poked Lucia gently with her finger, whispering, "How do you understand this line so well? Have you said it to other girls before?" While he had never explicitly stated it before, he had indeed experienced a moment that brought the phrase to mind. Lucia smiled broadly. Su Yio pouted, her eyes darting slyly. "I knew it. Now confess, when did you see this?" Lucia pondered briefly, tilting his chin slightly. "I believe it was on a Ferris wheel, with a river view, fireworks, and a little fool." Su Yio's face flushed crimson, realizing that the scene he described was indeed reminiscent of their own experience. It dawned on her that the deeper meaning Lucia had just conveyed was directly relevant to her. Recalling that Lucia was a science student, she was pleasantly surprised to discover his literary side. Following this brief interlude, they refrained from further private discussions as the erudite professor continued to captivate Lucia with his extensive knowledge. Once the class concluded, the professor departed slowly, cradling his books, while the rest of the students began to disperse. A handful lingered, their gazes lingering on Lucia with a hint of rivalry. Noticing this, Su Yio turned her head with a playful smile, entwining her arms around Lucia's, resting her head on his shoulder. True affection involves rejecting all potential distractions for the one you cherish. "Lucia, let us go," she said. "All right." Exiting the classroom, Su Yio's affectionate gestures diminished somewhat, as she felt a twinge of shyness with so many people around, though she would have acted freely were they alone. "Am I merely a shield for you?" Lucia asked with a knowing smile, having discerned the inner workings of Su Yio's mind. "Well, what of it? You are my boyfriend after all. If you are unwilling, I shall find someone else," she retorted, not merely speaking but attempting to release her hold on his arm. Yet, as soon as she loosened her grip, he firmly clasped her hand, their fingers interlacing. Now unable to break free, Su Yio's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, leaving the teaching building alongside him. As the crowd thinned, Su Yio breathed in small, measured breaths, her forehead glistening with beads of perspiration from nervousness. She hoped no one would approach her for contact information now. The two made their way hand in hand to the girls' dormitory. On the way, Lucia stopped by the cafeteria to bring some snacks for Su Yio's roommate. After she ascended to her floor, Lucia proceeded towards the parking lot, preparing to retrieve his car. Observing the throng of lively students chatting and laughing, he couldn't help but reflect on how distant his own student days felt. Now 2 years behind him, his mannerisms seemed to be increasingly akin to those of an adult. As he contemplated Su Yio's image, he wondered why he often resorted to teasing her like a child. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of this question. Perhaps from a very beginning, he had been captivated by Su Yio's innocent nature, prompting him to employ such childish antics to gain her attention. Upon further reflection, he realized just how immature he truly was. "Hello," a youthful voice rang out, drawing Lucia's attention. He looked up to find 2 young female classmates before him. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Lucia inquired, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Could I possibly add you on QQ?" asked the girl in a light-colored dress, her voice tinged with nervousness. "QQ?" Lucia mused internally, recalling how long it had been since he last accessed that platform. He likely could not even remember the password. Even if he did, adding contacts was hardly in vogue anymore. Chapter 87. Just use one pair, I apologize. I would love to add you on QQ, but I forgot to bring my phone. Lucia smiled politely and declined, believing this to be the best way to refuse without hurting the other party's feelings. The girl in the light-colored outfit displayed a look of disappointment and nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you." The 2 girls quickened their pace and hurried away. After Lucia walked a distance, his pocket buzzed. It was a message from Su Yio, informing him that her roommate had helped pack her things, and they would bring them down shortly. She also mentioned that the snacks Lucia had sent were delicious. At times, Lucia found himself somewhat annoyed with his own maturity, feeling that it made him seem overly grown-up. After replying to the message, he strode toward the parking lot. Unbeknownst to him, the girl in the light clothing had not gone far, but was secretly taking photos from behind. When she saw him pull out his phone, her heart sank completely, and feeling disheartened, she left. At the base of the girls' dormitory, the four of them worked together to bring Su Yuyo's luggage down. They did not hurry to leave, eager to see what kind of car her boyfriend drove. Was it a Civic or a Uni? Su Yuyo's boyfriend seemed quite composed. Surely he wouldn't drive a flashy vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a sky blue car slowly approached. With its sporty design, they initially thought it was a Porsche, but upon seeing the little cat logo, the three girls were taken aback. When did the little cat start making cars? Though the girls were not well-versed in automobiles, many boys recognized it immediately, and a number of fans of the brand followed suit. After all, during their impoverished student days, even if they hadn't owned a red cat, they had at least heard of it. The Porsche was undoubtedly expensive and eye-catching, but compared to the yet-to-be-released little cat car, the latter held greater mystique. As the car door swung open, Lucia stepped out and walked directly to Su Yuyo, greeting her three roommates with a smile. "Thank you for your help." Bai Linyin blinked, acknowledging that one should help those who have been generous. Qinlan and Yang Shanshan nodded with cheerful smiles. After exchanging glances, Lucia lifted the suitcase and various personal items, placing them in the trunk. As time passed, more and more people gathered, drawn by the commotion. Lucia was surprised that a car not yet on the market could attract such attention. At this rate, it would soon be difficult to leave. After a hurried farewell to Su Yuyo's roommates, Lucia drove away slowly with Su Yuyo. However, Lucia underestimated the speed of the campus network. One person sending a message in a group could reach hundreds or even thousands. The news spread rapidly throughout Jiangsu and Zhejiang University, creating a wave of attention for the yet-to-open rain appreciation. Upon returning home, Lucia placed the luggage in her room, suggesting that Su Yuyo rest while he went downstairs to buy some groceries. While the food outside was delicious, it lacked the warmth of a home-cooked meal. Half an hour later, Lucia returned with bags in hand, not only bringing groceries, but also some fruits that Su Yuyo loved. They say girls are made of water, and eating fruit is beneficial for their health. He glanced into Su Yuyo's room, noticing her luggage was gone, but the bed remained unmade. Curiosity piqued. He opened his door to be met with a sweet, floral scent that filled the air. The once minimalistic room had transformed into a girl-esque sanctuary. Su Yuyo was busy organizing her desk, swapping out his figurine for one of her own. Noticing Lucia behind her, she proudly pouted her lips. "What do you think? Pretty, right?" "It was indeed pretty, but I left a room for you, didn't I?" "Keep pretending. No one else is here," she teased, approaching him in her bunny slippers until he found himself cornered against the wall. Standing close, she tiptoed and whispered, "Do you really want me to sleep next door?" Lucia froze, his face turning crimson as he turned away. "I'll go make dinner." With that, he hastily exited the room. Once Lucia's footsteps faded, Su Yuyo, feeling like a deflated balloon, took shallow breaths, realizing how nervous she had been. After calming herself, she wore a mischievous smile, knowing that Sister Shuyo's advice had proven effective. She watched Lucia bustling in the kitchen, feeling triumphantly satisfied. This is what you get for being so proud and bullying me all the time. More than half an hour slipped by unnoticed. The dining table was set with 3 dishes and a soup. Lucia's cooking speed was impressive. After all, he had mostly taken care of himself growing up. He entered his room, now completely transformed. Su Yuyo was crouched by the wardrobe, folding her socks into neat squares. So adorable. Lucia approached her from behind, playfully lifting her up by her legs. "Lucia, put me down, I'm almost done," she protested, flailing her arms. "Not until we eat," he replied, pretending not to hear her, and carried her from the bedroom to the dining table, setting her down on a chair. Initially resistant, Su Yuyo eventually surrendered and sat on the chair, gazing at the delicious spread on the table, her eyes sparkling like stars. Spicy chicken wings, oyster sauce lettuce, pork and corn soup, and something she hadn't seen before. Curious, she turned to Lucia, asking, "What's this chicken leg?" "Salt-baked chicken leg. A new recipe I learned," Lucia said, picking up his chopsticks to tear apart the tender meat, dipping it in sauce, and offering it to her. Su Yiyo obediently sat in her chair, her little legs swinging as she opened her pink lips. She took a bite of the chicken leg, chewing delicately like a baby hamster, her cheeks puffing out. So delicious. Then eat more. Su Yiyo picked up her chopsticks, sampling each dish, finding them all delightful. She glanced at Lu Xia, who was casually eating, her cheeks slightly flushed. She thought to herself, since I've already given him my first kiss, I might as well share chopsticks too. After dinner, the two of them held hands and strolled around the campus. Upon reaching the East Gate cafeteria, Lu Xia pulled out a small notebook to record the evening's foot traffic and the gender distribution. Curious, Su Yiyo scooted closer and, upon learning what he was doing, insisted on helping him keep track. Seated upright on a stone bench, she diligently noted every person entering and exiting, displaying more seriousness than during class. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. He asked Su Yiyo to shower first while he organized the data he had just recorded. Similar to his daytime research, the gender ratio revealed that girls predominated, making it indeed suitable for opening a milk tea shop. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the data indicated that boys' spending power was still lower than that of pets. There was no helping it. Boys tended to prioritize treating their girlfriends to good food and drinks while finding ways to make do themselves. Chapter 88, a cup of milk tea, costing over 10 yuan and a 3 yuan cola. Unless one encounters a significant celebration, the former shall remain unpurchased. With a clang, the bathroom door swung open, and Su Yiyo emerged, adorned in a warm white camisole. Noticing Lu Xia seated earnestly at his desk, she tiptoed over, lowering her head to sneak a glance. Lower your head a bit more, and everything will be visible, Lu Xia remarked softly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Yiyo exclaimed, hastily covering herself and darting back into her room. You didn't ask, Lu Xia replied with a smile, putting away his notebook. When Lu Xia finished his shower and emerged, the room was cloaked in darkness, with only the bulging comforter in sight. Is Su Yiyo asleep? He inquired. After a moment, he received a muffled response. Yes. May I come in and sleep? A voice, as diminutive as a mosquito, replied. Yes. With a smile, Lu Xia slipped into the bedding from the other side. They lay there, maintaining a respectful distance. The familiar fragrance enveloped him. As Lu Xia turned to his side, he was surprised to find Su Yiyo mirroring his movement towards him. May I embrace you while we sleep, my lovely Su Yiyo? He asked with a smile. Su Yiyo shook her head repeatedly, her eyes crescent-shaped. No, we must each stay on our side. Whoever crosses the boundary shall be a little dog. With that, she extended her delicate finger, drawing an imaginary line between them. Yet before she could finish, her petite form had already nestled into Lu Xia's embrace. Feeling his familiar warmth, she offered only a token struggle before resting her head against his chest. Time slipped away unnoticed until Su Yiyo nestled closer, murmuring softly, I miss you. I miss you too. Lu Xia tightened his hold. Morning arrived as Lu Xia slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of Su Yiyo's rosy, fish-shaped lips. Unable to resist, he playfully poked them a couple of times with his fingers, while his other hand reached for his phone. 8:30. Yiyo, wake up. Didn't you say you have an important class at 9? He shook the soft Su Yiyo gently, who with drowsy eyes parted her cherry lips. What a delightful sleep. Upon comprehending Lu Xia's words, her spirits lifted. Today was the class of the formidable teacher, and missing even one session could jeopardize her passing. While preparing to find her clothes, Lu Xia entered with a set of garments, urging her, hurry, or we'll truly be late. After riding his electric scooter to deliver her to the teaching building, he waved goodbye and proceeded to the East Gate cafeteria, where he spent an hour conducting research, finding the data to be similar to the previous days. He then made his way to the principal's office. Upon arrival, he noticed a discussion in progress and took a seat in the waiting area. Minutes later, a hurried individual ascended the stairs, clutching a stack of documents. Heading straight for the principal's office, his gaze swept over Lu Xia, and just as he was about to enter, he stepped back. Are you Lu Xia? Lu Xia looked up at the newcomer, his surprise evident. Professor Yu? It's truly you. I nearly didn't recognize you. The man before him was Yu Guanghua, whom Lu Xia had first encountered at the National Science and Technology Competition, where he was the leading teacher from Zhejiang University. Lu Xia, what brings you to Zhejiang University? I don't believe there have been any academic exchanges recently, Yu Guanghua said with a broad smile. I've long since left school, Lu Xia replied, a hint of bitterness in his smile. What? With your talent, why didn't you stay at the University of Science and Technology for further study? Yu Guanghua asked, perplexed. Let us just say I encountered some issues, Lu Xia explained. And what are you doing now? What brings you here? I opened a milk tea shop, and the business is reasonably good. I came to discuss some matters regarding the school's storefront with the principal, Lu Xia clarified. Yu Guanghua's brows knitted into a frown, perplexed that such a talent would choose the path of business. Lu Xia had never struck him as a materialistic person. Professor Yu, do you still supervise graduate students? Lu Xia inquired. Of course. Why do you ask? Yu Guanghua's eyes brightened with a smile. I applied for graduate studies at Zhejiang University. If I pass, I would like to be your student, though I am unsure if you would accept me as a mature student. Though their interactions have been limited, Lu Xia sensed that Yu Guanghua was a responsible teacher. Recently, he had visited the University of Science and Technology, where his professors had remarked that if he intended to attend Zhejiang University, it would be best to study under Yu Guanghua. Age is irrelevant. I'm nearly 50 and still engaged in research. If you put in the effort, you will surely succeed. I am currently researching drones. Would you be interested in observing me? Would that be appropriate? There is nothing inappropriate about it. But let me make it clear, if I am not satisfied, even if you gain admission to Zhejiang University, I will not accept you as my student. That is only fair, Lu Xia agreed readily. Weren't you here to discuss the store matters? Let us go. I'll take you to meet the principal. Yu Guanghua urged briskly. Thank you, Professor Yu. Following Yu Guanghua into the principal's office, they found the previous occupants wrapping up their discussion. The principal, a middle-aged man with graying hair at the temples, stood up with a smile upon seeing Yu Guanghua. Professor Yu, with your enthusiasm, I suppose I cannot deny you funding. What funding? This is for the glory of the school and contributions to the nation. Haha, you're indeed correct, Professor Yu. I will find a way to secure funding for you. At this moment, the principal's gaze fell upon Lu Xia with curiosity. And who might this be? Yu Guanghua interjected. This is my prospective graduate student. 3 years ago at the Science and Technology competition, it was this young man who propelled our school out of the top 3. In a brief statement, Yu Guanghua not only conferred Lu Xia with identity, but also with reputation. While the principal's demeanor grew noticeably more serious as he regarded Lu Xia. This young man has other matters to discuss with you, Yu Guanghua continued. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xia presented his case regarding the rental of a shop. With the favorable words from Yu Guanghua, the discussion progressed smoothly, culminating in a reasonable rental agreement for a shop near the entrance of the East Cafeteria. All that remained was to complete the necessary paperwork. Departing the office building alongside Professor Yu, Lu Xia was pleasantly surprised by how effortlessly the matter had been resolved and found the price to be quite reasonable. Not cheap, but certainly not exorbitant. Most importantly, Professor Yu had agreed to accept him as a student, albeit temporarily. Chapter 89. Exercising on the playground. Teacher Yu, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. From Yu Guanghua's perspective, there was no necessity to assist his own. You've matured significantly in these years, but I still prefer the spirited version of you from before. Yu Guanghua patted Lu Xia's shoulder and handed over a stack of documents. This is the initial draft of my latest research project. Take it home to study. And once you finalize the shop matters, come find me. Is it appropriate for you to give me something so important? Lu Xia inquired earnestly. It's merely a draft. Anyone with a bit of knowledge could create this blueprint. Very well, thank you, Teacher Yu. Don't mention it. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, invest more effort into this and achieve some results. That would mean more than any words. Now, I must attend to my tasks. You should do the same. Yu Guanghua concluded. Understood, Teacher Yu. After bidding farewell, Lu Xia took the materials provided by the principal and completed all the necessary paperwork for the shop. To his surprise, the principal had called ahead, ensuring a smooth process. By noon, everything was resolved. Indeed, some individuals are remarkably efficient. He messaged Yu, learning that she had half a class remaining. So he proceeded to the print shop to print recruitment advertisements. He had all the necessary information readily available on his phone. After affixing the advertisements, Lu Xia arrived at the classroom where Yu Yu was attending her lesson, waiting by the doorway. Su Yu was seated at the front, as she preferred the quiet and to avoid bothersome individuals. Upon noticing Lu Xia at the entrance, she winked at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. Before long, Lu Xia's phone rang. The call's origin was Jiangsu in Zhejiang. It was astonishing that someone had contacted him so swiftly. He stepped into the corridor to answer, and it was indeed a student from the school, primarily seeking a part-time job. His plan was to recruit 2 long-term workers and several part-time students. After noting the caller's contact information, Lu Xia turned to return but discovered he was not alone anymore. A tall, slender boy stood behind him, exuding a youthful, sunny demeanor. "Are you Su Yu's boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xia felt somewhat resigned. More likely than not, this was yet another suitor of Yu Yu. "I am. How old are you?" "That is hardly your concern. I like Su Yu, so it is indeed my concern." "Are you implying that anyone who likes you, you can approach me like this?" "I'd be overwhelmed." Lu Xia smirked, sensing that this boy bore no significant hostility towards him. At least he was more agreeable than the last fellow with his hands in his pockets. The young boy seemed at a loss for words, finally stating, "I can see that Su Yu likes you a lot. I'm here to warn you to treat her well, or I won't hold back. Quite the interesting fellow you are. Youth is truly delightful. How would you not hold back? Would you beat me up and get expelled from school, or simply shout at me like now?" Lu Xia teased. The boy fell silent, recognizing the truth in Lu Xia's words. After some playful banter, Lu Xia grew serious. "Yu Yu is my girlfriend. I will certainly take good care of her and ensure she is never wronged. If she is unhappy with me, how can you claim to see that she likes me?" He patted the boy's shoulder, preparing to leave. Just then, the boy turned around, his tone resolute. "My name is Gu Nanfeng. If Yu Yu is unhappy with you in the future, I will definitely take her away." Lu Xia waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "You might as well give up now." As the class bell rang, Su Yu bounced over to Lu Xia's side. In that fleeting moment, Lu Xia felt dozens of eyes from the classroom fixated on him. Unfazed, he smiled and extended his hand. "Let me take you to lunch. I have good news to share." "Really? Let us go then," she replied, naturally intertwining her petite hand with his, disregarding the opinions of those around them. Strolling along the campus path, Su Yu learned of Lu Xia's earlier events. Her joy evident. She was pleasantly surprised to discover how remarkable Lu Xia had been. This led her to think of Jiang Wan. Had it not been for her, perhaps Lu Xia would have already become an impressive graduate student. But if that were the case, how would she have met Lu Xia? Such is fate. With this thought, Su Yu beamed with happiness, resting her head on Lu Xia's shoulder. "What's wrong?" Lu Xia inquired, looking down at her. "Nothing. Just wanted to lean on your shoulder." "Oh, just don't drool on my shirt." "Lu Xia, I'm here." Su Yu's lips curled up, revealing a hint of her small canine tooth. While their actions were innocently intimate, Lu Xia had to spoil the moment with talk of drool, which was rather unromantic. Moreover, when had she ever drooled? As this thought crossed her mind, Su Yu felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks and lowered her head shyly. "I suppose. There are occasional instances, but only occasionally. It was all Lu Xia's fault. Had his cooking not been so delectable, she wouldn't be dreaming about it. That must be the reason." Su Yu silently nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, he first escorted Su Yu to her class, while Lu Xia ventured outside to discuss renovations and raw materials. Since it was not his first time opening a shop, he managed to finalize most matters in just one afternoon. The remaining tasks were minor and not particularly urgent. That evening, after lunch, the two strolled around the campus playground. Dressed in sports attire, Lu Xia intended to engage in some exercise. Su Yu sat on the grass, resting her chin on her hand, quietly observing Lu Xia. He completed 1 lap, then 2. The track was an 800-meter circuit, and after 3 laps, he showed no signs of fatigue. This piqued her interest, and when Lu Xia came near, she decided to join him in running. Noticing her presence, Lu Xia instinctively slowed his pace. Unbeknownst to her, she lifted her chin in triumph and quickened her steps. "Lu Xia, it's no wonder you're not tired after all that running. You're so slow." "Hee. At this rate, I can run 10 laps. Little fool, slow down and warm up first." "Hee. Are you out of energy? You can't even outrun a girl." "You're rather disappointing, Lu Xia." Instead of heeding his advice, Su Yu only sped up. What she didn't realize was that her final comment ignited Lu Xia's competitive spirit. One could critique a man's appearance or physique, but one must never question his physical prowess. Lu Xia smiled, exerting a bit more effort to catch up with her pace, maintaining a steady yet unhurried stride beside her. If you're not up to it, feel free to rest for a bit. Seeing Lu Xia enjoying himself, Su Yu felt an uncontrollable urge to compete. Initially fatigued, she increased her pace. Unlike Lu Xia, who was exercising for fitness, she was merely playing with a ball, or perhaps engaging in a weighted run. Chapter 90. The girlfriend who acts cute is the most adorable creature in the world behind him. Lu Xia chuckled helplessly at the stubbornness of the little fool. He had no choice but to slow his pace. Otherwise, Su Yuyo would surely tire herself out. Furthermore, the pain from lactic acid accumulation would reveal its true power the following day. Su Yuyo opened her small mouth, breathing heavily, having only completed half a lap. Her entire body was already drenched in fragrant sweat. Noticing that Lu Xia had not kept up, she finally decided to slow down. Seeing this, Lu Xia hurriedly ran up beside her, gasping for breath. "I'm a bit tired. Let us take a stroll." "Well, all right, since you're tired, I'll accompany you for a walk. Otherwise, I could still run a few more laps." Indeed, then I must trouble Miss Yuyo to accompany me for a stroll." Lu Xia walked to her side and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The two were but a breath apart. Sweat dampened Lu Xia's clothes, a portion clinging to his body, particularly around his abdomen. Su Yuyo seemed to have discovered something, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. She playfully lifted Lu Xia's shirt. Gazing at his sculpted abs, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Lu Xia, you actually have abs. Didn't you say you're going to turn flab into muscle?" Not merely idle talk. Su Yuyo curiously placed her hand on his abdomen, marveling at its firmness. She couldn't help but touch her own soft belly, wondering why it felt so squishy. "Rascal!" Lu Xia quickly pulled his shirt down, aware that several girls sitting on the lawn were chatting and had turned to steal glances at the recent scene, whispering and giggling amongst themselves. "I'm your girlfriend. I can look if I want to," Su Yuyo declared confidently, her gaze shifting towards his abdomen with a playful smile. "Let me touch it again. You always touch my belly at night. Why can't I touch yours? If you don't let me, then I won't let you touch me at night either. What is there to touch? It's hard as a rock. I like it hard as a rock." The two playfully chased each other, exchanging shameless banter, provoking laughter from bystanders. Unaware of the unusual attention, Lu Xia, however, was acutely aware. He quickly reassured Su Yuyo, his gaze evasive as he whispered, "Little ancestor, let us save the research for tonight, all right?" Only then did Su Yuyo relent, pursing her lips. "Fine, but you must honestly explain how your stomach transformed so suddenly." "Of course it's from working out. Do you think it's drawn on?" Lu Xia explained. "Then why didn't you have abs before when you were also working out?" Lu Xia took a deep breath. "Before, it was merely about exercising for health. During the days you weren't around, I felt something was missing in my heart. Later, I found that sweating helped alleviate that feeling, and before I knew it, I developed abs." This was indeed the primary reason. Additionally, he desired to become better. If he continued to indulge himself, he would inevitably end up with the beer belly that Yuyo detested the most. "So you miss me that much?" Su Yuyo teased with a sly grin. Lu Xia scratched his nose, something like that. "You are who you are." "All right, fine, I am." As he looked at Su Yuyo, who resembled a golden canary, Lu Xia couldn't help but smile and gently pinch her soft cheeks. The two strolled hand in hand around the playground, the aftereffects of their earlier sprint gradually manifesting. Su Yuyo felt her calves ache and swell. "It's so uncomfortable," she complained. Lu Xia Su Yuyo gazed at him with her big, pitiful eyes, her little mouth pouting in grievance. "Clearly fine just moments ago. I told you to warm up. Now you understand why. Don't lecture me." "I know I was wrong." Lu Xia, feeling a pang of sympathy, approached her and bent down. "Hop on. I'll carry you home to soak your feet." Su Yuyo, revitalized, jumped onto Lu Xia's back. After a while, she began to whine to get down. Lu Xia turned his head to ask, "Does it still hurt?" "It's still a bit achy, but you must be tired too, right? Do I look tired?" "Weren't you just saying you were tired?" "If I hadn't said that, your calves would probably hurt even more now. When you get stubborn, you're harder to handle than a pig during the new year." "Ah, you're calling me a pig again." "Little piggy." Su Yuyo puffed up in annoyance, her round eyes brimming with mischief. Suddenly, Lu Xia felt a warm, wet sensation on his ear. Turning around, he found Su Yuyo playfully biting his ear, muffled threats escaping her lips. Say, you were wrong, or else I'll bite your ear off, turning you into a character from Black Cat Sheriff with just one ear. Haha, go ahead and bite. Seeing her threat fail, Su Yuyo became anxious. I truly will bite you. Lu Xia glanced helplessly at the restless Su Yuyo. Haven T, you noticed that two things are about to get squished together? I was wrong. Finally, Lu Xia relented. Then tell me where you were wrong. Lu Xia. This plot felt strangely familiar. Upon returning home, Lu Xia showered first. After Su Yuyo finished washing up, he prepared another basin of hot water for her to soak her feet. After soaking, once she dried off, she casually placed her legs on Lu Xia's lap and sweetly requested, massage. Helpless against you. Although Lu Xia feigned exasperation, he gazed at Su Yuyo with fondness, gently massaging her calves until she declared she felt much better. Only then did he move to his desk to sort through Yu Jian's related affairs. A short while later, Su Yuyo brought a chair and sat beside Lu Xia, curling up like a small kitten, quietly watching him work. Aren't you going to sleep? Lu Xia turned to ask. I'm waiting for you. I might be busy until very late. I'm going to wait for you. You keep busy. I won't disturb you. Unable to resist, Lu Xia reached out to tousle Su Yuyo's hair before returning to his tasks. Time passed slowly, and Lu Xia yawned. Glancing at the clock, realizing it was already past midnight. Looking down, he saw Su Yuyo resting on his lap, her small lips slightly pouting, lost in some sweet dream. Gently closing the laptop without a sound, quieter than the buzzing of nighttime mosquitoes, he cradled her head and carried her back to bed. As he prepared to rise, a pair of delicate, jade-like hands encircled his neck. Su Yuyo, still half asleep, opened her eyes slightly and murmured, Lu Xia, hold me to sleep. Lu Xia couldn't help but smile, bending down to kick off his shoes. As he slipped under the covers, the little kitten beside him instinctively snuggled closer. Soft warmth enveloped him, rendering him momentarily tranquil. Chapter 91. A day of male phobia. The following day, early in the morning, Su Yuyo was roused from her slumber by the discomfort of her sore calves. Had it not been for Lu Xia's timely intervention the night before, the sensation would have been even more pronounced. For those embarking on their first journey of exercise, it is imperative to remember that progress is not made in a single leap. One must warm up and advance gradually. Nevertheless, academic obligations must still be fulfilled. Hobbling into class, as soon as she sat down, Su Yuyo felt a wave of soreness radiate from her backside. How could running even cause such discomfort? She retrieved her textbook, only to be seized by a sudden chill. Turning her head, she found 3 pairs of piercing eyes fixed upon her. The teacher had yet to arrive, and the trio was animatedly closing in. Qin Lan, with her narrowed eyes and a playful smile, inquired, Did you receive it? Su Yuyo, with her single-core processor mind, was utterly bewildered, her face emblazoned with a large question mark. Received what? Still playing coy, are we? Look at you. It's evident you've been through quite the ordeal. The trio, disbelieving, assumed Su Yuyo was merely reluctant to discuss it in front of others. They shuffled to the back of the classroom, cornering her. How does it feel? Have you experienced it more than once? With that expression, it seems you've been quite entertained. It's said that the quieter a girl appears, the more unconventional her thoughts. Bai Lenin, who seemed innocent and endearing, spoke with unexpected boldness, while Yang Shanshan's eyes conveyed a narrative of their own. Finally, grasping the situation, a crimson flush spread from Su Yuyo's neck to her earlobes as she hurriedly recounted the events of the previous night. Upon learning it was merely running, the trio's skeptical expressions softened as they recognized her honesty. Yet, Su Yuyo's cheeks still bore that telltale blush, and Bai Lenin's earlier comments lingered in her mind. Was a sensation they referred to akin to the aftermath of a run? What if one day Lu Xia's primal instincts surged forth? Would she then have to endure such torment again? No, not just once. Reports indicated that some physically fit boys could go multiple times in a single day. Terrifying. Thus commenced Su Yuyo's day of male phobia. Days later, Lu Xia's Eugene milk tea shop officially opened. in addition to replicating all previous operational models. He introduced a promotional package tailored for university students. Typically, milk tea shops would offer promotions like buy one get one free or recharge 100 to receive additional credits. Once the initial excitement waned, interest would gradually diminish. Lucia adopted these strategies, with the sole distinction being his final offer: recharge 1,000 and receive another 1,000, allowing customers to convert this into 10 200 credit cards. Furthermore, all cardholders would enjoy membership benefits, including free delivery services on campus, simply by joining the Jian delivery group. Upon learning of the new shop's opening, Zhang Xiaobai hastily designed a set of bookmarks perfect for university students. Had it not been for some delays with the training staff, the shop would have opened even sooner. Besides 2 permanent employees, all other hires were part-time workers. Lucia had unwavering confidence in his ingredients. These part-timers were not only employees, but also his free promotional force. As the proprietor, Lucia initially intended to refrain from manual labor on this first day. But Su Yuyo, brimming with enthusiasm, insisted on helping, so he naturally accompanied her. By the afternoon, he was astonished to find business booming beyond his expectations. He soon discovered that Tong Yu, Yiming, Shun Jiai, and Lin Miao Miao had all rallied to support the newly opened Yujian milk tea shop. Unbeknownst to him, on the top floor of a coastal building, Gu Shishir gleefully watched videos online about the grand opening, many featuring Lucia. However, her primary focus was not on her son, but rather on the industrious Su Yuyo, whose beauty and diligence captivated her more with each passing moment. Dazhuang, I wish to invest a bit of DOU for my son. How about 1 million? Lu Dazhuang, seated in his executive chair, turned with a look of affection mixed with exasperation. 1 million is excessive. Don't burden your son with too much. Then what do you suggest? About 100,000 should suffice. All right, I trust your judgment. With a radiant smile, Gu Shishir contributed 100,000 DOU to the official Yujian account. In another villa, a wealthy woman was engrossed in videos about the Zhejiang University Yujian milk tea shop, heart aching at the sight of the busy Su Yuyo. She turned to Su Tianan, lamenting, "Look at how exhausted our daughter is. You claim Lu Xia treats her well, but I see it as rather ordinary." "Madam, what do you understand? I believe it's quite favorable. In just a month or two, she's grown so much, certainly more than if she were by your side. What do you know? The principle of raising a son in hardship and a daughter in luxury is lost on you." "Yes, yes. And then we would have a daughter, pristine and naive, easily deceived by a scoundrel, just as she is now, swept away by Lu Xia, neglecting to come visit her mother. And you won't let me see her." Su Tianan was rendered speechless, unable to refute that his precious daughter had indeed been taken away. "By the way, what was this about the cancellation of the betrothal? Didn't you say you would never go back on your word? Why the sudden change of heart?" "I would not retract my promises, but he explicitly requested the cancellation." "You're talking about Lu Xia?" "Indeed, I confirmed this with him multiple times." Su Tianan felt a sense of pride. Lu Xia was clever, but still far from his level. The wealthy woman cast a disdainful glance his way. Even if cancelled, she remains by Lu Xia's side. It's an unnecessary gesture. Let him gloat a bit. At the entrance of the Yujian milk tea shop, "Yuyo, I wish to have the handcrafted lemon tea, made by you personally." "Yuyo, I want the taro bubble milk tea." "Yuyo, I want to apply for a membership." Typically indifferent to milk tea, the boys flocked to support Su Yuyo, bustling in her work attire. While it was manageable and shushy, here at the university, they were amidst a surge of hormones. As the owner, Lucia should have felt pleased to have such a living advertisement, but the fact that she was his girlfriend changed everything. Adjusting her role, he assigned Su Yuyo to simpler tasks at the back, while he stationed himself at the cash register, his towering frame shielding her from prying eyes. Earnings could take a hit. His girlfriend was meant for his gaze alone. With a sly smile, Su Yuyo observed Lucia, who was trying to appear nonchalant, suppressing laughter behind her hand. His intentions were all too transparent. Reflecting on her early days at the Yujian in Shushi, it seemed Lucia had never arranged for her to stand at the bar. Perhaps even then, he had been secretly enamored with her, feigning indifference for various reasons. Such as Sundara. Chapter 92. Su Yuhua's little secret in the afternoon. Su Yuhua was eager to lend a hand, yet was firmly urged by Lucia to attend class. with a righteous declaration that students must prioritize their studies. In truth, Lu Xia had already placed Su Yuhua on his blacklist. Without her presence, business in the afternoon dwindled significantly, or perhaps the excitement had already waned by midday. Although profits were reduced, Lu Xia felt a noticeable sense of relief. As evening approached, an unexpected visitor arrived, Gunan Feng. He did not come to trouble Lu Xia, but rather to apply for a part-time position. Lu Xia immediately discerned his intentions and readily agreed. Since he was interested, why not? From this moment on, he had no intentions of arranging for Yuhua to work. The thought of having a rival under his command was rather pleasing. After attending to matters concerning Yujian, Lu Xia and Su Yuhua made a trip to the market to purchase some of her favorite vegetables. Upon returning home, the two of them positioned themselves on either side of the kitchen. Su Yuhua busied herself with washing and preparing the vegetables, while Lu Xia took his time tidying up, occasionally glancing at her focused demeanor, lost in thought. Lu Xia, the vegetables are burning. Realizing the situation, Lu Xia quickly extinguished the heat and covered the pot. But when he lifted the lid, the snow peas had turned to charcoal. Clearly, they were no longer edible. With her hands on her hips, Su Yuhua glared at Lu Xia, disappointed that the dish he had specifically chosen was now ruined. Lu Xia offered an awkward smile as he quietly cleaned up the mess. Don't think that silence absolves you. What were you staring at just now? Look at you. Lu Xia shrugged. What can I do when there's a stunning beauty beside me? It's impossible to concentrate. His words left Su Yuhua momentarily flustered. Then, I'll step outside, you focus on cooking. Initially fuming, her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly retreated from the kitchen. Behind her, Lu Xia wore a smug expression. His girlfriend was, without a doubt, the most adorable creature in the world. That evening, the two settled at their study desks. Su Yuhua was diligently catching up on the lessons she had missed that morning, embodying the essence of a dedicated scholar, not once glancing at Lu Xia. Meanwhile, Lu Xia organized matters regarding Yujian and retrieved the draft from Professor Yu, immersing himself in research. Hours slipped by as he absorbed all the materials. Professor Yu's research was remarkably innovative, touching upon not just drones, but also aspects such as endurance, simulation, and camouflage. Designing a drone was no longer a formidable task, as global drone technology had matured significantly. Yet, any breakthrough in Professor Yu's areas of study could wield considerable influence nationally and globally. However, for now, these remained mere aspirations. Having organized the materials, Lu Xia quietly approached the bedroom door to check on Yuhua. She was lounging in loose pajamas on the bed, her fingers tapping away rapidly on her phone, seemingly overjoyed, her feet dancing with delight. Yuhua, what are you up to? Upon hearing his voice, Su Yuhua hastily tucked her phone away, her gaze evasive. I'm not doing anything. Noticing her peculiar behavior, Lu Xia chose not to pry further. Everyone has their own secrets, and if Su Yuhua wished to share, she would do so in her own time. After a shower, Lu Xia slipped into the soft embrace of his blankets, and Su Yuhua snuggled closer. With her large, glistening eyes fixed on him, she said, I'm sorry, Lu Xia. You're not angry, are you? Are you referring to what just happened? Yes, I didn't mean to keep it from you. I just wasn't ready to share yet. I promise to tell you in due time, Su Yuhua explained, biting her lip, drawing her warmth into his embrace. Lu Xia smiled gently. Silly girl, there is no need for apologies between us. Trust is paramount in a relationship, and I will always believe in you. Yes. Su Yuhua nodded vigorously, her face radiant with a smile. I will always believe in Lu Xia. Just moments ago, a new book appeared on the Yangshizi platform. Titled, After Running Away from Home, I was brought back by my arrogant boyfriend. The accompanying comments pleaded for updates, free gifts, and recommendations. As the silver moon hung in the sky, time flowed and winter arrived once more. Recently, the weather in Jiangsu and Zhejiang had grown colder, prompting many to trade their skirts for long pants, though a few daring souls still showcased their bare legs. While riding his electric scooter, Lu Xia suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back. Even with one eye watching and the other on guard, he was caught off guard. Did it look good? A cold voice came from behind him. Lu Xia shivered slightly, forcing a grin. I wonder what brand their leg-warming garments are. They look quite nice. I was thinking of getting some for you too. Keep pretending the voice retorted. In truth, Lu Xia had been contemplating which brand would provide warmth and comfort. As Su Yuhua adored wearing various beautiful skirts, a garment that was both warm and aesthetically pleasing was particularly essential. In this situation, it was akin to going out late at night for a haircut. Even if he truly got a haircut, no one would believe him. After seeing Su Yuhua off at the teaching building, Lu Xia playfully reassured her before heading to the experimental building. Once the Eugean milk tea stabilized, he immersed himself in Professor Yu's research. Over the course of half a month, he transitioned from being doubted and looked down upon to gradually gaining recognition. After all, 2 years of neglect had taken a toll. Any past achievements were but a distant memory. He recalled a saying from Lin Miao Miao that resonated deeply with him. Practice more. If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. The past is the past. Don't mistake a moment for eternity. With a humble and earnest attitude, he may not have contributed significantly, but at least he wasn't viewed as someone who had taken shortcuts. Research days could be monotonous, and sometimes hours would slip by unnoticed. Suddenly, his pocket vibrated. The sound was soft but echoed loudly in the enclosed laboratory. Several senior classmates turned to Lu Xia, one of them chuckling teasingly. "Luga, is your girlfriend urging you to eat again? Unlike us single folks, our phones hardly ring. Let's go eat. The cafeteria might run out of good dishes." Another chimed in. Among them were some of Professor Yu's students, as well as others from different mentors, often sharing labs and forming acquaintances over time. Although Lu Xia was new, he was not young, so some called him Luga, while he referred to them as seniors. One by one, everyone began to pack up, and it was clear mealtime had arrived. Chapter 93. The subtext of shopping at that moment. Yu Guanghua approached Lu Xia with 2 students by his side and inquired about the components laid out on the table. "What are you making?" "It's a simulation drone," Lu Xia replied casually. Teng Jian, standing next to Yu Guanghua, cast a glance and chuckled lightly. "Are you imitating a dragonfly or a bird? Can this thing even fly?" "This is neither a dragonfly nor a bird. It is inspired by a flying fish," Lu Xia explained indifferently. "A flying fish?" Yu Guanghua expressed curiosity. Indeed, while flying fish cannot truly fly, their unique body structure allows them to glide over the ocean for hundreds of meters. If I can incorporate that into the drone, the flight distance could be significantly increased. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis. The practicality will require testing, Lu Xia elaborated thoughtfully. "That's an interesting idea. Do let me know when you conduct tests." Yu Guanghua nodded in agreement. "I would like to see it too," the other student, Chu Tian, chimed in with a playful smile. She was a senior in her 3rd year, a year older than Lu Xia, and had a lively personality. "Certainly," Lu Xia affirmed. Teng Jian, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "You speak so eloquently, but it's just a glider, isn't it? Such pretentiousness." Later, the 4 of them departed from the research building. At the entrance, Su Yuyo stood quietly, waiting. Upon spotting Lu Xia, she walked over with small, eager steps, a sweet smile adorning her face. Yu Guanghua's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Is she your girlfriend?" "Yes, teacher," Lu Xia replied, taking Su Yuyo's hand and gently rubbing it in his palm, trying to convey that she needn't wait for him. Yet she still came, her hands icy cold. "Hello, Professor Yu," Su Yuyo greeted respectfully, bowing her head slightly. A smile broke across Yu Guanghua's stern face. "If I recall correctly, you sat in the front row of my class, didn't you?" "Yes, Professor Yu," Su Yuyo responded obediently, her cheeks flushing as she felt the gaze of several onlookers. Yu Guanghua, with an understanding look towards Lu Xia, remarked, "Ah, so that's why you rushed to Jiangsu in Zhejiang. You have such a lovely girlfriend here." Chu Tian added with a smile, "It seems your little girlfriend was recently honored in some beauty contest, wasn't she?" Teng Jian scoffed inwardly, thinking it was a distraction from serious matters. Lu Xia chuckled awkwardly, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment. Indeed, where Su Yuyo was, there was a certain allure. He often considered himself fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful girl. "Take good care of her. I see potential in Yuyo. Be kind to her," Yu Guanghua advised like a caring elder, patting Lu Xia's shoulder. As numerous students streamed out of the experimental building, the sight of the new campus beauty, Su Yuyo, sparked surprise. Upon witnessing her affectionate gestures with Lu Xia, They quickly pieced together the scenario. To their astonishment, Lu Xia's girlfriend was indeed Su Yuyo, an old bull grazing on fresh grass. Someone remarked, noting her exceptional beauty. The envy in their gazes was beyond words. Science students, unlike their liberal arts counterparts, seldom prioritized appearances or possessed charming eloquence. Despite the presence of many graduate students in the lab, few had found partners, let alone someone as stunning as Su Yuyo. Previously, they had teased Lu Xia. Now, genuine jealousy colored their expressions. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Lu Xia felt an inexplicable pressure mounting. After bidding farewell to his teacher, senior sister Chu, and Tang Jian, he grasped Su Yuyo's hand, leading her away from the throng of envious eyes. If they lingered any longer, he felt they might be pierced by those gazes. Watching the couple depart, Chu Tian remarked with a smile, Lu Xia is truly fortunate. Young and accomplished, she recalled the newly opened tea shop, Rainy Insight, where Lu Xia was the owner, requiring considerable capital. It later came to her attention that Lu Xia had 4 other shops in Shashi. Now, with such an exceptional girlfriend, he was undoubtedly a winner in life. However, a trace of concern flickered in Yu Guanghua's eyes. He had inadvertently overheard the principal mention Su Yuyo's background, which was far more complex than merely being a campus beauty. Even if Lu Xia was quite remarkable, in the eyes of such a figure, that level of excellence might prove insufficient. That night, on the bustling commercial streets of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, the two strolled hand in hand, leisurely enjoying their time together. Su Yuyo waved her small hand, her innocent laughter and melodious voice attracting the attention of many passers-by. Lu Xia, having been exceedingly busy lately, had not taken Su Yuyo out for a while. He seized the opportunity to buy her some warm clothing. Beauty and warmth. He wished for nothing more than for Su Yuyo to feel cozy. Suddenly, Su Yuyo tugged on his hand, leading him toward a stall. Without needing to look, Lu Xia knew she had spotted something delicious. Lu Xia, I wonder if this is good? Su Yuyo's round eyes sparkled as she gazed at him and then at the food stall, her expression a mix of eagerness and hesitation. The meaning behind her words was simple. She was uncertain about the food's taste, but was keen to try it. After purchasing a serving and taking a bite, Su Yuyo frowned slightly, murmuring a soft hum, indicating it was not to her liking. Let me have it, Lu Xia said, taking the food from her, and her small expression mirrored that of shedding a heavy burden. They soon encountered a vendor selling iron plate tofu. Su Yuyo turned back, her eyes bright with enthusiasm as she pointed to the shop and asked, "Do you want to eat this?" Her words conveyed that she wanted some. But after giving up a bowl of food to Lu Xia earlier, she felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to be modest. "I kind of want to eat. Let's get one," Lu Xia replied, choosing not to reveal his understanding. He enjoyed pampering his girlfriend. Once the vendor prepared the dish, Su Yuyo took a small bite, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons as she exclaimed, "Lu Xia, try this." She hastily offered him a piece, her intentions clear. It was delightful. But he could only have one, while the rest was hers. Lu Xia accepted the tofu, dripping with sauce. Upon tasting it, he found it indeed exquisite. As they continued walking, when only one piece of tofu remained in the box, Su Yuyo pouted, lifting her eyes to Lu Xia with reluctance, saying, "Lu Xia, you can have the last piece." Lu Xia shook his head with a smile. "I'm full. You eat it." "Really?" "Of course. Look at my round belly," he teased. Only then did Su Yuyo happily finish the last piece of tofu, not forgetting to lick her lips afterward. Watching her flat stomach, Lu Xia couldn't help but wonder, do girls possess bottomless pits for stomachs? Particularly since Su Yuyo had the kind of physique that remained slightly plump no matter how much she ate. Chapter 94. A desire for eternity. As the two turned a corner, they arrived at a boutique brimming with an array of garments that left Lu Xia utterly dazzled. The abundance of styles for women's clothing starkly contrasted with the limited options available for men. Su Yuyo spent quite some time selecting several suitable fluffy coats before stepping into the fitting room. Each time she tried on a new piece, she would dash out to inquire Lu Xia's opinion on her appearance. During warmer days, she typically wore dresses, and today was no exception. However, she had chosen to layer a warm coat over her adorable dress, revealing her slender calves in a captivating manner. She also experimented with pairing the coat with boots. showcasing a few inches of skin above her thighs. This alluring combination was referred to as the absolute territory, indeed a visual delight. Ultimately, her natural beauty shone through, making even the simplest outfits look exquisite. After selecting her own attire, Suyeo pulled Lu Xia towards the men's section, holding up various garments against him. Lu Xia had an abundance of sportswear, so Suyeo bypassed that area and gravitated toward the rack filled with trench coats, pairing two outfits inspired by the fashion of South Korea's Appa style. Given Lu Xia's height and physique, he looked as though he could debut as a model after trying them on in front of the mirror. The gaze of the female shop owner, filled with admiration, confirmed this. When it came time to negotiate the price, Lu Xia was about to speak, but Suyeo preempted him, asking the owner about the cost of the selected items. The shop owner detailed the prices, totaling over 3,000 yuan for 6 outfits, 4 for Suyeo and 3 for Lu Xia. 3,000 is far too expensive. Is there any discount? Suyeo pouted, shaking her head. Seeing their eagerness, the owner offered a discount, bringing the price down to 2,888 yuan, wishing them prosperity. For 888, I'll take everything, Suyeo declared. Lu Xia, watching the scene unfold, felt a lump in his throat. While others typically negotiated prices down by half, Suyeo was carving out a significant discount. Miss, you can't bargain like that. I won't even recoup my costs. Lu Xia interjected, ready to step in. However, Suyeo feigned contemplation, extending her slender finger to assert. The maximum I can offer is 1288. It cannot be more. That is far too low. I'll give you an honest price of 2,666. If you take everything, I'll throw in a few pairs of branded stockings. 1888 is my final offer. If that doesn't work, then so be it, she insisted, taking Lu Xia's hand and casting him a knowing glance as she began to walk towards the exit. The shop owner, appearing distressed, called out, "Wait, 1888 is really too low. How about 2,500? I'll include 4 pairs of stockings for mix and match, all high-end products that 1T snag or pill." Lu Xia looked down, noticing that Suyeo showed no sign of turning back. 2,300. It really can't go lower, the owner exclaimed, visibly pained. 2188. I don't need any extras. Suyeo replied, stopping in her tracks, her eyes sparkling with determination as a gentle smile graced her lips. All right, if it weren't for the lack of business, I would never agree to such a price, the owner lamented, her perception of Suyeo shifting from that of a naive girl to a savvy negotiator. After the clothes were packed, the owner still gifted Suyeo a pair of sheer stockings, smiling as she said, "Do come again." "Thank you," Suyeo replied, delight radiating from her. As they strolled down the street, Lu Xia affectionately ruffled Suyeo's hair and gave her a thumbs up. "With you in charge, it's clear you know the ropes. I wouldn't have dared to negotiate that price. I'm genuinely impressed. Stay with me, and you'll surely thrive," she boasted, her confidence soaring with the praise. Despite feeling nervous, this was her first experience bargaining. She found it exhilarating and realized it could save Lu Xia a considerable sum. Unbeknownst to him, her novel was nearing 80,000 words, and once it earned her some money, she intended to spoil him with countless gifts. Passing by a lingerie store, Lu Xia suggested, "You didn't buy any leggings. Let us grab a few pairs of those leg-enhancing wonders." "Absolutely," Suyeo nodded eagerly, leading him into the shop. They headed straight to the wall adorned with stockings, where the owner, a graceful woman, warmly approached them. In a corner, Suyeo curiously picked up a pair of gossamer thin stockings, exclaiming, "Why are these so delicate? Won't they tear at the slightest tug?" The shop owner, with a playful lift of her brows, glanced at Lu Xia and chuckled softly. "They are designed as one-time wear." Suyeo shook her head, disapproving of the wastefulness inherent in one-time use items, and moved on. After deliberating for a while, she chose 6 pairs of leg-enhancing stockings, predominantly in nude, along with a white and a black pair. After finalizing the price and completing the purchase, the owner included the delicate stockings as a complimentary gift. Embracing her philosophy of seizing every opportunity, Suyeo accepted with a cheerful smile. As they were leaving, the owner couldn't help but flirtatiously wink at Lu Xia. He understood her intentions, but felt unworthy of such attentions at the moment. On the street, Lu Xia noticed the apples prominently displayed at the front of several fruit stalls. If his memory served him, Christmas and the Eve of Peace were fast approaching. Yuyo, do you have any desired gifts for Christmas? Soy Yuyo contemplative. Tightening her grip on Lu Xia's hand. I don't really want anything. Are you certain there's nothing you desire? You're not trying to save me money, are you? He teased, noting how she had become more cautious with spending since realizing the value of hard-earned money. Su Yio shook her head, of course. I want to save you money, but that's not the main reason. What is then? Lu Xia asked, genuinely curious. During our time together, no matter what I wish for or like, you always fulfill my desires. I know you treat me wonderfully, but what I truly want to express is that my greatest wish has always been to have you by my side. Su Yio gazed earnestly into Lu Xia's eyes. If the gift giver isn't you, then no matter how splendid the gift, it remains merely a present. But with you nearby, even a simple candied hawthorn would bring me joy for a long time. Therefore, my Christmas wish is simply to be with you, Lu Xia, forever and always. As Su Yio's heartfelt sentiments unfolded, Lu Xia could not resist bending down to gently brush his nose against hers, smiling tenderly. We will indeed be together forever. My little fool. Chapter 95. Exemplary gentlemen, the day of the examinations had arrived, and everything was in place. Early in the morning, Su Yuhua quietly rose to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Lu Xia. 2 eggs and a fried dough stick purchased downstairs symbolized a perfect score. After savoring the triumphal breakfast crafted by Su Yuhua, he gathered his examination materials and first escorted her to school before heading to his designated examination venue. There were a total of 4 subjects to be examined over 2 days. Upon concluding the final examination, Lu Xia stepped out of the examination hall, basking in the sunlight and feeling an immense sense of relief. Who would have thought that 2 years after graduation, he would still be facing examinations? Hey, buddy, how did you tackle that last major question? May I seek your advice? A somewhat rugged boy beside him inquired with a cheerful smile. Without hesitation, Lu Xia shared his insights. After the explanation, the boy's face lit up with delight, feeling assured of his answers. Thank you, brother. Where do you live? If it's on my way, I can give you a ride. I came on my electric scooter, he offered enthusiastically. No need, Lu Xia politely declined. Their paths aligned as they left, and along the way, the boy confirmed a few more questions with Lu Xia, his satisfied smile revealing his contentment with the results. Lu Xia felt equally pleased, indicating that his answers had likely been correct. As they exited the examination hall, Lu Xia scanned the surroundings for Su Yuhua. Although he had requested her not to come, she had taken the day off to be there. Soon, he spotted her standing beneath a tree, adorned in a JK uniform. Her black stockings paired with white ankle socks and little shoes, draped in a light coat, with her high ponytail and a bouquet of flowers in hand. She was searching the crowd with her beautiful eyes. Wow, that girl is stunning. I can't believe such a breathtaking girl exists in real life, not just online. The boy beside him marveled. Lu Xia intended to approach her directly, but, hearing the comment, he smirked and said, If you fancy her, go ask for her contact information. The boy shook his head. With a girl of that caliber, how could she possibly be interested in someone like me? If you go for it, you might have a 30% chance, Lu Xia encouraged. Really? Be confident, man. Give it a shot. You never know, the boy urged. Lu Xia hesitated before saying, All right, I'll give it a try. With a confident smile, he walked straight towards Su Yuhua. The boy watched in disbelief. Wait, are you really going for it? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. Before Lu Xia could get close, Su Yuhua had already spotted him in the crowd. However, with so many people around, she hesitated to approach, wearing a sweet smile as she stood quietly waiting. Today's outfit was intentionally chosen after consulting with her sister Shuai, designed to captivate 99% of boys. Navigating through the crowd, Lu Xia reached Su Yuhua and gently spoke. Have you been waiting long? She shook her head. As long as it's for you, I don't mind waiting. The affectionate words from his beloved girl filled him with exhilaration for the entire day. To the boy watching from a distance, this scene appeared as though Lu Xia was being rejected, as Su Yuhua shook her head, indicating there was no chance. I was just joking, and this guy actually believed me. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. The goddess had handed Lu Xia the bouquet and had even taken his hand. The boy's mind raced, momentarily frozen in shock. Once the two had walked further away, he finally reacted. Dude, you've played me like a fool. If they don't know each other, I'll do a live stream eating something ridiculous. It was infuriating, far more so than failing the exams. That day, Lu Xia had taken the electric scooter for convenience, and had he known Su Yuhua would come, he would have driven his car instead. With her hands snugly tucked in Lu Xia's coat pockets, Su Yuhua clung closely. Aren't you cold? He asked. No, she replied with a smile and a shake of her head. Lu Xia straightened up, shielding her from the cold wind. Upon returning home and closing the door, he unbuttoned his coat, placing Su Yuhua's small hand inside. This gesture made her feel a warm flutter in her heart. Suddenly, Lu Xia scooped her up, supporting her beneath her legs, and headed straight for the bedroom. Su Yuhua's mind went blank. When she had consulted her sister, Shuaing, she had been warned that if she dressed like this, she needed to be cautious of Lu Xia's primal instincts, as few could resist the allure of a JK outfit combined with stockings. What should she do now? Should she refuse? Would rejecting Lu Xia upset him? Yet, she dreaded a repeat of the last time, as discomfort. It was terrifying. She recalled her sister Jiai's advice to protect herself, should Lu Xia ever lose control. However, the protective item she had last seen was long gone. In just a few steps, her mind had conjured an entire scenario. Finally, Lu Xia laid her gently on the soft bed, closing the door with his foot. At that moment, Su Yuhua anxiously shut her eyes, realizing that Lu Xia was serious this time. Soon, she found herself tenderly placed on the bed, her hands clenched tightly. Her cheeks flushed red as she braced herself for the worst. With a beep, she heard the air conditioning start, and squinting, she saw Lu Xia adjusting the temperature of the electric blanket. What are you standing there for? Get under the covers to warm up. I'll call you when dinner is ready, he instructed from the foot of the bed. Su Yuhua was taken aback. Only after Lu Xia left the room did she comprehend the reality. She had overthought the situation. She opened her hands, feeling the sweat pooling in her palms. She had been incredibly tense. Yet, for some reason, there was a flicker of anticipation. Hearing clattering from the kitchen, Su Yuhua pulled out her phone to share the incident with Shuaing and Jiai. They were utterly shocked and exclaimed, "Is Lu Xia some kind of saint? How could he maintain control?" The two strategists began an enthusiastic discussion, devising plans to help Su Yuhua win Lu Xia's heart. After listening to their suggestions, Su Yuhua's face turned crimson, feeling embarrassed. Just thinking about the discomfort from their last exercise made her shake her head vigorously. Let us talk about it later. Closing the group chat, Su Yuhua opened her writing assistant app. She had reached 100,000 words, yet only a few hundred readers had added her work to their shelves. What can I buy for Lu Xia with these meager earnings? Chapter 96. The Twisted Tian Hui. Recently, Lu Xia had not been present for a few days due to preparations for the graduate entrance examination. Upon his arrival, he received news that the school planned to hold a drone light show on Christmas Day, and everyone was busy making arrangements. Lu Xia, you arrived just in time. We are currently programming, and everything is nearly set. Now, we are contemplating what patterns and scenes would be engaging, Chu Tianxin exclaimed, pulling Lu Xia to the computer, where a group of graduate students was gathered, designing the light show model. Sister, I'm not adept at computer-related tasks, Lu Xia declined. You do not need to code. We merely require your ideas. Others will handle the production, Chu Tianxin clarified. Upon seeing Lu Xia's arrival, everyone made space for him, their gazes fixed upon him. Lu Xia was bewildered. But I am not even a design student. How could I possibly be expected to provide creative input? The primary goal of the principal in organizing this light show is to foster camaraderie among us Zhejiang University students, fully implementing national policies on nurturing talent and preventing our female students from being misled, Chu Tianxin replied with a knowing smile. That has nothing to do with me, Lu Xia retorted, earning him disapproving looks from the group. Among us, you're the only one with a girlfriend. To have won the affections of someone as stunning as Su Yuyo, you must be a master of romance. So stop pretending. You will design the program for this light show. Realizing the true reason for their insistence, Lu Xia could not help but let out an internal sigh of resignation. This reminded him of Zhang Xiaobai, who had sought his advice on courting girls ever since he promised to teach him. It felt like the penultimate student tutoring the last. Nevertheless, he had to maintain the facade. His success with Su Yuyo was truly a matter of fate. His previous tactics with Jiang Wan would undoubtedly be deemed as desperate in this fast-paced era, something akin to the supreme embodiment of a love-struck fool. As she would put it, faced with the collective gaze of his peers, Lu Xia could only nod in acquiescence. First impressions, once established, are remarkably difficult to alter. Chu Tianxin breathed a sigh of relief, having resolved the most significant dilemma. Allowing this group of science and engineering students to handle technical matters was a breeze. But assigning them the task of crafting romantic designs was akin to asking them to pass the English Level 6 exam. Thus, Lu Xia spent the entire day in the experimental building, and by evening, he had finally completed the design. The final result was met with unanimous satisfaction. Yet Lu Xia felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. Leaving the experimental building, Lu Xia made his way to the classroom, where Su Yuyo was likely finishing her lesson. Y&T she responded to his messages. Upon arriving at her classroom, he found most of the students had already left, with only a few lingering. Seeing a familiar face by Linyin, he approached and inquired, do you know where Yuyo went? Linyin turned, her expression one of surprise. She went to find you right after class. Didn't you see her? No, Lu Xia shook his head, a sudden heaviness settling in his chest, causing his brows to furrow deeply. He pulled out his phone to call Su Yuyo, but after several rings, there was still no answer. Today was Christmas Eve, and they had planned to watch a movie together. Even if she were looking for him, it was unlikely she would ignore his calls. Should I notify the counselor? Linyin suggested, sensing something was amiss. It had only been 10 minutes since class ended. Notifying the counselor now seemed excessive. Lu Xia asked Linyin to wait for his call and dashed along the familiar path Su Yuyo usually took to find him, the sight of his anxious demeanor causing passers-by to step aside. Upon reaching the small grove at the back mountain, Lu Xia noticed several students peering into the woods. He called out, "What are you looking at?" Two female students glanced at him, their eyes lingering on his handsome features. "We thought we saw several girls go in there, so we took a look." "Thank you." With that, Lu Xia charged into the grove. Not far in, he suddenly halted, spotting a fallen phone. Recognizing the charming case immediately, he realized it belonged to Su Yuyo. His heart tightened once more. Looking deeper into the grove, he quickened his pace, fists clenched tightly, his expression darkening to an indescribable degree. Regardless of the circumstances, should anyone dare to harm Yuyo, he would make them pay dearly. Meanwhile, deeper in the grove, Su Yuyo was forcefully shoved to the ground, leaves scattering around her. Among the fallen twigs, one sliced her arm, leaving a vivid red mark. "Who are you? I don't know you. Why are you doing this to me?" Su Yuyo cried out, clutching her arm in pain, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at the four figures before her. She had intended to find Lu Xia immediately after class, but was intercepted by these four individuals while passing through the grove. Attempting to flee, she had been coerced into following them with a pair of scissors brandished threateningly. Her phone had rung during the ordeal, and she had seen it was Lu Xia calling, but one of them had knocked it away before she could answer. She did not recognize any of the four. "Why, you little wretch, don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. Behind the scenes, you are nothing but a scheming little vixen. If you hadn't flirted with Brother Mufeng and reported me to the teacher, he wouldn't have dumped me." The girl in the leather jacket pulled out a sharp pair of scissors, her eyes fixed menacingly on Su Yuyo. Since the last welcome party, Brother Mufeng had not given her any attention. She had been punished by the teacher to write a 3,000-word reflection. Soon, many around her learned of her misdeed in damaging Su Yuyo's cello, and while the teacher would keep it confidential, it was clear Su Yuyo must have been the one to spread the word. Now, she was infamous. The assailants were none other than Tian Hui, who had been reprimanded by Li Ming. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Tian Hui advanced with the scissors, a cold smile on her lips. "You think you have a pretty face? You enjoy pretending to be pure? If I were to ruin that face, do you think anyone would still adore you? Then we shall see how you continue to pretend. Do not expect anyone to come to your rescue, for that opportunity has slipped away. Even if I were to mar your face, it would merely cost me some money and a warning. My family has plenty of wealth." Su Yuyo had never encountered such a situation, her eyes welling with tears. Terrified, she began to back away, only to realize her calf had twisted when she fell, sending a jolt of pain through her body. She recalled Lu Xia's words during a stroll, If one encounters a problem they cannot resolve, they must try to buy time. Swallowing hard, she attempted to suppress her tears and spoke Tian Hui. Intentionally causing bodily harm can lead to imprisonment of up to 3 years, along with expulsion from school. She turned her gaze to the 3 accomplices. You two will not escape punishment. Though it may be lighter, it will forever stain your records. And in the real world, even if you were a genius, no company will hire you. As her words sank in, she noticed the 3 behind Tian Hui exchanging nervous glances. Seizing the opportunity to stall, she continued. If you cease this now, I can pretend nothing happened. I understand that you acted impulsively. I will not hold it against you. Moreover, I have no relationship with Mufeng. He has been the one pursuing me. Shut up, Tian Hui snapped. How could Brother Mufeng ever pursue you? He is far too remarkable for someone like you. With that, her eyes glinted with venom as she brandished the scissors, inching closer to Su Yuyo. Su Yuyo endured the pain, panic-stricken as she stumbled backward. No matter what she uttered, Tian Hui maintained a demeanor of cold disdain. At this moment, only one name echoed in her mind. Lucia, I am so frightened. Where are you? Chapter 97. Ruthless, the sound of crunching leaves approached swiftly, a figure sprinting towards them. The 4 girls turned to look, but before they could discern the identity of the newcomer, Tian Hui, clutching her scissors, was seized by a powerful hand at her back. Suddenly, her frail body was lifted off the ground, and, with a forceful toss, she was flung several meters away, crashing into the thicket. The other 3 girls attempted to rush forward to assist, but the figure turned sharply, eyes ablaze with fury. It was Lu Xia, who had arrived just in time. A single glance at Su Yuyo on the ground turned his expression into a mask of rage, his eyes appearing bloodshot. At this moment, the 3 girls, resembling little delinquents, finally realized the need to flee. Lu Xia strode forward, seizing one girl with one hand while the other girl received a swift kick to her back, leaving a distinct shoe print as she was sent sprawling to the ground, sliding several meters across the leaves. His strikes were swift, precise, and merciless. Big brother, we know we were wrong. It was Tian Hui who called us here. We did nothing. Just ask Su Yuyo. We didn't even touch her. The girl in Lu Xia's grip was nearly paralyzed with fear. They were girls after all, and this man treated them as though they were nothing. The other girl nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Lu Xia released the girls, letting them crash onto the ground. As they scrambled to get up and flee, a cold voice pierced through the air. Did I permit you to leave? The 2 girls froze as if time had stopped, lying on the ground, trembling. They had witnessed his brutality and knew they could not outrun him even if they tried. It was undeniably ruthless. In less than half a minute, one girl lay silent amidst the bushes, and another crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, while the remaining 2 were on the verge of wetting their pants. Lu Xia turned, trembling, and approached Su Yuyo, who was still sobbing in fear. As he drew near, a pair of grayish hands enveloped him, and she burst into tears. Lu Xia, you finally came. Hearing her fearful voice shattered his heart. He wished nothing more than to crush those 4 girls like ants. It is said that a dragon has its reverse scale. Touching it leads to certain death, and for Lu Xia, Su Yuyo was his reverse scale. He embraced her tenderly, forcing a smile onto his fierce visage, whispering softly, do not fear. As long as I am here, anyone who dares to harm you shall face dire consequences. Su Yuyo gazed at Lu Xia with tearful eyes. Until now, she had always seen him as calm and gentle. She never imagined he could become so terrifying because of her. Even she was taken aback by his earlier actions, let alone anyone else. Looking into his eyes, which brimmed with aggression, she mustered a brave smile. I'm fine. Please don't hurt anyone else. She preferred Lu Xia to remain unharmed over the punishment of those 4 girls. All right, I will heed your wishes. After a while, Bai Lin, along with the counselor and several security personnel, hurried over. The sight that greeted them was one of utter chaos, and Li Ming's expression was one of utmost dismay. Ignoring the scene, Lu Xia removed his jacket and draped it over Su Yuyo's shoulders before lifting her up. Bai Lin and Li Ming approached, while the other security guards went to assess the conditions of the 4 girls. Yuyo, are you all right? Bai Lin asked with concern. Su Yuyo was not the type of girl to be strong in the face of adversity. She usually confided in Lu Xia whenever she felt wronged. However, this time she merely shook her head, forcing a smile despite her pale lips. I'm okay. I'm just glad Lucia came. Li Ming, having guessed the situation, sighed heavily. Let us head to the hospital. The events in the small grove quickly spread throughout the campus, and soon a wave of videos and images flooded online. The school's public relations team rushed to quell the incident, but they underestimated the speed at which information spread on the internet. It wasn't until the authorities received internal news that the matter seemed to vanish without a trace. At the hospital, Lucia remained by Su Yuyo's side, unwavering and vigilant. After a medical examination, it was revealed she had only minor abrasions and a slight ankle sprain. Rest for a couple of days would suffice. Lucia exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. However, the four girls were far less fortunate. The two with the least injuries bore large bruises on their backs, while the girl who was kicked suffered from minor internal bleeding. As for the mastermind, Tian Hui, she was in the direst condition. She had fallen onto a bare rock in the thicket, losing consciousness upon impact. With a concussion, broken ribs, and numerous injuries, her back was a patchwork of bruises. The doctor, upon learning that all this was inflicted by the boy beside the lightly injured girl, gasped in shock. In his many years as a physician, he had never witnessed such brutality from a boy towards a girl. It was as if he had no regard for her humanity. Principal and Yu Guanghua soon arrived. Yu Guanghua approached Su Yuyo's hospital bed, expressing concern. Yuyo, are you all right? Su Yuyo shook her head, assuring him that her injuries were minor and that she had merely been frightened. Lucia remained by her side, holding her hand as if he knew her thoughts, never leaving her side. Lucia, come with me. I need to speak with you, Yu Guanghua said, looking at him seriously. Lucia glanced back at Su Yuyo, hesitating for a moment before calling to Bai Linin and the other girls. Please stay with Yuyo. I'll be right back. Don't worry, we're here. Qin Lan and Yang Shanshan, having learned of the incident, rushed over from the dormitory, while Bai Linin remained by Su Yuyo's side. Once outside the ward, Yu Guanghua led Lucia to a corner, frowning. Lucia, you were a bit too impulsive this time. At this rate, even if it was self-defense, it could be considered excessive force. Lucia was well aware of this, but at that moment, he hadn't thought about it all. Now, reflecting on his actions made him feel quite terrifying. The police will be here shortly. You need to cooperate actively. The principal and I will find a way to help you. It's best if we can negotiate. Otherwise, it could have significant repercussions on your future. Yu Guanghua advised earnestly. Though Yu Guanghua had yet to marry or have children, he held a fondness for Lucia, appreciating his intelligence and sincerity. He was determined not to let this incident ruin the boy's life. Understood, teacher. Lucia nodded in acknowledgement. As fate would have it, just then the sound of police sirens echoed from the entrance, and several tall officers entered. After a brief investigation into the situation, they decided to take Lucia for questioning. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyo rushed out of the ward without even putting on her shoes, standing in front of Lucia to block his path. Officer, it was them who threatened me with scissors and forced me into the thicket. They even tried to slash my face. Lucia only hurt them to protect me. I'm willing to compensate for whatever it takes. As long as you don't take him away, we will certainly investigate thoroughly, the officer replied sternly. Lucia stepped aside, taking Su Yuyo's hand. His expression calm as he smiled reassuringly. It's just a conversation. I'll be back soon. No, I'll go with you. She held onto his hand tightly, refusing to let go. Lucia's expression was one of difficulty, but seeing her determined gaze, he knew he could not dissuade her. So he reluctantly accompanied the police to the station for questioning. Two other girls with minor injuries were also taken along. Upon arriving at the police station, a familiar figure caught Lucia's eye. It was Su Tianan. Seeing him, Su Yuyo became anxious, clutching Lucia's hand tightly. Su Tianan hurried over, anxiously checking her for injuries. Yuyo, are you hurt anywhere? Su Yuyo shook her head. I'm fine. After a brief inspection, Su Tianan finally felt relieved. He stood up and turned to Lucia, approaching him with a serious demeanor. Lucia felt a deep sense of guilt towards Su Tianan. He had solemnly vowed to take good care of Yuyu, yet she found herself in such peril. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 98. The Astonished Duo Bang. A light but firm blow struck Lucia's chest. Su Tiannin managed a faint smile, having learned the full story. As a man, he would face the investigation with integrity, leaving the rest for him to resolve. Beside him, Su Yuyo relaxed her delicate frame, having been prepared to shield Lu Xia, fearing her father might harm him. The two followed the police officers into the precinct for questioning. Su Tiannan instructed a few individuals behind him to remain there, while he entered a small golden car and answered a phone call. "Old Su, are the children all right?" "They're fine. It's just that Xia might be in a bit of trouble. I'm heading to sort it out now, as long as they are unharmed. I misjudged your son. In our day, he would have been quite formidable. Well, look at whose blood he carries. Honestly, I don't understand your thinking. With Xia's temperament, if nurtured properly, he could certainly take over your legacy. Alas, old Su, do you truly believe that at our level, we are living joyfully? You wouldn't want your daughter to marry a man who is perpetually busy, would you? I don't wish to constrain Lu Xia. Let the children live as they desire, as long as they find happiness. I suppose you have a point there. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Yes, I appreciate your efforts. We are both individuals who have weathered our fair share of challenges. Let us not dwell on that." Once all the statements were recorded, the police left him alone in the room. Time passed, drifting into the early hours of the morning. Lu Xia sat in the empty chamber, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, never having imagined he would find himself detained at a police station. He had a modicum of understanding of the law. His actions would likely be deemed excessive self-defense. Should the other party refuse mediation, he would undoubtedly face a period of confinement. Once inside, his record would bear the stain for a lifetime. But if one were to ask him if he regretted it, his answer would be no. The situation had been dire. Had he delayed even a moment, Yuyo might have suffered irreversible harm. He wondered how Yuyo was faring alone, whether she felt frightened after such a tumultuous episode, undoubtedly shaken both physically and mentally. The thought stirred a flicker of anger within his calm eyes. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor, rousing him from his reverie. He lifted his weary brow to see Uncle Su and Su Yuyo, accompanied by several police officers. Su Yuyo's anxious gaze swept the room until it landed on Lu Xia, seated in silence. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed towards him. "Lu Xia, Dad says it's all right now. Those individuals have accepted mediation, and we can go home soon." An older police officer approached to unlock the door and brief Lu Xia, instructing him to sign a document shortly. "Thank you." Lu Xia nodded in acknowledgement. "Young man, don't be too impulsive in a crisis." "Understood." As he stepped out of the interrogation room, Su Yuyo dove into his embrace, refusing to let go. A gentle smile broke through Lu Xia's previously stiff expression as he wrapped his arms around her, soothingly patting her back. "Silly girl, see? I'm fine." She nestled closer, clinging tightly. The nearby police officers exchanged glances, silently admiring the bond between the young couple. They were well aware of the circumstances. As men, it was only natural to be driven by emotions when witnessing harm come to one's beloved. Yet, they acknowledged that impulsiveness had its limits. The law should be wielded when necessary. From behind, Su Tiannan observed the entwined duo, taking a deep breath. Though his only precious daughter had been put at risk, he felt a pang of heartache. Nonetheless, knowing that Yuyo had found a man willing to risk everything for her brought him a sense of solace. Reflecting on his attempts to persuade Lu Xia to cancel the wedding, he realized it had been an unnecessary endeavor. "All right now. The police officers are waiting to finish their shift. Let's not linger." Lu Xia gently wiped the tears from Su Yuyo's eyes, beaming brightly. "Yes," she nodded softly, taking his hand, their fingers interlacing tightly. Upon exiting the precinct, Lu Xia addressed Su Tiannan. "Uncle Su, although I'm unsure of the methods you employed, I appreciate your assistance with today's matters." Su Tiannan rolled his eyes and frowned. "Why do you sound like your father? You fought for my daughter. This trivial matter should be a piece of cake for me to resolve. What face would I have as your future father-in-law otherwise?" "Dad, does this mean you approve of Lu Xia?" Su Yuyo's face lit up with surprise. Su Tiannan sighed, perplexed by how Lu Xia had bewitched her so thoroughly. "Even if I disapproved, what difference would it make? Would you leave him?" Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she clung tightly to Lu Xia's arm, a gesture that spoke volumes. She glanced back at her father, realizing that the earlier exchange between him and Lu Xia felt strangely familiar. It seemed they had a deeper connection, possibly even knowing Lucia's father. "Dad, do you know Lucia?" Su Tianan regarded his naive daughter, having overprotected her since childhood. Like a flower sheltered from a storm. "Not only do I know him, but when Lucia was born, I was right outside the delivery room. I even changed his diapers." "Huh?" Su Yuyo's expression transformed into one of shock. "You ran away from the arranged marriage I set up for you, traveled thousands of kilometers, and yet you ended up back with the same person," Su Tianan mused, marveling at the serendipity of fate. At this revelation, both Su Yuyo and Lucia were left bewildered, grappling with the implications. "The betrothed mentioned by Dad, is that you? How can this be?" Lucia was incredulous. Yuyo had claimed her betrothed was the son of a tech mogul, while he was merely an ordinary businessman. The disparity was vast. "You might want to ask Lu Dazhuang about that." "I have no intention of covering for him," Su Tianan replied. Lucia pressed further. "If what you say is true, then you were aware of Yuyo's presence by the river and that I took her away. Was this all part of your design?" Su Tianan shook his head for that. "I must thank you. After Yuyo's belongings and phone were stolen, we lost her tracking information. By the time we found her again, she was already at your home. Upon learning it was you, I had them withdraw." Lucia was rendered speechless. Su Yuyo, beside him, was so astonished that words escaped her. She had overheard their entire conversation, and the realization dawned upon her. The betrothed her father had mentioned, the one merely a few years her senior, was Lucia. They had been bound by a promise from the very beginning. Chapter 99. It's all right even if you can't, however. Do not rejoice too soon. Do not forget our previous conversation where you personally annulled the betrothal. I even sought your confirmation on this matter. Therefore, from that moment onward, there exists no marital bond between you and Yuyo. Should you treat Yuyo poorly, or if she no longer harbors affection for you in the future, I will not permit her to marry you." Su Tianan spoke earnestly. Lucia regained his focus, indifferent to the cancellation of the marriage. Even had he known of this beforehand, his stance would remain unchanged. Yuyo is an independent being, not a mere appendage to anyone. Her choices belong solely to her. His gaze settled seriously on Su Yuyo. "I will strive with my own efforts to win Yuyo's hand in marriage." A faint blush adorned Su Yuyo's cheeks, reminiscent of the early summer sunset. "Who says? I will marry you?" Just as she began to grasp the situation, she overheard her father and Lucia discussing marriage. Her mind was a whirlwind, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. "If you do not marry me, I shall be your boyfriend for a lifetime." "No, I do not want you to be my boyfriend for a lifetime." "Then if you refuse to marry me and deny me that title, what do you wish for me to be?" Lucia leaned down, laughing as he spoke. I haven't decided yet. I will let you know when I do." Su Yuyo shyly lowered her head, observing the playful exchange between the two. Su Tianan's stern expression softened somewhat. Perhaps Lu Dazhuang's choice was indeed the right one. At their level, how many could still experience such joy? After bidding farewell to Su Tianan, the couple returned home hand in hand. After freshening up, they embraced on the bed, unable to drift into slumber for a long while. Lucia gently held Su Yuyo's soft hand, his gaze falling on a red mark on her skin as he leaned down to ask gently, "Does it still hurt?" Su Yuyo shook her head, laughing carefreely. "Fortunately, I went to the hospital in time. Otherwise, the wound would have healed." Lucia playfully pinched the tip of Su Yuyo's nose. "What nonsense have you been learning online?" He. Su Yuyo nestled comfortably against his chest. "Lucia, can you promise me something?" Lucia nodded in agreement. "I will promise you anything. In the future, even if I encounter danger, you must remain calm and prioritize your own safety. All right? I cannot agree to that." Lucia flatly refused. Su Yuyo climbed off Lucia, her round eyes fixed on him. "You must promise me. Otherwise, I will." "I will. You simply must agree. I can promise you anything." "But not this," he insisted. "Why not?" "I do not know why, but when I see you in danger, my mind goes blank, and I only wish to eliminate any threats to you." While at the police station, I wondered how I would act if given another chance. After much contemplation, I realized that regardless of how rational I strive to be, if you were truly in peril, I would rush in without hesitation, even at great cost. Suddenly, a soft pair of lips sealed Lucia's, rendering him unable to speak for a time. The fierce glint in his eyes softened once more. He wrapped his arms around Su Yuyo's waist, as if wanting to meld her into him. After an indeterminate time, they slowly parted, gazing into each other's eyes, breathing heavily. Lu Xia held Su Yuyo's waist with fervent intensity, while his other hand instinctively wandered to a soft area. Su Yuyo, perched on his lap and clinging to his neck, shyly lowered her head, resembling a blooming lotus or a rain-soaked peach blossom. Ultimately, Lu Xia's reason triumphed over desire. As he had previously stated, true affection is not merely a fleeting passion. It embodies responsibility and commitment. He would eventually claim the alluring Su Yuyo, but not at this moment. It must wait until their engagement. Lying back on the bed, Lu Xia embraced Su Yuyo, using one hand as a pillow for her head, while the other rested on her waist. The dim room echoed with their synchronized heartbeats, a rhythmic cadence. Turning her back to Lu Xia, Su Yuyo bit her lip and asked, Lu Xia, is that more painful than running last time? At her words, Lu Xia's brain momentarily stalled. Why would Yuyo suddenly inquire about this? Who told you? That would hurt more than running. Lu Xia responded delicately. It's just. Qinlan and the others said that when I finished running and went to class, they thought you had, with me. So, are you afraid of hurting me? Hence you refrain from touching me? Unable to contain his laughter, Lu Xia found Su Yuyo utterly adorable as he gently squeezed her soft hand. Are you afraid of pain? Yes. Su Yuyo hesitated but added, however, if it's you, I can endure the pain. If I tell you that it's not very painful, would you believe me? Of course. Yet if that were the case, why, despite your apparent desire, do you not act on it? Su Yuyo recalled the words of Shu Yu and Shun Jiai, but feared hurting Lu Xia, so she spoke softly. Are you not capable in that regard? It's all right. Even if you can't, I will still be with you forever. If it truly is an issue, there are medications. I do not care about such things. In the darkness, Lu Xia's eyes widened in disbelief at Su Yuyo's outpouring of sincerity. How could a 24-year-old lifelong single suddenly be incapable? If he did not clarify soon, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yuyo, I must give you a proper lesson. With that, Lu Xia's improvised biology class commenced. After half an hour of rapid-fire education, Lu Xia reiterated, thus I am not incapable. I simply wish to reserve this beautiful moment for the most significant time in your life. Do you understand? Now, Su Yuyo's eyes widened in realization. So, it was only a bit painful at the start. It wouldn't be like the soreness from running. So that's what it is. But what did Qinlan mean by pain and pleasure? Should I ask Lu Xia? All right, let us get some sleep. Free from the label of incapacity, Lu Xia felt a wave of satisfaction. A man may lack charm or height, but he must never be deemed inadequate in that regard. It is a fundamental principle. Oh, okay. Su Yuyo nodded her little head. I will ask again next time. A few minutes later, as Lu Xia held the fragrant Yuyo on the brink of slumber, a soft voice broke the silence. Lu Xia, do boys really like to touch that? Chapter 100. Offending the wrong person. Lu Xia, in a state of confusion, asked, what do you mean by that? Is it the one you just touched? His mind involuntarily drifted back to the recent scene, stirring up a renewed restlessness within him. It appeared that his lectures had been too subtle. He resolved to elevate his discourse next time. Suddenly, Lu Xia felt a tug on his hand as a blob of slime fell back into his palm, accompanied by Su Yuyo's innocent laughter. As long as Lu Xia likes it, that's enough. Lu Xia felt as though he had been frozen in place, the drowsiness evaporating, and he dared not move. After a long pause, a wicked thought surfaced. Once this notion emerged, it seemed indelibly etched in his mind, impossible to shake off. Perhaps this would suffice. At the entrance of the classroom, the first lesson had yet to begin. Su Yuyo appeared holding a cup of warm soy milk. Her entrance silencing the previously rambunctious crowd, all eyes drawn to her. As she walked into the classroom, another figure followed closely behind, Lu Xia carrying a simple canvas bag. Qinlan and her two friends stared at the pair in astonishment. They had witnessed the police taking Lu Xia and Su Yuyo away the day before. And while they could accept Yuyo's safe return, Lu Xia's nonchalant demeanor surprised them. What was going on? Su Yuyo placed her cup on the front row desk, reached for Lu Xia's hand, and pulled him to sit beside her. Today, the laboratory was quiet, and Lu Xia had decided to accompany her to class. Unbeknownst to her, he was concerned that the events of the previous day might affect her. Not everyone could control their words and gazes. From the moment he entered, he had sensed it. Lucia's presence caused several girls to rise from their seats, much like mice fleeing from a cat, relocating to safer distances. Rumors about Lucia had taken on a life of their own. Only Qinlan and her friends remained, seizing the opportunity to position themselves behind him, as they were aware of the truth. Not far behind, why is he in our class? What bad luck. I misjudged him. He appears gentle and refined, yet harbors a violent nature. It's best to keep a safe distance, lest he suddenly go berserk. I heard from classmates that those 4 girls were in a terrible state. One was covered in blood, and another is still unconscious. How could he be released so quickly? I've heard that only those with mental issues escape responsibility. If he can be so ruthless towards girls, perhaps he truly has a problem. Listening to the gossip behind her, Su Yuyo was incensed and ready to stand up for Lucia, who was by no means a violent person. He grasped her hand gently, shaking his head as if to say it was inconsequential. It's fine. Let them say what they will. Yet she protested. I don't want them to label you a violent person. You acted as you did to protect me. I did indeed hurt those girls, and regardless of the reasons, we should not make excuses for violence. Lucia smiled brightly. In truth, it's rather beneficial that people fear me. It means fewer pests will linger around you. Anyone wishing to pursue Yuyo must first consider the wrath of this violent person. I relish the tranquility. Though Lucia spoke lightly, Su Yuyo felt a pang of sorrow. The murmurs did not cease with Lucia's concession. Rather, they intensified. I see that Su Yuyo isn't a paragon of virtue either. As they say, a fly doesn't alight on an unbroken egg. With her innocent visage, she might well be a schemer. Why else would she attract such attention? As soon as the words left their lips, a thunderous clap echoed through the classroom, startling many. Lucia stood up and strode toward the audacious speaker. His gaze icy as he declared, "Classmate, have you ever heard the saying that academic performance can exclude the foolish but not the vile? Have you considered the consequences of your malicious gossip? Just like your beautiful black dress, exquisite makeup, and stockings, should I assume you are a courtesan?" The girl in the black dress flushed crimson and retorted, "You are the courtesan. I simply enjoy dressing up. But I suspect you are indeed a courtesan. On what grounds do you say otherwise? Do you have proof? You have a brain. Is it merely for decoration?" The girl in the black dress fell silent, unable to respond. Petty individuals often speak with thin arguments. A rotten tree cannot be carved, and a wall of filth cannot be plastered. All show and no substance. You can dismiss my words as mere noise, but let anyone dare to harm Yuyo, and they shall not escape unscathed. What do you mean? Do you require me to translate? The girl in the black dress trembled with indignation, and seeing the stares of their classmates, she collapsed onto her desk, quietly sobbing. Having defended Su Yuyo, Lucia decided to leave it at that. He surveyed the onlookers, his piercing gaze causing them to avert their eyes. He aimed to convey that while Su Yuyo might seem vulnerable, he was not one to be trifled with. Anyone wishing to harm her must first weigh the potential repercussions of incurring his wrath. This was a stark contrast to his former demeanor. Yet after the events of the previous day, he had adopted a new perspective on certain matters. If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate. If one offends me, I shall return the favor 100-fold. Returning to Su Yuyo's side, he found 3 pairs of wide eyes staring intently at him. Qinlan and her friends, particularly by Lenine, who rested her chin on her hands, utterly smitten. Lucia's every action over the past few days mirrored her vision of the perfect man, cool and dashing. By Lenine, ever forthright, turned to Su Yuyo and said, "Yuyo, if you ever tire of Lucia, you must inform me at once. I wouldn't mind stepping in." At this declaration, the surrounding students turned to her in unison. Unperturbed by Lenine shot them a look. From this day forth, I am Lucia's #1 backup. Lucia nearly choked on his laughter. He had not expected the adorable by Lenine to utter such words. No wonder it was said that the more demure a girl appeared, the more surprising her contrasts. Su Yuyo tightened her grip on Lucia's hand, protectively glaring at by Lenine, "Lucia is mine. I do not advise you to entertain such thoughts." Her words left many classmates nearly choking on their own saliva, including Lucia himself. By Lenine chuckled, "I was merely joking. Why take it so seriously? The crowd rolled their eyes, noting that her jest had been rather excessive. Nonetheless, Su Yuyo took her words to heart, clutching Lu Xia's hand and refusing to let go throughout the remainder of the class. As for the girl in the black dress, after being rebuffed by Lu Xia, she was subdued for the rest of the day, walking on eggshells. Thus, the world gained one less gossip monger. Chapter 101. Palmistry as Night Fell. The Zhejiang University playground was closed off, with hundreds of drones neatly arranged, poised for action. Students from various classes had received the news early on, and the evening study sessions had been canceled, allowing everyone to gather in anticipation of the light show. When the time arrived, all the drones ascended into the sky, creating a mesmerizing array of patterns. Su Yuyo, dressed in a light camisole, perched by her window, her eyes glued to the spectacle. She knew that the designs for the evening had been suggested by Lu Xia. Lu Xia, here it comes. I'm coming. In the living room, Lu Xia placed the simmering soup on the dining table, gently touched his earlobe, and quietly approached Su Yuyo from behind. He rested his hands on her slender waist, lowering his head to watch the drone display alongside her. With a playful pout, Su Yuyo turned her head to meet his gaze, and on tiptoes, she kissed him softly. Lu Xia froze for a moment, then reciprocated. Their hearts raced, breaths quickened, and their eyes locked in an electrifying moment. Let's go eat. Su Yuyo's voice was sweet and melodic. What? Don't want to watch anymore? No, I want to eat the food you make, Lu Xia. Lu Xia smiled. All right then. I've prepared all your favorite dishes today. Don't want to leave. I want a hug from Lu Xia. Su Yuyo beamed, her delicate hand playfully draping over his neck. Unable to resist her charm, Lu Xia wrapped an arm around her waist and lifted her effortlessly. Su Yuyo wrapped her arms around his waist, transitioning from a playful hold to a warm embrace, her joyful expression unwavering. Carrying the delightful girl, he tiptoed to the dining table before gently setting her down. Later that evening, as they strolled hand in hand along the campus path, they approached a small pavilion surrounded by dense shrubs. A nearby street lamp flickered dimly, seemingly malfunctioning. Suddenly, Su Yuyo spotted something and released Lu Xia's hand, dashing over to the ground where a few glowing fireflies danced. Lu Xia sat in the pavilion, pulling out his phone to attempt a call to Lu Dazhuang. This fellow had been avoiding him all day. After a lengthy wait, just as he was about to hang up, the call connected. Old Lu finally decided to answer. Hey there, son, your old man is quite busy. If you need something, just call your mother. Lu Xia was taken aback by the unusually affectionate tone of Lu Dazhuang. Trying to pass the buck to mom? Enough of the pretense. I've already gathered all the necessary information. Lu Dazhuang, the chairman and president of the Fortune 500 company Yin Yuan Technology, chuckled awkwardly on the other end. Though I'm not sure what you're thinking. You needn't worry about me holding anything against you. I've been living quite freely and happily all these years. You and mom have it tough out there. Take care of yourselves and enjoy life. As long as you understand, Lu Dazhuang sighed. When I first entered this line of work, my sole aim was to earn enough for you and your mother to live well. Before I knew it, things spiraled out of control, and now I can't turn back. Now that you're aware, if you wish to step into this world, I will certainly support you in taking my place. If not, the foundation I've built is more than enough for you to enjoy a carefree life. Lu Xia glanced at the grass, where Su Yuyo was crouched, excitedly trying to catch the fireflies on the leaves. Her little hands retreating as if electrified each time she nearly touched them. I'm doing just fine as I am. I understand. I'll have the finance department transfer some funds to you shortly. Take it and spend it. If it's not enough, let me know. I don't need the money. Just take it. I thought you were still on your own. Su Yuyo has lived a life of privilege. Don't let her feel out of place with you. Take good care of her. And remember, you need funds for your research as well. If you achieve results, it will reflect well on me too. After a moment, Lu Dazhuang continued with a serious tone. Regarding Jiangwan, your mother and I are aware of the situation. It's not her fault. It was my decision. Jiangwan is indeed talented, but her background has caused significant issues with her character. This is why I've kept it from you. Otherwise, I would have told you the truth during your university years. Lu Xia interrupted. I've never blamed you for that. Love cannot be measured by wealth. That would be no different from transaction. Let's not speak of it anymore. He had severed ties with Jiang Wan long ago, a decision not made in haste. It was merely that In his lowest moments, he had encountered the radiant Su Yuyo. To others, it may seem like a change of heart, but he paid no heed to their opinions. Their judgments were of no consequence. What mattered was his own happiness, living life as he wished. Fine, let us drop the subject. Also, don't mention yesterday to your mother. I've sent someone to take her on a vacation to Sanya. We don't want her to worry. Understood. She is an adult. You don't need to treat her like a child. In my heart, she will forever be the same as she was at 18. All right, take care of yourself. Goodbye. After hanging up, Lu Xia turned to walk towards Su Yuyo, who was already running excitedly toward him, hands cupped around something. Lu Xia, look what I caught. Stopping in front of him, Su Yuyo opened her hands, allowing a flickering firefly to escape and vanish into the trees. After releasing the firefly, she comfortably settled onto Lu Xia's lap, relishing the warmth of his embrace. Playing with her soft little hands, Lu Xia smiled and said, "Would you like me to read your palm?" "Oh, you can read palms? I have many skills." "Then show me." Excited, Su Yuyo shifted closer, presenting her fair, rosy hand to Lu Xia. He began to examine it, initially smiling, but his expression gradually turned serious. "By observing the stars, I discern your fate is abundant. You are destined for great wealth and prosperity. However, it seems your 5 elements are lacking something. What is missing?" Lu Xia continued to play with her delicate hand, adopting a serious demeanor. "Fortunately, it seems this recent gap has been filled, so there is no need for concern. Are you implying that I'm missing you?" Su Yuyo shot him a playful glance. Lu Xia chuckled awkwardly. "Well, you caught me. Actually, I've been harboring a little secret I haven't shared with you, and I've been contemplating whether to tell you." Su Yuyo cast a heavy look at Lu Xia, sighed, and lowered her head. Chapter 102. Bitter Melon to Alleviate Heat. What secret do you speak of? Lu Xia asked solemnly. "If I tell you, you must promise not to get angry." "All right. Yes, Yuyo. Then I shall speak." Just as Su Yuyo was about to voice her thoughts, she hesitated and swallowed her words. Perhaps it would be better to let it go. Lu Xia was already in a frenzy, yearning to uncover the mystery. "Do you truly wish to know?" Su Yuyo confirmed once more. Lu Xia nodded vigorously. What could be the secret that rendered Yuyo in such a state? With a cautious demeanor, Su Yuyo glanced around, ensuring they were alone, and whispered into Lu Xia's ear, "Tomorrow, upon waking, I will still only love you." With that, Su Yuyo slipped away from Lu Xia's lap like a slippery fish, the evening breeze tousling her hair as she laughed melodiously under the moonlight, playfully sticking her tongue out at Lu Xia in the small pavilion. "You big fool." After a moment, Lu Xia finally realized he had been teased. Previously, he had been the one to tease Su Yuyo, but now he found himself flustered, his heart racing due to her playful antics. "Oh, you little fool, just wait." Lu Xia stood up, grinning, and swiftly pursued her. At that moment, Su Yuyo, who had paused not far away, attempted to flee, but there was no escaping Lu Xia. In mere seconds, he had caught her and lifted her into a princess carry. Meanwhile, one of his hands stealthily found its way to her slender waist, gently tickling her. That tickles. I know I was wrong. Please stop." Upon hearing her plea, Lu Xia halted, leaning down with a chuckle. "If you call out something sweet, I will let you go." Lu Xia. The next moment, baby, I was wrong. Still not sweet enough. Brother, good brother. I truly know I was wrong. Please don't bully me. I can't stand it." Su Yuyo's cheeks flushed crimson, as if a light pinch could draw blood. Beads of sweat mingled with her tousled hair, and she breathed softly, appearing irresistible. Seeing Su Yuyo in such a pitiful state, Lu Xia leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. After a lingering moment, their lips parted. Su Yuyo gasped for breath, glancing at Lu Xia's smug expression, and shyly buried her head in his chest, lightly pounding him with her small fists. "You only know how to bully me." A soft voice emerged. "Then you must be prepared to be bullied by me for a lifetime. Then I shall change my mind." Upon saying this, no changing. I only want Lu Xia. Lu Xia can bully me however he wishes." "You said it." Lu Xia replied with a mischievous smile. The innocent Su Yuyo nodded earnestly. The sensation of being tickled was simply too overwhelming. Upon returning home, a sweaty Su Yuyo sought to take a shower first. Lu Xia sat at the desk, cluttered with numerous schematics, drafts of the drones he had designed. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a glass jar nearby, which had not been there before. Inside the jar were countless tiny stars, made from folded paper notes. With a smile, he drifted towards the bathroom where Su Yuyo was, knowing this little fool had likely been secretly preparing this gift for him. Though the gift might not be the most extravagant, to Lu Xia, it was the most precious. Opening the jar, Lu Xia casually picked one to examine, noticing some black smudges on the edges, perhaps writing. He glanced toward the bathroom and proceeded to unfold the note in his hand. The elegant and delicate script was undoubtedly Su Yuyo's handwriting. I am the little treasure allocated to you by the nation. Returns are not supported. Lu Xia couldn't help but chuckle at this little silly girl. Gazing at the jar brimming with pentagonal stars, he wondered if every single one contained writing. His curiosity piqued. He couldn't resist taking out a few more. If anyone dares to like you, I will trip them. You can only be mine. I never imagined I would come to like you so deeply upon our first meeting. The mountains have trees, and you have intentions. Everywhere I look, I see you. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xia had unfolded over a dozen notes. When he finally realized, his thighs were littered with tiny strips of paper. He remembered that he had no skill in folding such trinkets. Hearing footsteps from the bathroom, he hastily concealed the papers along with the glass jar. Su Yuyo emerged from the bathroom, clad in adorable home pajamas. Her thick hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her lively gaze fell upon the desk, noticing the carefully prepared gift was missing, and a joyful smile unconsciously graced her lips. She had spent all the money earned from writing novels during this time to prepare this gift. Lu Xia, appearing somewhat guilty, smiled as he watched Su Yuyo enter the bedroom, finally exhaling in relief. Tomorrow, he must learn how to fold stars online. This was a gift Su Yuyo had prepared for so long and deserved to be preserved carefully. In the bedroom, Su Yuyo swiftly dove into the covers, discovering something cool nestled within. Pulling back the blanket, she found a small, pink laptop adorned with an array of delightful stickers, all to her liking. Seeing Su Yuyo's ecstatic expression, Lu Xia beamed with satisfaction. Su Yuyo's little antics were impossible to hide. It took him no time to uncover her secret. She had been typing with her head down, which was detrimental to her eyes and neck, so he prepared this small gift for her use in upcoming practical classes. Once he finished showering, the bedroom was already dark, and Su Yuyo was not on her phone, only her head peeking out from under the covers. Aren't you going to try the computer? Su Yuyo shook her head, her gaze drifting. After drying his hair, Lu Xia slipped into the covers from the side, instinctively reaching out to embrace Su Yuyo as they usually did when sleeping. Suddenly, Lu Xia retracted his hand as if struck by lightning, for there was nothing inside. Stammering, he said, Yuyo, this is more convenient. Su Yuyo similit tidimpantli. Hercheks frushit. He nearly spat blood in disbelief. How could he possibly sleep like this for a whole night? Under his strong insistence, Su Yuyo finally wrapped herself up again. Lying in bed, Lu Xia cautiously placed his hand on her slender waist, letting out a sigh of relief. Good night, Yuyo. Good night. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, Lu Xia felt Su Yuyo tugging at his hand, accompanied by soft sounds. I know you like it, so stop pretending. Lu Xia felt a rush of warmth at the tip of his nose. Tomorrow, he must prepare a dish of bitter melon to alleviate the heat. Chapter 103. Why Reluctance to Progress Together Early in the Morning. Lu Xia was in the kitchen preparing breakfast when his phone emitted a notification indicating a deposit into his bank account. Curious, he retrieved it to glance at the amount transferred by old Lu. He pondered whether it was merely a small sum, thinking it couldn't possibly be several million. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Until the ninth zero appeared, a look of gravity washed over Lu Xia's calm visage. Was this truly what old Lu referred to as a modest sum? His imagination had evidently fallen short. A bitter smile escaped him. After years of diligent effort, he found himself an instant billionaire. After a moment's pause, he reminded himself to temper his excitement. After all, money is merely a number. True happiness lies in the joy of living. He tucked his phone back into his pocket, gazing at the bubbling taro and millet porridge. Delighted to be making breakfast for his beloved child, he ladled out 2 bowls and set them on the table to cool, while Su Yuyo was brushing her teeth. appearing languid, her eyelids seemingly too heavy to lift. An idea flickered in his mind. If Liu Dezhuang were not a billionaire, but rather an ordinary citizen, would he trade $1 billion for Su Yuyo? Without hesitation, the answer was a resounding no. In his heart, Su Yuyo's worth transcended any monetary value. Approaching her from behind, he naturally picked up a wooden comb to smooth her hair, fashioning it into a neat high ponytail. No elaborate embellishments were necessary. Her simple elegance rendered her the most beautiful sight in the world. After washing her face, Su Yuyo turned to him, her delicate face adorned with droplets of water, her pale hands resting on Lu Xia's shoulder as she tilted her head back, her eyes still half closed, lips slightly parted. Without the need for words, Lu Xia instinctively lowered his head. Kissing the one you love becomes an irresistible addiction. After breakfast, they stepped outside together, greeted by an even colder day. "I'll go to the underground garage to get the car. Wait for me at the door," Lu Xia suggested. However, Su Yuyo did not release his hand, but shook her head, pouting, "I want to ride your little electric scooter. It's cold outside. The car is warmer." Lu Xia gently ruffled her hair. "We'll be there in no time. Class starts later. Besides, I'm not cold. I just want to sit on your little electric scooter so I can put my hands in your pockets and hug you from behind." "All right, as you wish." Finding the electric scooter, though the distance was short, Lu Xia carefully placed a cute helmet on Su Yuyo, fastening the straps securely. Seizing the moment when no one was around, they drew close together. Not suitable for children. Upon reaching the east gate, the security guard was practicing Ba Duan Jin. Spotting Lu Xia, he greeted them with a warm smile. "Xia, taking your girlfriend to class?" "Indeed," Lu Xia replied with a smile. He escorted Su Yuyo to a front row seat in the classroom, exchanging pleasantries with Qin Lan and the others. After the events of yesterday, Lu Xia's gaze toward Bai Linyin bore a hint of evasion. The way this person looked at him was anything but playful. Upon entering the laboratory, Lu Xia's presence caused many to pause, their eyes drawn to him. The incident from 2 days prior was now common knowledge throughout the school. It was rumored that the injuries sustained by those 4 girls were severe, yet Lu Xia had emerged unscathed. Ignoring the stares, Lu Xia made his way to Professor Yu's dedicated laboratory, where Chu Tianxin and Teng Jian were also present. "Lu Xia, you're finally back. The drone light show yesterday was quite impressive. The school leaders praised us, all thanks to your design. Truly a master in the realm of romance." "Chu Tianxin zestet?" Lu Xia chuckled awkwardly, a truth to the saying he had seen online. In the world, one's identity is defined by others. "You flatter me. It's a collective effort. I merely added a touch of finesse." "That is still significant," Chu Tianxin remarked, eyeing the drawings in Lu Xia's hands. "Have you completed your design?" "It's nearly finished. May I take a look?" "Of course." Lu Xia handed over the drawings. Chu Tianxin initially skimmed through them, but soon became engrossed. When she finally regained her senses, over half an hour had passed. "This design is exceedingly intricate." Alongside Chu Tianxin, Teng Jian, who had initially dismissed the work, took the drawings from her as soon as she set them down. Lu Xia chose not to interrupt. His impression of Teng Jian was not particularly favorable, but he had been informed by Senior Chu that he was simply a bit slow-witted, not intentionally targeting anyone. "Junior Lu, you've omitted some components in your dynamics equations." Lu Xia approached, and upon following Teng Jian's guidance, he indeed found a step he had overlooked. Teng Jian retrieved a blank sheet and a pen, and the two began recalculating at the lab table. Observing the two engrossed in their work, Chu Tianxin smiled knowingly. The mutual seriousness in their exchange indicated a budding camaraderie. The rift between men was often easier to mend than that among women. Before long, noon approached. Lu Xia twisted his neck, surprised to discover that the drawings he had meticulously verified contained numerous errors. These inaccuracies, if not addressed, would significantly increase the likelihood of failure during testing. As Lu Xia prepared to leave, Teng Jian frowned. "Off to find your little girlfriend again?" "Yes. She should be out of class soon." Mentioning Su Yuyo brought a smile to Lu Xia's face, even amidst fatigue. "For our research, minimizing external distractions is crucial. You possess great talent. If you could focus solely on your studies, you would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success," Teng Jian stated earnestly. Chu Tianxin, watching the exchange with a bemused expression, noted that Teng Jian had finally taken a step toward Lu Xia. He was considered a prodigy in the realm of academia, a perennial singleton. Her gaze shifted to Lu Xia, eager to hear his response. Lu Xia smirked. No matter how commendable the research, it requires the next generation to carry it forward. I am merely contributing to my country in another domain. Senior Teng, don't be too hard on yourself. Sometimes, a bit of relaxation can spark creativity. My design was inspired while watching a documentary with my girlfriend. With her by my side, my research never feels tedious. With that, Lu Xia made no effort to linger, knowing that Yuyo would soon come looking for him. Inside the laboratory, Teng Jian seemed lost in thought. The teacher had also advised him to venture out more. Research is not achieved in a single leap. Contemplating Lu Xia's earlier words, he wondered if romance could indeed inspire creativity. If that were the case, perhaps he should give it a try. His gaze fell upon Chu Tianxin, who was packing her things. She too was single. He approached her with a serious demeanor. Chu Tianxin, for the sake of our country's next generation and for the advancement of scientific research, let us embark on a romantic relationship. Chapter 104. The unexpected encounter. Chu Tianxin almost choked on her own saliva. Brother, please spare me. Teng Shige, I can't do it. You should find someone else. With that, she hurriedly fled, leaving Teng Jian alone in the laboratory, bewildered. He could not comprehend why Chu Tianxin, given the mutual benefits, was unwilling to accept. Did she not desire to improve? At the entrance of the classroom, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Su Yiyo was the first to skip out, resembling a little rabbit returning to nature. Seeing her in such high spirits, Lu Xia felt a wave of relief. This meant that the incident with Tian Hui had not affected her too gravely. Not far behind her, a girl who intended to exit through the main door spotted Lu Xia and immediately changed direction, opting for the back exit instead. This girl was none other than the one Lu Xia had thoroughly chastised in her black dress. Now, she looked at Lu Xia as a mouse would a cat. Lu Xia, are you still going to the laboratory this afternoon? Lu Xia, seeing through her cautious demeanor, replied nonchalantly, there is still much data to organize. I might be quite busy. Oh. Su Yiyo pouted slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her delicate features. After a moment, she forced a smile, masking her true feelings. She actually had no classes in the afternoon and wished to invite Lu Xia for a little outing. Knowing Lu Xia well, she realized that if she had proposed a day out from the start, he would likely have abandoned his tasks. However, she did not want to impose on his passions. While riding on a small electric scooter, Su Yiyo wrapped her arms around Lu Xia's waist, resting her head against his back. The weather was splendid, with clear skies and warm sunshine enveloping them. A cool breeze brushed against their skin, providing a delightful sensation. After a while, Su Yiyo noticed something amiss. This did not seem to be the way home. Lu Xia, aren't we going back to cook? I'm taking you out to eat, Lu Xia teased. Curiosity piqued. Su Yiyo tilted her head. Out to eat? Where? I'm taking the lovely Yuyo out on a date. How did you know? Your little thoughts are all written on your face. Since I have no plans this afternoon, how about a bike ride in the suburbs? Lu Xia, you're the best. Su Yiyo's eyes sparkled with joy. Back in Shushi, she had mentioned wanting to ride a bike. As a child, she had harbored a wish to ride freely across the grass, feeling the wind in her hair, yet had never found the opportunity to fulfill it. Even the smallest details she shared were forever cherished by Lu Xia. Is there something you would like to express? Lu Xia inquired, noticing Su Yiyo's radiant smile in the rearview mirror. For him, her happiness was paramount. Lost in thought, Su Yiyo pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a playful idea struck her. She leaned her head against Lu Xia's shoulder, whispering sweetly, tonight, let me touch your leg. At her words, Lu Xia's heart skipped a beat, nearly causing him to lose grip of the handlebars. This little fool had truly figured out his weakness, making it exceedingly difficult to refuse her. Before he could respond, her teasing voice reached his ears again. Should I wear something special? Black, white, or something alluring? Lu Xia swallowed hard, contemplating the challenge at hand. Feeling emboldened, Su Yiyo beamed with satisfaction, having discussed these tactics with her sisters, Shu Yu and Jiai, who had taught her well in dealing with someone like Lu Xia. The once cool Lu Xia now felt a wave of heat wash over him. In the suburbs, there was a pasture, part of which served as a grazing area. while another portion had been developed into a tourist zone. This dual approach not only boosted livestock sales, but also brought in additional revenue, a true win-win situation. The pasture had a modestly sized cement road. For a ticket of 50 yuan, one could even drive in. Upon reaching the pasture, Lu Xiao parked the electric scooter and headed to a nearby shop that rented various items: bicycles, kites, tents, and more. After some deliberation, Su Yuyo chose a khaki bicycle with white trim and a rear seat. "Yuyo, I'll take you in first, and then I'll teach you how to ride," Lu Xia said as he mounted the bicycle. "All right," Su Yuyo replied gleefully, taking a seat on the rear. She donned a creamy sun hat adorned with lace, one hand wrapping around Lu Xia's waist while the other joyfully waved. "Let us go." With that, they pedaled into the pasture. Not far into their ride, several luxury cars sped past, all heading in the same direction. Suddenly, the lead-white sports car screeched to a halt, executing a stylish drift right before Lu Xia and Su Yuyo. The other luxury vehicles followed suit, surrounding them, emanating a rather intimidating aura. As the car doors swung open, a pair of slender legs emerged, and a girl with a fit physique stepped out. She appeared to be around the same age as Su Yuyo, clad in a striking black outfit and sporting cool sunglasses that gave off an unapproachable vibe. In the next moment, her demeanor shifted to one of excitement. "Yuyo, is that really you? Oh my gosh, why didn't you tell me you were back?" The girl quickly removed her sunglasses, revealing large, round eyes that sparkled like the moon, nearly closing at the corners from her wide smile. The image of the aloof goddess was instantly overturned as she bounded over, her energy infectious. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" Su Yuyo exclaimed, dismounting her bicycle and rushing to embrace her friend tightly, both girls jumping in excitement, their hands still clasped together even after they parted. "I was just about to ask you the same. What brings you here?" "I'm here to learn how to ride a bike." "Me too. I just got my license, so I came here to practice and relax a bit." "You have no idea how my dad goes on and on about how girls should behave, or else no one will want them. It's driving me crazy," Xiaoyu complained. "Uncle Yi is only looking out for you." Xiaoyu widened her eyes in disbelief. "Yuyo, you've changed." "Huh? The old Yuyo would never say something like that. It's only been a couple of months. What on earth have you been through? You haven't been brainwashed, have you?" As she spoke, Xiaoyu eyed Lu Xia, who was holding the bicycle. Could this be the person who saved Yuyo and took her in? He appeared so young, radiating warmth when he smiled, and perhaps even a bit handsome. "What am I thinking?" she scoffed. Chapter 105. Implicit meanings. Su Yuyo gazed at the scene before her with a tinge of embarrassment, having yet to disclose to Xiaoyu that she and Lu Xia were together. Should Xiaoyu learn of this, she would undoubtedly perceive Lu Xia as a deceiver. "Hello, I am Lu Xia. You must be the adorable and incredibly kind childhood friend that Yuyo often mentions." Upon their first meeting, Lu Xia showered her with compliments, as befitting Yuyo's closest companion. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu's smile broadened noticeably, her eyes narrowing into slits, her cheeks flushed with warmth. After a moment's pause, Yi Xiaoyu feigned calmness and introduced herself. "I am Yi Xiaoyu. Surely Yuyo has informed you of my identity. Do not think that sweet words will fool me. I have a keen eye for people. If you intend to deceive Yuyo, you shall not escape my scrutiny." Su Yuyo quickly linked her arm with Yi Xiaoyu, beaming, "Lu Xia is truly wonderful. You'll see for yourself in due time." Yi Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yuyo, you have really changed. Supporting a man? You haven tea." Upon uttering those words, Lu Xia and Su Yuyo exchanged a glance, revealing a shared sweetness. Yi Xiaoyu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. You are truly together?" Having just witnessed their intimate interaction, her suspicions were confirmed. She could not be mistaken. "Oh no, I should have advised you more back then. I never imagined that in such a short time, you would be so deeply involved." Yi Xiaoyu clasped her face, flustered. "You and he haven tea." The same phrase carried entirely different implications, yet both Lu Xia and Su Yuyo comprehended its meaning. Su Yuyo's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered. "And no, don't think too much. That's good. That's good." Yi Xiaoyu exhaled in relief, patting her chest. "If you had taken that step, the pace of this development would be far too rapid. Who knows? I might just become an ant." She pulled Su Yuyo aside, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "How far have you two gone? Have you held hands?" Stealing a glance at Lu Xiao's position, Su Yuyo shyly nodded. Yi Xiaoyu pressed on eagerly, what about kissing? Su Yuyo, unable to meet her dear friend's gaze, admitted, not only have we kissed, but it has happened more than once or twice. Yi Xiaoyu's excitement peaked, gripping Su Yuyo's arm. Quickly tell me how it happened. Did you use tongues? How long did it last? Su Yuyo's face was nearly as red as a Fuji apple, wondering if such details were truly necessary. Reflecting on the encounters, she found herself uncertain. I'm not very experienced. Maybe I should learn. Oh no, what am I thinking? No, Xiaoyu, please stop asking. Su Yuyo implored, her eyes pleading. Yi Xiaoyu chuckled softly, relenting. Not far behind, a few individuals descended from another luxury car, 2 women and a man. Each was clad in high-end designer attire and adorned with expensive jewelry, exuding an innate sense of superiority cultivated from an early age. Su Yuyo, the daughter of a wealthy family from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, had seen photographs of these elite individuals. Though direct interaction was rare, forming connections with such families could prove immensely beneficial. As they exchanged pleasantries, it became evident that the trio hailed from prominent business families. Yet they remained distant in stature compared to Su Yuyo's family, a disparity akin to a score of 99 versus a perfect 100. Greetings, I am Mo Hong. The only male among them turned to Lu Xia, introducing himself amiably. He had previously mentioned his family's background, linked to the Mo group. Lu Xia recognized the Mo group, famed in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, having purchased a second-hand property from them. Hello, Lu Xia. They shook hands lightly, and Mo Hong smiled. I wonder what industries your family operates in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Perhaps our fathers are acquainted. As he posed the question, the 2 accompanying women regarded Lu Xia with interest, intrigued by the presence of a man of such appealing demeanor and evident background. Lu Xia pondered briefly, knowing little about his family's business, aside from what he had gleaned online. He preferred not to boast, shaking his head with a polite smile. I'm not too sure. They have always been in retail. At the mention of retail, the expressions of the 3 shifted dramatically, especially the 2 women, whose faces transformed from warmth to cold indifference. Yi Xiaoyu, somewhat aware of the implications, was not particularly surprised. Retailers, however successful, were merely minor players compared to large corporations. They wielded the power to influence retailers' fates with a mere flick of a finger. Mo Hong maintained an even demeanor, smiling as he suggested, let us not dwell on this. Since we have met, why not join us in our car for a drive to the ranch? No, I still need to take Yuyo to learn how to ride a bicycle, Lu Xia declined. I have a solution that benefits all. Let Xiaoyu take Yuyo in first. It has been a while since they last met. Lu Xia, you can ride behind and catch up with us later, Mo Hong proposed with a smile. Despite the pleasant weather, the temperature is still quite low. Lu Xia regarded him with a discerning eye, sensing a double entendre in his words. To decline would imply a lack of consideration. Meanwhile, Su Yuyo released Yi Xiaoyu's hand. Smiling brightly, Xiaoyu, I'll find you later. The sports car is too noisy. I prefer the tranquility of a bicycle. All right, but be cautious, Yi Xiaoyu nodded, casting a casual glance at Mo Hong, aware that children of the business elite often harbored ulterior motives. Of course, Su Yuyo was an exception. Despite the subtlety of Mo Hong's intentions, they did not escape her notice. With a smile, Su Yuyo addressed Mo Hong and the others, you all go ahead. There is no need to wait for us. Very well, we shall head in first, Mo Hong replied, and without further ado, he and the 2 women climbed into their respective vehicles, with Yi Xiaoyu following closely behind. Chapter 106, Bewildered after a brief moment. The door of the black Cullinan opened automatically. Mo Hong, cradling a pristine cotton blanket, extended it towards Lu Xia. This one is unopened. You can let you cover her legs with it. It might be a bit chilly in that dress. Lu Xia lingered on Mo Hong for a moment longer. What had initially felt off now seemed like undeniable evidence. While an ordinary person might have offered the blanket directly to Su Yuyo to curry favor, he had chosen to give it to her instead. Ostensibly to avoid misunderstandings, he was subtly sowing discord between her and Su Yuyo, making Su Yuyo feel as though she was insufficiently attentive. Accepting the blanket conveyed his intentions. To refuse would not only seem unthoughtful, but also petty. He likely perceived the closeness between her and Su Yu, thus employing this tactic. Or perhaps it was merely an illusion. Thank you, but I really don't need it. The leg-warming gadget Lu Xia bought for me is quite warm, Su Yu said, stepping beside Lu Xia with a polite smile, gracefully declining his goodwill. At that moment, she seemed to notice something, her petite hand naturally resting in Lu Xia's palm. That's good. Mo Hung retracted his hands and beamed brightly. Then let us proceed inside. Mo Hung, you are quite considerate. As they watched Mo Hung climb into the sports car, the roar of the engine soon followed. Leading the way, Yi Xiaoyu and the other three drove towards the ranch. Your little fish is becoming quite the skill driver. She could almost be a master already. She still needs to practice, Lu Xia teased. She was already driving when she was 12 or 13. Impressive. What is impressive? I failed the first subject over a dozen times, but recently got lucky on the fourth subject and passed after only 5 tries. Ha! That indeed shows some talent. Su Yu tightened her grip on Lu Xia's hand, tilting her head back to sniff the air. Do you smell something strange? What smell? Lu Xia asked, intrigued. Aside from the lingering scent of gasoline, there was only the fresh fragrance of grass. It's a bit sour. I don't know what it is. Su Yu giggled, shaking her head. Lu Xia's delayed reaction made him seem rather foolish. He chuckled softly, playfully flicking her forehead. Su Yu feigned pain, holding her head with wide, glistening eyes, pouting in a pitiful manner. You're so proud. I won't talk to you anymore. Not going to talk to me? Lu Xia smirked, wrapping his arms around her waist and gently pulling her into his embrace. Without giving Su Yu a chance to react, he leaned down and captured her soft lips, enveloping them completely. Su Yu's eyes widened in surprise, and she playfully punched Lu Xia's chest, pushing him away slightly. Ultimately, her hands found their place, tightly clutching his shirt, and her eyelids gradually fluttered shut. After several seconds, Su Yu's eyes snapped open again as she attempted to part her lips. Lu Xia, he stuck out his tongue. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Lu Xia finally released Su Yu. She stood there, her head bowed, cheeks flushed like a blooming peach, eyes hazy and filled with shyness. Is this what little fish meant by a kiss? Such a peculiar sensation. It's merely a peck. Yet why does my body feel so tingly? Darling, hop on, Lu Xia exclaimed, his face radiating pride as he settled onto the bicycle, patting the back seat. Su Yu kept her head down, unable to meet Lu Xia's gaze, and cautiously made her way to the bicycle. Wait! Lu Xia's voice rang out urgently from the road. You silly dear, you've gone the wrong way. With her head down, Su Yu relied solely on sound to navigate, perfectly missing the bicycle and walking further away. Hearing his voice, she lifted her head to glance in Lu Xia's direction, shyly bounding over like a bewildered deer, settling onto the back seat of the bicycle, her small hands nervously fidgeting with her clothing. Hold on tight, or you might fall. Okay, Su Yu replied softly. The bicycle began to move slowly. Although the road was relatively smooth, there were occasional steep inclines. As they approached one, Lu Xia turned his head to caution her. We're going downhill. Su Yu quickly wrapped her arms around Lu Xia, her form pressed snugly against him. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xia was doing this intentionally, relishing the softness against his back, reveling in the sweet scent carried by the wind. They frolicked onto a spacious lawn, a designated area for visitors to enjoy, though vehicles were prohibited from entering. Their arrival drew the attention of many. Before one could see them, they could hear Su Yu's laughter, reminiscent of a canary singing on a summer branch, ringing clear and melodious. Mo Hung, are you smitten with Su Yu? A girl beside them, Jilan Xin, inquired knowingly. Her family owned a hotel chain, accounting for nearly 10% of the 5-star hotels in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Don't underestimate that 10%. In such affluent cities, it's a top-tier status. She had noticed Mo Hung's unusual demeanor since their arrival, his gaze fixated on Su Yu as she appeared. It couldn't merely be coincidence. Another girl, Lan Yu chimed in with a smile. Many wealthy young ladies in Jiangsu and Zhejiang are fond of Mo Hung. There are at least dozens, yet he has never been this attentive. Don't jest. Yu has someone she cares about, Mo Hung replied with an elegant smile, his gaze discreetly lingering on Yi Xiaoyu for a moment. Just a kid from a retail family. How can he be worthy of Su Yu? He pales in comparison to Mo Hung, lacking in so many aspects. I wonder what means he employed. Enough. Montag hänges Baufolvith. Su Yu has her own thoughts. Gossiping about her is unwarranted. I do not wish to hear such remarks again. Oof. Lan Yu, and Ji Lanxin pouted. Though they had intended to support him, they found themselves chastised. Unbeknownst to them, his words were not meant for them, but directed at Yi Xiaoyu. An old saying rings true. To win over a girl as friends is to have already secured half the victory. It was evident that Su Yu shared a close bond with this man. Any reckless advance would only serve to alarm them and hinder their efforts. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but glance at Mo Hung again. While her relationship with him was not particularly close, if it weren't for her father, she might not have even met him. She had initially thought him to be overly intricate, only to realize her misunderstanding. His principles were quite commendable. Retracting hergaze, Yi Xiaoyu approached Su Yu. In the afternoon, the group enjoyed various activities on the grass. They had prepared ample camping and cooking supplies along with food. Lu Xia assisted Su Yu in practicing riding the bicycle, initially supporting her throughout, gradually allowing her the freedom to ride joyfully across the lawn. Her laughter was a testament to her happiness. Their antics caught the attention of Lan Yu, and Ji Lanxin, who felt a stirring of curiosity. Although they came from affluent families, they had never experienced riding a bicycle. Noticing the eager glances from Lan Yu, and Ji Lanxin, Mo Hung smirked, encouraging them. If you wish to try, go ahead. Lu Xia Isn T, the possessive type. Chapter 107. The Art of Deception. The two exchanged hesitant glances and shook their heads, expressing their reluctance. Why not have Lu Xia keep an eye on things? He seems quite capable, one suggested. After a moment of contemplation, their spirits lifted, and they approached Lu Xia and Su Yu with eagerness, while Mo Hung continued his diligent work at the barbecue grill. On the grassy expanse, Su Yu halted her bicycle, her chest rising and falling as she caught her breath, a fragrant aura emanating from her. She paused in front of Lu Xia, wiped the sweat from her brow, and beamed brightly. Lu Xia, that was exhilarating. Riding a bicycle is so much fun. Would you like to ride again? He inquired. Yes. But first, let me rest a bit. Xiaoyu brought some delicious treats. Let us go over there. Su Yu took Lu Xia's hand, ready to head towards the picnic area. Just then, Lan Yu and Ji Lan Xin approached with smiles. Lu Xia, would you teach us to ride a bicycle too? I'm sorry, but I need to accompany you to rest, Lu Xia replied without a second thought, his refusal devoid of polite hesitation. Teaching novices would inevitably lead to physical contact, and while both girls were indeed charming and possessed fine figures, it did not concern him. With that, he firmly grasped Su Yu's warm hand and led her towards the carpet laid out by Yi Xiaoyu. The two girls, rebuffed, returned to the campsite with expressions of disappointment. In all of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, few dared to turn them down. Someone like Lu Xia usually wouldn't even register on their radar. After all, he was merely riding on Su Yu's coattails, flaunting a sense of superiority. What's the matter? Lu Xia, doesn't he want to teach you? Mo Hang's calm voice cut through their gloom, amplifying his tone slightly. Lan Yu pouted. He just doesn't want to. Mo Hung turned to Lu Xia, wearing a smile like a gentle spring breeze. Lu Xia, Lan Yu and Ji Lan Xin have been sheltered at home since childhood and have never ridden bicycles. Surely, you could teach them? Not wanting Lu Xia to be disliked, Su Yu hesitated briefly before suggesting, why don't you teach them, Lu Xia? By the carpet, Lu Xia opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Su Yu, then turned back with a smile. I'll leave the bicycle over there. There's still time. And Mo Hung, why don't you teach them later? You've known them since childhood. It would be easier for you. As realization dawned on Su Yu, she understood that Lu Xia's reluctance stemmed from this very reason. Her eyes sparkled with appreciation as she gazed at him. Upon hearing Lu Xia's words, Lan Yu and Ji Lan Xin exchanged rebellious glances, dismissing his reluctance as mere excuses. They turned their hopeful gazes towards Mo Hung and playfully said, Mo Hung, will you teach us instead? Mo Hung paused momentarily, his smile faltering before he said, Indeed, I haven't considered that. Very well, I shall teach you both. Thank you. Montag henge. The two girls exclaimed joyfully. One would expect him to be pleased to accompany two lovely ladies. Yet his expression was less than cheerful. Once he finished preparing the barbecue, Lan Yuer and Jilan Xian each took an arm of Mo Hong and led him to where the bicycles were located. Meanwhile, Lu Xia and the others sat cross-legged on the carpet, enjoying their feast while observing the trio practicing cycling on the grass. "This is quite delicious," Lu Xia remarked, savoring a skewer of lamb, his lips curling into a smile, especially as he watched Mo Hong flit between the two girls, seemingly enhancing the flavor of the meal. Beside him, Yi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, confirming that the taste was indeed delightful. Su Yu raised her head proudly. "This is nothing. You haven't tried the dishes made by Lu Xia. They're extraordinarily delicious, guaranteed to leave you wanting more. Is that true? Well, have I ever deceived you? Then I must try them." Yi Xiaoyu turned to Lu Xia, teasingly asking, "You're not using this as a ploy to win my Yu's heart, are you?" "That's a question for you," Lu Xia deflected, tossing the question back to her, as she felt the weight of their gazes upon her. The triumphant smile she wore moments ago faltered, leaving her somewhat flustered. She certainly did not like Lu Xia merely for his culinary skills. There was something deeper, something she couldn't quite articulate. Was it because he had rescued her by the riverside? Or perhaps due to his attentive care when she fell ill? Or maybe it was his steadfast protection whenever she was in distress? Unsure of the answer, she simply knew that her feelings for Lu Xia were profound and unwavering. "Ugh!" Yi Xiaoyu exclaimed in mock distaste, turning her face away. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, she had unconsciously donned an infatuated expression, her lips curling into a sweet smile. "Xiaoyu, I challenge you to a duel," Su Yu exclaimed, suddenly snapping back to reality and standing up in indignation. Yi Xiaoyu, seemingly anticipating this, swiftly got to her feet and began to retreat. "What's there to challenge? I cannot compete with your assets," she replied cheekily. "Xiaoyu," Su Yu shouted, dashing towards her. Yi Xiaoyu, quick on her feet, evaded Su Yu's pursuit, and the two engaged in a playful chase, their laughter echoing across the meadow. As evening fell, the group departed from the ranch. Yi Xiaoyu attempted to persuade Su Yu to visit her home, but Su Yu declined, citing early classes the next morning. Mo Hong, overhearing this, expressed surprise. "You're also a student at Jiangsu and Zhejiang University?" "Yes," Su Yu nodded, with a smile. Mo Hong replied, "I am too. I'm in my 4th year and currently interning. What a coincidence to find out I'm your senior." Su Yu smiled silently in response. "Let us exchange contact information. I was the student council president before, and many current members were under my guidance. Should you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to reach out." With the conversation reaching this point, and in front of so many witnesses, Su Yu glanced at Lu Xia and chose not to refuse. After exchanging contacts, Mo Hong offered to drive Su Yu and Lu Xia home. Upon discovering that they had arrived by car, curiosity piqued among the group. When Lu Xia emerged riding a small electric scooter, even Yi Xiaoyu, who was somewhat prepared, furrowed her brow. After all, he was a small business owner. It was quite unusual for him to be without a proper vehicle on such a chilly day. Su Yu, however, felt unfazed, gracefully taking a seat on the back, wrapping her arms around Lu Xia's waist and slipping her hands into his little pockets. "Xiaoyu, we're leaving now," Su Yu called out, waving goodbye with a smile, and exchanged polite words with Mo Hong and the others before they departed. As the electric scooter sped away, Mo Hong turned to Yi Xiaoyu, seemingly casually remarking, "Xiaoyu, don't take this the wrong way, but Yu's boyfriend seems somewhat mismatched. Even if he is a decent fellow, what can he provide for her in terms of a good life?" Having said that, Mo Hong did not linger on the topic, bidding farewell to the others before driving off. Yi Xiaoyu stood rooted in place, a cold breeze sweeping by as she pondered her thoughts. Chapter 108. Who can erase memories on the road? The little electric scooter moved leisurely. "Lu Xia, I just added Mo Hong's contact information. It's nothing personal. With so many people around, it's not easy to refuse someone face to face." She had already decided that as long as he disagreed, it would suffice. "Have you forgotten what I said last time?" Lu Xia turned her head to remind her. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled something, stating quickly, The most important thing in a relationship is trust. I will always believe in you, Lucia. I will always believe in you too. Therefore, there is no need for explanations between us. If one day any misunderstanding arises, we can just clarify it. Unless what? Suyo prest. Unless one day you no longer like me. Then no matter what I say, it would be futile. Suyo patted her chest, relieved. That day will never come. I will always like Lucia. I will always like Suyo. Upon returning home, Suyo hurriedly dashed into her room, rummaging through the wardrobe. Lucia curiously peeked in. What are you looking for? I'm looking for the stockings. I promised you earlier today. Oh. Lucia felt her heart skip a beat, and her heart began to race. She thought Suyo was joking, but to her surprise, she had taken it seriously and remembered it. Perhaps I should refuse after all. I found them. Suyo exclaimed, standing up excitedly, holding the pair of stockings she had bought in Shushi. They were tendy thin, perfect for accentuating her legs. That Yuyo. Actually, the sentence hung in air as Lucia swallowed hard, feeling conflicted inside. What? Suyo looked at her with innocent eyes. In nothing. Lucia felt guilty. I'll go take a shower first. Saying this, Suyo hugged a cute set of pajamas and entered the bathroom, along with the stockings. Alone in the room, Lucia felt a tumult of emotions, realizing she should have stopped this but couldn't control herself. It felt like deceiving a young girl. Beast. After a moment of contemplation, she reassured herself that touching her girlfriend's legs was not beastly at all. A few minutes later, Suyo emerged from the bathroom wearing an oversized, loose-fitting pajama set, her bashful demeanor appearing especially adorable. It evoked memories of when she first met Suyo, who had worn his skull hoodie, quite similar to now. Approaching Lucia, she stood on her tiptoes, smiling brightly. Aren't you going to wash up? At this proximity, Lucia could smell her unique fragrance and the scent of body lotion, both stimulating his senses. Why, yes. Lucia hurriedly dashed in a bathroom. After a few minutes, just as he was finishing up, he realized he hadn't brought any clothes with him. His previous outfit was already soaked. After much hesitation, he called out, Yuyo, could you get me some clothes? A moment later, there was a gentle knock on the bathroom door. I've got them ready. Just reach out and take them. Okay. Lucia opened the bathroom door slightly and extended his hand to receive the clothes, only to be startled to find Suyo standing at the door, wide-eyed and speechless. Coming to her senses, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a startled deer, as she quickly scampered back into the room, burying herself under the covers. The internet did not lie. Boys and girls truly are different. My mind is in disarray. Who can help me erase that memory? The more she wished to forget, the more vividly it lingered in her mind. Who could knock me unconscious? After changing clothes, Lucia noticed the bulging blanket, mischievously giving it a pat. When he pulled back the covers, he found Suyo glistening with sweat, steam rising from her body due to the cold weather. She looked as if she had just emerged from steam room. Yuyo. He reached out to touch Suyo's forehead, which was indeed warm, but not feverish. Like a startled cat, Suyo leapt off the bed, head down, and hastily retrieved another outfit from the wardrobe before rushing into the bathroom. When she emerged, she was fully covered, even wearing pajama pants. Lucia couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing how she had intentionally stood at the door to sneak a peek, only to end up embarrassed. At least it served as a practical lesson for her anatomy class, which had lacked real-life examples until now. That night, both were remarkably well-behaved, sleeping soundly. Even the next day, Suyo seemed to avoid Lucia's gaze, her cheeks flushing at the mere thought of what she had found online. Sitting in class, Suyo took out her phone to distract herself. Opening the Yangsheetsi Writer-S Assistant app, she noticed a significant increase in followers compared to the first day, with even some readers giving her tips. Although it wasn't much in her eyes, it represented the recognition from others, something that could not be measured in monetary terms. On Lucia's side, her research received affirmation from Professor Yu, and the initial results of the internal trial were out. Although her scores were not the highest, they were more than sufficient for admission into Jiangxi University. In a laboratory, Professor Yu called Lucia aside for a conversation. There has been considerable opposition from many professors regarding your admission to Jiangxi University due to your temperament. I spoke with the principal at length, and he agreed to pacify those professors. For now, just be on your best behavior. And if you encounter any unfriendly teachers, try to avoid them. Lucia realized that her previous actions had indeed caused discontent among many teachers. It was evident from Professor Yu's expression that he had invested considerable effort into this matter. I understand, teacher. As long as those four accept mediation, it's not a significant issue. Don't blame me for being meddlesome. But was it Su Yuyo's family who intervened in the last incident? Yes, Lucia admitted without hesitation. Professor Yu fell into deep thought, and, after a pause, he spoke earnestly. Do you understand Su Yuyo's family situation? Lucia was taken aback that Professor Yu would bring this up, but answered honestly, I do. You know, Professor Yu was somewhat surprised. From my understanding of Su Tiannan, he is not an easy man to please. Gaining his approval is no simple feat. You must strive to succeed. If you can achieve something in our field, it would certainly enhance your prospects. Lucia finally comprehended Professor Yu's concern. He was likely already aware of Su Yuyo's family situation and was worried for her. She felt a warm glow in her heart. Chapter 109. How to Sleep with Resentment. He was merely a disciple of Teacher Yu, yet in such a short span of time. It felt as though Teacher Yu regarded him as a son. Not only him, but also Teng Jian and Chu Tianxin. He devoted his heart and soul to guiding and nurturing them. Master, rest assured, there is no need to worry about your disciple. I've already dealt with my father-in-law. If all else fails, I could always have a child. With you as my master, I would gain considerable face, Lucia jested. Yu Guanghua, aware that Lucia was joking, patted his shoulder. You are a diligent and talented child. Keep up the good work. Understood, master. The change in address signified an elevation in Yu Guanghua's standing in Lucia's heart. The meanings of teacher and master are entirely distinct. After leaving the laboratory, Yu Guanghua stared blankly at the empty doorway, pondering that if only he could be like Lucia back then, perhaps. Alas, what use is it to dwell on such thoughts now? She must have long since married and had children by now. In the afternoon, after completing his experiment, Lucia returned home with Su Yuyo after class. As they walked along the path to the east gate, a flamboyantly dressed girl approached them, her appearance strikingly impressive, clad in a short skirt that revealed her long, slender legs. Judging by her looks and demeanor, she appeared to be a student. Lucia cast a glance at her before averting his gaze. As he held Su Yuyo's hand while passing by, the girl halted her steps, gazing at Lucia with flirtatious eyes, and slipped a pink letter into his hand. I'll be waiting for you at the usual place tonight. After this, she brazenly winked before hurriedly departing. This scene did not escape Su Yuyo's notice. Her cheeks puffed up in an instant, and she was about to release Lucia's hand. Although she understood that trust is paramount in a relationship, witnessing such a spectacle would anger anyone. Meeting at the usual place, she glared at the perfume-laden love letter in Lucia's hand. Lucia was momentarily stunned, quickly regaining his composure as he tightened his grip on Su Yuyo. Yuyo, I don't know this person. Then why did she ask you to meet at the usual place? I don't know. Lucia was equally perplexed. I'm ignoring you. Su Yuyo yanked her hand away, and fearing to upset her further, Lucia reluctantly let go, following closely behind, attempting to explain, but finding it difficult to articulate. Upon returning home, the tension in their relationship eased slightly. However, compared to before, the room felt significantly quieter, devoid of its usual liveliness, as Su Yuyo remained mostly indoors. Shortly thereafter, a novel titled All Men Are Flirtatious Scoundrels updated its latest chapter. After finishing the chapter, she buried herself under the covers, her mind swirling with thoughts of Lucia. Having spent so much time together and experienced so much, she could not fathom Lucia as the type of person he was being portrayed. Deep down, she had always believed in him. But why would that strikingly beautiful female classmate speak to Lucia in such an ambiguous manner? Surely, she must be sane. Unless it was intentional. This thought made Su Yuyo's delicate face grow serious. Rather than believing Lucia was flirtatious, she preferred to trust the latter. That evening, after both had showered, Su Yuyo lay on her bed dressed in a delicate camisole, pouting as she noticed Lucia entering the room. She emitted a soft hum, a blend of reproach and cuteness. Though her anger had subsided somewhat, she still chose to ignore him, even if there were underlying reasons for the incident. I'm still upset. Lucia, holding a tablet, approached her. I've investigated that individual. She's the belle of the dance department. Prior to this, I had no interaction with her. He sat beside Su Yuyo, leaning in closer. Please don't be angry. I swear, if I had any secret dealings with her, I would not come to a good end. Before he could finish, a soft hand swiftly covered his lips, furrowing her brow. No more nonsense. I'm not angry anymore. Lu Xia chuckled, inching closer, wrapping an arm around Su Yuyo's waist, drawing her nearer. I don't want to talk to you. Su Yuyo feigned resistance. Yet she did not pull away from his embrace. Instead, she turned her head away, pouting. Why not? I just don't want to talk to you. Didn't we agree yesterday to trust each other? Su Yuyo lifted her beautiful eyes to Lu Xia, a hint of grievance in her gaze. But I just feel uncomfortable. That girl is too annoying. By the way, what about the letter she gave you? Let me see it. Recalling something, she reached out. Perhaps it's better not to look at it. I might just throw it away later. No way, I want to see it. If you don't show me, you won't be able to hold me tonight. All right. Lu Xia had no choice but to retrieve the pink envelope, which was heavily perfumed and somewhat overpowering, still unopened. As soon as she got the envelope, Su Yuyo eagerly tore it open. The more she read, the more her expression darkened, her lips almost pouting to the heavens. After reading the letter, Lu Xia's expression also soured. It was filled with ambiguous phrases, as if he and that girl had known each other for a long time. We must clarify this tomorrow. What does she truly mean? Later that night, with the lights out, they lay in their respective beds, a distance between them. The atmosphere, which had just begun to soften, grew tense once more due to the letter. Reflecting on how it was their first argument after all this time, Lu Xia tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. A person who genuinely cares for you would never allow you to sleep with resentment. Yuyo, are you asleep? After a long pause, a soft voice responded, no. I want to hug you. After a while, Lu Xia could no longer contain himself. He turned to face her, gently pulling her into his embrace, holding her tightly, as if fearing she might slip away. Sensing Lu Xia's warmth, Su Yuyo gradually rested her head against his chest, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Lu Xia, I don't want to quarrel with you anymore. It doesn't feel good at all. Me too. Seeing you unhappy makes me feel terrible. Su Yuyo nestled deeper into Lu Xia's embrace. I am sorry. I should have trusted you. I'm not a good girlfriend. It's not your fault. Your anger shows that you care about me. If you didn't react at all, that would truly worry me. I can't shake the feeling that girl is being deliberate. You mentioned she's in the dance department. Could she be related to Tian Hui? Lu Xia pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's unlikely. She's still in the hospital and just beginning to recover. Uncle Su must have powerful means to make her drop her pursuit of me, so her involvement is minimal. What about Mu Feng? He's also in the dance department. We haven't seen him since that incident. That's a possibility. Lu Xia gently caressed Su Yuyo's cheek. I will find a way to uncover the truth. Just trust me. Even if the sky were to fall, I wouldn't be afraid. I believe you. The night enveloped them, the moonlight streaming through the window and casting a glow on their faces as their eyes met, smiles gracing their lips. Unbeknownst to them, they drew closer, their heartbeats echoing like drums. Lu Xia leaned down, unable to resist kissing her soft lips. Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes widened in surprise before gradually closing. Their barriers dissolved. Chapter 110. The incomprehensible Luo Qingning the following day, after Lu Xia escorted Su Yuyo to her classroom. He began to investigate the events of the previous day. The girl in question was named Luo Qingning, a widely acknowledged beauty in the dance department. He started with his colleagues, gathering information from students across various departments and grades. From their accounts, it became clear that Luo Qingning was an exceptionally talented individual, having participated in numerous large-scale events and received multiple accolades. Additionally, she was a social media influencer with hundreds of thousands of followers, reportedly earning a substantial income. There was some connection between her and Mu Feng, though it seemed rather superficial. It was said that Mu Feng had pursued her at one point but eventually lost contact. However, her reputation appeared to be rather dubious. From this preliminary understanding, Lu Xia had already dismissed Mu Feng as a potential suspect. Although they had only met once, he found it implausible that Mu Feng could orchestrate such actions from Luo Qingning, given his childish demeanor. Returning to the laboratory, Lu Xia continued his research while discreetly inquiring about Luo Qingning from Chu Tianxin. Her responses mirrored those of the part-time workers at the milk tea shop. Lu Xia, why this sudden curiosity about Luo Qingning? Don't be foolish. Comparing her to Su Yuyo is like juxtaposing a lotus with a rose. One is pure and pristine, while the other is vibrant yet thorny, Chu Tianxin cautioned. Lu Xia chuckled softly, reassuring her, don't worry, senior. My heart only has room for one. Stop right there. Chu Tianxin made a face of disdain, fearing that their conversation would lead to more romantic musings. In any case, it's best to minimize your interactions with Luo Qingning. Her reputation isn't particularly favorable. Senior, do you know her well? Chu Tianxin pouted. I generally dislike gossiping about others behind their backs, but since this concerns you, I'll share. It's said that Luo Qingning comes from a rather chaotic family. Her mother appears to be involved in unsavory affairs. She enrolled in school to leverage her status as a student, which supposedly comes with a hefty price tag. Since her admission, her focus has been solely on dancing and live streaming, flaunting luxury brands, with a single handbag costing more than an average person's half-year salary. Essentially, as long as someone has money, she will gravitate towards them. Of course, these are merely rumors. The truth might be different. Lu Xia nodded, lost in thought. Could it be that she was interested in his milk tea shop? That seemed unlikely. I understand now, senior. Just be cautious and cherish those around you, Chu Tianxin warned, concerned that Lu Xia might make a misguided decision. Later that afternoon, while Su Yuyo had yet to finish her class, Lu Xia discovered Luo Qingning's location. She was in a specialized dance studio, clad in a pure white dance outfit with soft white shoes and tights. She gracefully danced across the floor, her radiant smile justifying her title as the department's belle. Upon hearing that a boy named Lu Xia was seeking her, her face lit up with surprise as she paused her movements and walked outside, leaving a crowd of onlookers murmuring. Clearly, this was not her first encounter. At the entrance, Luo Qingning hurried over, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her eyes sparkling with allure as she delicately wiped her face with her slender, well-cared-for hands, beaming with delight. You've arrived, she spoke in a voice as gentle as flowing water, causing Lu Xia to frown. It felt as though they had known each other for ages. Let us skip the pleasantries. I'm sure you know why I'm here. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to me. I'm not that conceited. Lu Xia replied sternly. Can we talk privately for a moment? Luo Qingning pleaded, her eyes shimmering with earnestness. After glancing at the studio, where many were watching them, Lu Xia hesitated briefly before striding outside, stopping at a secluded gazebo. Now, can you reveal your purpose? Luo Qingning smiled coyly, inching closer to Lu Xia. However, as she attempted to draw nearer, he swiftly evaded her, his expression darkening. Her face displayed a hint of disbelief. Over the years, countless boys had desired her, but none had exhibited such distaste. With a hint of grievance, she remarked, Do you really dislike me that much? It's not so much dislike, rather. Your actions have disrupted my life. What is your motive for this? Or who is behind it? Lu Xia stated bluntly. With a seductive smile, Luo Qingning leaned in closer. What if I told you that I'm actually interested in you? Get lost. Lu Xia snapped, unable to contain his frustration. Regardless of her gender, he would not hold back. In an instant, Luo Qingning shivered in surprise, taken aback by the intensity of his response. Even so, she did not become angry. Lu Xia, you've certainly caught my attention. From this day forth, I will let the entire school know that Luo Qingning has taken a liking to you and is pursuing you. Are you out of your mind? My affliction can only be cured by you. Touch me, and you'll see, she provocatively challenged, accentuating her alluring figure. Madwoman, Lu Xia muttered coldly as he hastily departed, incredulous at her irrationality. After he left, Luo Qingning gazed at his receding figure, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. He was indeed quite remarkable. Meanwhile, several images were sent to Su Yuyo's phone from an unfamiliar number. Upon opening them, she found pictures of Lu Xia and Luo Qingning, taken from extreme angles that made them appear particularly intimate. What's wrong, Yuyo? Bai Linyin leaned in curiously. Nothing at all. If it's nothing, why the furrowed brow? If something is bothering you, you can share it with us. We might be able to help. It's better than bottling it up inside, Bai Linyin urged. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yuyo clenched her skirt tightly and recounted the events of the past 2 days. Qin Lan and Yang Shanshan, having overheard, also approached. It seems like someone is trying to sow discord between you and Lu Xia. Personally, I don't think he is that kind of person, Bai Linyin contemplated. If that is the case, this tactic is rather despicable. Qin Lan and Yang Shanshan nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiments. Do you have any suspects? Or have you recently interacted with anyone out of the ordinary? Su Yuyo shook her head. Aside from the incident with Tian Hui, nothing particularly stands out. I mentioned a few suspects to Lu Xia, but he deemed them unlikely. For a moment, they were at a loss for answers. Since you can't figure it out, don't dwell on it. Just trust Lu Xia. As for whoever is scheming behind the scenes, they will inevitably reveal themselves. If they want to create conflict between you and Lu Xia, just maintain your bond with him, and they will resort to other means, Bai Linyin analyzed thoughtfully. That makes sense, Su Yuyo agreed. At that moment, Bai Linyin, with a mischievous grin, added, if you and Lu Xia ever have a real falling out, you must let me know. Chapter 111. Deteriorating Conditions Why? Su Yuyo was utterly perplexed. Qin Lan and the 2 others were equally baffled. Bai Linyin chuckled, stating, as the saying goes, the one closest to the water tower gets the moon first. This provides me with an opportunity. Su Yuyo displayed a cautious demeanor beside her, asserting, Lu Xia belongs to me. I will not yield him to you. Rest assured, I am a well-educated young man who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education. I would never stoop to undermining others unless you vacate Lu Xia. Qin Lan widened her eyes, exclaiming, Linyin, I sense you weren't joking last time. You can't be serious. Can you? Guess what? Guess your own head. Of course, I'm just teasing you. Look, now Yuyo is even more anxious about Lu Xia, making it harder for those with ulterior motives to take advantage of her. You truly fail to comprehend my good intentions. Bai Linyin beamed with pride, adding, in any case, Yuyo, you must remain vigilant. As the saying goes, while one can easily dodge a direct attack, hidden arrows are much harder to defend against. It's not the thief that steals that worries me, but the one who covets. Qin Lan and the others couldn't help but give her thumbs up. Who would have thought, Sister Bai? Sister Bai specializes in dealing with petty individuals. Upon returning home, Su Yuyo informed Lu Xia about the photograph she had received. As Bai Linyin had surmised, Lu Xia too believed that someone was attempting to sow discord between him and Su Yuyo, and there were numerous schemes at play. His primary focus remained on Mu Feng, who had gone silent since the welcoming party, even amidst the chaos caused by Tian Hui. That night, Lu Xia, clad in a dark blue pajama, leaned against his bed, seemingly deep in thought. Su Yuyo, with her little eyes, occasionally observed him secretly, recalling Bai Linyin's words, regardless of the schemes others may employ, as long as she and Lu Xia were well, that was sufficient. Lu Xia. Hearing his name, Lu Xia's reverie was interrupted as he turned his head. I want a hug. Su Yuyo gracefully glided over, extending her snow-white arms, her features enchanting and playful. Lu Xia's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, revealing a gentle smile as he wrapped her in his embrace. Su Yuyo nestled against his abdomen, playfully pinching his abs, which seemed to have softened a bit recently. She then lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, her voice soft and tender. I want a kiss. At this, Lu Xia's mind was instantly cleared of all distractions. He smiled as he cupped Su Yuyo's delicate, rosy face, playfully pressing her soft lips, which formed a cute pout. Unable to resist her charming demeanor, Lu Xia leaned down, enveloping her lips completely. Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, gradually surrendering to the moment as she closed them. Unbeknownst to them, an uncontrollable hand, guided by some innate instinct, wandered to a soft area, gently kneading it, leaving Su Yuyo blushing intensely, her body feeling as if it might burst with warmth. The following day, Luo Qingning fulfilled her promise, publicly declaring her pursuit of Lu Xia on the campus confession wall. This act would not have garnered much attention, even with Luo Qingning being the flower of the department. However, the timing was too close to Tian Hui's incident. The prior excitement had yet to dissipate, and her declaration thrust the matter back into the limelight. Though Lu Xia was not yet a student at Jiangxi University, he had already gained notoriety. Yet, Neither Lucia nor Su Yuyo paid much heed to the situation. In the ensuing days, Luo Qingming unabashedly pursued Lucia on campus, even blocking him at the experimental building. Her reputation was not particularly stellar, and her presence caused those who previously maintained a good rapport with Lucia to distance themselves from him. One afternoon, while Lucia was conducting final tests in the lab, Tang Jian entered, saying, "Junior Lu, that Luo Qingming is back, and she is holding flowers, reportedly. She has been standing there for almost half an hour." "Let her be," Lucia replied, handing a completed drone to Tang Jian. "Could you check if there are any improvements needed? I noticed some shaking during the glide test." "Sure." The two leaned in to examine the drone closely. Chu Tianxin had initially wanted to add something, but it seemed unnecessary. After finishing, Lucia exited the lab from the back, completely ignoring Luo Qingming, regardless of her antics. As the clock struck 6, with dusk approaching, Luo Qingming impatiently grabbed a passerby, asking, "Have you seen Lucia? Is he still busy?" "Lucia? He left long ago. Thank you." After releasing the person, Luo Qingming bit her red lip, clutching the flowers as she departed. In a secluded area, she made a phone call. "I've done everything you asked, but Lucia is completely ignoring me." A cold male voice responded from the other end. "Find a way. If all else fails, employ some special methods." "Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" "Huh? Are you pretending to be virtuous in front of me? I don't care what methods you use. Just get the job done, and your penalty will be waived. Otherwise, no matter how long you work, you won't be able to pay it off. Think it through." The call ended abruptly, and a look of anguish crossed Luo Qingming's meticulously made-up face. She held the flowers tightly, choking back tears as she left. That evening, Su Yuyo shared a piece of good news with Lucia. She had successfully joined the student council. "Now I'll be a little leader." Lucia, seeing her delight, did not wish to dampen her spirits. Having been through university himself, he knew that joining various departments was often a waste of time. One might think these would enhance their future prospects, but even if one were the student council president, interviewers would hardly pay them any extra attention. He dared not voice these thoughts to Su Yuyo. In the near future, the university, in collaboration with an external company, was set to organize a singing competition, rumored to offer contracts to those who performed well, presenting limitless prospects. Now that Su Yuyo had joined the student council, she was assigned to organize the singing competition and expressed a desire to participate for fun. This would serve as an opportunity for her to hone her skills. And Lucia readily agreed, encouraging her to prepare well. The next day, after dropping Su Yuyo off at school, Lucia made his way to the nearby Villa District's sales office, having long wished to explore it. Now that he had become a millionaire, he felt compelled to purchase a spacious home to provide Su Yuyo with a more comfortable living environment. Since she needed to practice singing, he could even create a dedicated practice room for her. Riding his electric scooter, he parked outside the sales office and walked in. Chapter 112. Realization: those adept in sales possess keen insights. And upon observing Lucia's demeanor, coupled with his apparent disinterest in high-profile brands, he appeared to be an ordinary young man. Several sales representatives cast a cursory glance in his direction before choosing to overlook him entirely. "Xiaohua, a customer has arrived. You should attend to them," an experienced salesperson instructed, raising an eyebrow. Xiaohua, the girl in question, looked excitedly towards the spot her mentor indicated. Having been at this establishment for nearly 3 months, this was her first opportunity to greet a client alone. She set down the tray of tea with delight and approached eagerly, unaware that her so-called mentor wore a smirk of derision, believing that her kindness in sharing this opportunity was misplaced. Every client resembling Lucia was likely to be a waste of breath. "Hello, sir. Are you here to view a property?" Lucia nodded, his gaze settling on her. The young woman, around 19 or 20, was of average appearance, yet her eyes sparkled with an uncommon brilliance that made her presence quite pleasant. "Yes, I would like to see a larger villa with good sound insulation, preferably close to Jiangxi University." Xiaohua pondered briefly before retrieving a prepared brochure, pointing out 3 suitable villas based on Lucia's request. "Please take me to see them." Xiaohua, brimming with excitement, dashed off to fetch the keys. Upon exiting, Lucia started the electric scooter and glanced at Xiaohua, advising, "This will be faster." "All right, thank you." Xiao Hua mounted the scooter, and they swiftly departed. As they left, her mentor could not suppress a laugh, commenting to a colleague nearby, "If he can afford a villa here, I will eat my words." Not long after, Lu Xia brought Xiao Hua to a villa situated just 100 meters from a side gate. The property was expansive, featuring 3 stories and a large courtyard, surrounded by tall walls adorned with climbing vines that remained green even in winter. Xiao Hua guided Lu Xia through a thorough tour, demonstrating the excellent sound insulation of the rooms. The backyard even boasted a sizable swimming pool, surpassing that of gym. Lu Xia could not help but marvel at the lifestyle of the affluent. "Let us settle on this one. What is the total cost?" Lu Xia inquired. "Huh, aren't you going to look at the others? I've seen enough. This one is quite satisfactory." "All right, okay." Xiao Hua, flustered, began to calculate, and after a few minutes, she respectfully handed Lu Xia a piece of paper. "The total is 18 million. The best discount I can offer is 5 off, along with 3 years of property management included. Take me to make the payment." "Huh, okay." After exiting the villa, Lu Xia hopped onto his electric scooter, glancing back at the still stunned Xiao Hua, and urged, "I have other matters to attend to. We must hurry." Okay. Upon returning to the sales office, Xiao Hua anxiously approached the manager with the contract in hand. Observing her urgency, her mentor raised an eyebrow and followed closely behind. Soon, a professionally dressed woman approached, handing over a complete property purchase agreement. Noticing a different name on the salesperson's line, Lu Xia scrutinized the document and realized it now read Wang Mei, while the person who had initially assisted him was Lu Xiaohua. Just as he was about to sign, he hesitated. The woman, appearing puzzled, leaned closer, revealing a generous cleavage. "Is there a problem?" "Indeed, there is. This salesperson's name should not be Wang Mei." "Oh, I am Wang Mei. Xiao Hua is my apprentice and still in training. She is not yet familiar with many procedures. I will personally oversee the remainder of the process. Please call your manager. I need to discuss something with him." Wang Mei's brows furrowed as she leaned in again, her demeanor flirtatious. "If there is anything special, you can tell me. I can accommodate any request." Lu Xia, reminded of Luo Qingning, felt increasingly irritated and stood up to leave. The manager, having observed from a distance, quickly intervened, eager to preserve such a significant client. He approached with a cheerful disposition, reprimanding Wang Mei before swiftly arranging for a new purchase agreement to be drafted, with Lu Xiaohua overseeing the process personally. Wang Mei, visibly frustrated, seethed with anger. In this business, those who fail to close deals often endure years of hardship. The profit from selling a single property is substantial. With the personnel changed, Lu Xia proceeded to pay the deposit without hesitation, not because he favored anyone in particular, but due to his distaste for the sales tactics employed. The salespeople who had initially underestimated him now regretted their choices, as only 3 villas had been sold in the past month, 2 of which were purchased directly by a corporate executive, bypassing their involvement entirely. Lu Xiaohua gazed in disbelief at the purchase agreement. As Lu Xia prepared to leave, she hurried after him, accompanying him to his scooter. "Thank you, sir." Lu Xiaohua understood that without the seemingly aloof young man before her, today's order would have been unattainable. "There is no need for thanks. The property you showed me should earn you your due commission. I have added you for contact. Reach out directly if needed. Of course, I will ensure everything is processed smoothly." "Very well." With that, Lu Xia rode away on his electric scooter. As he exited, a pink Panamera passed by, its windows tinted, obscuring the interior from view while allowing those inside to see out clearly. As the window rolled down slowly, Lu Xia was surprised to find it was Lan Yuer and Ji Lanxin. They first glanced at the back seat, and, upon seeing Lu Xia alone, their forced smiles vanished, replaced by expressions of disdain. The previous incident at the ranch, where Lu Xia had declined their advances, had left them feeling embarrassed. Ji Lanxin scoffed, "Well, what a coincidence." Lu Xia, His indifferent reply silenced their mockery. The audacity of a man seeking to ride on the coattails of others was indeed puzzling. "Why are you here? Surely you aren't here to buy property." Lan Yuer laughed derisively, her mockery unabashed. With that, Lu Xia averted his gaze and rode away on his scooter. As class concluded, The two women in the luxury car wore expressions more grim than that of a corpse left unattended for days. They had hoped to ridicule Lu Xia further, yet he had offered them no opportunity, dismissing them entirely. On the road, reflecting on the encounter with Lan Yuer and Ji Lanxin, Lu Xia suddenly connected the dots, recalling someone associated with recent events. Mo Hang. His family's influence was formidable. If he wished to manipulate a woman driven by self-interest, he certainly could. Chapter 113. Time for learning. Moreover, at the ranch, the other party seemed to be subtly stirring the waters regarding his relationship with Su Yuyo. Although their demeanor was quite discreet, he could sense even the slightest hint of it as Su Yuyo's boyfriend. That fellow harbored feelings for Su Yuyo. If it truly was him, it would be utterly frightening, calculating and scheming in silence. The depth of this young man's character was indeed alarming. If it were an ordinary couple, such manipulations would undoubtedly create a rift, and with a rift comes opportunity. Upon arriving outside the Zhejiang University Student Union, he sent a message to Yuyo, knowing she would be busy for a while longer. He then called Lu Dazhuang. "Hello, son, running low on funds?" He teased. Reflecting on the astronomical figure in his bank account, Lu Xia replied, "It's not about money, old Lu. Could you help me investigate someone?" "Of course. You know your father is always here for you. Just say it. I need you to look into a person named Mo Hong. Recently, I had some incidents with your future daughter-in-law, and I suspect he might be meddling." A loud thump echoed from the other end of the line. "Damn it. How dare he touch my daughter-in-law? I'll look into it right away. As long as it's in Huaxia, I'll uncover everything. Oh, Lu, by the way, I bought you 2 villas near Zhejiang University. They're called BU Tower, right next to each other. One is for you 2 lovebirds, and the other I'm converting into a laboratory. Although Zhejiang University has decent facilities, they're not yours, which can be quite troublesome. So I figured it's better to get you one of your own. No cost involved. The keys will be delivered to you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lu Xia couldn't help but gasp. BU Tower was indeed the new community he had just purchased. He finally understood how the wealthy could spend hundreds of thousands on a meal. For them, it was akin to a few dollars. That's all for now. I'll update you later about Mo Hong. All right. After hanging up, Lu Xia sighed, relishing the perks of having a wealthy father. With just a phone call, he could resolve issues without effort. It was no wonder some rich second-generation individuals indulged in a life of leisure. Few could resist such temptations. Not long after, Su Yuyo emerged from the student union, accompanied by several upperclassmen, engaged in light-hearted chatter. Upon seeing Lu Xia, her face broke into a radiant smile as she bounded over, like 2 magnets drawn together. This must be Lu Xia, truly a remarkable figure. No wonder Yuyo often speaks of you. One male student grinned, introducing himself as Zhang Meng, the current president of the student union. "You're too kind," Lu Xia replied politely. "By the way, I hope Luo Qingning hasn't come to the student union as well. She's quite attached to you now. As the student union president, I must ask you not to bring her here and disrupt the atmosphere." The banter held an undercurrent of barbs. "What do you mean by that, Zhang Meng?" "It's not Lu Xia's fault that Luo Qingning is persistent," Su Yuyo interjected. "Yuyo, you misunderstood. I have no intention of targeting Lu Xia. It's just that Luo Qingning's influence is indeed concerning, especially with the upcoming voice of Zhejiang singing competition. We cannot afford any distractions. If I misspoke, I apologize to Lu Xia." As the president of the student union, he managed the situation with remarkable tact. No harm done. Such a sacred place as the student union should remain untainted. However, it's curious that even a trash can, despite having a liner, can still be deemed dirty, while a lotus, born from mud, is considered pure. Lu Xia interrupted Zhang Meng and the others, sensing Su Yuyo's hunger. "I need to head home to cook for her. I noticed the floor was a bit dirty when I arrived, so please remember to have someone clean it. We wouldn't want anyone to see it." With that, he nodded at the group, hand in hand with Su Yuyo, and they left. Su Yuyo said nothing. Her expression clouded. She was no longer the girl who understood nothing. She was keenly aware they were targeting Lu Xia, and had it been someone else, it would have been humiliating. On their electric scooter, Su Yuyo remained silent until they reached home, at which point she solemnly declared, "I've decided to leave the student union tomorrow." Lu Xia gently caressed her cheek. "It's just a small matter, no need to dwell on it." Su Yuyo shook her head firmly, To me, anything concerning you is not a small matter. My little Yiyo has grown up. Lu Xia felt a warm glow in his heart. Everyone has emotions, but what could be more comforting than words from a beloved? He embraced the fragrant Su Yiyo tightly. All along, she believed his presence had healed her life. In truth, his soul had also been made whole by her arrival. With her, life felt infinitely more meaningful. Lu Xia, Lu Xia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Releasing Su Yiyo, he fumbled, I'll go make dinner. In the living room, Su Yiyo's delicate hand clutched her skirt tightly, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. She gazed up at Lu Xia, her eyes filled with tenderness. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. She understood that Lu Xia wanted to save the most beautiful moments for their wedding, but she wished to express that it didn't matter to her, because that person was him. That evening, they lay in bed together, watching a movie. After finishing an animated film, Su Yiyo felt a twinge of boredom. She recalled what her sister Jiai had said. To better understand the matters between men and women, one must watch more romantic films. Looking up at Lu Xia, she asked, do you know where to find romantic films? Lu Xia choked on his water, his face a mask of shock. Why the sudden interest in that? I want to learn, so when we get married, I want to be completely clueless. Sister Jiai said she learned from that, Su Yiyo said earnestly. Lu Xia's lips twitched. Jiai truly taught her everything. This little one was thinking remarkably far ahead. But such things weren't meant to be studied. Was there even a need for instruction? Unconsciously, Lu Xia broke into a cheeky grin, recalling a phrase he often recited in high school. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pinch at his waist. Su Yiyo glared at him. What are you thinking? Sister Jiai said you boys can find them. You wouldn't be unable to, right? Lu Xia could hardly endure the insinuation. Chapter 114. A narrow path for enemies. In just a few moments, Lu Xia managed to locate Su Yiyo. Merely glancing at the interface, without even opening it, Su Yiyo's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and in a swift motion, she burrowed into the blankets like a timid little mouse, burying her head within. No more looking, perhaps another time. He drew Su Yiyo into his embrace, and in that instant, he could feel her delicate body tremble as if electrified. Lu Xia stifled a laugh nearby, thinking to himself how foolishly adorable she was. It was she who clamored to see it, yet now she was too shy to even glance. The following day, after attending her classes, Su Yiyo submitted her application to withdraw from the student council. Zhang Meng, upon receiving the news, made every effort to dissuade her, but he could not alter her resolve to leave. It was evident to all in the student council that Zhang Meng was the one who had driven Su Yiyo away. He had grossly underestimated the bond between Su Yiyo and Lu Xia. After her departure, Zhang Meng, trembling, picked up his phone, staring at the contact labeled Mo Xiao, hesitating to report the situation. If he were to confess that he was the one who had forced Su Yiyo to leave, he would certainly not be spared from Mo Xiao's wrath. Yet, if he remained silent, with Mo Xiao's methods, the truth would inevitably come to light. He dialed the number, reluctantly conveying the details. Fool, who told you to act on your own accord? The furious voice on the other interrupted. I'm sorry, Mo Xiao. I thought this would help you. Idiot. Are you unaware of the events that transpired not long ago? Their relationship is currently at its most robust. Your actions will only yield adverse effects. What a waste of space you are. My entire plan has been disrupted by you. A sharp disconnect followed. Zhang Ming stood there, drenched in cold sweat, realizing that despite his current status as student council president, he could be deposed at any moment if Mo Xiao desired it. This was not the crux of the matter. His true power extended far beyond this. He could only pray that everything would turn out fine. On the other end of the line, in an opulent office, sat a young man clad in a suit and tie, with scattered phone parts littering the floor. As the swivel chair turned, it revealed the countenance of Mo Hong. He glared into the distance, where only a small portion of the Jiangsu and Zhejiang landscape could be seen, obscured largely by towering buildings and enterprises, to ascend swiftly to greater heights. Su Yiyo was undoubtedly a shortcut. Her joining the student council had been orchestrated by him. On his turf, her accomplishments would surely endear her to him. Little did he expect that merely a day later, she would withdraw. He took a moment to compose himself, retrieving his phone from his pocket. No matter the cost, he was determined to sever the bond between Su Yuyo and Lu Xia, as this would provide him with the opportunity he sought. Most importantly, he could not allow Su Tiannan to uncover any traces of his schemes. In the villa district, after receiving a message from Lu Xiaohua, Lu Xia hurried over. All the formalities had been completed, and the premises had been thoroughly cleaned, ready for occupancy. When it came time to pay the final installment, Lu Xia did not forget to inquire. The commission is solely yours, correct? Lu Xiaohua, moved by his words, nodded vigorously. That is settled then, Lu Xia replied as he made the payment. This conversation took place in the presence of the manager, serving as a reminder that this order should not involve too many people. The manager, astute as he was, understood Lu Xia's implication. After signing the documents, Lu Xia produced 2 sets of keys, asking Lu Xiaohua, "Do you know where these 2 villas are located?" This morning, he had received the keys, but forgot to ask for specific details. Observing the exquisite keychains adorned with jade pendants, the manager was astonished, realizing they were exclusive to the East Side's prestigious towers. How could he possess them? Lu Xiaohua, unfamiliar with the tower's significance, shook her head in confusion. The manager took a deep breath and asked, "Mr. Lu, may I inquire how you came by these keys?" "They were a gift from my family," Lu Xia replied. The manager, now speechless with shock, understood that the individual who had recently acquired 2 prestigious towers was connected to the young man before him. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. To purchase a tower, one requires not only wealth but also influence. The manager, now eager to assist, hurried to the office area to retrieve the necessary documents, intending to personally guide Lu Xia. "Just inform Lu Xiaohua of the location. My electric bike cannot accommodate 3 passengers," Lu Xia said calmly. The manager glanced at the modest white electric scooter parked at the entrance, bemused by the contrast between such humble transportation and the ownership of 3 villas. Is this the simplicity of the wealthy in contemporary times? Very well, the manager conceded, handing the documents to Lu Xiaohua and pulling her aside to emphasize the importance of treating Lu Xia with utmost respect. The power to have the tower owner expelled was but a word away. Lu Xiaohua, having spent considerable time in the area, had never witnessed the manager's anxiety before and understood the weight of Lu Xia's status. They first visited Lu Xia's newly purchased home, followed by the villa acquired by Lu Dazhuang. Upon arrival, Lu Xia grasped the meaning of extravagance. The villa was more than twice the size of his own, surrounded by a mere 10 villas within miles, with a large artificial lake at its center, adorned with various exquisite ornamental plants. Just as he prepared to enter the villa, the sounds of laughter and play resonated from the vicinity of the artificial lake, and 2 young women emerged from the lawn behind the villa. To his astonishment, Lu Xia recognized them as Lan Yuer and Ji Lanjin. Lu Xiaohua had just brushed up on the rules governing the tower area during their journey. The artificial lawn outside the villa was private property, and entry without the owner's consent was prohibited. She approached them, stating, "Ladies, this is a private area. I kindly ask you to leave immediately." Noticing Lu Xiaohua's sales attire, the 2 women wore disdainful expressions. "I'm a property owner here. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Do you want me to have your supervisor dismiss you? You clearly lack understanding," Lan Yuer snapped. "Move away and don't pollute the air here. Salespeople like you are nothing but dirty scum," Ji Lanjin added. "You, how can you be so unreasonable? It is you who are in the wrong." Lu Xiaohua, inexperienced in the ways of the world, could hardly withstand such insults. Her eyes reddened, feeling that this was a personal attack. "You play the victim after a few words. What a despicable wench. Have you said enough?" Lu Xia stepped forward, his gaze falling on the area where they had just emerged, littered with snack wrappers on the carpet, indicating they had no intention of cleaning up after themselves. They had long noticed Lu Xia approaching. As he neared, Lan Yuer crossed her arms and smirked. "Oh, Lu Xia, what a coincidence. Are you here to apply for a security position? I happen to be quite familiar with the management here. Should I introduce you, considering Su Yuyo's favor?" With old grievances and new resentments, she was determined to unleash her pent-up frustrations. Chapter 115. Late-night call. As soon as the security personnel were summoned, several tall, Well-trained guards swiftly approached, having been on patrol nearby. Upon noticing Lan Yuer and Ji Lanxin, their expressions subtly shifted, and they respectfully inquired, "Miss Lan, Miss Ji, what seems to be the problem?" The two women held their proud postures, with Lan Yuer scoffing. "This individual is an acquaintance of mine, seeking to apply for a position with your security team, to see if he is suitable." The captain of the security team scrutinized Lu Xia with keen interest. He was acquainted with all the homeowners in the villa area and had never seen this man before, indicating he likely did not belong to this community. Being the captain here, he was certainly not a fool. He discerned the underlying implication in Lan Yuer's words. "Sir, this is private property. It would be wise for you to leave, or else do not blame us for our actions." "Private property?" Lu Xia chuckled lightly. "May I ask, to whom does this land belong?" After a moment of silence, the captain recalled that this area had yet to be sold and lacked an owner. According to the rules, neither Lan Yuer nor Ji Lanxin should be here, yet they were the most esteemed residents, leaving him to turn a blind eye. He understood the gravity of offending a significant homeowner compared to a trivial individual. "This is none of your concern. If you do not leave, do not blame us for being ungracious." As he finished speaking, several of his subordinates moved to surround Lu Xia, who appeared considerably more fragile compared to these seasoned guards. Suddenly, the electronic gate of a nearby villa emitted two beeping sounds and slowly opened. Lu Xia retrieved the key from her pocket, stating, "You've come to my villa area, creating chaos, and even insulted someone on my premises. Are you suggesting I should leave?" The captain of the security team was rendered speechless, astonished at the implication that this villa had been sold. Lan Yuer and Ji Lanxin exchanged incredulous glances. Every unit here was worth tens of millions, and they had only been able to reside here due to their parents' wealth. "Impossible." Lan Yuer glared at Lu Xiaohua, sneering. "This key must have been brought by a salesperson. I know this individual, just a poor loser riding an electric bike. He could never afford a villa here." The captain, uncertain, glanced at Lu Xia and did indeed spot the electric bike in the distance. However, he hesitated to act, knowing that if it were true, he could not afford to offend him. Lu Xiaohua produced documentation and handed it to the captain, stating, "This gentleman is indeed a homeowner here, and the adjacent villa is also his." Upon seeing the official documents, the captain was finally convinced that Lu Xia was the new owner of the property. "Miss Lang, Miss Ji, I must ask you to leave." "Who gave you the authority to let them leave?" Lu Xia demanded. "What do you mean?" Lan Yuer exclaimed. "Trespassing on private property may constitute illegal entry. If you do not apprehend them, I will call the police." Ji Lanxin's face darkened as she shouted, "Do not push your luck. Even if you truly are a homeowner, you are merely relying on Su Yuyo and are nothing but a freeloader. How could you possibly consider yourself significant?" Seeing that the captain was reluctant to act, she took out her phone, preparing to call the authorities. Surveillance cameras were everywhere, providing ample evidence. Given their family background, they would not be imprisoned for long. But even a single day in jail for privileged children was a significant consequence that money could not remedy. Realizing that Lu Xia was serious, the two women panicked. If this escalated, they could very well find themselves making the headlines tomorrow, and their parents would certainly not let them off easily. Lan Yuer fished a card worth 30,000 from her designer handbag and coldly offered it to Lu Xia, saying, "This should cover your losses." "Is that all?" Lu Xia mocked, gazing at the two with a smirk. "What else do you desire?" "An apology. You must apologize to this lady, and it must be sincere." Lu Xia replied, her expression a blend of amusement and challenge. Are you joking? Apologize to someone like her?" Both women reacted almost in unison, first in disbelief and then with deep disdain. Given their status, how could they ever lower themselves to apologize to someone they deemed inferior? "Do not keep referring to this person or that person. Have you mutated or are you an alien? If we stripped you of your FAAD, you would be far beneath her." These words reached the ears of the security guards, who began to regard Lu Xia with newfound respect, although their salaries were considerably higher than average. Many homeowners genuinely looked down upon them, summoning them at will. Seeing the two women flustered yet unyielding, Lu Xia lost her patience and picked up her phone. "Then I shall call the police." In response, the two women quickly called for a halt. "Fine, we will apologize." Lu Xia had no intention of escalating the matter further. She extended her hand toward Lu Xiaohua, her eyes glimmering with a playful smile, observing the two young girls who were utterly arrogant yet lacking in substance. At that moment, Lu Xiaohua tugged at the hem of Lu Xia's shirt. "Mr. Lu, perhaps we should just let this go?" Her voice was low enough for only Lan Yuer and Ji Lanxin to hear. Ji Lanxin then pulled out a card from her bag, offering it to Lu Xiaohua. "Here is 10,000. Consider it our gesture of goodwill." Lu Xia remained silent, allowing Lu Xiaohua to make her own decision. "No need for that. Just refrain from bullying others in the future. Not everyone is as you perceive," Lu Xiaohua asserted. The expressions on Lan Yuer and Ji Lanxin's faces revealed that they had not absorbed her words. Their ingrained arrogance was not something that could be dismantled by a single remark. Not wishing to prolong the dispute, Lu Xia coldly instructed, "Before you leave, ensure that you clean up the mess, otherwise bear the consequences." With that, Lu Xia departed, stepping into the villa, leaving Lan Yuer and Ji Lanxin seething with resentment. However, surrounded by surveillance cameras, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and clean up the litter. Later that night, after Lu Xia finished a shower, he found Su Yuyo sitting at the desk, engrossed in writing a novel. Aside from forbidding him from reading it, she had stopped avoiding him altogether. Choosing not to disturb her, he busied himself with personal matters in his bedroom. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Xia's phone rang with an unknown number. "Hello, who is this?" Lu Xia answered. "It's me, Luo Qingning." Upon hearing her voice, he almost hung up. "Please do not hang up just yet. Let me say one thing." It seemed Luo Qingning had anticipated this reaction. After a pause, seeing he had not disconnected, she continued, "You're curious about who sent me, aren't you? I have my reasons. I am currently at the Wiener Hotel, room number. I wish to discuss something with you." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xia surprisingly agreed. Even Luo Qingning did not expect him to comply so readily. At that moment, she was dressed in a crisp white shirt paired with a black coat, complemented by sheer stockings that perfectly showcased her legs, and finished with white knee-high socks and black leather shoes. This ensemble was commonly referred to online as a boy-killer outfit. Knowing Lu Xia would be arriving soon, she cranked the air conditioning in the themed room to its maximum setting and placed a bottle of red wine on the table. No matter what, she was determined to captivate him with her charm and appearance. In her hand, she clutched a small box, gazing at it with a gentle tremor of anticipation, realizing that all her efforts to preserve her allure might ultimately be for Lu Xia's benefit. Chapter 116. The thief with no courage in a bid to safeguard herself. Feeling unwell and during her menstrual cycle, she even fabricated a story about being HIV positive. She longed to escape this industry, but her youth had led her to sign a contract she could not comprehend. Should she attempt to leave, she would face a staggering penalty of 30 million. 30 million was an astronomical figure to her. Reflecting on Lu Xia, Luo Qingning felt somewhat at ease. Compared to those greasy top-tier men, Lu Xia was indeed a far better option. She couldn't help but wonder how long he would withstand her advances. In the absence of outsiders, perhaps her true nature would be revealed. After all, how many men are not driven by base instincts? Approximately 20 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. Luo Qingning's body trembled. Had he finally arrived? She composed herself, adjusted her skirt to reveal her long legs, and approached the door, smiling brightly as she opened it. In the next moment, her alluring smile vanished. The visitor was undoubtedly Lu Xia, but beside him stood a girl whose beauty was unmistakably that of Su Yuyo. Luo Qingning was taken aback. Was Lu Xia even a man? He had brought his girlfriend to play. Even if Su Yuyo was indeed more attractive than her, weren't men typically fickle? Would he not indulge in infidelity? She felt utterly foolish. Noticing Luo Qingning's attire, Lu Xia remained unfazed, leading Su Yuyo into the room and finding a chair for her. Luo Qingning was at a loss, closing the door behind her and unsure of her next move. She had envisioned numerous scenarios, Lu Xia revealing his predatory nature and overpowering her, or perhaps a push-and-pull dynamic, or even a resolute departure. Never had she anticipated this situation. Observing Luo Qingning standing there, Lu Xia cut to the chase. It was Mo Hung who instructed you to do this, wasn't it? How much did he offer you? Or do you possess some leverage over him? His words served as a probe, his gaze fixed on Luo Qingning, eager to gauge her reaction. Luo Qingning was astounded. Lu Xia seemed to know everything. It truly was him. Lu Xia gritted his teeth and smiled, recognizing the treachery of this duplicitous scoundrel. Soon, Luo Qingning realized she had fallen into a trap before she could even attempt to defend herself. What leverage do you hold over Mohong? I have investigated your high school days, and your demeanor then starkly contrasts with the present. Reaching this point was not your intention, was it? If you tell me the truth, perhaps I can assist you, Lu Xia pressed on. The room fell silent for a prolonged moment as Luo Qingning languidly reclined on the heart-shaped bed, crossing her long legs in a self-deprecating manner. Forget it, help me? Is it that all men relish driving women to desperation, only to then persuade us to reform? Doesn't that provide you with a sense of accomplishment, making me eternally grateful? She chuckled bitterly, adding, since you know everything, there is nothing left to discuss. Just take your girlfriend and leave. Observing Luo Qingning's demeanor, Su Yiyo felt a pang of pity and loneliness. She spoke up, you should trust Lu Xia. He can truly help you. Huh, I need 30 million. Why don't you enlighten me on how you plan to assist me? Luo Qingning replied, her cold laughter echoing. Moments later, Lu Xia produced a bank card from his pocket. If it's a matter of money, I can help you, but I have a prerequisite. Luo Qingning's beautiful eyes narrowed in suspicion as she regarded the card. You're not jesting with me, are you? Lu Xia chuckled lightly. It's late, and I still need to get home to my wife. Then what are your conditions? First, our conversation today must remain between us. No fourth party should hear of it. Second, you must find a way to gather relevant evidence. The more, the better. Third, maintain your connection with Mo Hong. Listening intently to Lu Xia's terms, Luo Qingning detected an ulterior motive. She inquired curiously, are you planning to confront the Mo family? Let them not offend me, and I shall not offend them. But should they provoke me, I will eliminate the root of the problem, Lu Xia replied, his eyes cold. Upon witnessing this side of Lu Xia, she realized he harbored a deeper complexity than she had initially perceived. Was it because of her? Despite the school's efforts to suppress information, she was somewhat aware of recent events, particularly due to Su Yiyo. Since entering society, she believed all men to be unsavory. Yet Lu Xia had begun to alter that perception. Truly a rare find. As they departed the hotel, Su Yiyo curiously asked Lu Xia, are you really just giving her 30 million? Lu Xia turned with a smile. The 30 million is to buy her freedom. But what if she doesn't need to be freed? Oh, Su Yiyo sighed deeply, awakening to the reality. Lu Xia, you are quite wicked. Tonight, you'll discover just how wicked I can be. With a playful pout, Su Yiyo silently acknowledged her happiness. As her boyfriend, Lu Xia had truly provided her with a sense of security. With that thought, she happily linked her arm with his, radiating joy. Chapter 117. The proposal. A few days later, Lu Xia's simulated drone entered the formal testing phase. In attendance were Professor Yu, Teng Jian, and Chu Tianxin, along with several unexpected senior professors from the university, all summoned by Professor Yu. His aim was to dispel their prejudices against Lu Xia, believing that only an impressive demonstration of his capabilities could silence their skepticism. This endeavor was not solely for Lu Xia's recognition. It also aimed to secure him greater access to learning resources. At Jiangsu Zhejiang University, while Professor Yu considered himself competent, he was aware that numerous individuals surpassed him. After several hours of testing, the drone, resembling a flying fish, descended gracefully. Although some minor issues persisted, its advantages were undeniably evident. The most notable benefit was its enhanced endurance, nearly doubling its flight time, coupled with its sleek appearance. The transparent material and compact size rendered it nearly invisible, appearing merely as a small black dot under the sun. Furthermore, its maneuverability posed no significant challenges. Observing Lu Xia's earnestness in the sunlight, Professor Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had not been disappointed in this young man. While the features were not particularly extraordinary for someone new to the field, Lu Xia was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of potential. The other senior professors also regarded him with admiration. Following the successful test, Lu Xia, despite not having completed his enrollment procedures, was granted special permission by the university president to enjoy all the rights afforded to graduate students. After finishing his commitments, Lu Xiao went to pick up Su Yuyo, who had just concluded her class. Ever since the incident with Tian Hui, Lu Xia had asked Qin Lan and the others to look after Su Yuyo, still haunted by the memory of that day. As the four girls walked out of the classroom, they spotted Lu Xia rushing up the stairs, breathless. Bai Linyin gazed at him with envy, her cherubic face reflecting her thoughts. Ah, how lucky to have such a boyfriend. Yang Shanshan looked at her with a teasing smile. Isn't this just envy? Bai Linyin retorted with an eye roll. At that moment, Lu Xia arrived, panting, and flashed a smile. I got a bit held up today, seeing him drenched in sweat. Su Yo tenderly offered him a tissue, oblivious to the rolling eyes beside them. The display of affection caught everyone off guard. Lu Xia, I have good news. I passed the preliminary round of the singing competition with a perfect score. Su Yo shared the excited. I have good news for you too. Lu Xia briefly recounted his experiences from the day. As their conversation continued, Qin Lan interjected, Cut. That's enough for now. We three have had our fill. We'll take our leave. Any private matters can be discussed at home. Lu Xia, slightly embarrassed, realized he had forgotten the presence of others. How about this? Let me treat you all to a movie. The three girls exchanged glances before enthusiastically responding in unison, sure. Seeing their excitement, Lu Xia understood that his plans for a romantic evening were likely thwarted. However, he was not overly concerned, knowing they would look after Su Yuyo in his absence. Yuyo, wait for me downstairs. I'll go get the car. With so many people, he couldn't take his small electric scooter. After treating them to dinner, Lu Xia took the four girls to the cinema. It was the weekend, and the theater was bustling with patrons. After purchasing tickets, Lu Xia turned to the four beautiful ladies and asked, What would you like to eat? I'll take care of it. Qin Lan and the others glanced at Su Yuyo, feeling slightly guilty for already receiving so much from Lu Xia. Don't look at me. Su Yuyo blushed. We're just here to support. You're the main character today. Qin Lan, it. Su Yuyo's cheeks flushed deeper as she replied softly, No need to be so polite. In the past, she might have considered saving money for Lu Xia, but now that he was not short on funds, she understood his philosophy. Spend where necessary. With the host's words, they decided not to hold back. Each ordered a drink and 2 buckets of popcorn to share, with Lu Xia and Su Yuyo having 1 bucket of their own. Although Lu Xia preferred everyone to have their own, the 3 girls insisted it was too wasteful. Inside the cinema, they settled into their seats for a romantic film. Time flowed smoothly, and as the captivating plot unfolded, Qin Lan and the others quietly discussed their thoughts. It is said that women possess a strong capacity for empathy, and during the most poignant moments, it was evident that their eyes glistened with tears. Lu Xia and Su Yuyo nestled together, their hands intertwined, cherishing their bond despite not having experienced the film's narrative. As the credits rolled and the audience began to disperse, the screen suddenly shifted to a montage of images showcasing a girl from her high school uniform to graduation and into society. Initially featuring only the girl, the images gradually included a boy, depicting their journey from secret admiration to attending university together, through their humble beginnings to eventual success. Suddenly, the theater lights brightened, revealing an unexpected arrangement of flowers. The male protagonist stood up from the front row, holding a ring, and knelt down to propose. Those who had been preparing to leave halted, captivated by the scene, showering the couple with envious glances and blessings. Su Yuyo watched in rapt attention, her heart racing with anticipation as she clutched her fists to her chest, her eyes sparkling with hope. Stealing a glance at Lu Xia, she wondered what their proposal would look like. Unlike the others, who were filled with envy, she felt none, for she already had the best person by her side. Once outside the cinema, Su Yuyo suddenly recalled something and, looking up with eager eyes, asked Lu Xia, You said you had a surprise for me today. What is it? Qin Lan and the others, overhearing her, leaned in with curiosity. If I tell you, it won't be a surprise, Lu Xia replied. Come on, just tell us. Su Yuyo urged, her excitement palpable as she felt the inquisitive gazes of the 3 girls beside her. Unable to resist her charm, Lu Xia finally revealed. You know how the practice rooms at your school are always crowded? I managed to get you a private one. I've tested the soundproofing, and I assure you it's completely silent. From his pocket, Lu Xia produced a beautifully crafted keychain adorned with a red Chinese knot and a jade pendant. Compared to the bizarre trinkets of the West, this traditional piece exuded a unique beauty. Really, Lucia? You're the best, Su Yio exclaimed, and the three girls, filled with excitement, surrounded her, eager to join in on the fun. They too had signed up for the singing competition, confident that as long as they were not tone deaf, they would easily pass the preliminary round. The prospect of a private practice room thrilled them as well. Chapter 118. The joy of pretending it was still early. Shall I take you all for a little outing? Compared to practicing songs alone, it might be more enjoyable to be together. Qinlan and the other two girls eagerly agreed. Thus, they hurriedly ushered Su Yuhua into the car, discarding their original plan of shopping. They drove to a nearby villa district. The three girls rolled down the car windows, peering out in astonishment at their surroundings. They had heard of this area, rumored to be a wealthy enclave. How could Lucia bring them here? Upon reaching the security booth, a tall security guard, standing nearly 6 feet tall, emerged and respectfully addressed Lucia, Mr. Liu. Lucia nodded politely in acknowledgement and drove into the villa area. Not only Qinlan, but even Su Yuhua felt somewhat astonished. This ambience had a hint of home, although this community lacked the grandeur of her own estate. Arriving at a villa, the gates slowly opened, and Lucia parked in the designated space within the courtyard. Lucia, don't tell me the singing room you mentioned is this place. Bai Lining exclaimed, still struggling to believe it. It is, indeed, Lucia replied with a slight smile. He finally understood why some wealthy second-generation individuals enjoyed flaunting luxury cars and residing in opulent homes. The feeling was undeniably exhilarating, especially in the presence of beautiful women. The thought crossed his mind that Su Yuhua seemed to be writing an urban daily life novel. And perhaps he could suggest she draw inspiration from stories of domineering CEOs falling in love, but with less intellect involved. It could be quite enjoyable. Yuhua, what kind of divine boyfriend have you found? Perhaps I should play the smaller role. I really don't recommend it, Bai Lining teased. Count me in. Count me in too. Qinlan and Yang Shanshan raised their hands in agreement. Protectively, Su Yuhua revealed a small tiger tooth and declared earnestly, Lucia is mine alone. No one else can have him. In the future, you could be the main wife, and we'll assist you. Bai Lining continued to jest. No way. She then shifted her gaze to Lucia. A secret lover is acceptable as well. Lucia felt a headache coming on from Bai Lining's unfiltered mouth. The current crop of adorable girls certainly had such free-spirited thoughts. All right, enough joking. Let us begin the tour, Lucia interjected. The villa had an entire floor designated as a singing room. Initially, he hadn't intended it to be so extravagant, but since old Lu had gifted him 2 sets, he thought, why not indulge a little? The 4 girls were overjoyed upon seeing the complete set of equipment and eagerly began to try it out. Lucia had little interest in singing and settled on the sofa downstairs with his laptop, managing the milk tea shop and some research matters. The soundproofing of the singing room was exceptional. Even downstairs, he could not hear the noise. It wasn't until the early hours that the 4 girls, still reluctant to leave, finally descended from upstairs. Noticing the late hour, Su Yuhua suggested, Lucia, let us see you off. Lucia closed his laptop, glanced at the time, and smiled. The dormitory must be closed by now. The girl snapped back to reality. All right, it closes at 10. It's almost 1. Having surveyed the villa, they realized the rooms were not yet prepared for occupancy, leaving them with no choice but to find a hotel outside. At that moment, Lucia hesitated, contemplating whether to take Qinlan and the others to another villa where everything was already arranged. He didn't suggest staying overnight, feeling it might come off as pretentious. While other wealthy second-generation individuals pondered how to flaunt their wealth, he was instead thinking of how to remain understated. The 3 girls thought Lucia was merely being difficult. Qinlan spoke first. Yuhua, there's no need to trouble yourself. We could just stay at a hotel for the night. It seems that's the only option. Su Yuhua nodded. The other villa only had 1 room ready, while another had been converted into her personal dressing room. Seeing this, Lucia sighed. If he was going to pretend, he might as well go all out, considering he had already done so once. He turned to the 3 girls. How about staying in my other villa? There are rooms available there. What? Another one? The girl's reaction was even more exaggerated than Lucia had anticipated. To possess such a villa, Lucia had a second one. They directed their gaze towards Su Yuhua, closing in on her. Bai Lining was the first to interrogate. "Oh, Yuhua, didn't you tell us Lu Xia was just a milk tea shop owner? With this kind of financial standing, he must be the owner of the milk tea chain, hiding a beauty in a golden house. His secrets were indeed well kept." Su Yuhua felt a bit of distress. Initially, Lu Xia was indeed a regular milk tea shop owner, and she had always been thinking of ways to save money for him. Little did she know he was from a prominent family. After speaking to her mother, she learned that Lu Xia's family circumstances were considerably better than hers. Don't put Yuhua in a difficult position. She only found out recently. Lu Xia came to her defense. Hearing this, the three girls finally eased up on Su Yuhua. But Bai Lining began to stir the pot again. "Earlier, we were joking about being your little wife, but now we're serious. A secret lover one tea do, a little maid would suffice." Lu Xia, feeling helpless, reminded them, "If I recall correctly, you all have classes with a formidable instructor tomorrow morning, right? You should rest early. Otherwise, don't blame me for any penalties on your attendance." Oh right, in the excitement, I completely forgot about her class. Being late to her class, let alone sleeping through it, could cost us our grades. As they departed the villa, Lu Xia drove the four girls to a nearby artificial lake, where they beheld an even larger and more spacious villa. The girls were nearly accustomed to the shock. As the villa door opened slowly, a young woman in black uniform emerged, addressing Lu Xia. "Mr. Lu, the rooms have all been prepared." "Thank you for your hard work," Lu Xia replied. This young woman was Lu Xiaohua, whom he had persuaded to become the housekeeper. Rather than seeking someone from the market, she appeared more reliable and was already familiar with the villa. Upon their first meeting, Lu Xia took Su Yuhua's hand and introduced her. "This is Xiaohua, my housekeeper." The girls let out a sigh of relief. In the dead of night, having a young woman emerge from the house could lead to all sorts of imaginations. Qinlan and the others were merely joking, not genuinely intending to become a mistress. Su Yuhua, however, remained composed, having gone through the ordeal with Luo Qingning. Their bond had grown stronger, and she wouldn't harbor suspicions over trivial matters. After some exchanges, Lu Xiaohua understood their relationships. Su Yuhua was the mistress of the house, while the others were classmates. Having arranged for the guests, she wisely excused herself. Lu Xia had instructed that apart from daily affairs and cleaning, she need not concern herself with anything else. In the master bedroom, after a refreshing shower, Su Yuhua lazily lay on the comfortable mattress, rolling from side to side. Just then, Lu Xia emerged from the bathroom, and upon seeing this scene, a sweet smile spread across his face. How wonderfully adorable the girl he had found was. Chapter 119. The peculiar bed at this moment. Su Yeo noticed an unusual remote control at the head of the bed. She casually pressed a button, and the lights in the room transitioned from a warm hue to an atmospheric glow reminiscent of a nightclub. Observing this scene, Lu Xia was equally astonished. What on earth is this? All the furniture in the villa was arranged by old Lu, claiming to be high-tech. Does this count? This spectacle piqued Su Yuyo's deep interest. She then began experimenting with other buttons, discovering the bed possessed a massage function and could even bounce a person up. Lu Xia, come over and try this. This bed is so magical." Not only was she speaking, but she also increased the intensity, resembling a trampoline. Watching this unfold, Lu Xia was at a loss for words. Only Su Yuyo treated it as a source of amusement, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Lu Xia, why are you just standing there? Come and try it." Su Yuyo patted the side, beckoning him to join her. Unable to refuse her enthusiasm and finding it difficult to explain, he complied and lay down beside her. Internally, he could not help but grumble about old Lu's absurdity. After a while, Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Xia and exclaimed, "This bed is so interesting. I've never seen anything like it. I have to tell Qinlan and the others tomorrow." Lu Xia immediately interjected, "No, please don't tell them. If you do, especially by Linine, in less than 3 seconds, she will uncover the bed's true secret." "Why?" Su Yuyo blinked her innocent eyes in confusion. "Just trust me, don't mention it to them," he replied. The more he insisted on keeping a secret, the more curious she became. Sitting up from the bed, she crawled over to Lu Xia, her hands stealthily landing on his waist, grinning mischievously. Are you going to tell me or not? Do you really want to know? Lu Xia returned her grin with an even more wicked smile. Yes, yes. Su Yao nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Then lie on me, and you will discover what this bed is truly for. He himself was unsure how to explain, believing that experience was the best teacher. If she tried it herself, she would understand. No ulterior motives. Oh, Su Yao, unable to comprehend, prepared to mount Lu Xia. As her leg was about to ascend, a flash of realization struck her, and her delicate face flushed crimson, as if shocked by electricity. Quickly, she pressed the off switch and dove under the covers like a startled deer, not daring to show her face. From this reaction, it seemed she had grasped the implication. Even if she did not speak of it, she likely wouldn't dare share this matter with Qinlan and the others. Lu Xia snuggled into the bed, embracing the warm girl in his arms, whispering near her ear, "Do you still want to try?" Lu Xia, you are such a rascal. Why didn't you just tell me? Lu Xia chuckled and replied, "How should I say it, in detail? I don't care. How could you buy such a bed? And the lights, they're quite strange. You just said they look nice. They don't look nice. I want to change this bed tomorrow. I can't change it. All the furniture here was arranged by old Lu. As long as you don't use it, it's no different from an ordinary bed. Besides, better safe than sorry." If the covers were lifted at that moment, one would certainly observe a delicate figure, glistening with fragrant sweat. Silly girl, sleep now. Early the next morning, Lu Xia drove the four girls back to Zhejiang University. Along the way, they encountered Lu Xiaohua, who greeted them. Lu Xiaohua, recalling something, reported, "Mr. Lu, the neighboring villa has also been organized. If you need it, you can use it any time." "All right, I understand." Lu Xiaohua referred to the adjacent villa filled with research equipment. This news caught the attention of Qinlan and the other girls, instantly awakening their previously drowsy eyes. This meant there was another villa next door, also belonging to Lu Xia. This was a grand villa, a luxurious estate, not some cheap cabbage at the market. They were stunned, completely numbed. After dropping them off at their classroom, Lu Xia returned to the laboratory building. As he approached the entrance, he spotted Luo Qingning standing there in a striking dress. She certainly knew how to dress well. It was no wonder she was the belle of the department. Upon seeing Lu Xia, her exquisite face lit up with a bright smile as she trotted over, her long eyelashes framing her charming peach blossom eyes, exuding natural allure. As she drew near, before Lu Xia could speak, Luo Qingning quietly reminded him, "Someone is taking pictures." Understanding her hint, Lu Xia's expression instantly turned icy, and he swiftly dodged to the side. Her acting skills were so impressive that it would be a waste not to pursue a career in drama. Luo Qingning followed suit, whispering, "I'll grab your hand. You just shake me off. Be gentle." He recalled a previous incident when he nearly shoved her over. He truly lacked any sense of cherishing beauty, considering she was the belle of the department herself. After their little performance, Lu Xia strode into the laboratory, while Luo Qingning left in a dejected manner. In the corridor, Lu Xia received a message from Luo Qingning. After the failed events of the previous night, Mo Hung had sent someone to give her a vial of medicine, instructing her to find an opportunity to give it to him after the singing competition. Just a drop would make him uncontrollable, allowing her to... Understood. Putting down his phone, Lu Xia's expression darkened further. Mo Hung was indeed ruthless, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. Ding ding. Lu Xia's phone rang. It was Su Tianin calling. "Uncle Su." "Lu Xia, are you busy?" "Not at all. What is on your mind?" "Why didn't you tell me about Mo Hung? Such a significant matter, and I only found out now." "I didn't want to trouble you." "What kind of nonsense is that? You mean to say you're pursuing my daughter and want to distance yourself from me?" "Uncle Su, that's not what I meant. I know that's not your intention. In any case, if something comes up, just tell me directly. I'm in Jiangsu, in Zhejiang. Even the King of Heaven would have to bow down to me. I've had my people investigate this matter. My contacts have infiltrated their company. News will come soon." Oldait, Unklesu. Lu Xia felt a chill run down his spine. The pressure from his future father-in-law was overwhelming. After hanging up, he couldn't help but sigh. With two powerful allies safeguarding him, he felt an immense sense of security. Just moments ago, he had contemplated using the drug to bring down Mo Hung, which would grant him some time. However, upon reflection, it seemed too simplistic. Given Mo Hung's cunning, he might easily absolve himself of the situation without raising alarms. How could he not reciprocate such kindness? Chapter 120. The sappy couple in the days leading up to the singing competition. Lu Xia spent his time either in the laboratory or accompanying Su Yuyo and her friends in the karaoke room for practice. Following the preliminary round, there was a more rigorous second audition. This competition was not solely for students. Members of society would also participate, although the auditions would not take place within the school premises. The final round, however, would be held at the school. Su Yuyo successfully passed the second audition, but regrettably, Qinlan and Yang Shanshan were eliminated. The weekend arrived, and the four girls gathered at the villa's karaoke room as planned. Although Qinlan and Yang Shanshan had been cut from the competition, who said singing had to be for the judges. Those judges might not even be able to sing well themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Xia was on the first floor, engrossed in his studies on his laptop. Ding, ding. His phone rang, and upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Shu Yao. Such an unusual occurrence. Answering the call, he cheerfully remarked, "Shu Yao, it seems the sun has risen from the west today for you to call me." "Boss, something has happened at Yujian," came Shu Yao's faint voice from the other end. Hearing this, Lu Xiao's playful demeanor faded. Shu Yao, who could joke even when the sky was falling, sounded genuinely urgent. "What is the matter? You left not long ago, and 2 neighboring stores have been bought out. Within a few days, 2 brand-name milk tea shops have opened. No matter what activity we organize, their promotions always overshadow ours. Eugene's business has taken a significant hit, and more than half of the staff have resigned. If this continues, Eugene will inevitably struggle to survive." Shu Yao's voice was laced with guilt. "I'm sorry, boss. I thought I could handle it and kept it from you. I am truly sorry." "This isn't your fault," Lu Xia reassured her, detecting that someone was targeting the milk tea shop, or perhaps him personally. First, he ruled out Mo Hung. At that time, they had no interactions. Was it possible that the brand-name milk tea shop stationed in Shushi were envious of Eugene's success and resorted to such tactics to undermine it? "Shu Yao, just hold steady for now. I'll return to address this." "Okay, boss." Lu Xia chuckled. "Don't be so downcast. It's just business being taken away. I'll help you reclaim it. I prefer the old, feisty Shu Yao. You are my lucky charm." "Who is your lucky charm?" Shu Yao retorted playfully. "Right. Now you should be sure Jiang's little kitty." On the other end, Shu Yao was mortified, her tough girl image shattered by his words. Just as Lu Xia had suspected, she had accidentally put the call on speaker. Everyone is feeling low. They want to hear what the boss has to say. She never expected Lu Xia would make such a joke. "Boss, what nonsense are you talking?" Shu Yao said, lacking confidence. "Ha ha, everyone is here. It will be discovered sooner or later. Consider a preview. I'll bring you local specialties when I come." "Boss is impressive." After ending the call, Lu Xia thought it best to leave Shu Yao to handle the situation on her own. This light-hearted banter would surely lift everyone's spirits. "Lu Xia, was that a call from Sister Shu Yao?" Su Yuyo, having taken a break from singing, approached him, her brows knitted in concern. "Is something wrong with Eugene?" Lu Xia placed a hand gently on Su Yuyo's slim waist, drawing her closer as she sat upon his lap. "There is indeed a problem. I plan to return for a visit. Would you like to come along?" "Yes. I miss everyone," Su Yuyo exclaimed excitedly. "Let us see when you're free. Last time you mentioned wanting to visit Yuehuan Mountain again, so we could do that." Lu Xia Su Yuyo playfully squeezed her voice, extending her small hand toward him in a gesture of affection. "I'm here." How could he not draw her into his embrace under such circumstances? "Why do you remember everything I say?" "Because you are my darling." Su Yuyo tilted her head back, playfully sticking out her tongue. I love it when you call me darling." "Daddy, darling, darling. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." The two were entirely immersed in their own world, oblivious to the 3 disapproving glances cast down from above. Their affectionate display was simply too nauseating for the onlookers. As evening fell, the sun dipped low on the horizon, leaving behind a crimson glow. Inside the Eugene milk tea shop, what would usually be a bustling hour was now met with sparse customers. Events that typically drew crowds during special occasions had been running for a week with little improvement in sales. There was no remedy. This was not a bustling area. And with 3 milk tea shops in proximity, their customer base had been significantly diluted. The most disgraceful part was that when one shop held an event, the other 2 would follow suit with even more enticing promotions. At the shop entrance, Shu Yao emerged with a bowl of overripe taro pudding, which she promptly discarded into the trash bin. Lu Xia had sternly instructed that food must be disposed of properly and should never be reused. Ding! A sharp sound pierced the air. A sky-blue car sped toward Shu Yao, flashing its lights as it approached the roadside. Just as she was about to curse the driver for their lack of manners, she looked up, and her irritation vanished, replaced by a broad smile as she eagerly rushed forward. She was all too familiar with that vehicle. The car slowly came to a stop, and, as the door opened, two familiar, radiant figures stepped out. Lu Xia, clad in a black trench coat, stood tall at over 6 feet, effortlessly commanding attention in his attire, flashing a smile that resembled that of a charming Korean actor. Beside him was Su Yuyo, her black skirt paired with a warm-toned sweater. A lovely scarf wrapped around her swan-like neck, and her fair legs accentuated by white ankle socks, her hair in a bun, radiating a sweet smile. Ah, Yuyo, it's really you. You've become even more beautiful. The boss must be treating you well. The two girls embraced each other excitedly. Ahem. Lu Xia's smile abruptly faded, his expression turning awkward as he noticed the many bystanders around them. Are you trying to ensure that everyone hears? Su Yuyo, oblivious to the implication, nodded in agreement. Lu Xia treats me very well. Shu Yao's eyes sparkled as she exchanged knowing glances with Lu Xia, secretly giving him a thumbs up. Still so unrestrained, Lu Xia rolled his eyes. Shu Yao dismissed his reaction and pulled Su Yuyo along. Stop standing here. Let us head inside. The afternoon meeting is about to start, and everyone is there. Wait a moment, Lu Xia called out to Shu Yao, walking to the trunk of the car to retrieve a prepared gift, handing one portion to Shu Yao with a smile. This is for you. Boss Chapter 121. Taking advantage, Shu Yao bit her lip, stifling a laugh, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept the gift. Stop pretending. You know what embarrassment is? Help me carry this. One for each of us. As you command, boss. Such generosity. Upon entering Yujian, the atmosphere was heavy and lifeless. In the afternoon, everyone gathered to discuss solutions. Yet after hours of deliberation, no useful ideas emerged. When the crowd saw Lu Xia and Su Yuyo, they sprang to their feet as if invigorated, their faces alight with disbelief. Tong Yu excitedly approached Lu Xia, her gaze fixed on him. Boss, how did you return? Looking at Tong Yu and the others, he smiled. If I and T come back, you'd all be in dire straits. One by one, they surrounded him, including Zhang Xiaobai, who, despite the circumstances, showed remarkable resolve by staying put. Cheer up, everyone. Let us distribute the gifts, one for each. He handed out the presents. Currently, the Yujin milk tea shop had only Shi Jiang, Shu Yao, Tong Yu, Li Mengmeng, and Zhang Xiaobai remaining. Lu Xia made sure everyone received a gift. In the past, they would have been elated to receive such tokens, but now, the weight of the gifts felt burdensome in their hands. Noticing their expressions, he realized it was time to address the matter at hand. He gestured for everyone to sit down and instructed Shu Yao to roll up the shutter and hold a brief meeting. He sought to understand the entire situation. Various indicators suggested that these two shops were indeed targeting Yujian. He turned to Shu Yao and inquired, "What do you think could be the reason behind this?" After a moment of contemplation, Shu Yao responded, "I believe it's because Yujian's business is thriving, encroaching on the interests of these brand milk tea shops, which are deliberately targeting us. Your progress has been lacking lately. You should read more about economics," Lu Xia remarked candidly, focusing on the issue rather than the individual. If these are brand milk tea shops, why are they only targeting Yujian and not the 3 other Yujian locations on the commercial street? Additionally, these brand milk tea shops are franchises. While their model is well established, management still relies on individuals. With a street filled with numerous milk tea shops, why aren't they targeting others? However, this isn't your fault. If I'm not mistaken, these 2 shops are indeed coming after me. Shu Yao was not angry, but rather intrigued. With the uproar surrounding Lu Qian, who would dare to target you? I'm curious about that too. He replied, "You all may clock out for the day. Shu Yao and Shi Jiang, please plan a new promotional campaign. Xiaobai, prepare new bookmarks, and Tong Yu, create a few promotional videos to collaborate with Shu Yao, Shi Jiang, and Xiaobai. Oh, and if anyone wishes to franchise, now is the time to negotiate." In truth, given his current financial situation, Even the total revenue from the 4 locations amounted to little more than small change to him. Yet, Eugen was his labor of love, imbued with special significance. He could not bear to see it fade away. Everyone exchanged glances, smiles gracing their faces. "What is going on?" Lucia inquired with curiosity. "Tong, you spoke up. Boss, it feels like with your return, everyone is reassured." The others nodded in agreement with faint smiles. "Let us all strive to open a branch each in the future and spread Eugen far and wide." "Yes, boss." After bidding farewell to everyone, Lucia took Su Yuyo to the neighboring milk tea shop. Facing the inquiring staff, he stated directly, "Is your store manager available?" A figure emerged from the milk tea shop's storage room, someone Lucia had not seen before. The man scrutinized Lucia, his expression shifting slightly, as if he recognized him. "What is the matter? Let us step outside to discuss." The manager hesitated momentarily before finally nodding in agreement. They entered a nearby coffee shop, where Lucia reserved a private room and closed the door, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "I want to waste time with pleasantries. I want to know who is behind you." The manager appeared taken aback. "If it's about this matter, I think you've mistaken the person to ask." With a swift motion, a stack of red bills landed on the table. Lucia gazed at him. 5,000. For a name, it's a surefire profit. The manager hesitated. For an ordinary person, 5,000 was indeed a significant amount. Yet, he stood up regardless. Another stack of bills fell onto the table. 10,000. "Even if you don't tell me, I can still get someone else to speak. This money will find its way to someone else if you refuse." The manager wavered for just a moment before cautiously pocketing the bills, his gaze averted as he muttered, "It's Liang Hao." With that, he exited the room. As the door closed, Suyo looked up at Lucia. "Who is Liang Hao?" Lucia hesitated to respond initially, for he had nearly forgotten that name. Had it not been for Song Z's reminder, he would have been oblivious. "Do you remember when we went shopping and encountered Jiang Wan and her friends?" The man in question is Liang Hao. "Huh? Why is he targeting you?" "It's likely due to Jiang Wan. He probably believes I've thwarted his plans." "And what do you intend to do?" "Of course, I shall repay him in kind." Prior to this, he had called Lu Dezhuang, informing him that if trouble arose, he could contact the local authorities. Having a powerful connection, he intended to utilize it effectively. In the dead of night, at Liang Tian Media Company, the firm celebrated a record-breaking annual performance, surpassing 100 million, with all employees participating in a celebratory banquet. The credit for this success belonged to Liang Hao, who had returned from studying abroad. Since he took over the company, its profits had nearly doubled. As the jubilation reached its peak, Liang Hao received a phone call. After the call, his expression darkened, for a deal he had worked tirelessly to secure had been abruptly canceled. Soon after, other senior executives received similar calls, all bearing the news of canceled contracts. Liang Hao's phone buzzed again. It was his father calling, who immediately berated him. "Have you offended someone? Several partners of a decade have just informed me they wish to terminate their contracts. Do you understand the ramifications this will have on the company?" At that moment, Liang Hao felt utterly bewildered. In business, he had always been diplomatic, never having crossed anyone. Think of a solution quickly. At this rate, the entire company will collapse. "I understand." After the call, Liang Hao's expression had become exceedingly grim. One moment, he had been riding high. The next, he was plunged into despair. Who could comprehend such a stark contrast? Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of Shushi, at the Yunding Hotel, Lucia had booked a grand suite. Cradling the fragrant warm jade in his arms, gazing out at the sea of clouds and the starry sky. Beyond the breathtaking scenery, myriad thoughts coursed through Lucia's mind. Chapter 122. The heartfelt encounter with Ji Tianxi. First there was Mo Hung, then there was Liang Hao. In his heart, he understood that without relying on his family's influence, he could never compete with such individuals. The old adage rings true. One must be strong in order to forge ahead. All along, he had yearned to live a carefree life, drifting through existence with simplicity, but now it seemed such aspirations might be a tad unrealistic. "What am I thinking?" The gentle, melodious voice of Su Yuyo broke through his reverie as she leaned closer, her delicate lips nearly brushing against his, evoking a protective instinct within him. Lucia could not resist the allure. After a long moment, he finally released the bashful girl from his embrace. her fragrant breath mingling with the warmth of the bedding as she buried her head into the covers. It is said that familiarity breeds comfort. Yet Su Yuyo remained adorably shy with every kiss, regardless of how many times they had shared such moments. This was far from over. With a soft exhale, she commanded the room lights to dim, and once again, the air filled with playful banter and sweet laughter. They had tried everything except for the final step. In the office of the chairman of Liang Tian Group, Liang Hao slumped in his leather chair, having spent an entire night without sleep, his eyes resembling those of a panda. How could a thriving company be on the brink of collapse overnight? He pondered throughout the night, unable to ascertain whom he had offended. He could count on one hand the number of people capable of toppling his company. As dawn broke, he dragged his wearied body from the office, determined to visit each of the influential figures he knew, willing to pay any price to salvage his company. On his way, he received a call regarding a milk tea shop, mentioning that the owner, Yu Jian, had returned and was bustling about, seemingly preparing for something significant. However, at that moment, he had little regard for the milk tea shop and ended the call dismissively. Unbeknownst to him, this was his closest opportunity to uncover the truth. Atop Moonlight Mountain, Lu Xia and Su Yuyo strolled hand in hand to the Love Lock platform, where they secured a lock that symbolized their bond. Prior to their visit, they had sent a message to Yiming and Shun Jiai, informing them they were not in Shushi, but rather traveling to take wedding photos. Lu Xia, when we get married, we must also travel to take wedding photos, Su Yuyo exclaimed, her heart filled with joy and dreams of exploring the magnificent landscapes of their homeland, primarily cherishing the prospect of creating lasting memories with Lu Xia. In the future, if they had children, they could share these adventures with them. What am I thinking again? She gazed up at Lu Xia, who was wearing a broad smile, as if he could not wait to marry her. And no, not all, she stammered, wondering if she had misheard someone mention marriage. You must have misheard. I was merely expressing envy for Jiai and her travels to take wedding photos. What is there to envy? I will take you along when the time comes. They sealed their promise with a pinky swear. All right, pinky swear, they affirmed, their pinkies intertwined. As they resumed walking, Lu Xia chuckled. You claim you're not eager to marry me. You're so annoying. Su Yuyo exclaimed, playfully throwing a punch at him before chasing after him. However, Lu Xia suddenly halted, extending his arms, causing her to stumble into his embrace. You're being too forward. I can barely contain myself, Lu Xia teased. In the afternoon, Lu Xia invited Ji Tianxi and Lin Miao Miao to a hot pot at Heidi Lao. Grateful for their assistance, he recalled that he still owed Lin Miao Miao a meal. Both agreed to join him. Arriving early, Lu Xia and Su Yuyo waited at the restaurant until Lin Miao Miao appeared, dressed casually yet still captivating the attention of those around her. Shortly after, Ji Tianxi arrived, also in casual attire. As they exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness lingered between them, their outfits resembling a couple-S ensemble. Ji Tianxi offered a polite smile, displaying a gentler demeanor than usual. Lin Miao Miao, however, was distracted by Lu Xia waving at her and noticed the girl beside him, her expression shifting slightly as she approached with a smile. At that moment, Lu Xia felt a tug on his waist, and he heard Su Yuyo's playful voice filled with jealousy. You're quite happy, aren't you? Lu Xia could only smile wryly, feeling a burden of unspoken words. Yet, Su Yuyo merely teased him, not genuinely upset, but simply wishing to pinch him playfully. Behind them, Ji Tianxi noticed Lu Xia beckoning him and responded with a bright, casual smile. As they moved forward, he observed the girl who had just stopped by Lu Xia's table, momentarily startled, wondering if she could be the other friend Lu Xia had mentioned. Lin Miao Miao, too, noted Ji Tianxi's presence and entertained the same thought. Lu Xia, acting as the host, stood to introduce, this is Lin Miao Miao, a close friend from gaming. He shot a glance at Ji Tianxi, implying that a big guy like him shouldn't need further introduction. Ji Tianxi took the hint and eagerly extended his hand. Hello, I'm Ji Tianxi, born on the 24th in Aquarius. He rambled on, nearly divulging all his personal details, his demeanor notably anxious and flustered, a stark contrast to his usual composed self. All right, enough already, or you might reveal too much. Lu Xia jested. Realizing his blunder, Ji Tianxi quickly gestured for Lin Miao Miao to take a seat. Lu Xia observed the two, having invited them for a casual gathering. Yet it seemed Ji Tianxi had taken an immediate interest in Lin Miao Miao. Whether anything would come of it remained to be seen, given the countless suitors vying for her attention. While Ji Tianxi had his merits, there were many who outshone him. After some delightful conversation, Lin Miao Miao inquired, Lu Ge, have you found a spokesperson for your store's image? Do you need my assistance? Upon hearing this, Lu Xia smiled bashfully. You were the first person I thought of, but I worried it might interfere with your studies. His expression shifted subtly. Then he smiled again, attempting to remain nonchalant. Lin Miao Miao chuckled softly. It won't take up much of your time, and I wouldn't be doing it for free. The price is absolutely negotiable. I wouldn't want you working without compensation. I still need to maintain my dignity, Lu Xia replied. Chapter 123. A woman's intuition at this moment. Ji Tianxi continued. Would you like my assistance in growing your business? It's essential to have a professional legal advisor. You should think twice. With your position, many would vie for it without success. Lu Xia shook her head in refusal. You said I must resign. I could serve as your legal consultant while also overseeing whether your burgeoning enterprise adheres to the law. Ji Tianxi resumed his usual playful demeanor, thumping his chest. If you dare to deceive, I'll personally bind you and take you back. Then I'd be inviting a ticking time bomb into my home. Lu Xia chuckled. What? Do you have something shameful to hide? Ji Tianxi raised an eyebrow. Lu Xia feigned openness, shaking her head. Let's check the restroom thoroughly. I'm not into that. Lu Xia draped her arm around Su Yuyo's waist, who was quietly enjoying shrimp rolls, offering only a confident smile. Disgusting. Ji Tianxi shot her a disdainful look. Lin Miao Miao stood by, silently laughing. After enjoying their meal, Lu Xia suggested driving the two back. Unexpectedly, Ji Tianxi grinned widely, retrieving a set of keys from his pocket and pressing a button, causing a nearby domestic car to light up. Good lad, you bought a car? It's just a ride. It can't compare to yours. What is there to compare? Yours is a result of your own hard work. True. Yi Tianxi chuckled, stealing a glance at the silent Lin Miao Miao, who nervously fidgeted with her hands, several times on the verge of speaking before retreating. It is often said that one feels inferior in the presence of someone they admire, and he was no exception. Could you drop me off at school? Lin Miao Miao suddenly spoke, a shy smile gracing her lips. Huh. Upon hearing this, Ji Tianxi's heart soared with joy, and he instinctively thought he had misheard her. It was only when he saw Lin Miao Miao gazing at him that he confirmed it. Of course, no problem. Ji Tianxi snapped back to reality, hurriedly opening the car door, only to remember his jacket left on the seat and quickly removed it. Brother Lu, I'll take my leave now. Settling into the back seat, Lin Miao Miao lifted her beautiful eyes, landing them squarely on Lu Xia, her voice sweet and light, akin to a feather brushing the surface. All right, take care. After exchanging farewells, Ji Tianxi drove away, gradually vanishing around the street corner. Lu Xia grasped Su Yuyo's hand, marveling. It seems Lin Miao Miao has an interest in Tianxi. A cider. Su Yuyo withdrew her gaze and pouted. Is she reluctant to part? This jealous little vinegar jar, ready to spill at a moment's notice. Lu Xia bent down gently, pinching her adorable cheek. I don't see much hope for Brother Tianxi. Su Yuyo voiced her opinion. Huh? Why not? Lu Xia replied, puzzled from what I just saw. It seemed promising. I don't know why, but my intuition tells me Lin Miao Miao merely wishes to spare you any discomfort, or perhaps she is deliberately suppressing her feelings for you. However, the way she looked at you before leaving was far from the simple camaraderie you described. I suspect you are overthinking it. Perhaps. Let us go. Lu Xia approached the car, opening the passenger door, smirking, Princess, please get in. The two then departed. At the entrance of the university, Ji Tianxi racked his brain for conversation topics. Typically a gregarious and humorous individual, today he found himself at a loss for words. After parking, Ji Tianxi quickly moved to the side of the car, opening the door for Lin Miao Miao. Thank you for the ride. Lin Miao Miao expressed politely. Not all. It's getting late. You should head back and stay safe. All right. Ji Tianxi gazed at Lin Miao Miao as she prepared to leave, summoning his courage to speak. Miao Miao, could I add you on WeChat? I study law, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Brother Tianxi, but Lin Miao Miao lifted her phone, gently shaking it. It seems to be out of battery. Ji Tianxi was not a child. If she truly wished, she could find another means to connect. He waved dismissively, smiling. It's fine, just be safe on your way back. We can talk another time. Without Lu Xia taking the lead, who knows when the next opportunity would arise. Back in the car, Ji Tianxi sighed as he watched her retreating figure, then drove away, choosing not to ask Lu Xia for contact details, as that would only disrupt her life. On the campus path, Lin Miao Miao glanced back at the receding car, lowered her head, pressed the power button twice, and the phone lit up. At the moment the screensaver image appeared, her expression subtly shifted. She inhaled deeply and strode toward the girls' dormitory. The following day, Lu Xiao returned to Jiangsu in Zhejiang with Su Yuyo. Before leaving, he informed Shu Yu and the others that once the bubble tea shops on both sides closed down, they could begin their activities, and when the momentum built, attempt to expand Yujin. Lu Xia left the pace of expansion to Shu Yu and the others, ensuring it remained within a controllable range, reminding them to call him anytime they needed assistance. The singing competition was scheduled for a week later. In the days that followed, classes were attended, research was conducted, and songs were practiced. At one point, Luo Qingning approached Lu Xia alone, expressing her desire to take some intimate photos with him to gain more trust from Mo Hung. Lu Xia agreed, meeting her in the room she had booked. However, she didn't come alone. She brought Su Yuyo along. After taking a few intimate photos, Lu Xia left with Su Yuyo. Inside the room, Luo Qingning pouted, lying on the bed in the themed suite, gazing at the photos of herself and Lu Xia on her phone. In her worldview, she had never believed in the existence of unwavering love. But now it seemed she had discovered it. Unfortunately, it had nothing to do with her. She sent the intimate photos to Mo Hung, informing him that she had nearly succeeded, but Su Yuyo's call interrupted them. While telling Mo Hung about the conversation between Lu Xia and Su Yuyo, she deliberately made some unusual noises, causing Su Yuyo to grow suspicious of Lu Xia, resulting in a disagreement between them. Mo Hung was overjoyed to hear this news. This was the best news he had received in recent days. In the office, Mo Hung had a chat history with Yi Xiaoyu on his phone. With her, as a meddling best friend, she could surely disrupt the relationship between Lu Xia and Su Yuyo. In truth, he was already aware of Lu Xia and Su Yuyo living together, and Su Yuyo had even bought several large villas for Lu Xia. It was just a beautiful dress. Previously, it didn't matter who wore it. What he valued was the potential worth that Su Yuyo could generate. In this world, as long as one possesses wealth, power, and influence, there are countless women like Su Yuyo. Chapter 124. Open strife and secret struggles. The long-anticipated singing competition unfolded as scheduled, leading to a complete cessation of classes throughout the school for a day. All students were granted free access to the venue, while external attendees could gain entry through prior reservations, albeit with limited availability. As a prominent sponsor, Mo Hung occupied the most conspicuous seat in the front row, surrounded by numerous dignitaries. Among the youth, he was indeed a rare standout, relishing the attention of the crowd. Beyond the spotlight, he also enjoyed certain undisclosed privileges. Just yesterday, after a brief visit to the campus, his assistant received a stack of special invitations, enabling him to select one of several individuals for his enjoyment should he choose to indulge. Such is the splendor of university life. To ensure his plans remained unblemished, he exercised restraint. After all, how could a person of ambition falter over such trivial matters? The singing competition proceeded seamlessly, yet his gaze lingered in the direction of Lu Xia, who had already departed. It appeared that Luo Qingning had commenced her actions. He let out a cold chuckle. For a man understands another man best. Even with a remarkable girlfriend like Su Yuyo, how many men could withstand the allure of a wildflower? In a secluded pavilion on campus, Luo Qingning presented a USB drive to Lu Xia. This was procured by a good friend of mine who is similarly deceived. It contains some of the evidence you seek. This is the best I can manage. This is sufficient, Lu Xia replied, pocketing the USB. From the outset, he had not intended to place all his hopes solely on her. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingning retrieved a small bottle resembling a liniment. This is a medicine given to me by Mo Hung. According to his description, A small application on your body will incite certain feelings towards me. A faint blush crept across her cheeks at the mention. Did he instruct you on anything else? Lucia inquired. If successful, he wants me to send him photos and videos. The more intimate, the better. I've already booked a room. I'll need your cooperation shortly. Let's not go that far. Just concoct some excuse to distract Mo Hung for now. All right. Thank you for your efforts. Just hold on until tomorrow, and I'll take my leave. Okay. Watching Lucia depart without a hint of hesitation, Luo Qingming bit her lip, surveying her attire. The dress, paired with thigh-high stockings, was meticulously chosen, capable of captivating many a young man's gaze. She wasn't lacking in appeal herself. Why the aversion? Frustrated, she stomped her foot and exited the scene. Unbeknownst to her, every moment was being captured by someone lurking in the shadows with a high-powered camera. Inside the venue, Mo Hung scrutinized the photographs he had received, his brow furrowing tightly. He had sensed something peculiar about Luo Qingming lately, prompting him to assign additional surveillance, which indeed unveiled unexpected revelations. Lucia, you are far from the simpleton I initially perceived, he mused. But do you truly believe such petty tricks can ensnare me? A sardonic glint flickered in his eyes. Ever since harboring doubts about Luo Qingming, he had remained vigilant. He was wary of all who drew close to her. Meanwhile, Lucia delivered the small vial obtained from Luo Qingming to a laboratory in Jiangsu and Zhejiang for expedited testing. To his surprise, the analysis revealed no illicit substances, only the typical medicinal properties associated with enhancement. As for the USB drive, it too contained no useful information. Accompanying him was Su Tan-nan, who, unlike Lucia, was not taken aback by the outcome. Instead, he remarked with depth, "This lesson cannot be learned in the classroom. Yet, do not dwell on it too heavily. Everyone stumbles in their youth, and what matters is recognizing one's true self." Thank you, Uncle Su, for your guidance. Indeed, this lesson was profound, and Lucia acknowledged a degree of arrogance within himself. Why did he presume that someone who had navigated the business world since childhood could be so easily tripped? Observing Lucia's demeanor, Su Tianen noted his lack of despondency, feeling satisfied. Mo Hung had been raised amidst the complexities of commerce, his upbringing instilling a shrewdness and ruthlessness. Had he been so easily ensnared, he would have long been a target for others. Giving Lucia a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Su Tianen continued, "Old Lu wishes to keep you away from our sphere, yet my perspective diverges from his. How can one remain untouched while immersed in it? Of course, if you truly have no inclination in this direction, you may tread your own path. We can handle such minor nuisances for you." After parting ways with Su Tianen, Lucia drove back to the Villa Enclave, contemplating the words imparted by Su Tianen. In fact, during his encounter with Liang Hao and Shushi, similar thoughts had crossed his mind. He had always cherished his freedom. Even upon learning of Lu Dazhuang's esteemed position, he remained unmoved, unwilling to alter his current lifestyle. However, whether it be Liang Hao, Mo Hung, or even Lan Yuer and Jilan Xin, not to mention Tian Hui and others, could he truly navigate his path without protection from others? Perhaps his present circumstances were satisfactory, but what of the future? What if unforeseen events arose? What would happen to Yuyo then? He recalled Yiming's words atop Xianshan Mountain and felt uneasy in trusting Yuyo's safety to anyone else. That evening, Su Yuyo refrained from practicing her singing, opting instead to work diligently in her room, fearing that without fresh material, she might face a hiatus. During dinner, she expressed concern about running out of stock and the potential backlash from her readers. After a day of contemplation, Lucia had come to terms with the events of the day. He relished crafting delectable milk tea, enjoyed engaging in research, and above all, cherished his freedom. Most importantly, he was enamored with Su Yuyo. It is often said that one cannot have both fish and bear as paws. But what if one were to savor them at different times? Now nearing his status as a graduate student at Zhejiang University at the age of 24, he recognized that he was still young. As a student, he should embrace the responsibilities of his role, indulging in food and drink, pursuing research, and nurturing his romance. Once he graduates, regardless of the decisions he makes thereafter, he would at least have no regrets. With clarity of thought, he felt considerably lighter. The immediate priority remained to address the considerable nuisance posed by Mo Hong. Lucia! 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 The excited exclamations of Su Yuyo echoed from the study. What is it? Lucia asked as he set down his work and entered. There, he beheld Su Yuyo, her face alight with joy as she pointed at her charming computer screen. A fan had gifted her 520 love letters. Aren't I impressive? That's several hundred in a day's earnings. Su Yuyo exclaimed, her head held high, brimming with pride. Chapter 125. The unperturbed Mo Hong impressive. Impressive. Gently stroking her silky hair. It remained unclear who had earned merely a few dozen bucks over the past fortnight, and, upon receiving a poor review from a reader, lamented for an entire night, swearing never to write again. Lucia coaxed her for quite some time before calming her down. Observing Lucia's composed demeanor, Su Yuyo couldn't help but suspect. Could this gift possibly be a reward from you? How could it be me? I don't even know the title of your book. Indeed, Su Yuyo was quite satisfied with this answer. All right, you go ahead and be busy. I still need to continue writing, so do not disturb me. As you command. Lady Yuyo, I shall take my leave. Affirmative. The two exchanged banter. The study was left with Su Yuyo alone, who opened the fan messages filled with encouraging words. It was precisely due to the emergence of this fan that she had not abandoned the idea of continuing her writing. She joyfully replied, "Thank you, darling." At that moment, a subtle notification sound rang out. Lucia was in discussion with Su Tianan about something, and upon seeing the pop-up, he clicked to check. He responded, "Keep it up. What you write is truly excellent." The final day of the singing competition arrived. Mo Hong, appearing unfazed, took his seat. Casting a sardonic glance in Lucia's direction, he no longer felt the need to pretend, as it was unnecessary. The audience, including Lucia, met his gaze with little stir. The grand finals proceeded in an orderly fashion until noon, when the top three were finally revealed. First place, Su Yuyo. As her boyfriend, he naturally hoped Su Yuyo would secure the first position, having witnessed her diligent efforts. Yet, as an observer, he understood that her talent did not quite meet the standard for first place. This was not a beauty pageant. Either Su Tianan had interfered, or it was Mo Hong. The likelihood leaned towards Mo Hong, as Su Tianan had not mentioned anything about it to him. Previously, while watching this program, he had always suspected there were underlying motives, never anticipating that he would find himself embroiled in a situation concerning his own girlfriend. After the award ceremony, the contestants exited the stage. The leaders in the front row of the audience rose with smiles, each harboring their own thoughts, all tacitly understanding. Mo Hong's gaze returned to Lucia, filled with provocation. Adjusting his suit, he walked directly to Lucia's side, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. Did you think that by swaying Luo Qingning, you could topple me? She is merely a pawn in my game. By the way, Mo Hong continued, a playful glint in his eyes. Recently, 2 seasoned newcomers appeared in the company. They must be your people, right? Quite impressive, but still a bit too inexperienced. He patted Lucia on the shoulder, strolling away with the air of a victor. Watching his retreating figure, Lucia could not help but reflect. It seemed that from the moment he and Su Yuyo became involved, he had stepped onto a vast chessboard, one from which he could not withdraw. Times had changed. From a certain perspective, he should be grateful to Mo Hong. His presence had fortified the bond between him and Su Yuyo, bringing to light his own shortcomings. Taking out his phone, he calmly spoke, "Old Lu, he has emerged." Understood. In the corridor leading backstage, Mo Hong strode with the gait of a person in power, preparing to be the first to congratulate Su Yuyo. Although Luo Qingning had betrayed him, the photos had indeed been transmitted to Su Yuyo. Even if Lu Xia explained the situation to her, it would make little difference. From his understanding of women, even when faced with the truth, they tend to believe only what their eyes perceive. Recently, his associates had captured numerous images of the two in conflict. A rift had formed. His appearance at this juncture was undoubtedly a fatal blow for such a young woman. This championship would serve as a gift for Su Yuyo. Once she learned of it, she would likely be deeply moved. "Lu Xia, what do you intend to use to contend against me?" Just as he reveled in his triumph, a few imposing men with crew cuts, clad in plain clothes, approached him, their expressions stern. Realizing something was amiss, Mo Hong attempted to leave, only to find individuals closing in from behind. Could they be Lu Xia's hired help? Desperate measures. Just as I wished. Mo Hung ceased his resistance, standing still, hoping they would forcibly abduct him and threaten him, thus accelerating his plans. As he pondered, the men swiftly approached Mo Hung, simultaneously fastening a silver bracelet around his wrist. Staring at the bracelet in bewilderment, Mo Hung realized it was the police. "Mr. Mo, you're suspected of multiple illegal activities. Please accompany us." One of the crew-cut men spoke sternly, leaving no room for refusal. "Greetings, comrades. You must be mistaken. I am a law-abiding citizen, never having evaded taxes nor engaged in any unlawful acts. I have even shared tea with your director." Even as the silver bracelet was clasped around his wrist, Mo Hung maintained a facade of calm, for he had always ensured to leave himself an escape route, leaving no trace behind. Surely, it was Lu Xia who reported him. Even if they took him to the police station, what of it? In less than an hour, he would emerge unscathed. This world was not as simple as he had imagined. "We will investigate whether or not any wrongdoing occurred," the plainclothes officer replied coldly. "Now, please come with us." "Very well." Mo Hung nodded nonchalantly, even managing a smile. Yet, just as he took a few steps, several figures appeared before him, led by Su Tiannan, accompanied by a group that included school officials and several heads of a singing competition. Among them stood a tall, imposing middle-aged man, radiating an extraordinary presence, particularly with eyes reminiscent of those he had only seen in his father's gaze. The newcomer was none other than Lu Dazhuang. This situation involved forces unlike the previous encounter with the likes of Tian Hui, a mere pawn. Moreover, he felt it was inappropriate to constantly impose on Su Tiannan. Hence, he had taken the time to visit Jiangsu and Zhujiang personally. "Uncle Su, what brings you here?" Seeing the visitors, Mo Hung expressed surprise, a fleeting thought passing through his mind. Could it be that the traitor within the media company was sent by Su Tiannan rather than Lu Xia? A grave expression finally crossed his previously calm face. He was baffled as to why Su Tiannan would aid Lu Xia, given his understanding of Su Tiannan. A small businessman like Lu Xia would hardly merit his attention. Could it be Su Yiyo? Hadn't their relationship soured? What was truly happening? The information he had gathered did not align with this development. Regardless, it was fortunate that he realized this in time. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently handed over incriminating evidence. "Don't be so familiar. We are not that close." "I am fully aware of your actions," Su Tiannan retorted coldly. Chapter 126. The Ambush, Unexpected Encounters, Uncle Su. "What are you saying?" "I cannot comprehend," remarked Mo Hung, his demeanor as calm as ever. "It is no wonder he is the offspring of that cunning old fox. Yet alas, you have chosen to tread upon iron. Mo Hung, surely, you must be pondering how meticulously you have orchestrated this, believing even I cannot unveil substantial evidence. Indeed, it is somewhat troublesome to confront you alone, but you have underestimated one individual. Su Tiannan, do not attempt to intimidate me. I, Mo Hung, possess a steadfast conscience." The facade of composure that Mo Hung had so carefully maintained abruptly faded as he cast a glance at the plainclothes officer beside him. This individual, the wealthiest in Jiangsu and Zhujiang, had risen from humble beginnings to his current stature in less than 2 decades, all the while concealing a multitude of nefarious deeds. If you intend to investigate, it would be prudent to scrutinize this person as well. He may prove to be an unprecedented catch. The plainclothes officer remained unfazed, for they had been forewarned about the identities of those involved. While Su Tiannan indeed held the title of the richest man in Jiangsu and Zhujiang, today there was another figure present, even more formidable, a contributor to the defense and military industry of Huaxia. Before their arrival, the director had diligently advised against any slighting of this individual. Were it not for the constraints of his own status, he would have personally come to greet them. Such a figure, the state would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. There was no need for their concern. "Ha ha ha!" Su Tiannan, upon hearing these words, erupted into laughter rather than anger. "Your performance is truly commendable. I did indeed send 2 individuals to infiltrate your company, but they were not there to collect data. Rather, they were tasked with installing software. All the information pertaining to your privately operated media company has been submitted to the Public Security Bureau. The legal violations you have committed may well ensure you spend a lifetime behind bars. Oh, and I almost forgot. Your cunning old fox of a father will likely join you in confinement. This time, there were numerous unexpected findings. Your and M.O. Schure's manipulation of the stock market, the shoddy construction and real estate, the exploitation of the common people. These transgressions may very well jeopardize your very existence. M.O. Hung maintained an unusual calm, yet internally he was shaken. Sutianan, do not attempt to scare me. If you possessed such means, why wait until now to confront me? Intimidate you? Judging by your expression, you seem unable to discern who stand beside me. Su Tianan advanced, regarding him as one would a mere jester. Just as he was about to speak, several statuesque women approached, escorting a student-like young man. Behind them, Lu Xia held Su Yuyo's hand, pausing opposite M.O. Hung. These women were bodyguards assigned to Su Yuyo by Su Tianan, many of whom M.O. Hung recognized as participants in the singing competition. The young man being escorted elicited a jolt of recognition in M.O. Hung. It was Gu Nanfeng. M.O. Hung, it seems you have acquired yet another charge. Lu Xia held up a small vial, one that M.O. Hung had sent Gu Nanfeng, originally intended to be used against him. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Nanfeng harbored ulterior motives and sought to employ it against Su Yuyo. Fortunately, he had secured personnel around Su Yuyo in advance. Otherwise, they might have fallen into the trap. You speak nonsense. I do not know him. M.O. Hung feigned ignorance. At this juncture, he realized the gravity of the situation. His demeanor could no longer exude the calmness of moments prior. He was bewildered, questioning how things had gone awry. He could understand Lu Qingming being swayed. After all, she was a woman of little intellect. Gu Nanfeng, even if apprehended, could easily find a scapegoat. The vial had never passed through his hands. What he could not fathom was how the affairs of the media company had been uncovered, alongside the misdeeds he and his father had committed. Those records had long been obliterated from the computer. He recalled Su Tianan's impending revelation, his serious gaze shifting to Lu Dazhuang. Who was this person? From Su Tianan's tone, he seemed to be someone of significance. Suddenly, M.O. Heng's brow furrowed. This individual's visage bore a striking resemblance to Lu Xia, invoking a sense of familiarity as if he had encountered him before. In contrast to Su Tianan, Lu Dazhuang exhibited a composed demeanor. Comrades, I kindly request you escort these individuals back to the police station for further discussion. After all, this is a school, and creating too much of a disturbance would be undesirable. Understood, though they were not directly subordinate to Lu Dazhuang. The respect he commanded from their superiors ensured they did not dare to be negligent. M.O. Hung glared at Lu Dazhuang, demanding, "Who are you? I have never interacted with you. Why do you aid Su Tianan in confronting me?" Lu Dazhuang's expression shifted slightly. "My name is Lu Dazhuang. I am Lu Xia's father." Lu Dazhuang. Upon hearing that name, M.O. Heng's mind raced, finally recalling a relevant piece of information. Chairman of Yinyuan Technology Company, Lu Dazhuang. Impossible. How can you be Lu Xia's father? M.O. Hung glared furiously at Lu Xia. So from the very beginning, you were playing me. Claiming your family was involved in retail was merely a ruse. Observing M.O. Heng's flustered demeanor, Lu Xia replied nonchalantly, I did not deceive you. I simply do not flaunt my family background as you do. Furthermore, Lu Xia added with a hint of irony, I must admit, I do not know much about my father either. Ha ha, Lu Xia. At this juncture, do you still wish to cultivate a perfect boyfriend image before Su Yuyo? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a hypocritical scoundrel. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Lu Xia had no desire to argue further. The plainclothes officers proceeded to escort M.O. Hung into a police vehicle, with Gu Nanfeng likewise being taken along. Accompanying them were Su Tianan, Lu Dazhuang, and a contingent of relevant individuals, including Lu Xia and Su Yuyo. Upon arrival at the police station, M.O. Hung staunchly denied any wrongdoing, vowing not to utter a word until his lawyer arrived. The police presented the meticulously organized evidence before him. Regardless of his admissions, the law would judge him guilty. Faced with irrefutable proof, M.O. Heng's countenance turned ashen, yet he remained silent, clinging to the hope of a sliver of opportunity. Deep down, however, he understood that the chances of redemption had become exceedingly slim. In mere few hours, he had transformed from the esteemed heir of the M.O. family into a mere prisoner. He had meticulously orchestrated every detail. Yet he had failed to account for Lu Xia's lineage. Who would have thought that the son of the chairman of Yin Yuan Technology Company would be a mere bubble tea vendor? Would he only pay the down payment for a second-hand house? Chapter 127. The Engagement Discussion. On the other side, after attending to matters at the police station, Lu Xia was called aside, informed that Gu Nanfeng wished to speak with him. He recounted the situation in earnest. Initially, he held a favorable impression of Gu Nanfeng, perceiving him as a sincere individual in matters of the heart. Little did he expect that he would be so easily led astray, engaging in such unlawful activities. It's fine if you don't wish to meet. However, what is done cannot simply be wished away, remarked an officer. It's a trivial matter. I shall go and see him, Lu Xia replied, turning gently to Su Yuyo beside him, patting the back of her hand. I'll be back shortly. I'll wait for you. Su Yuyo nodded vigorously. Following the officer into the interrogation room, Lu Xia found Gu Nanfeng seated across from him, his hands firmly restrained. Upon seeing Lu Xia, Gu Nanfeng instinctively averted his gaze, perhaps aware deep down of the gravity of his actions. Lu Xia remained composed, sitting opposite Gu Nanfeng, with only the supervising officer present in the room. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of observers behind the one-way mirror. Gu Nanfeng, if you have something to say, please do. You know that prolonging this will not resolve the issue. The evidence is right before us. Are you feeling proud? Gu Nanfeng scoffed disdainfully. Perhaps. It is indeed rather gratifying to eradicate such a multitude of toxins in one fell swoop, Lu Xia responded. Mo Hung was not wrong. You may appear upright on the surface, yet your inner machinations are more sinister than anyone else's. Oh, Lu Xia regarded Gu Nanfeng with pity in his eyes. What? Do you truly believe your actions are commendable? Or are you unable to confront the truth and thus seek to absolve yourself with justifications? Gu Nanfeng, what do you think I should do to meet your standards? Gu Nanfeng sprang to his feet in a fit of rage. Do not think I am unaware of everything. You orchestrated Tian Hui's incident, didn't you? How else could you possibly remain unscathed? Using such heroic tactics to enhance Su Yuyo's affection for you is truly ruthless, even against your own. And as for Luo Qingning, having already won Su Yuyo's heart, how could you still consort with someone so unsavory? You do not deserve her affection. Lu Xia could not help but chuckle, his gaze toward Gu Nanfeng shifting from pity to sympathy. Did Mo Hung tell you all this? So what if he did? One cannot hide their deeds unless they have done nothing wrong. I have witnessed you with Luo Qingning on more than one occasion. Where's your brain? Did you get caught in a door? Or have you simply become foolish from studying? Lu Xia bluntly stated. Firstly, the incident with Tian Hui was merely an accident. I did not orchestrate it, nor was there any need to. Secondly, Luo Qingning is also under Mo Hung's influence. Thirdly, if you believe I'm unworthy, you might want to take a look in the mirror. You even thought to drug Su Yuyo. Should I award you for that? Perhaps announce it nationwide? I alone can bring happiness to Su Yuyo, Gu Nanfeng asserted. Wow, Lu Xia rose to his feet. What lofty ideals you possess. Gu Nanfeng's confidence had waned significantly. As Lu Xia stated, his current demeanor and actions likely served merely as a fade, an attempt to justify his misdeeds. Deep down, he was reluctant to accept the truth. I have said all that I needed to. Whether you believe it is up to you. Do not blame me for not warning you. You are still young. Cooperate with the police, and there is still time to rectify this. With that, Lu Xia lost his patience, his mind now a tumult of confusion from the day's events. Before exiting, Gu Nanfeng weakly spoke. I am sorry. You must ensure Su Yuyo's happiness. You lack the standing to utter such words. This matter does not concern you. The cold, cutting words reverberated in the interrogation room, shattering Gu Nanfeng's last psychological defense. Indeed, what connection did he have? From the beginning, Su Yuyo had never harbored even the slightest affection for him. He had merely been deceiving himself. Officer, I will share everything I know with you after enduring much turmoil. By the time these troubles were resolved, it was already evening. Su Tianin hosted, leading them to a premier restaurant where a large private room had been reserved. The parents from both sides had gathered, save for Gu Shishir, who was still traveling. They exchanged pleasantries and reminisced. Old Sue, have you thought over the matter we discussed last time? Perhaps we could deliberate on it today. Old Lou, have you been drinking again? I told you this matter is not urgent. Let us take our time, Su Tunin deflected. This conversation piqued the curiosity of Lu Xia and Su Yuyo. Father, what matter are you discussing so mysteriously? Su Yuyo inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Someone wishes to take my family's cabbage. Would I easily consent? Lu Xia exchanged knowing glances with Lu Dazhuang. To his surprise, old Lu had already considered that aspect. Indeed, no one knows a child better than their parent. Even if old Lu had not brought it up, he was already planning this matter. Su Yuyo took a while to process, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Why, while we are dining, do we bring up such matters? She dared not meet Lu Xia's gaze, her heart racing with both excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, she recalled something even more embarrassing. Lu Xia had once claimed that once they were engaged, he would consume her. Was that day truly drawing near? Observing their daughter's demeanor, Su Tianan and his wife exchanged glances and sighed. Their family's cabbage had not waited for others to come and uproot it. It had already sprouted legs and wandered into someone else's garden. Though they lacked a formal identity, they had cohabited for quite some time, and it was indeed time to settle this matter. Otherwise, if some old-timers from Jiangsu and Zhejiang got wind of it, they would certainly have much to say. Uncle Su, Aunt Su, Lu Xia stood, a combination of respect and seriousness in his demeanor. I had initially planned to seek a more formal opportunity to visit you and discuss matters regarding me and Yuyo. I believe my father has already mentioned this to you. To be honest, my time with Yuyo has not been long, and it cannot compare to those who have been in love for 7 or 8 years or even longer. However, in my view, love is not necessarily stronger the longer it is nurtured. Thank you, uncle and aunt, for raising such a clever, lively, and exceptional daughter. Meeting her is a blessing I have earned over 3 lifetimes. I cherish Yuyo. I was captivated by her from our very first encounter. Thus, I earnestly request that you entrust your daughter to me. Now and in the future, I will wholeheartedly cherish, care for, and love her. Chapter 128. I do not wish for you to suffer any further after uttering these words. Lu Xia felt a sheen of sweat break out on his back. He had long contemplated these sentiments in his heart, believing he could approach the moment with composure. Yet he found himself inexplicably tense. His gaze returned to Su Yuyo's bashful face, and an uncontrollable smile emerged. Observing this young couple, Su Tianan, though reluctant, felt a genuine happiness for his daughter. Su Mu's reaction was somewhat different. She tugged at Su Tianan's sleeve and whispered, "Isn't it a bit early to discuss such matters? Our daughter is only 18. Early? You were merely 16 when you got together with me." Su Tianan replied with a smirk. "Is Yuyo not still your daughter? Why are you so eager to see her settled? Do you not feel any reluctance?" Su Mu knew that Lu Xia genuinely cared for their daughter and came from a good family. Still, she felt a lingering emptiness. It's just an engagement. Besides, Yuyo and Lu Xia have been living together for quite some time. Having a formal title might help dispel some rumors. You think I'm reluctant? But you and I can't accompany her for a lifetime, can we? I understand what you're saying, but I just... Su Tianan patted his wife's hand, which was as delicate as that of an 18-year-old. All right, our daughter has merely found a partner. She isn't going away forever. His gaze turned serious as he focused on Lu Xia. Lu Xia, your character is commendable, and your abilities are undeniable. Frankly, I hold you in high regard as my son-in-law. Regarding the engagement, I will discuss a propitious date with your father. However, I must issue a stern warning in front of Lu Dazhuang. Yuyo has always been somewhat fearful of me due to my strictness. As a girl, I hope that when I am no longer by her side, she can protect herself. Your aunt's perspective differs from mine. She has indulged Yuyo since childhood, and my frequent absences have left her lacking in certain aspects of character. Lu Xia, when you say you will care for my daughter, I hope it is for a lifetime. Otherwise, while I may not be as formidable as your father, I will ensure my daughter never suffers. Do you understand? Unlike the Su Tianan of yesteryear, the current version exuded the aura of a tycoon from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. A man who could rise from nothing could hardly be indecisive. I understand, Lu Xia replied, his eyes devoid of hesitation or timidity. Good, Su Tianan nodded in satisfaction, lifting the wine glass on the table. Lu Dazhuang, the next time we meet, we shall be family. You, who always had the upper hand during our military days, now that you're older, your son has taken my daughter. I suppose I must accept my fate. Old Su, you remain as serious as ever. What is there to win or lose? From now on, Lu Xia will be your son, and Yuyo will be my daughter. If Lu Xia dares to mistreat her, I assure you, I will be the first to take action against him. Lu Dazhuang chuckled heartily. I trust you. Cheers. Cheers. Uncle Su, I raise my glass to you. That evening, Lu Xia and Su Yuyo strolled hand in hand back to the villa area, meandering along the path amidst the lush greenery that covered nearly 80% of the area, the air refreshingly crisp. Lu Xia, I heard from Dad that those formidable sisters arranged to be by my side today were suggested by you. How did you know someone would be targeting me? Lu Xia shook his head. Honestly, I didn't anticipate Gunan Feng or anyone else. I just couldn't help but worry about you, so I mentioned it to your father. He may appear stern, but he genuinely cares for you. Don't treat me like a child. I can sense things I used to misunderstand Dad. He loves me just as much as Mom does, though their ways of expressing it differ. I'm glad you understand. What about you? Su Yuyo paused, gazing at him quietly. Me? Lu Xia pointed at himself. Surely my feelings are evident to you. I'm not referring to that. I mean at the dinner table. Ever since my dad agreed to the engagement, you've been sneaking smiles. Are you plotting something nefarious? You caught me. You really are. Su Yuyo puffed out her cheeks, pouting adorably. I'll tell my dad. Lu Xia grasped her wrist, wrapping his left arm around her delicate waist, a smile playing on his lips as he leaned in closer. What will you tell your dad? That I'm bullying you? If memory serves, you were quite proactive on several occasions, weren't you? What? Su Yuyo blushed at the thought. I just wanted to make you happy. Seeing Lu Xia about to say more, she placed her hand over his lips. If you keep talking, I won't be nice to you anymore. Understood, I shall remain silent. Though he spoke those words, his eyes sparkled mischievously. After some playful banter, they resumed their walk toward the villa, hands still intertwined. Lu Xia, I also heard from Dad that you were preparing to get involved with Uncle Lu's group. I remember you saying you only wanted to pursue what you love. Why has your mind changed? I suddenly felt the urge to explore, that's all. Surely it's not just a fleeting whim. Is it because of me? Lu Xia paused for a moment. A little, perhaps. You don't need to do this for me. Even if we were to run a small milk tea shop like when we first met, I would be perfectly content, Su Yuyo said, her voice tinged with excitement. But I think it matters, Lu Xia replied with newfound seriousness. I do not wish for a repeat of incidents like Tian Hui and Mo Hong. Only by becoming truly strong can I protect you. So that is your true motivation, Su Yuyo realized. Sort of, Lu Xia admitted, with a sudden warmth. Su Yuyo nestled into his embrace, whispering, Tian Hui and Mo Hong were mere accidents. I will be cautious moving forward. I do not want you to engage in activities you do not enjoy. Once, I had a private encounter with Professor Yu in the lab building. He mentioned that you are indeed a genius in research and possess a deep passion for it. As long as you persevere, you will undoubtedly achieve great things. If my decisions lead to you abandoning your passions, I would be unwilling to accept that. Lu Xia's hand gently enveloped her, radiating warmth as he chuckled. Why do I feel like you're about to cry? I never said I was diving into my father's matters right away. Then you. At that moment, tears glistened in Su Yuyo's eyes as she gently rubbed them. You silly girl, I merely wish to understand better. I have just begun my graduate studies, and you are still in your first year. When we graduate, we will only be in our 20s. We can pursue whatever we desire. Chapter 129. The obstructive ant cradling Su Yuyo's adorable little face. I found myself reluctant to endure a long-distance relationship with my fiancé. Su Yuyo's charming visage flushed crimson, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a hint of mist, evoking an overwhelming desire to embrace her tenderly. Who is your fiancé? Su Yuyo ritorti bluffily. When did I ever agree to that? I certainly don't recall, I responded. Are you still trying to wriggle out of it? Your parents have already consented. With an agile twist, Su Yuyo slipped from my grasp, hastening her retreat. With a coy smile, she glanced back and declared, if they agreed, then you should marry them. I never consented. Even if I were to agree, today was merely a discussion. No date has been set yet. You ought not to speak so casually. I'm still a maiden, and how could I marry in the future? This little lady was becoming increasingly whimsical. With a mix of exasperation and affection, I followed her, quickly crouching down to envelop her knees in my arms. Before she could brace herself, I effortlessly lifted her, bringing her to eye level with me. Upon arriving home, the door recognized us and opened automatically. I carried Su Yuyo inside with swift strides. Calm down. Is it not a tad late to discuss this? I was wrong. You said the most significant moments should be reserved for the wedding, she replied. That is a matter of time. Tonight, I shall have my way. Lucia, even if you desire that, you should at least procure some supplies. I have them. You do? Su Yuyo's eyes widened in surprise. Do you not recall what Shinjai gave you? I've tucked it away. Huh? Su Yuyo resigned herself to my grasp as I carried her to the bedroom, although a slight pallor crossed her face as she touched her abdomen. Noticing her discomfort, I halted. What is wrong? Are you unwell? My stomach hurts a bit. Now, it was my turn to be taken aback. If memory served, this was precisely when Su Yuyo visited her relatives. What a coincidence. I hurriedly ascended the stairs, retrieved a nighttime sanitary pad from the bedroom, and handed it to her in the bathroom before rushing downstairs for red sugar water, a heating pad, and other necessities. As for the other matter, it was clearly off the table. The morning dawned, and hand in hand, we left the house. As I drove my little car, we encountered another vehicle at the exit, a pink Panamera. The Panamera screeched to a halt, its tires screeching in protest, a sound that echoed throughout the area, even sending up a cloud of smoke from the brakes, indicating a sense of urgency. In such a luxury sports car, even a minor mishap could lead to substantial losses. This sudden stop likely diminished its value significantly. The door creaked open, revealing familiar faces, Lan Yuerer and Ji Lanxin, adorned in extravagant attire, seemingly on their way to some outing. Unlike our last encounter, the two appeared as jittery as mice in the presence of a cat. We're sorry. Lucia, we didn't mean to. Please go ahead. I was taken aback. Were these two foolish girls under some spell? Even after one encounter with me, they were hardly this obedient. They were certainly not the type to be easily cowed. What struck me was that their gaze was fixated upon me rather than Su Yuyo. Realizing something, I nodded, maintaining a neutral expression as I drove out of the community. Seeing that I was not angry, the two girls exhaled in relief. Last night, they had been summoned to an emergency meeting by their father. The Mo Family S Corporation had been seized and was under investigation. It was rumored that the entire Mo family had been taken in. The puppeteer behind this upheaval was said to have a close connection to me. Additionally, they discovered that my residence here was not merely due to Su Yuyo's influence, but rather my own merits. For some time, they had held a rigid view of me as just the son of an ordinary businessman. Clearly, I had played them for fools. How could the daughter of a prominent family like Su Yuyo take an interest in me without her father's consent? In contrast to my depth, they seemed juvenile. Their father had repeatedly warned them to either befriend me or keep their distance, cautioning them not to provoke me. In business, no one could guarantee their affairs were entirely clean. Yuerer, do you think Lucia is angry? Lan Yuerer, her face clouded with concern, shook her head uncertainly. I don't think so. In the classroom, Su Yuyo found herself cornered. Surrounding her were the trio of Bailinin, who had initially intended to congratulate her yesterday, but had witnessed me whisking Su Yuyo away in a luxury car. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. They had also seen the school as prominent figure, Mo Hong, being escorted by officers onto a police car. Thus, the three had arrived early in class, eager to uncover the truth behind the events, otherwise they would be restless. Under their probing, Su Yuyo disclosed some details. The trio was left utterly astounded. Yuyo, we have been meaning to ask you something, though it's perfectly fine if you prefer not to answer, Qinlan ventured. Go ahead, Qinlan. What does your family do? Gazing into their eager eyes, Su Yuyo shared the truth about her father, Su Tiannan. Their eyes widened in disbelief. You're not referring to the tycoon Su Tiannan from Jiangsu in Zhejiang, are you? Yes, Su Yuyo affirmed with a gentle nod. Oh my goodness. You truly are not an ordinary person. This world is utterly wild. We have a wealthy heiress among us, and we were completely oblivious. Yang Shanshan Matafilet, Su Yuyo Chekil. Am I not an ordinary person? How can you compare? You are indeed a distinguished young lady. The three exchanged knowing glances, grasping the underlying meaning of Su Yuyo's words, and broke into joyous smiles, enveloping her in a warm embrace and showering her with affection. Yuyo, no wonder Lucia is so besotted with you. If we were men, we would surely adore you. Bai Linyin exclaimed. All right, don't frighten Yuyo. Qinlan, her eyes sparkling, linked her arm with Su Yuyo's, asking, what about Lucia? What about Lucia? Stop pretending. We have a feeling Lucia isn't just an ordinary person. 3 villas? Surely he's not living off your family. Su Yuyo hesitated for a moment. Realizing we were already deep into the conversation, she decided to reveal a bit more. Chapter 130. Teacher Lucia's father. Lu Dazhuang is... Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Shanshan exclaimed, You must be talking about the chairman of Yin Yuan Technology Group, Lu Dazhuang, right? Huh? How do you know him? It really is him. Yang Shanshan gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Qinlan and Bai Linyin turned to Yang Shanshan. Shanshan, you know Lucia's father? How come we've never heard of it? How could I not know? My dad works at Yin Yuan Technology Group and often brags about how incredible Lu Dazhuang is. He is practically my dad's idol. Yang Shanshan replied excitedly. Yang Shanshan took a moment to compose herself and sighed deeply. I truly admire you too. If my family had such status and conditions, I would want the whole world to know. But you two, you're both so low-key. Lucia had once said, no matter how impressive, it's their achievements, not ours. That matter. There is nothing to boast about. The only thing that counts is to do our best. But just mentioning him makes your eyes shine. He truly is remarkable. Absolutely, Lucia is the best in the world. We have no intentions of coveting him. Qinlan chuckled. However, as soon as she spoke, Qinlan, Yang Shanshan, and even Su Yuyo found their gazes involuntarily shifting to the other person beside them. Bai Linyin, covering her modest figure, feigned innocence. Why are you looking at me? Su Yuyo is my good friend. Weren't you the one who said you don't recommend being a mistress? Even underground lovers are acceptable, Yang Shanshan teased, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I was just joking. One should not take advantage of a friend's wife. No, a friend's spouse is off limits. Bai Linyin replied, feeling guilty. Amidst their playful banter, a gentle knock sounded at the classroom door. Professor Yu had arrived. This class was his. Shortly after, another figure followed from behind, causing Su Yuyo's eyes to light up. Is that Lucia? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, teacher. I would like to introduce my new student, Lucia, who will join me in conducting a practical lesson today. Lucia withdrew his gaze from Su Yuyo and smiled at the students, nodding in acknowledgement. A male student stood up and jested, Professor Yu, there's no need for an introduction. He is a regular in our classroom, more punctual than a clock, showing up every morning right on time, and he is always at the door 5 minutes before class ends. It's impossible not to know him. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Although Lucia had experienced some unpleasantness with certain individuals, the collective perspective of the students was clear. Not everyone disliked him. Professor Yu glanced at Su Yuyo in the corner, her eyes filled with admiration for Lucia, and smiled knowingly. In the language of the youth, it seemed this was what they referred to as showing off affection. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged his own age. The practical lesson, of course, would take place outdoors. Professor Yu called out and led the students toward the designated experimental area. The morning sun had risen, casting a warm glow that was a far cry from the summer heat. Lucia and Su Yuyo were like two magnets, drawn together, walking side by side. If not for the crowd, their hands might have long since intertwined. Does your stomach still hurt? Lucia asked softly. Just a little, she replied. I'll rub your stomach again when we get back. Don't. Su Yuyo's cheeks flushed, shaking her head like a rattle drum. Why not? Lucia asked, puzzled. You're not being honest. Lucia shrugged, glancing elsewhere, thinking it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, Su Yuyo had initiated this forbidden door. His self-control had always been commendable. From the corner of her eye, Su Yuyo stole a glance at Lucia, then lowered her head. If it weren't for last night, who knows what might have happened? Lucia's actions were growing bolder by the moment. Upon reaching the experimental site, Professor Yu produced the teaching tools for the day, a biomimetic flying fish drone designed by Lucia. The students settled on the grass, curious as they inquire, Professor, Aren't we supposed to be discussing dynamics today? Why are we using a toy that looks neither like a fish nor a bird? This is a drone. It doesn't look like one. Instead of explaining, Professor Yu took out the controller and began flying the drone. At the moment it ascended, a chorus of gasps filled the air. After landing, he lifted it, adjusting its transparent wings. He began to elucidate the principles of dynamics, transitioning seamlessly between practice and theory, captivating the students' attention. Indeed, he was a renowned professor, unlike many of today's educators who simply recited from textbooks, indifferent to whether students understood or showed interest. Lucia, come over here. Okay. Lucia stood up from beside Su Yuyo and approached Professor Yu. I've covered everything necessary. This drone was designed by Lucia. I believe it's more fitting for him to explain it to you all as a review. Surprise lit up the faces of the students. If it were something created by Professor Yu, it would be one thing, but seeing something developed by someone only slightly older than them was entirely different. Taking the drone, Lucia began to explain systematically. Having trained many employees, he remained composed even when addressing a room full of people. Unlike Professor Yu's teaching style, Lucia was meticulous and refrained from drawing parallels. As it was his first time teaching, he aimed to avoid any mistakes. Lucia, pose a question, Professor Yu prompted. All right. Lucia nodded in agreement, scanning the crowd. He recognized only a few individuals, with Su Yuyo being the most approachable. Su Yuyo, please answer my question. Su Yuyo, the most diligent in class, immediately stood up, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Gazing at her electrifying expression, Lucia feigned calmness, even daring not to meet her gaze directly. Clearing his throat, Lucia randomly selected a question from Professor Yu's materials, presenting it to the class. Upon hearing it, Su Yuyo confidently began to respond. After she finished, her gaze returned to Lucia, her head held high, nearly broadcasting her desire for praise. Cough. Su Yuyo's answer was quite structured. But one mistake leads to another. Lucia pointed out the error she made, his expression serious in front of the class. When he looked back at Su Yuyo, she wore a subtle smile, her eyes fixed on him with a playful intensity. It seemed to say, continue speaking, quickly averting his gaze. Lucia signaled for Su Yuyo to sit down. He added gently, your answer was still commendable, but it could use some revision. Senior Lu, does that mean you'll have to kneel on a washboard at home? There's always that one or two extroverted students in the class. As soon as the words were out, laughter erupted, breaking the monotony of the lesson, whether they understood the class or not. The subtle expressions shared between Lucia and Su Yuyo did not escape the notice of their amused classmates. This was far more entertaining than the lesson itself. Cough. Lucia chuckled awkwardly, not backing down as he joked. As long as I don't end up sleeping on the floor? Well, the crowd responded with a mix of disdain and amusement. After class, the students chatted and laughed as they made their way toward the teaching building. The only one lingering behind was Su Yuyo. She wanted to talk to Lucia a little longer. Lucia, there's nothing much happening in the laboratory. You may come later and spend some time with your young girlfriend, Yu Guanghua remarked, noticing Su Yuyo not far away, his eyes glimmering with amusement. All right, teacher. Lucia nodded at Yu Guanghua and quickly pursued Su Yuyo's footsteps. Chapter 131. Calling Daddy and feeling upset, Su Yuyo swiftly turned her head away, presenting her back to Lucia. Although she was not genuinely angry, the mere mention of it stirred a small irritation within her. Indeed, she truly felt a flicker of annoyance. Reflecting on her earlier words, she realized she had been excessively earnest in front of so many people. She ought to have been more tactful, momentarily neglecting Su Yuyo's feelings. After all, she was still feeling unwell. Unbeknownst to her, the smile on Su Yuyo's face was unmistakably bright, betraying no signs of sadness or anger. You dare to lecture me on what I did wrong. At that moment, Lucia noticed the barely contained smile at the corners of Su Yuyo's lips and realized that this little fool was teasing him. With a smile, he approached her, swiftly grasping her soft little hand. Before she could react, their fingers were entwined, a silent understanding passing between them as they strolled forward. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and soon, the last day of 2023 arrived. During midday, Lucia took Su Yuyo back to her home, where they shared a reunion dinner with her parents. At the table, Su Tianan spoke up, Xiaoxia, Your father and I have discussed it, and we tentatively set the engagement date for before the spring festival. It will be a wonderful opportunity for the whole family to gather. Listening to Uncle Su Tianin chuckled. I can't believe you still call me uncle. It's time for a change. To his surprise, Su Mu sharply pinched his side, admonishing, You old rascal, we aren't even engaged yet. Don't frighten Xiao Xia. Su Tianin chuckled nonchalantly, thinking of Lu Dazhuang's smug expression, itching to seize the opportunity while he was absent. He turned to Lu Xia. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Lu Xia tightened his grip on Su Yuyo's hand and turned back with a smile, Dad. Ah. Su Tiannan's grin widened, revealing all his teeth. Brimming with pride, he quickly pulled out his phone, displaying a call interface with Lu Dazhuang, albeit muted. After unmuting it, Lu Dazhuang's loud voice boomed through, You old man, are you trying to get one over on me? If I don't take advantage of you now, the chances will be even fewer in the future. Unfazed, Su Tiannan responded like a playful child, his competitive spirit ignited. All right, this time you win. Lu Dazhuang continued with a deeper tone. Yo, look, Lu Xia has changed how he addresses you, and you should. This was no longer a hint, but rather a blatant suggestion. So Yuyo, not one to be oblivious, glanced shyly at Lu Xia, her face flushing as she prepared to speak. Just then, Su Tiannan chuckled, raising his phone, and exclaimed, Hello. Hello. Why is there no sound? Can you hear me? What kind of satellite phone is this? The signal is terrible. Old Lu, let us talk later. With that, he ended the call. Setting down his phone, Su Tiannan raised his glass towards Lu Xia, his smile radiant. Come on, son, let us toast. Sure, Dad. They both felt as if they had gained an advantage, exchanging toasts until they were somewhat intoxicated. Son, you're not so young anymore. You need to step up. I'm looking forward to holding my grandchildren. Su Tiannan leaned back in his chair, his gaze becoming hazy. Lu Xia, even more inebriated, nearly slumped over the table. Upon hearing this, he jolted upright, fervently promising, Once I marry Yuyo, I guarantee you'll have 2 grandchildren a year. What? Su Tiannan's eyes widened in astonishment. This lad can't be serious about what I said, can he? Ha ha ha. Lu Dazhuang's son truly is exceptional. My father-in-law once said the same to me. And what happened? Yuyo was pregnant at 17. Beside them, Su Mu could no longer bear to watch and hurriedly called for the housekeeper to prepare some sobering tea. Looking at Lu Xia, who had returned to resting his head on the table, she ordered him to be escorted back to his room. Su Mu wished to have someone care for Lu Xia, but Su Yuyo firmly declined. The house was filled with women except for the bodyguards, and she did not want Lu Xia to be seen in such a state. Daughter, are you sure you could take care of Xiao Xiao by yourself? Can you manage? In her mind, her daughter was someone who needed looking after. I'm fine. I can handle it. You go check on Dad, Su Yuyo insisted, pushing her mother out the door. All right, just call for the housekeeper if you need anything. I understand. Once her mother left, Su Yuyo closed and locked the door, gazing at Lu Xia, who lay sprawled on the bed like a heap of discarded clothes. She couldn't help but recall a time in Shushi when she had cared for him after he and Tianxi had drunk too much. Remembering that incident made her cheeks flush like a ripe apple. Gritting her teeth, her determined gaze seemed to pledge a silent vow. After giving herself a motivational pep talk, she set to work. Lu Xia slept soundly until evening. Upon awakening and gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, he realized he must be in Yuyo's home. Peering outside, he saw the darkness of night. Had he truly slept through until now? How embarrassing. Alcohol was indeed not a commendable substance. He couldn't fathom why some claimed it was delightful or even addictive. Wrapping his aching head, he regained some clarity. A cool sensation washed over him as he noticed his soiled clothes had been changed. Feeling a twinge of shame, Lu Xia touched his cheek, reflecting on his poor alcohol tolerance. He must have put Yuyo through a great deal. He wondered how she must have felt at the time. Perhaps she was blushing the entire time. A smile involuntarily crept across his face as he leaned down to kiss Su Yuyo's cheek. But he hesitated at the thought of the lingering scent of alcohol on his breath. Cautiously, he rose, freshened up, and donned the outfit that had been prepared for him. Exiting the bedroom, he found himself in a living room that resembled a bustling plaza, with many people busily attending to their tasks. Chapter 132, Encountering the Boating Couple. Dear son-in-law, you are awake. Please take a seat in the living room for a while. I will fetch you a cup of tea to refresh you." An amiable elderly lady approached from the side corridor, her eyes crinkled with warmth and mirth. "Thank you," Lucia replied politely with a nod. Once settled in the living room, the kind lady soon returned with a cup of tea and set it before Lucia. "You must be Aunt Moo," Lucia greeted her. "Dear son-in-law, you recognize me," she exclaimed with delight. Lucia smiled, recalling the few times he had heard Su Yuyo mention her, describing her as a wonderful person who had cared for her since childhood. "You're too kind. I merely do what is expected of me," Aunt Moo said, yet her face radiated joy. After some idle chatter, Lucia gleaned many anecdotes about Su Yuyo's childhood from Aunt Moo. This little fool, he mused, was just as naive back then. It was evident that Aunt Moo held a profound affection for Su Yuyo, speaking of her as if she were her own daughter. Having such a nurturing figure nearby was indeed a stroke of luck for Yuyo. Throughout her upbringing, she had not enjoyed the freedom of ordinary children to pursue her desires. Her days were meticulously scheduled, which honed her skills but left her somewhat lacking in emotional maturity. Otherwise, their paths might not have intertwined, even with their childhood betrothal. She would never have been as willing as she was now. It was a matter of mutual affection, though he considered himself a staunch materialist. The serendipity of meeting Su Yuyo made him ponder the possibility of fate or destiny at play. Ultimately, crossing paths with her was his fortune. "Dear son-in-law, it is clear that Miss Yuyo holds you in high regard. I wish you both happiness," Aunt Moo said warmly. "Thank you. I shall get back to my tasks now." "Very well." After enjoying the tea, Lucia felt more alert. He strolled around the estate for a while before returning to his bedroom. The air conditioning was set a tad too high, prompting Su Yuyo to kick off her blanket, twisting her body like an octopus around the tangled sheets. Her small mouth slightly pouting as if dreaming of something delightful, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Having brushed his teeth, he found it difficult to resist. Carefully, he lay on the other side of Yuyo and gently pecked her lips. To his surprise, the sleeping Su Yuyo responded. Lucia's mind momentarily short-circuited. He heard a soft voice whispering, "Lucia, kiss." This silly girl, could she possibly be dreaming of him? Only he could fathom the bliss of entering the dreams of his beloved. The following morning, Lucia and Su Yuyo sat in the dining room, enjoying breakfast. While Su's parents had already left for the day. "Lucia, let's visit Xiao Yu's house later," Su Yuyo suggested. "Sure," Lucia replied with a smile. During Mo Heng's incident, the other party had attempted to brainwash Xiao Yu, but he never imagined that she would not heed a single word and instead report the matter to Su Tianan. Su Yuyo had shared her chat history with Xiao Yu, and he could not help but admire her. She truly embodied what it meant to be a best friend. In reality, many female friends often urged breakups at the slightest provocation. Yet, Xiao Yu was different. She had her own thoughts and did not blindly sway with the wind, maintaining her rationality. She was a vivacious yet sensible girl. After breakfast, Lucia drove Su Yuyo to a villa where a nice car was parked outside, indicating the presence of guests. "Yuyo, you've arrived." Xiao Yu had been waiting at the door, and as soon as Su Yuyo stepped out of the car, she rushed over, eager for a hug. After parking, Lucia approached to greet her. Xiao Yu took Su Yuyo's hand, squinting at Lucia with a teasing smile. "You've been quite good at hiding things. I didn't even suspect a thing." Lucia isn't one to boast. He didn't intentionally keep it from you. Su interjected to clarify, always defending him. Xiao Yu playfully swatted Su Yuyo's backside. "I was just asking a question. You're so quick to protect him. Once you marry, will I be cast aside?" Feigning indignation, Xiao Yu sighed dramatically, shaking her head. "Never, Xiao Yu. We will always be the best of friends." Su Yuyo resuscitated her. "That's better," Xiao Yu said cheerfully, pulling her inside. "Yuyo, let me show you the new clothes I bought. I've even prepared a few outfits for you. I guarantee you'll love them." "Really? When have I ever been deceived by you, Xiao Yu?" "Exactly. Now hurry and let us take a look," Su Yuyo said, her excitement palpable. Indeed, whether woman or girl, the mere mention of dressing up ignited a spark of enthusiasm. Fortunately, Su Yuyo remembered herself and reached out to pull Xiao Yu along. Inside the living room, several middle-aged individuals sat on the sofas, discussing various matters. Among them was Xiao Yu's father, Yi Fan. Upon spotting Su Yuyo and the young man beside her, he surmised who had arrived. promptly setting aside his tasks to greet them. The other man and woman exchanged curious glances at Yi Fan's reaction. When they saw the newcomers, their expressions turned to astonishment. Lu Xia recognized the couple on the sofa, their faces flickering in his memory. They were the same couple he had encountered while boating in Sha City, for whom he had taken photographs. He had not anticipated seeing them here. However, they seemed somewhat flustered. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xia settled onto a sofa while Su Yuyo was pulled upstairs by Xiao Yu to try on clothes. "Young man, what a coincidence to meet you again." Ye Fan remarked, intrigued. "Indeed, quite the serendipity," Lu Xia responded with a subtle smile. The middle-aged man, initially aloof during their last encounter, now appeared more approachable, while the lady beside him was amiable as well. Yet, something felt amiss, an inexplicable discomfort in the air. Responding politely to the middle-aged man's courteous remarks, Lu Xia maintained his composure. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn echoed outside the villa, announcing the arrival of additional guests. It was Su Tianan and Su's mother, who looked surprised to see Lu Xia there, wearing expressions of astonishment. However, when Su Tianan's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man, his demeanor soured. He had a remarkable memory and recognized this man from a previous encounter when he had come to complain, only to be dismissed. Unmoved by the middle-aged man's friendly demeanor, Su Tianan took a seat beside Lu Xia, accompanied by his mother. Chapter 133. To spare a person is to show mercy. Yi Fan smiled as he introduced the identity of the middle-aged man, revealing that the current investment project stemmed from his own company. After discussions with the company's executives, it was indeed deemed a promising venture, one with guaranteed returns. However, the scale of the investment required a substantial sum, far too large for him to handle alone. Hence, he had summoned Su Tianan, a trusted friend of many years. "Old Yi, what do you believe is the most crucial element in business?" Su Tianan inquired, refraining from picking up the project proposal on the table. Instead, directing a question back at Yi Fan. "Certainly, it is integrity," Yi Fan replied. "You remain unchanged, yet your judgment of character seems somewhat flawed. How can I trust you with my investment when you are involved with someone who resorts to underhanded tactics?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man grew anxious and hastily responded. "Mr. Su, I apologize for my previous indiscretion. I sincerely ask for another chance. I am willing to concede an additional 10% of the profits to you for this project." Su Tianan displayed no outward emotion, maintaining a faint smile as he turned his gaze to Lu Xia. "Xia, do you remember these two individuals?" "I do," she replied. "That's good. This man has attempted to use his knowledge of Yu Yu's affairs as leverage in our negotiations. How do you think I should proceed?" In an instant, Lu Xia comprehended the underlying implication. Indeed, one can know a person as face, but not their heart. It was no wonder that the middle-aged woman beside him bore an expression of guilt, while the man himself was persistently ingratiating. All eyes were fixed on Lu Xia, especially the middle-aged man, whose gaze was laced with desperation. Since returning from Su Tianan, despite not being ostracized, he had received orders for all subsidiaries to cease collaboration with him. Many businesses, wary of offending Su Tianan, had also reduced their partnerships, leading to a steep decline in his company's fortunes. He was in dire need of a significant order to recover. Failure to secure this deal could lead to bankruptcy. "Uncle Su, what do you think of this project?" he asked, knowing he had not reviewed it and might not fully understand it. "It appears viable," was the succinct reply. The implication was clear. The success of this collaboration hinged entirely on Lu Xia's willingness. Receiving the desired answer, she stated calmly, "I am open to partnership." The middle-aged man's face lit up with excitement. However, the profit-sharing arrangement must be renegotiated. Initially, the majority of the profits were designated for Su Tianan and Yi Fan, with only 30% allocated to the project's primary planner. With the recent concession, only 20% remains. "What are your thoughts?" Lu Xia inquired, casting an expectant glance at the middle-aged man. "That is acceptable. For this project, I will only take 10%. Uncle Su, what do you think?" He was once again addressed as Uncle Su. Lu Xia smiled awkwardly. "Father, do you think this is feasible?" At this, the middle-aged man felt a pang of anxiety. A single misstep had led him to this predicament. Had he heeded his wife's advice and refrained from self-serving actions, he might not have found himself in such dire straits. Fortunately, this young woman had offered him a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, his situation would have been truly bleak. As long as he did not incur losses in this venture, it would be considered a victory. Securing collaboration with Su Tiannan would enable former partners, who had distanced themselves out of fear, to re-engage. This was the crux of the matter. Observing Su Tiannan's inscrutable expression, the man felt as though his heart was in a vice. Until Su Tiannan broke into a relaxed smile and remarked, "Just listen to my son." The middle-aged man exhaled in relief. He had been spared. He cast a grateful glance at Lu Xia, having learned a valuable lesson from this ordeal. Meanwhile, upstairs, Su Yu stood before a spacious, exclusive dressing room belonging to Yi Xiaoyu, her heart brimming with joy as she selected outfits. In addition to everyday attire, there were traditional Hanfu, delicate skirts, JK uniforms, and Lolita dresses, everything one could wish for, including an entire wardrobe of delicate camisoles. Each garment was meticulously coordinated, with even the undergarments in specific colors and materials, all neatly arranged for effortless use. Yi Xiaoyu had gathered a variety of outfits she deemed perfect for Su Yu, presenting each one for her to try on. With every change, the two would take countless beautiful selfies in the dressing room. After trying on all the lovely clothes for nearly an hour, Yi Xiaoyu thoughtfully grouped together all the styles that Su Yu adored. "How do you like them, sweetheart? Aren't they all absolutely stunning?" "Yes." Su Yu nodded enthusiastically, still yearning for more. Noticing her excitement, Yi Xiaoyu pouted slightly, a hint of displeasure evident on her face. "I truly wonder about Lu Xia's intentions. Does he genuinely care for you, or is it merely an act? I've never seen you so delighted trying on clothes before. Xiaoyu, I know you care about me, but Lu Xia is truly wonderful. When I first met him, he was unaware of his family's circumstances and was merely running a small bubble tea shop. So you seem to reminisce about happier times." Her face glowing with a blissful smile. Although it was a modest room and a tiny wardrobe, and despite having lived there for less than a month and being quite frugal, he had purchased an entire wardrobe filled with clothes for her. Perhaps he initially resisted, but she was confident he would eventually help her realize her dreams. "Every word I've shared, every item I've expressed a fondness for," he remembers. "Even though he doesn't speak sweet nothings like the protagonist in anime, I can feel that I hold a special place in his heart, and he often treats me like a child. So, Xiaoyu, you need not worry. I'm genuinely happy now." Su Yu clasped Yi Xiaoyu's slender hand, smiling. "Rest assured, even though I now have Lu Xia, you will always be my best friend." "That is more like it," Yi Xiaoyu said, pouting in a feigned haughty manner. Having heard so much, she felt somewhat reassured. Despite being of similar age, she had always regarded Su Yu as a sister to protect. After a moment's consideration, Yi Xiaoyu added, "However, I still want to test him." "Test him? For what?" Su Yu asked, bewildered. "Of course, to gauge Lu Xia's character. Even if he treats you well, there is no telling how he might behave towards others in the future, so I must assess him. That may not be necessary. It is imperative." Yi Xiaoyu's gaze was resolute, displaying an unwavering determination. "With my beauty and a touch of uniform charm, I refuse to believe he won't take notice. If he steals glances at me, he will undoubtedly prove to be a fickle-hearted rogue, merely cloaked in a layer of protection." Chapter 134. Temptation unable to outsmart Yi Xiaoyu. Su Yu was drawn into a change of attire. She donned a refreshing and simple outfit, while Yi Xiaoyu opted for a striking, seductive ensemble. From a locked secret drawer, she retrieved a pair of sheer, high stockings that perfectly accentuated her long legs, amplifying her allure. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and message Lu Xia to come up." Yi Xiaoyu would get. "Oh." Su Yu, intrigued, realized this unique combination indeed showcased personality. She wondered if Lu Xia would appreciate it. Regaining her focus, she quickly sent a message to Lu Xia, inviting him to the second floor. Ding ding. Lu Xia soon received the message, a smile curving his lips. This little one had finally completed her transformation. While the others discussed the project details, Lu Xia absorbed a wealth of knowledge, having recently dived into finance and trade literature. An old saying echoed in his mind: reading a myriad of books is no match for traveling 1,000 miles. After exchanging pleasantries with the elders, He ascended the stairs and shortly located the dressing room. He's coming. Ye Xiaoyu exclaimed, had excitement palpable. Ironically, she felt even more nervous than Su Yuyo, as it was her first time wearing such revealing attire in front of a man. Knock, knock, knock. 3 crisp knocks echoed at the door. May I come in? Lucia inquired. Yes. Su Yuyo responded, nudged forward. As the door gently opened, Lucia's figure gradually came into view. Su Yuyo stood close to the entrance, while Yi Xiaoyu strategically positioned herself further away, eager to observe Lucia's reaction. As he beheld Su Yuyo, adorned in her fresh attire, memories of their enchanting time at Fairy Mountain flooded back, reminiscent of a dreamlike scene, as ethereal as clouds untouched by dust. His gaze shifted slightly to the alluring Yi Xiaoyu behind him. Yes, here. Finally looking over, she thought, her inner clock ticking. Yet before a second had passed, Lucia's gaze returned to Su Yuyo. That's it. Yi Xiaoyu glanced at herself, perplexed, then at the full-length mirror, finding no fault. You call me over just to see your outfit? It is indeed beautiful. No wonder you're my Yuyo, Lucia remarked, tapping her nose. Really? Hearing his praise, Su Yuyo felt elated, her head swimming with joy. My Yuyo looks stunning in anything, Yi Xiaoyu chimed in, only to tease. Then why do your eyes change when I wear different outfits? Because the Yuyo of the next moment is even more enchanting than the last. How cheesy. Su Yuyo shot him a disdainful glance, her smile sweet as honey. Behind them, Yi Xiaoyu, feeling a little forgotten, thought, I had planned to test Lucia, but now I just want him to look at me more. A woman driven by ambition must assert herself. At the entrance, the two finally concluded their affectionate exchange. Lucia voiced, Are we still trying on clothes? No more trying. Su Yuyo shook her head. Then I'll wait for you downstairs. Okay. With that, Lucia exited the dressing room, remembering to close the door behind him. Once out of sight, he exhaled, displaying a bemused expression. From the moment he entered, his peripheral vision had captured every detail of the dressing room at a speed beyond mere seconds. This skill is an essential trait for men with girlfriends. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced the situation, further convinced by Su Yuyo's elusive gaze. Yi Xiaoyu, while more mischievous than Su Yuyo, was still only an 18-year-old girl. Her intentions unmistakably clear. Noticing Yi Xiaoyu's puzzled expression as he left, he couldn't help but chuckle. An old adage rang true, birds of a feather flock together. The girls who could bond with Su Yuyo surely possessed keen minds. Inside the dressing room, Yi Xiaoyu vented, Is Lucia even a man? Here I am, dressed like this, and he won't even glance at me. Is he impotent? Beside her, Su Yuyo stifled a laugh. Lucia had been deemed a man of restraint by both Shu Yu and Shun Jiai. Once she calmed down, Yi Xiaoyu sighed in relief. I guess he passed the test. He said we wouldn't try anything on, Su Yuyo replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Ugh, you say you want to test him, but it's really because you can't bear to let him go. You know, I was shocked when I heard from that old man of yours that you're getting engaged. I never expected that, after just a short time apart, you'd be marrying someone. Yi Xiaoyu grasped Su Yuyo's delicate hand, tears brimming in her eyes. You are my best friend. You must be happy. I will, Xiaoyu. Su Yuyo affirmed, nothing earnestly. After enjoying lunch at Yi Xiaoyu's home and engaging in light chatter, Lucia bid farewell to Uncle Yi and prepared to leave with Su Yuyo. Yuyo, wait for me, Yi Xiaoyu called out, dashing back upstairs. Moments later, she reappeared, arms laden with several large bags, hastily stuffing them into Lucia's car. With a satisfied pat of her hands and a breath of relief, she turned to Su Yuyo. Yuyo, these are all the clothes you liked earlier. I've packed them for you, although you'll need to sort them out when you get home. No. How can I take all these beautiful clothes? Su Yuyo quickly waved her hands in refusal. Why not? They were intended for you all along. Yi Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, smirking at Su Yuyo's modest figure. Haven't you noticed that the sizes are tailored to your standards? I look sloppy in them. Su Yuyo couldn't help but embrace Yi Xiaoyu. Touched, you're the best, Xiaoyu. Then why not dump Lucia? I'll support you from now on, Yi Xiaoyu joked, flashing a bright smile. No way. Lucia is Lucia, and you are you. I want both. How greedy. It was evident Yi Xiaoyu was merely jesting. Before they departed, Yi Xiaoyu leaned in and whispered something in Su Yuyo's ear, words inaudible, yet Su Yuyo playfully pinched her waist, their eyes locking in joyous laughter. Chapter 135. Are you curious? On the road, Lu Xia could hardly contain her curiosity and turned to ask, Yu, what did Xiao Yu just say to you? Your little face is still flushed. This is a secret among girls. I won't tell you. Su Yu replied playfully from the passenger seat, twisting her body and sticking out her tongue. All right then, Lu Xia decided not to press further. After driving for a while, noticing Lu Xia's calm demeanor, Su Yu felt increasingly uneasy. She actually wanted to share with Lu Xia, as her desire to disclose feelings for someone special was quite strong. However, she was taken aback that Lu Xia only asked once and then let it go. How could she bring it up? Lu Xia, aren't you curious about what I talked about with Xiao Yu? Su Yu leaned closer, her bright, sparkling eyes glistening with eagerness. Not curious, Lu Xia replied, focused on driving. If I told you it was something you would find incredibly interesting? Oh, now you're curious. Not curious. Su Yu pouted, her frustration evident. Why not? Lu Xia glanced sideways, chuckling lightly. If you don't want to tell me, I certainly won't pry. When you feel like sharing, I'll naturally find out. So I'm not curious. Su Yu felt like she was about to burst. After teasing her enough, Lu Xia finally said, Then why don't you just tell me? You said it was a girl's secret. Why are you so curious? Lu Xia retorted, Indeed, one should never attempt to decipher a girl's thoughts, for one is always on a different wavelength. Seeing Lu Xia's flustered expression, Su Yu felt victorious. Her lips curling upwards, Don't think I'm really foolish. I can be clever too. They arrived at the airport in Jiangsu and Zhujiang. Both had taken a week off to visit the coast. One reason was to see their parents, and the other was for a vacation. It was Lu Xia's first time flying, and she was not quite familiar with the procedures, so she pulled Su Yu toward the sign to check the process. Su Yu immediately saw through Lu Xia's intentions and inwardly mocked the proud girl, who could have just asked her. It turned out Lu Xia wasn't all-knowing. Let's go. Su Yu tightened her grip on Lu Xia's hand, leading her towards the entrance. Wait, I haven't finished reading. Don't worry, I've got this. Just follow me. Su Yu confidently patted her chest. Seeing Su Yu so at ease, Lu Xia nodded and followed. Thus, she was led to the dining area. Yu, are you sure this is the right way? Su Yu began to doubt herself. She remembered this place used to be the entrance, not a dining area. However, to save face, she redirected Lu Xia, and eventually, they spotted the large sign, Business Class Exclusive Counter. Here, is it right? It can't be wrong. Just leave it to me. All right. Su Yu approached the counter politely and, upon confirming they were in the right place, finally sighed in relief. The business class had dedicated staff guiding them, and once they completed the check-in procedures, they simply had to follow along. On the plane, after locating their seats, Su Yu boasted, I told you to just follow me. Lu Xia chose not to expose her girlfriend's pride, giving her a thumbs up. As expected of Miss Su. Su Yu's fair little head unconsciously lifted a bit higher. Meanwhile, in economy class, passengers were taking their seats, and one person was yet to arrive. Sorry, came a gentle voice from the cabin door as the last passenger hurried in. Dressed in a sharp black suit, impeccably neat, and wearing stylish legwear, she carried a bag containing a laptop. Many men's eyes were drawn to her. Upon finding her seat, she quickly pulled out her phone to message her boss, Mr. Wang. The contract has been signed. I'm on my way back. Well done, came the reply. That's what I'm supposed to do. She shut off the chat, leaning back in her seat, a hint of fatigue evident. Pulling out her headphones, she plugged them into her phone, and a melodious song began to play, gradually easing her tense brow. After some time, as she opened her eyes, the plane had already ascended to great heights. Steadying herself, she gazed forward and suddenly spotted a man in a black trench coat, causing her pupils to dilate and her drowsiness to vanish, replaced by a flicker of panic. Realizing he had not noticed her, she exhaled in relief once he disappeared from view. What was he doing here? A torrent of thoughts flooded her mind, and just then, a message chimed on her phone, illuminating the screen with a youthful photo of a boy grinning widely, none other than Lu Xia. In the business class, Lu Xia brought half a glass of chilled drink to Su Yu, reminding her, drink slowly, be careful not to upset your stomach. I know, Su Yu replied with a smile as she accepted the drink. It was a reward for her persistent charm. Lu Xia reclined back in her seat, a complex expression fleeting in her eyes as she had noticed something. An hour later, the plane finally landed in Hangzhou. Stepping off the plane, Su Yu joyfully gazed at the blue sky and white clouds, then linked her arm with Lu Xia's, exclaiming, "The weather here is wonderful. Finally, I can wear my lovely little dresses again. I want to eat so many delicious things, take beautiful photos by the sea," and seeing Su Yu so excited, Lu Xia decided to keep the fact about meeting Jiang a secret. Although it wasn't a significant matter, he didn't want anything to dampen her spirits. "All right, I'll indulge you," Lu Xia teased, gently tapping Su Yu's nose. "Let's go, my parents are already here. Especially my mom, who has been eager to meet you." Upon hearing this, Su Yu tensed up like a deflated balloon, her pink lips pressed tight. She took out a mirror from her bag, adjusting her appearance and glancing at Lu Xia. "Do I look all right? Is my hair oily? Is my makeup too heavy?" In preparation for this trip, Su Yu had diligently practiced her makeup skills for a week, despite Lu Xia's reassurances that it was unnecessary. Chapter 136. The perpetually frustrated Lu Xia. During this period, Lu Xia has endured considerable hardship. Whenever Su Yu falls silent for a moment, upon seeing her again, she is invariably startled. Fortunately, she has made significant progress in her studies. Compared to her previous barefaced appearance, she indeed looks more vibrant now, especially with her naturally rosy lips enhanced by a gloss that accentuates their luster and brightness. As for other transformations, for the boys, the first impression of makeup invariably centers around lipstick. Our Yu is the most beautiful in the world, rest assured. All right then, let us proceed. Su Yu felt reassured by this. Hand in hand, the two made their way toward the exit. Behind them, once all the passengers disembarked from the plane, Jiang Wan stepped down, gazing at the receding figures, her mind a whirlpool of thoughts. She had observed the intimate gestures shared between the couple, which she had once envisioned for herself, but ultimately destroyed with her own hands. Life offers no antidote for regret, and one cannot blame others. At the exit, Gu Shishir stood anxiously yet excitedly, scanning the crowd for familiar faces. Dressed in a gentle, fitted purple mermaid gown, with a small white handbag in hand, her swan-like neck was adorned only with a simple diamond necklace. With every gesture, she exuded the elegance and allure of a mature woman. Meanwhile, Lu Dazhuang stood nearby in a suit and white shirt, sporting sunglasses that made him resemble a bodyguard. Previously, an unwise individual had approached him, only to be swiftly deterred by a mere glance from him after he lowered his shades. "Here they come. I see my son and daughter-in-law," Gu Shishir exclaimed, tugging at Lu Dazhuang's shirt. He remained composed, his eyes reflecting both helplessness and affection. Simultaneously, Lu Xia spotted his mother, who was waving at him. Although she referred to her as Mom, her outfit bore more resemblance to that of her older sister, possessing a hint of youthful charm. Lu Xia quickly responded, hastening his steps towards her. Su Yu clutched Lu Xia's hand tightly. To claim she wasn't nervous would be a lie. "Mom, sorry for keeping you waiting," Lu Xia said with a smile, turning to Yu to introduce her. "This is my mother." "Huh?" Su Yu appeared a bit dazed. "I thought you had an older sister." Upon hearing this, Gu Shishir's heart swelled with joy, her smile radiant. What woman does not relish being complimented on her youthful appearance? The best part was that it was not a forced flattery. She could tell that her daughter-in-law genuinely mistook her for younger. Sorry, Mom. I didn't expect you to be so young." In the next moment, Su Yu seemed to realize something. Sorry, Auntie. Gu Shishir's smile grew broader, and she stepped forward to link arms with Su Yu, her expression warm and kindly. "No need to be nervous, and there's no need to apologize. Call me whatever you wish. You must be tired from the journey. Come, Annie will take you to eat something delicious." "Thank you, Annie." The future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law departed hand in hand. Observing this scene, both Lu Xia and Lu Dazhuang beamed with smiles. Lu Xia turned to chuckle. "Old Lu, you look quite dapper today. Has anyone told you that you resemble a bodyguard?" "I am your mother's exclusive bodyguard," Lu Dazhuang retorted. "Forget I said anything." Lu Xia sighed, realizing his jest had backfired. The temperature in Hangzhou today was a sweltering 36 degrees Celsius. "Are you planning to wear that trench coat all day?" Lu Dazhuang quipped, a killer-esque attire. Only then did Lu Xia notice the many eyes upon him. During their walk, He had even adjusted his collar deliberately. How mortifying. Watching his son squirm, Lu Dazhuang felt a wave of satisfaction. After all, who would dare to mock him? Upon reaching the parking lot, Lu Dazhuang retrieved the keys from his pocket. A rather unremarkable sedan lit up its headlights. "Old Lu, you still have his car?" Lu Xia exclaimed in surprise. He could understand the need for pretense in front of him before, but now that it was all out in the open, he thought there was no need to drive such a modest vehicle if he wanted to keep a low profile. "Lu Xia, this appears to be a Phaeton," Su Yio explained. "My dad has one too, worth over $1 million, and he says it's for the sake of discretion, but it is quite luxurious." Lu Dazhuang, who was about to open the car door, couldn't help but chuckle. His daughter-in-law had a keen eye. He glanced meaningfully at his son. Having learned from past experiences, Lu Xia cleverly retorted, "Smartness comes from my girlfriend. All right, you two, stop bickering. Don't keep my daughter-in-law waiting. If you do, you'll be sleeping on the streets tonight," Gu Shishir interjected, guiding Su Yuyo to a nearby seat. "Don't mind them. They're grown men. Yet they act like children. I think it's quite delightful," Su Yuyo said, covering her mouth with a soft smile. Initially, she had felt nervous, but watching Lu Xia and his uncle banter created a pleasant atmosphere that felt far from oppressive. "Auntie is also very nice. It's nothing like what they say online about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships. To her, everything is reciprocal." After dinner, Lu Xia and Su Yuyo were taken to a private villa by the seaside. Gu Shishir led Su Yuyo upstairs, introducing her to each room, showcasing a separate dressing room, a makeup area, and a jewelry storage space, among others. Most importantly, every room was filled to the brim. In contrast, the wardrobe prepared for Lu Xia was hardly comparable to that of Su Yuyo's. "If you need anything, just tell Annie." Although Lu Xia is attentive, he is still a boy and can be a bit careless. But once you inform him, he will surely remember. Gu Shishir praised her son. "Thank you, Annie, I understand," Su Yuyo replied, her face radiating happiness, her gaze drifting toward Lu Xia. Even without Gu Shishir's prompting, she knew he would always remember her needs. For instance, the crystal bracelet on his wrist, which he had worn since he promised her, remained there unless under special circumstances, providing her with a sense of security. Observing the tender exchange between the young couple, Gu Shishir's eyes sparkled with warmth. "Yuyo, you and Lu Xia can stay here for now. I have arranged everything for the villa. Just let me know if you need anything. Auntie has some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Okay, Auntie. Thank you for your efforts. It's no trouble at all. Goodbye, dear Yuyo." In truth, Gu Shishir had no pressing matters. She simply felt that remaining there while her son and future daughter-in-law were together would make her an unwelcome third wheel. A good mother-in-law knows to grant her son and daughter-in-law ample space. After bidding farewell to her son and future daughter-in-law, Gu Shishir settled into the back seat, where a dedicated driver awaited to take her home. Inside the villa, only Lu Xia and Su Yuyo remained, while the staff managing the villa had either gone home for the day or were sent away by Gu Shishir. Chapter 137. Do not be deceived by the internet. This villa is perched on a hillside in a coastal town, a mere 200 meters from the boundless sea. Standing on the balcony, one can gaze upon the twinkling lights of the town and the beach where travelers and locals frolic. "Shall we take a stroll by the sea?" Lu Xia inquired, turning his head. Yes, yes." Su Yuyo seemed to have been waiting for this invitation, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. She had likely held back earlier due to her mother's presence, but with just the two of them now, she felt free to express her desires. "Let's change our clothes and go." All right." The two returned to their rooms to change. Moments later, they emerged, and when Lu Xia beheld Su Yuyo's attire, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Yuyo, who permitted you to wear that?" At that moment, Su Yuyo had donned a striking pink swimsuit, featuring a flirtatious short skirt and a strapless top, with a sheer cover draped over her shoulders. Her head hung low, and her cheeks flushed crimson, clearly unaccustomed to such scanty clothing. With her beauty and figure, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of every man on the beach. "You're not allowed to let anyone else see you like this," Lu Xia declared. "I saw bloggers online wearing such outfits to the beach, and some even insisted that one must wear a bikini. But I'm too shy to do that," Su Yuyo replied. "The internet is misleading. The less they wear, the better, but you should be modest Lu Xia stated earnestly. Let me find you something more appropriate. Oh, alright, so Yuyo Nadiv. Please help me. Before long, Lu Xia returned with a light-colored t-shirt, a knee-length Chinese-style skirt, and safety shorts, along with a pair of refreshing sandals. But this is just like what I usually wear. So Yuyo remarked. Who says one must dress in a certain way for the beach? What matters is comfort and personal preference, Lu Xia explained. Oh, I see. Su Yuyo noted, then inquired. But why are you dressed so lightly? In contrast, Lu Xia wore a tank top and beach shorts, exuding comfort. Because I'm a guy, he replied. To further persuade her, he added, in summer, you see men walking around shirtless, but rarely do you see women doing the same. It seems you have a point. The internet really is full of nonsense, and I almost fell for it. I'm glad you're here with me, she said, leaning on him affectionately. I'm your boyfriend, after all. Let us set off, he replied enthusiastically. Upon reaching the beach, Su Yuyo gazed around with wide, questioning eyes. Didn't they say few people wear swimsuits? Yet even children are wearing lovely swimsuits. There were even several curvaceous women in bikinis posing for photographs by the shore. Sensing Su Yuyo's confusion, Lu Xia sighed. The internet can be harmful. People nowadays can't discern truth from falsehood. I understand now. Su Yuyo recalled how Yu Jian had been wrongfully accused due to the rampant misinformation online. She realized Lu Xia was indeed right, her heart swelling with affection. She intertwined her arm with his, feeling more reliant on him. Lu Xia felt a twinge of guilt, aware that while he had spoken with some exaggeration, his words held a grain of truth. He viewed the modern society's openness regarding swimwear as excessive. To him, mere scraps of fabric could not define liberation. Learning from Western culture should be about adopting the best practices, not blindly imitating. Our nation boasts a civilization spanning 5,000 years. Even a casual glance at our ancient history reveals millennia of richness, unlike other countries that flaunt mere decades. His musings were not driven by selfish desires. Ugh, how vulgar. I abhor gambling and drugs. Hand in hand, they strolled along the beach. Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, immediately drawn to the food vendors lining the shore. The air was laden with the enticing aromas of various local delicacies: ice cream, barbecued skewers, seafood, and coconuts. Nearby, merchants showcased exquisite shells, ocean-themed crafts, and local handicrafts, with many tourists eagerly selecting souvenirs for themselves or their loved ones. Whatever one could desire, it was all available here. Before long, Su Yuyo's hands were filled with an assortment of snacks. For the delectable treats, she indulged heartily, while Lu Xia, with an insatiable appetite, polished off the less appealing items. Waste was simply not an option. Is it delicious? Lu Xia asked, wiping the red sauce from her lips with a napkin. It is tasty, but it feels somewhat similar to the delicacies I've had back in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, she mused. After speaking, Su Yuyo stood still, pouting her lips in a playful manner, her eyes sparkling with joy. With today's convenient transport and advanced internet, one can savor the specialties of the East, even when heading to the far West. Oh, I understand now. I'll go buy you a coconut. Please wait for me here. Noticing a nearby tricycle piled high with green coconuts, Lu Xia excused himself and hurried over. When he returned, he found a casually dressed young man with a camera chatting with Su Yuyo, appearing to be a university student. Upon seeing Lu Xia, Su Yuyo joyfully approached him, linking her arm with his. This young man offered to take my picture for free. In this day and age, one must be cautious of anything that seems too good to be true. However, this young man appeared far more genuine than the scheming vendors. Lu Xia smiled and asked, Hey there, do you have good photography skills? Of course, the young man replied, eager to impress. Seeing his enthusiastic denial, Lu Xia was convinced this was merely a college student trying to strike up a conversation. Great, then could you take a few pictures of us? Lu Xia requested kindly. Ah, sure. The young man, hoping to capture a few solo shots of Su Yuyo for himself, felt his heart race at the thought of having her photos as keepsakes. Chapter 138. Playing the model, such a beautiful girl, indeed a treasure. Following the young man to a picturesque location, Lu Xia unleashed her trump card, retrieving a square object from Su Yuyo's bag. Excuse me, could you take our picture with our camera? The young man, understanding the unspoken thoughts of his fellow man, was not about to take advantage of her. This camera is worth several thousand. The resolution is exceptionally high, he explained. No worries, let us use ours. Once we're done, you won't have to bother transferring the photos to me. It would be too much trouble for you, Lucia interjected. Just as the young man intended to protest that it was no trouble at all, Lucia had already handed over the camera. It was a Hasselblad, prepared by Gusher. Though he wasn't sure the model, he knew it was anything but cheap. At a mere glance, the young man was rendered speechless with astonishment. He recognized the model. His greatest dream had been to own a second-hand Hasselblad. Who would have imagined it would be so close at hand? Not a bother at all. Since we're here to take photos, let us get started, he exclaimed, excitement radiating as he carefully accepted the camera. In that moment, Su Yuyo was no longer his primary focus. Capturing beautiful photographs with such a fine camera was now his utmost desire. The shift in his demeanor left Lucia somewhat bewildered. Under the young man's guidance, he and Su Yuyo posed for numerous photos, and upon reviewing the originals, it was evident that the young man had considerable skill, far surpassing Lucia's abilities. Lucia had merely intended to coax the young man into taking a couple of photos, but he seemed utterly engrossed, eager to explore various angles and scenes. They continued for over an hour. Exhausted from striking poses, Lucia felt they were no longer on a vacation, but rather serving as models. It became apparent to Lucia that the young man was a seasoned photography enthusiast, and his change in attitude stemmed from the presence of that Hasselblad camera. Are you here for a vacation? Planning to stay a few days? I live nearby, and if you want to take more photos, feel free to find me. And importantly, he added with emphasis, it's free. You're too kind, Lucia replied. We do intend to stay here for a few days. How about we let you borrow the camera as a token of gratitude for your help in taking our photos? If you prefer payment, that can certainly be arranged. That would be wonderful. The young man's clear eyes sparkled with excitement, almost as if he wished to leap forward and kiss her. Let's not talk about money. It would ruin the sentiment. However, I do have one condition. Speak, as long as it's within my means. If I lend you the camera, you must leave something of yours as collateral, he proposed. The young man sighed heavily. Of course, that's no problem. Just wait for me here for 10 minutes. With that, he hurried off towards the town, camera in hand. 7 or 8 minutes later, he returned, panting, as if he feared Lucia might vanish. In his hands was an identification card, a personal account booklet, and a student ID. Will these suffice? He asked. Lucia glanced at the items. Jing Yuan, a pleasant name. Just as he claimed, he was indeed a local. While these items could easily be faked, Lucia chose to trust him. Sometimes, one must embrace faith in human connections. Certainly, I will remain here for 5 days. At the end, you can return the camera to me, Lucia affirmed. Absolutely. They exchanged contact information, and Jing Yuan learned Lucia's name. Here's the memory card. You can download it onto your computer later, he said, showing Lucia great respect. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Enjoy your time here, and feel free to ask me anything you're unsure about. After a brief farewell, Jing Yuan carefully cradled the camera and left, joy radiating from him like a child. Clutching the memory card, Lucia felt quite satisfied. He turned to Su Yuyo, who appeared weary and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Let us head home. Okay, she replied with a soft nod, resembling a sleepy blue cat. Shall we grab some seafood for a late-night snack? No. Su Yuyo shook her head vigorously. All she wanted was to lie in bed and sleep. Being a model was far more exhausting than simply taking photos as she usually did. A smile crept across Lucia's face as he squatted down, gesturing playfully, Princess. Hop on my back. Hee, here I come. Su Yuyo unhesitatingly nestled against Lucia's back, appearing drowsy and content as she rested. Occasionally, she would nuzzle her small head against him. As they walked, Lucia, noticing no one was watching, took the opportunity to playfully tap her rear, causing her to flush with warmth. Moments after they departed, a white electric scooter came to a stop along the shore. From it emerged a woman clad in a flowing black dress, who sat on a relatively clean step, quietly enjoying the sea breeze. Since arriving in this city, she had not made any friends and felt somewhat withdrawn. Following the incident with Lu Qian, she had closed herself off, guarding her heart. When loneliness struck, She would come to the seaside to let the wind soothe her soul. The cool breeze danced around her dress and hair. This scene was fortuitously captured by Jing Yuan, who had just returned to the beach after preparing the memory card, leaving him momentarily mesmerized. The most beautiful moments are never contrived. Regaining his composure, he approached her and greeted, "Hello, miss. I couldn't help but notice how lovely you appeared sitting here, so I took the liberty of capturing a photo. If you're pleased with it, I can send it to you." Jiangwan looked up at the young man approaching her, gently pushing aside a strand of hair that had fallen over her face. "That's fine, but if it turns out poorly, don't blame me for giving you a disapproving glance. I promise it will be beautiful," Jing Yuan replied confidently, taking a seat beside Jiangwan and pulling up the saved photos one by one. "To think you look so young yet possess such admirable skill," she remarked. "May I add you as a friend?" Jiangwan smiled in understanding. "Sure." Chapter 139. In optimal condition, back at the villa, Su Yio took a set of pajamas and headed for the shower. Lu Xia, on the other hand, went to the study, opened his computer, and imported all the photos from the memory card, transferring them to his phone. Half an hour later, the two lay together on the enormous mattress, nestled against each other as they perused the photos on the screen. After a moment, Lu Xia lowered his gaze to Su Yuyo in his embrace, hesitating as if he had something to say. This scene caught Su Yuyo's attention. "Lu Xia, is there something you wish to share with me? I noticed earlier on the plane that you seem to have something on your mind." "There is a minor issue," he admitted, "but I fear it may dampen your spirits." "Oh, what is it?" Su Yuyo asked, her curious eyes fixed on him. "I saw Jiangwan on the plane today. If I'm not mistaken, she should be in Hangzhou now." Lu Xia explained. "The reason I didn't mention earlier was to spare you any distress. It was not my intention to conceal it." Noticing Su Yuyo's silence, he continued, "I once had feelings for Jiangwan, but I assure you, my heart now holds only you, and it will always be so, both now and in the future." Su Yuyo stifled a laugh, her lips curving into a smile. Leaning against Lu Xia, she replied in a soothing tone, "You need not elaborate so much, nor must you fear my displeasure. I can feel your affection for me, even without words. I trust you unconditionally." His heart warmed at her resolute words. He set his phone aside and embraced her. Unbeknownst to them, the automatic navigation system had activated. Just as Lu Xia was about to take further action, Su Yuyo suddenly sprang up, shaking off his hand, and hurried to the desk to open her computer. "What's wrong?" Lu Xia inquired. "I forgot to update my novel today. Just let it go. Missing a day, isn't a big deal." "Is a big deal," Su Yuyo insisted earnestly. "Then do your best." 15 minutes later, after checking her 2 drafts, she sent them out one by one. Instead of rushing back to bed, she lingered, waiting for something. Minutes passed before a comment appeared. "First, author." Su Yuyo's face lit up with joy as she replied with a cute emoji. Turning her head, she noticed Lu Xia just putting down his phone, pulling back the bedding beside him and beckoning her over with a playful glint in his eyes. Closing her computer, Su Yuyo tiptoed back to bed, snuggling into Lu Xia's embrace. In the early morning, as dawn broke, Lu Xia was roused by Su Yuyo, eager to witness the sunrise over the sea. Unlike her usual attire, today she wore a white cotton short-sleeve top paired with denim shorts, accentuating her long, fair, and slender legs. The seaside sun was particularly fierce, so Lu Xia had thoughtfully provided her with a hand-woven straw hat and a light long-sleeve sun protection jacket. They sat on the soft sand, gazing at the sun as it ascended slowly from the horizon, its orange-red rays illuminating the ocean's surface, creating a mesmerizing dance of shimmering lights. Waves crashed upon the shore, splashing droplets like countless sparkling diamonds. As the first light of day kissed Su Yuyo's face, it appeared as if she were cloaked in a delicate veil of crimson frost. Observing her dainty hand propped on the sand, Lu Xia couldn't help but smile. Reaching out gently to rest his hand atop hers. "Lu Xia, the ocean is so beautiful. I wish I could live here forever," she mused. "I seem to recall you saying something similar in Shashi, and in Jiangsu and Zhejiang as well," he teased. Her eyes sparkled like lasers as she focused on him, her previously clasped hand now mysteriously resting on Lu Xia's waist. With a tender smile revealing her little tiger teeth, she playfully withdrew her hand. As the sun fully emerged from the horizon, They strolled hand in hand to a seafood breakfast shop, ordering 2 servings of seafood noodles. Lu Ye. A surprised voice called from nearby. They turned to find Jing Yuan, clad in a clean work uniform, carrying a large plate with 2 bowls of seafood noodles. Jing Yuan. What a pleasant surprise. Lu Xia exclaimed. Not just a coincidence, but fate. Please wait a moment, Jing Yuan replied cheerfully, rushing to the kitchen and returning with a platter of freshly arrived seafood. He then offered them fresh coconut water. With business still relatively slow, Jing Yuan took a seat across from them, smiling. Everything is from our own supply. It's both affordable and fresh. Lu Xia, not one to be overly formal, responded. Then we shall not hold back. As he peeled shrimp shells, placing the succulent meat into Su Yuyo's bowl, he inquired, What brings you here? Oh, my parents own this shop. That's my father in the kitchen, and my mother helps out, Jing Yuan explained. At this, his parents beamed at them from across the room, clearly having been informed of their presence. Lu Xia nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. Su Yuyo mimicked his gesture, her cheeks puffed with food, clearly delighted by the bountiful breakfast. After chatting for a while, Jing Yuan mentioned he had encountered an incredibly elegant older sister the previous night. Thanks to your camera, I was able to capture such beautiful photos. I even got her contact information. That is only because you're skilled, without talent. Even the best camera would yield poor results, Lu Xia grinned. I wonder why you seemed so happy today. It turns out you met someone special. You should have seen her. She sat there so quietly, like a painting, Jing Yuan reminisced. Oh, how does she compare to your sister-in-law? Lu Xia teased, recalling how Jing Yuan had attempted to flirt with Su Yuyo the day before. Embarrassed, Jing Yuan scratched his head. Each has their own merits. After finishing their seafood feast, Jing Yuan jested that they need not pay, as he was treating. Lu Xia accepted with a smile, but, after walking away with Su Yuyo, discreetly paid 200 yuan. The bowls of seafood noodles were only a few dozen yuan, but the seafood on the table was quite pricey and exceptionally fresh. He had simply snapped a photo of the payment code while grabbing a napkin. Seeing Lu Xia's resourcefulness, Su Yuyo raised her thumb in admiration. You always have the best ideas. Well, who else would it be but your boyfriend? Su Yuyo held her head high with confidence. He is indeed mine. Pulling her close, Lu Xia caressed her cheek. How is it that my girlfriend is so adorable? Well, who else could it be but your girlfriend? Chapter 140. Encounter again upon receiving a money transfer from Lu Xia. Jing Yuan contemplated rushing out after him, as he genuinely intended to treat. In the glass kitchen, Jing Yuan's father interjected, Don't go. Your friend has chosen this method of payment, clearly not wishing for you to incur any loss. Invite him over for a late-night snack another time. I shall prepare a grand feast for him. All right, Jing Yuan nodded in agreement. When he first met Lu Xia, he was struck by his commanding presence. He seemed to lead him throughout their interactions. Gradually, he discovered that Lu Xia possessed a unique character, one that could easily win the affection of such a gentle and beautiful girlfriend. This thought conjured an image in his mind of that lovely older sister. He pulled out his phone, where a message was waiting for him, along with a response. Good morning, little friend. Up so early. My family runs a seafood restaurant. Helping my parents with some tasks. Ding ding. Ah, a dutiful little friend. Jing Yuan pouted and typed back, Sister, you're not much older than me. So why do you keep calling me little friend? What should I call you then? I am Jing Yuan. And you? I am Jian Van. Jian Wan. Such a gentle name, truly fitting. After this exchange, there was silence on the other end. Throughout the day, whether helping at home or capturing beautiful scenes by the seaside, Jing Yuan remained attentive to any messages from her. Finally, around noon, a response arrived. Busy at the moment, but I'll come to support you soon. Jing Yuan promptly replied. No problem, it would be my honor. Time swiftly passed, and 4 days flew by. Today, Lu Xia did not take Su Yuyu on a scenic tour, but instead, they arrived at the Yin Yuan group. Upon reaching their destination, Lu Xia was astonished by the magnitude of Lu Dazhuang's business. Situated in the city center with a towering 100-story building, the imposing letters spelling out Yin Yuan Group spanned over 10 floors. This was merely the headquarters. It was rumored that there were hundreds of subsidiaries across the nation and even worldwide. Lu Xiao's purpose for visiting was twofold: to show Su Yuyu around and, more importantly, to learn. After all, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Upon arriving at the building's entrance, Several burly security guards were stationed outside. He retrieved a black and gold card from his pocket, a gift from his mother, which granted access throughout the entire group. The moment the guards saw the card, their expressions turned solemn. This card was exclusive to the chairman of the board. One of the guards approached respectfully. "Good day, sir. May I ask where you obtained this card?" Lu Xiao wished to avoid misunderstandings, but did not want to disclose that he was Lu Dazhuang's son, and that it was given to him by the chairman. "I apologize, but we must verify your identity. Kindly hold on for a moment." Of course. After a few phone calls, the security team leader returned promptly to the entrance, bowing his head slightly. "Thank you for your patience. Please, you may enter." "Thank you." Not long after entering the building, Lu Xia followed the signs to the elevator. It was still early, and the elevator was not crowded, containing only a man in a suit with a noticeable belly. The two exchanged glances but said little. However, the man's gaze shifted to Su Yu, his small eyes glimmering with an unusual interest as he wondered which department had recruited such an attractive employee with a lovely figure. As he attempted to gaze down, Lu Xia positioned himself in the way, effectively blocking the man's view. The suited man's expression soured slightly, but he refrained from commenting. The elevator ascended to the 80th floor, and the man exited, casting one last glance at Lu Xia and Su Yu as the doors closed behind him. Afterward, he reached the office area on that floor, where a female employee had arrived before him. "Manager Wang," she greeted, standing as she acknowledged him. "Wanner, so diligent as always." The first to arrive, the suited man scanned Jiang Wan from head to toe, pausing momentarily at her calves, a peculiar smile forming on his lips as he gave her a thumbs up. "Your performance has been commendable. I have decided to promote you." "Thank you, Manager Wang." For a newcomer, this was indeed a delightful surprise. "My office is in need of a secretary. The monthly salary is more than double what you currently earn. I will prepare a letter for you to visit Human Resources shortly." "Secretary." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's expression darkened slightly, yet she managed to smile. "Manager Wang, my current position is quite good, and I'm learning a lot. I do not wish to change roles at this time." Manager Wang's demeanor hardened. "Do you think that being my secretary offers no learning opportunities?" "Manager Wang, that is not my intention. As long as that is clear." He interrupted her and entered his office. Moments later, he returned with a signed transfer request form, having prepared it in advance. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Today is a good day to adjust." Jiang Wan gritted her teeth. In this department, Manager Wang was akin to a local emperor, and defying him would lead to dire consequences. After Jiang Wan left, Manager Wang stroked his chin, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. After a day of touring, Lu Xia and Su Yu returned to the coastal town. Although they had not engaged in strenuous activity, they still felt sore and fatigued. Lu Xia had learned a great deal, while Su Yu was merely there to keep him company. That evening, they visited a renowned late-night snack spot, a choice made by Su Yu, a reward for her efforts throughout the day. After waiting for an hour, they finally got their turn. This establishment also had private rooms, but the two opted to dine in the main hall. Once they received the menu, Su Yu perked up, enthusiastically ordering various delectable dishes. The restaurant served food promptly, and within 10 minutes, their orders arrived. Su Yu exclaimed, her voice rising. "That's a good sign." Lu Xia noted as he picked up a skewer, finding the taste quite delightful. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. The ingredients were simply of good quality. In Sha City, just one piece of beef here could yield 4 or 5 skewers, with some leftover. Yet, what was more disconcerting was the fear that the beef they ordered might actually be synthetic meat. On such a hot day, they certainly needed a bottle of chilled beer. Lu Xia intended to get Su Yu coconut water, but she expressed interest in trying beer as well. Knowing her tolerance, he poured her half a glass. As they drank, Su Yu's cheeks turned a rosy hue, a sheen of perspiration adorning her face, exuding an unusual charm that was rare to see. Lu Xia only allowed her 1 glass, switching the remainder to milk. Satiated, they packed the leftovers to take home. Meanwhile, not far away, the door to a private room swung open, and several well-dressed individuals emerged, all wearing white shirts, clearly office workers. When one figure appeared, Lu Xia's gaze, which was about to drift away, froze momentarily. "Jiang Wan, how is it that we meet again?" Chapter 141. A helping hand at this moment. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were glazed, clearly indicating that she was intoxicated. Beside her, a man with a beer belly was supporting her, cheerfully urging others to leave. The well-dressed intellectuals present donned in ties, feigned ignorance, and departed the scene, especially the senior employees, who had long surmised the intentions of Mr. Wang. Lucia focused intently and recognized him as the rotund man he had encountered earlier in the elevator, who had cast lustful glances at Su Yuyo. Su Yuyo, noticing the two, tugged at Lucia's sleeve. It's that disgusting fatty. If Sister Jiang Wan is taken away by him, it certainly won't end well. If I intervene, will someone end up in trouble? A smile crept across Lucia's lips. No worries, just think of a way. What is there to think about? We're not doing anything wrong. We could just take her away. Good point. At that moment, Mr. Wang had finished sending his subordinates away and was leading Jiang Wan toward his car. They had barely taken a few steps when two figures obstructed their path. Mr. Wang squinted and displayed a look of surprise, his gaze briefly darting to Su Yuyo. It's you. Unable to tolerate the disgusting stare of the other man, Lucia stepped forward and forcefully pushed the rotund figure aside, supporting Jiang Wan. Su Yuyo quickly assisted from the other side. What the hell, kid? What do you think you're doing? Lucia replied coldly. Jiang Wan is my friend. We'll take her home, so you need not interfere. You can say whatever you like, but let her go, or I'll slap you, Mr. Wang retorted. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers in such a bustling street. There was no shortage of spectators eager for drama. Lucia paid them no mind. This was the most vibrant night market, and he was confident that the man wouldn't dare escalate matters unless he was out of his mind. He turned to Jiang Wan, who was swaying slightly, and asked, Jiang Wan, are you all right? Lucia. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Wan's dazed eyes softened with clarity as she murmured, It's you. Recognizing that the two were indeed acquainted, and with so many witnesses present, Mr. Wang dared not be overly aggressive, for escalating matters would not bode well. He spoke in a lowered voice, Kid, I'm the general manager of the creative department. We've met at the company today. I don't care which department you belong to. Crossing me well, that's not a good idea. Lucia finally turned to regard him. General manager of the creative department, noted. Mr. Wang, feeling his pride wounded by the dismissive gaze, reached out to grab Lucia's arm. Unexpectedly, Lucia seized Mr. Wang's collar, his eyes hardening. Are you trying to provoke me into calling the police? Weighing the risks, Mr. Wang ultimately released his grip. Engaging in a physical altercation here would be unwise. As long as Lucia was affiliated with the company, he could find a way to retaliate later. Playing games with me, are you? I'll make you regret it, Mr. Wang sneered, revealing a hint of mockery in his eyes. After releasing Lucia, he warned, Let us see how this unfolds. With that, he departed, and, as the tension dissipated, the crowd began to disperse, leaving the night snack shop owner looking disappointed, wishing for a fight that would have benefited him. He had established his business after being beaten up by a displeased luxury car owner during his days as a street vendor. Sighing, he lamented, If only those young folks were a bit wiser. On the roadside, Lucia hailed a taxi back to the villa. Throughout the journey, Jiang Wan rambled on, repeating his name, Lucia. He felt her grip on his waist, but dared not speak. He helped Jiang Wan to the guest room of the villa and left the rest to Su Yuyo, feeling it was inappropriate for him to intervene further. After about 10 minutes, Su Yuyo emerged from the guest room. You must be tired, Lucia approached, wiping the sweat from her forehead. I prepared some clothes for you. Go freshen up. Well, that is more like it. If you had dared to say Jiang Wan was fine, you would have spent the night on the sofa, Su Yuyo teased. Lucia felt a pang of embarrassment. The mind of a woman is unfathomable, yet her ability to handle the situation surpassed that of most girls. One might imagine a girlfriend bringing home someone her boyfriend had pursued for years. Who would dare to do such a thing? What if old flames were rekindled? But Su Yuyo had indeed managed it. She was principled and had complete faith in Lucia's character. My heart belongs solely to my treasure. Lucia chuckled, pulling Su Yuyo back to the bedroom. After they had showered and settled in together, Su Yuyo inquired, What is your plan for that fat man? If the worst he faces is dismissal, it seems too lenient a punishment. Do you have a strategy? Patience, he is likely in for a world of trouble now, Lucia replied with a mischievous grin. Have you already informed Uncle Lu? Su Yuyo asked curiously. Why make it easy for him? Do you recall what he intended to do? He wanted to take Jiang Wan away in his car with ill intentions. He must have been drinking too, she noted. Exactly. An idea sparked in Su Yuyo's mind, her eyes shining with excitement as she looked at Lu Xia. Are you suggesting a DUI? Not just a DUI. Given his state, it's surely a case of drunk driving. I've already reported his license plate to the authorities. The minimum penalty is a 5-year suspension of his license, along with potential criminal charges. How devious of you, she remarked playfully. Is this devious? Lu Xia's gaze wandered, his hand beginning to roam. Stop that tickles. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang arrived at his upscale residential community. But as he stepped out of his car, he was confronted by several traffic police officers. We have received reports of you driving under the influence. Please cooperate with our testing. At that moment, Mr. Wang was bewildered, still processing the situation as he was escorted into a police vehicle. Following the test confirming his intoxication, he was taken to the police station. That night, Mr. Wang sought help to secure his release on bail. Although his license was suspended, at least he avoided incarceration. Reflecting on the events, Mr. Wang set his sights on Lu Xia. No one else had the audacity to cross him. It had to be that kid. You think you're clever, don't you? Just wait. As long as you're at Yin Yuan Group, I'll find you, no matter how deep I have to dig. You'll soon learn the meaning of regret. Chapter 142. The guest the following day, upon entering the company. General Manager Wang intended to discreetly inquire about Lu Xia's information and department. However, as soon as he stepped into his own department, he was informed of his dismissal. He stood there, utterly bewildered. After reaching out to a high-level friend for assistance, he discovered that the order had come directly from the chairman, and that someone had interceded on his behalf, resulting in his demotion. Now, not a single senior executive in the entire company dared to speak up for him. He wished to confront the chairman, but to his dismay, the chairman refused to even see him, leaving him with only 4 words: examine your conscience. Upon returning to his department, the HR department granted him merely half an hour to gather his belongings, informing him that a new leader would soon arrive to take over. After hastily packing, he trudged toward the exit with his possessions in hand. All his colleagues, save for Jiang Wan, had gathered. Upon seeing their disheveled leader, the usual flattery was conspicuously absent. Some wore expressions of indifference, while a younger colleague boldly taunted him. Hey Wang. Oh, I mean little Wang. Don't forget to take out the trash on your way out. You always taught us to be diligent and treat the department like home, right? Set a good example even when leaving. Laughter erupted from the group, and the tension was palpable. Yin Xiaohe, who are you talking to? She asked, feigning ignorance. Didn't you hear? I'm talking to you, little Wang. I suppose you're getting old, and you're hearing ISNT what it used to be. Need me to help you see an ENT specialist? I have connections at the People S Hospital if you need assistance. You, General Manager Wang, or rather little Wang, glared at Yin Xiaohe, only to realize that everyone was now looking his way. Their expressions were filled with scorn, disdain, and mockery, the very looks he had once directed at them. If he did not express his feelings now, he knew such an opportunity would never present itself again. Despite having contemplated whether he might still possess other means of recourse, he recalled the old adage, endure for a moment and the storm will pass. Take a step back and the anger will only grow. In the end, he clenched his teeth and departed. He resolved not to stoop to the level of these jesters. The wealth he had accumulated over the years was more than sufficient for him to live lavishly for the rest of his life. Upon returning to his opulent residence, he was met with a scene reminiscent of the previous night. Just as he stepped through the door, several plainclothes officers appeared, handcuffing him and taking him away. Wang Heng, you are suspected of multiple criminal offenses. Please accompany us. Officers, you must be mistaken. I am innocent. He protested. Whether you're innocent or not, we will ascertain the truth, they replied. Upon arriving at the police station, Wang Heng felt a chill run down his spine as he spotted a few young women seated in the station, former employees who had once worked under him. Meanwhile, in a private coastal villa, Lu Xia was busy preparing dumplings in the kitchen, assisted by Su Yuyo. The two worked in harmonious silence. Although Gu Shishir had left a chef behind, Lu Xia had insisted on taking a break from him, continuing to pay his salary nonetheless. In no time, Lu Xia had wrapped 3 large trays of dumplings, featuring 10 different flavors, all personally selected by Su Yuyo. After placing the prepared dumplings into the steamer, Lucia noticed Su Yuyo's smiling face and affectionately wiped the flour from her cheek. Her gaze softened. "Quickly wash your face. It's time to enjoy the dumplings." "Okay," Su Yuyo replied, allowing Lucia to fuss over her with a smile. As they turned around, they discovered Jiang Wan had awoken, standing at the foot of the stairs in Su Yuyo's pastel pink pajamas, gazing in the direction of the kitchen. Upon being noticed, Jiang Wan appeared flustered. Su Yuyo, eager to ease the awkwardness, cheerfully said, "Sister Jiang Wan, you're awake just in time. Breakfast is almost ready. Come wash up with me." Okay." Jiang Wan responded, unsure of what to say. She had been quite inebriated the previous night, with only vague memories of events, including the familiar voice she had heard when Wang Heng was about to take her away. She had not expected it to be Lu Xia. This girl, whom she recognized but did not know by name, had been standing there for quite some time, but the two had been too engrossed to notice her presence. In the past, Lu Xia would always spot her, no matter how far away she was. Now, everything had changed. Su Yuyo guided Jiang Wan to the washroom. Sensing Jiang Wan's discomfort, she sought to strike up a conversation. "Last night, when Lu Xia and I saw you were in distress, we took the liberty of bringing you back without asking." It's fine, thank you. Both of you." Jiang Wan felt somewhat shy, recalling how nervous she had been during their first conversation, blushing at just a glance. Now, though still the same girl, Su Yuyo exuded confidence, attentive to Jiang Wan's feelings. Perhaps this was the reason Jiang Wan felt so uncharacteristically flustered. "No big deal. I've never liked that fat pig anyway." Jiang Wan turned her head, surprised. "You know Wang Heng? I've seen him once at Yin Yuan Group." His lecherous gaze left no doubt he was not a good person, Su Yuyo replied. Her cheeks puffed as she brushed her teeth, her fist clenched tightly. Jiang Wan couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing someone insult him brought her an unexpected sense of relief, and a smile crept onto her face. Yet, she was curious about how Lu Xia and Su Yuyo had ended up at Yin Yuan Group when they were supposed to be on vacation. Moreover, entry into Yin Yuan Group required a pass. After washing up, Su Yuyo retrieved Jiang Wan's outfit from the previous night, freshly cleaned and dried. Once dressed, the two appeared in the dining area. Lu Xia was setting the table, with 2 plates of dumplings arranged neatly, while another plate contained dumplings divided into 10 portions, each with a different filling. This special plate belonged to Su Yuyo, ensuring she had all 10 flavors. "Eat up, Jiang Wan. It's a simple breakfast, so don't be picky," Lu Xia said with a polite smile. "Thank you. It looks splendid," Jiang Wan replied as she took a seat. The handmade dumplings filled her with a sense of nostalgia. It had been so long since she had enjoyed a breakfast at home. Meanwhile, Su Yuyo had already begun devouring them, munching away like a little hamster, her cheeks puffed. Lu Xia prepared a dipping sauce for her and presented a portion to Jiang Wan as well. "Thank you," Jiang Wan said, at a loss for words. As she delicately tasted a dumpling, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. The dipping sauce was walnut and peanut flavored. He remembered what she liked. After 5 years together, how could he possibly forget? Yet, the emotions and sentiments accompanying the preparation of the sauce now felt entirely different. It was simply an act of hospitality toward a guest. After finishing their meal, Su Yuyo and Lu Xia began to clear the table, playfully bickering over who would wash the dishes, though it appeared Lu Xia had emerged victorious. Chapter 143. "I love you to death." Su Yuyo pulled Jiang Wan to sit on the sofa for a while. "The dumplings Lu Xia made are quite good, aren't they? Not worse than those from outside," Su Yuyo remarked. "Yes, they're delicious," Jiang Wan nodded in agreement. The two engaged in a light conversation, and Jiang Wan learned Su Yuyo's name in the process. When Lu Xia finished washing the dishes and came over, Jiang Wan stood up, slightly bowed her head, and offered a gentle smile. "Lu Xia, Yuyo, I truly appreciate your help last night. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall visit again another day." "There's no trouble at all. If you have something to do, please go ahead," Lu Xia replied. "Thank you for your hospitality," Jiang Wan said politely before leaving. As Jiang Wan's figure disappeared, Lu Xia gazed after her, feeling a mix of nostalgia and a touch of unfamiliarity. The current Jiang Wan evoked a sense of strangeness. "Ow!" Lu Xia exclaimed, suddenly jumping up, rubbing her aching lower back, evidently pinched by Su Yuyo. Still watching? If you can't bear to see her go, chase after her. I promise I won't stop you. I'm wrong. I was merely feeling sentimental about Jiangwan, Lu Xia protested. You know, dear, my heart only has room for you now. I know, Su Yuyo pouted, twirling her skirt as she headed into the house. Knowing that still doesn't stop you from pinching me, Lu Xia followed, suppressing her grievances. If you're unwilling, just go find Jiangwan. She won't pinch you. Lu Xia. Perhaps I should just keep quiet. In the afternoon, Lu Dazhuang and Gu Shishir saw them off at the airport before departing. Time truly flies. A delightful week of vacation had slipped away in the blink of an eye. Returning to Jiangsu and Zhujiang in the evening, they encountered numerous taxi drivers vying for customers. The two young people, Lu Xia and Su Yuyo, attracted the most attention from the crowd. After fending off the persistent drivers, they finally found a parking spot. As they drove away from the parking lot, Lu Xia noticed Su Yuyo's cheeks were puffed up, prompting her to turn and ask, "What's wrong, dear? You seem a bit unhappy." "I was reminded of some unpleasant events," Su Yuyo replied. "Do tell, perhaps sharing will lighten your heart," Lu Xia teased. I won't talk to you." All right, if you share your troubles, they won't seem so daunting." Su Yuyo recounted the incident involving the unscrupulous driver she encountered on her journey from Shushi to Jiangsu University. Seeing those taxi drivers again reminded her of that fierce Unscrupulous. About that, don't be upset. That driver has been suspended for 3 months and fined 5,000 since that day, Lu Xia revealed. Su Yuyo gasped. I had no idea. When Lu Xia mentioned the report she filed, detailing the company's indifference, it eventually led to a formal punishment announcement from the taxi company. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "It wasn't a big deal," Lu Xia shrugged. Su Yuyo leaned closer, her big, sparkling eyes filled with admiration, realizing how much Lu Xia had silently done for her. She recalled another matter and asked on the train that attendant didn't he happen to be called by you. Did he? It was too coincidental that he appeared just when I needed assistance. I didn't see anyone else receiving such treatment. Lu Xia smirked and nodded. Lu Xia. I adore you. Wait, I'm driving. Su Yuyo playfully rested her delicate hand on her skirt, her gaze fixed on Lu Xia, eagerly anticipating the moment they would stop so she could steal a kiss. In truth, Lu Xia had withheld another detail. She had also dealt with that man on Su Yuyo's behalf. Though he helped her, it was not out of malicious intent. Upon returning to the villa area, Lu Xia parked the car steadily in the garage. Before she could unbuckle her seatbelt, Su Yuyo nimbly climbed onto his lap. "Yuyo, stop teasing. Let's talk at home." "I won't. No one can see us." With a mischievous smile, Su Yuyo looked down at him. Seizing the opportunity, she leaned in, kissing him boldly. This time, Lu Xia's eyes widened in surprise. Outside, the car swayed for 2.5 minutes before finally coming to a stop. When Lu Xia stepped out, his face and neck were already adorned with red marks. On the way back, Su Yuyo took the time to touch up her makeup, especially ensuring her lipstick was applied perfectly. Standing on the cobblestone path with her hands on her hips, Su Yuyo raised her head proudly, as if she had just won a grand victory. At Yin Yuan Group, Jiangwan arrived at the company, ready to resign. Had it not been for Lu Xia and Su Yuyo's assistance last night, she could have faced dire consequences. Remaining, there was a risk. Eventually, such incidents would recur, and she might not be so fortunate next time. She had contemplated this deeply on her way. Starting anew was the worst-case scenario. Upon entering her department, her colleagues, busy at work, greeted her as if discovering a new land, showering her with warm salutations. She felt bewildered and internally repulsed. "Where's Manager Wang?" she inquired. "Manager Wang? You know better than we do." Her colleagues exchanged knowing glances, smiling. They had witnessed Manager Wang attempting to escort Jiang Wan home last night, and it was evident he had ulterior motives. However, Jiang Wan had managed to escape unscathed, even turning the tables on him, suggesting she had powerful backing. Misunderstanding their tone, Jiang Wan's expression darkened, thinking they believed she had climbed the corporate ladder thanks to Manager Wang. A younger colleague chimed in. He was fired this morning. Jiang Wan's face fell in shock. Wang Heng was dismissed. How could that be? After hearing the accounts from several of her closer colleagues, she learned that Wang Heng had indeed been let go. Was it because of me? She thought, incredulous. She held no power. The company would never fire a department head for her sake. Suddenly, a name flashed in her mind. Lu Xia. Su Yio had mentioned that Lu Xia had been to Yin Yuan Group, a place inaccessible to most. They now resided in a seaside villa, far from ordinary lodgings. Moreover, it seemed Wang Heng had crossed Su Yio. Knowing Lu Xia, he would not let the matter slide easily. Yet, Lu Xia was merely an ordinary person. How could he be entangled with Yin Yuan Group? If Lu Xia possessed an extraordinary identity, why had he not been hired at the Yin Yuan Group subsidiary in Shushi? What on earth was happening? That night, Jiang Wan returned to the villa, bearing gifts, eager to confront Lu Xia for clarity. However, upon reaching the door, she was intercepted. Chapter 144. All is known. Greetings. I am a friend of Lu Xia, and I have a matter to discuss with him. Upon hearing this, the female housekeeper's expression softened slightly. Young Master Lu left this afternoon. He left. Do you know where he went? Jiang Wan pressed for more information. I cannot say. Aren't you his friend? The housekeeper replied, taken aback. A tinge of bitterness washed over Jiang Wan as she thanked her and departed. However, she did not leave empty-handed. At the very least, from the tone of the housekeeper, it was evident that Lu Xia was no ordinary individual. As she strolled along the coastal path on her way back, thoughts of her former superior in Sha City crossed her mind. Perhaps he possessed some knowledge. So she decided to call him to inquire about Lu Xia. She yearned to uncover the full story behind everything. Beep beep, is that you, Wana? What brings you to call me? Her former boss answered. Sorry to disturb you, but I have a few questions. Could you enlighten me? Oh, what could be so serious that you seek my counsel? If I know, I shall share. Are you familiar with Lu Xia? The line fell silent for a moment, though the call was still connected. Do you know something? Please, I beg you to tell me. Jiang Wan pleaded. Well, though I am unsure of the circumstances surrounding you, it seems you might carry a burden if I do not reveal what I know. Actually, I only learned about Lu Xia's true identity not long ago. Since you are at headquarters, you must be aware of the chairman's surname, correct? At that moment, Jiang Wan's mind was struck with the force of a thunderclap. How could anyone at Yin Yuan Group be ignorant of the chairman's name? One more thing I'll share with you. I remember you interviewed alongside Lu Xia. Initially, he was the one who was accepted, but after I informed him of the results, he chose to withdraw, thus allowing you to take his place according to the rules. Thank you. Jiang Wan stammered, her voice trembling. As the call ended, she sat on the steps leading to the beach, feeling as if she were a mere wooden puppet, lost in despair. Finally, she could no longer restrain the tension within her heart, cradling her head in her hands and weeping uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Memories flooded back like a revolving lantern, each scene flashing vividly in Jiang Wan's mind. Wanner, did you bring an umbrella? I'm down here to pick you up. Wanner, are you hungry? I'll go buy your favorite snacks from the street next door. Wanner, after we graduate, shall we be together? Jiang Wan's cries were heart-wrenching, alarming many passers-by who regarded her as a madwoman and instinctively distanced themselves. Only a boy with a camera around his neck noticed her and approached her step by step. Days later, as customary, Lu Xia escorted Su Yuyo to the classroom. His presence had long ceased to astonish the other students, many of whom took the opportunity to consult him with various queries when he arrived. The girl in the black dress, who had previously clashed with Lu Xia, found their relationship had eased after he had once lent her a helping hand. Yuyo, you're just in time. I recall you play Honor of Kings, right? Qin Lan spoke up. What's going on? So Yuyo in Kuayev. Are you not aware? The gaming club has organized 2 events, one for Honor of Kings and another for Genshin Impact. The champions will receive a cash prize of 10,000 yuan, while the second and third places will receive 5,000 and 2,500 respectively. Those in the top 10 will each earn 1,000. Qin Lan elaborated. Bai Lenin added, we plan to participate in the Honor of Kings event. With you on board, we only need one more player. Intrigued, Su Yuyo turned to Lu Xia. Can we invite Lu Xia? He plays too. Really? Lu Xia plays? The 3 girls turned to Lu Xia in unison, surprised that a young man of his wealth, looks, and talent would have an interest in gaming. It seemed they had misjudged him. I'll pass. You're all girls, and I'm just a guy. What is the point of my involvement? Lu Xia declined. Bai Lenin immediately interjected. There's a rule for the girls' team allowing 1 male ally. Is that so? Lu Xia asked, perplexed. Bai Lenin explained, typically, girls prefer not to play the jungle role, fearing no one will take on that position, which is why this rule exists. I'm not very skilled and haven't played in a while. You could find someone better. Lu Xia expressed his disinterest in participating. Su Yuyo quickly countered, don't believe him. He is incredibly good. He is a glory king, and he always carries me to victory. Yuyo. Lu Xia chuckled bitterly, feeling betrayed by his own teammate. Hearing Su Yuyo's confident claims, the three girls' eyes shone with excitement. Initially, their goal was merely to reach the top 10, where they could each earn 200 yuan. If Lu Xia were indeed a hidden master, they might have a chance to achieve more. Lu Xia, we're all quite familiar now. Just consider it a favor. Bai Lining coaxed. Seeing the earnest expressions on their faces, Lu Xia felt a twinge of discomfort. Since they had always been kind to Yuyo, he found it difficult to refuse such a minor request and eventually nodded in agreement. Yay! The three girls exchanged triumphant glances and high-fived each other. Lu Xia, what position are you good at? Can we assign the jungle role to you? That should be fine. Then you'll take the jungle role. We will practice together. And you can join us for a few matches when you have time. We won't disturb you. All right. After reaching an agreement, Lu Xia left the classroom and strolled down the path, reflecting on how the first generation of Honor of Kings players had aged while a new generation had emerged. It was no wonder they could continue to reap profits season after season. Arriving at the experimental building, Lu Xia walked towards his mentor's laboratory when he spotted Chu Tianxin exiting another lab, her face marked by distress. What troubles you, senior sister? Lu Xia inquired. Chu Tianxin sighed. The gaming club is hosting a competition, and I've been searching for players for ages, but everyone is too busy. We're short 4 members. By the way, do you play Lu Shitty? Lu Xia was genuinely surprised that Chu Tianxin, nearing her graduate studies, had an interest in gaming. I've already promised my girlfriend's friend. Chu Tianxin's expression resembled that of a distressed melon. I suppose I'll just have to settle for being a spectator. Take care, senior sister. Chapter 145. The coach returning to the laboratory, Senior Teng Jian, was also present. It was likely that senior sister Chu had not even inquired about Teng Jian, as his probability of playing Genshin Impact was virtually 0. Upon seeing Lu Xia, Teng Jian set aside his work with a serious expression and asked, Junior brother, do you know anyone who plays Genshin Impact? At the sound of this question, Lu Xia was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. No way. Could it be? Senior brother, please don't tell me you play Genshin Impact and intend to participate in that competition. What is wrong with playing Genshin? The game truly challenges one's intellect. Even those well-versed in advanced elemental theory are aware of it. Yet how many truly grasp its intricacies? What is attachment? The timing of attachment. Strong ice, weak water. What is the quantity of attachment? How much is consumed over time? And when do elements dissipate first? Then there are the reactions. Dendro reactions, cryo reactions, anemo reactions, geo reactions, and so forth. Lu Xia found himself reluctantly attending an impromptu lecture, but he comprehended little. However, a game recognized by Senior Teng Jian was likely quite intellectually demanding. After listening to Teng Jian, he began to understand the nature of the Genshin competition. 5 players forming a team to cooperate in dealing damage to a core explosion, with the one inflicting the highest damage emerging as the champion. He had a feeling that if Senior Teng Jian were to join the competition, he might very well seize the championship. It was hard to imagine. That night, Lu Xia found some time to accompany the 4 girls in a ranked match. Having not played for a while, he felt somewhat rusty, yet ranked matches remained effortlessly manageable. Ding! Lin Miao Miao sent a message. Lu Gu, how rare. You're actually playing Honor of Kings. The club is holding a gaming competition, and I was forcibly pulled into a team. Oh, doesn't that mean we're going to fish? By the way, I just observed your match, and all your teammates are girls. You're not participating in the girls group, are you? Yes. Haha. Lu Gu, you've fallen. Lu Xia felt incredibly embarrassed. By the way, are you free? Why don't you play with them? They're all girls, so there should be some common ground. You want to be a free coach? Please, please. Considering your reputation, fine then. Let us treat it as entertainment. Recruiting external assistants, Lu Xia exited the game, allowing Su Yuyo to invite Lin Miao Miao in. Lu Xia then busied himself with other matters. Upon changing players, the 3 in Qinlan's dorm were somewhat astonished. Yet upon seeing the ID of the new player, They felt a sense of deja vu hand of the five dogs. Before long, Yang Shanshan suddenly sat up on her bed, exclaiming, "Could this be the super popular female blogger, Lu Yu from online?" Clicking into the other's profile, the dorm erupted in a cacophony of ecstatic screams. It was indeed Lu Yu, the one with millions of followers online. The three members of the small group began to bombard each other with questions. Su Yiyo clarified, "Lu Xia brought her in. They are friends." Soon, the others remembered that Lu Xia was the center of the recent uproar in Shushi. The focal point of the drama was a girl known as the Sleepy Bear. Her other identity was Lu Yu. This meant Lu Xia had unexpectedly invited Su Yiyo's rival into their midst. The three exchanged glances across the dormitory corridor, their eyes wide with gossip. This was simply explosive. However, they refrained from probing further, as they didn't want to scare Lu Yu away while gaming with her. 2 hours later, the three girls were drenched in sweat. Lu Yu had been entrusted by Lu Xia to teach them game mechanics and strategies. And though she was a girl, she was indeed quite strict, compared to her usual demeanor on live streams, where she berated 9 while praising 1. She had shown them considerable leniency. The only fortunate one among them was Su Yiyo, likely receiving this courtesy due to her connection to Lu Xia. Nevertheless, everyone gained significantly from the experience. It was exponentially more beneficial than mindless ranked matches. It turned out that playing Honor of Kings required awareness of many factors. For instance, Lu Yu could even pinpoint the respawn times of enemy monsters down to the second, leading to an enlightening experience. As the five were engrossed in their game, Lu Xia reclined on a soft bed, savoring a cup of fine tea, leisurely reading a book. Gaming had become somewhat unsuitable for someone of his age. As for the prize, it was merely a trifling sum. The next morning, Lu Xia was preparing breakfast when he suddenly heard Su Yiyo's urgent voice from upstairs. She hurried down in her cotton slippers, bounding to Lu Xia's side, brandishing her phone. "Sister Jiai has sent me a wedding invitation. Did you receive it?" Lu Xia picked up his phone and indeed found messages from 2 people. They even included a wedding calendar. The date was set for February 12th, 2024. The 3rd day of the new year, a delightful choice. Checking the address. Harbin. Ming was actually from Harbin, and he hadn't detected any accent at all. "I received it. The location is in Harbin." "Well, Harbin, didn't you once say you wanted to see snow?" "In Harbin, you can not only see snow, but also visit the Ice and Snow World, the railway bridge, and the Northeast Tiger Park." Upon hearing this, Su Yiyo clasped her fist to her chest, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. After finishing breakfast, Lu Xia drove Su Yiyo to her classroom. Before he could leave, Bai Linyin blocked his path, her face full of hope. "Lu Xia, can Lu Yu still guide us today? She is truly amazing. With her teaching, the championship will be a cinch." Lu Xia felt somewhat awkward. He couldn't keep troubling her. He glanced at Qinlan and Yang Shanshan, who appeared equally eager. Qinlan spoke up, "If possible, it would be great if she could play a match with us. Our matters aren't particularly significant." Among the trio, Qinlan was the most mature. Given the awkwardness in Lu Yu's relationship with Lu Xia and Su Yiyo, it wouldn't be appropriate to keep imposing. "I'll have to ask her. She is probably quite busy." "Thank you, Lu Xiago. You're welcome." As he prepared to leave, Lu Xia recalled the matter Senior Ting Jian had asked him about and inquired, "Do you know anyone who plays Genshin Impact? I have a senior who is quite skilled, but is struggling to find teammates." "Genshin Impact?" The 3 girls exchanged excited glances, exclaiming, "Can we play?" "Huh? You 3? "Yes. We all play, and Yiyo is the one who introduced us to it. However, our skills might be mediocre. While we can manage basic coordination, executing high damage output is a challenge for us. Our minds can't keep up with the calculations." To hear talented girls from Jiangsu and Zhejiang admit their struggles with Genshin Impact was quite remarkable, indicating that the game indeed held a unique allure. Chapter 146. Be confident. "Victory is assured," Lu Xia remarked. "Leave the intellectual matters to my senior brother. He is Professor Yu's foremost disciple, so there will be no issues." Goodness. Such a prodigy also plays Genshin Impact? Lu Xia recalled Tang Jian's earnest demeanor yesterday. He was likely not just a player, but a seasoned veteran. "If you agree, I will inform my senior brother, and the 5 of you can form a team together." "No problem." Upon returning to the laboratory, Lu Xia conveyed the news of forming a team to Teng Jian. Teng Jian broke into a smile, akin to a tree blooming unexpectedly. Thank you, junior brother. With me around, even herding 4 donkeys can lead to victory. Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, he quickly corrected himself. What I meant is that they only need to go through the motions. Yet, he felt this statement was also flawed. All right, senior brother, I understand your meaning. Lu Xia placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. Last night, I watched several hours of numerical solutions to nonlinear equations, and I encountered a few problems I cannot comprehend. Could you help me out? Of course, no problem. A short while later, Chu Tianxin arrived, looking particularly cheerful. Senior sister, have you found a team? Lu Xia smiled slightly. Indeed, for champions plus my star glory, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Congratulations. In the past, Lu Xia would have said that as long as they had feet, the champions were sufficient. A week later, the gaming competition organized by the club officially commenced. Accompanied by Lin Yin and the others to the venue, Lu Xia finally grasped the significance of this competition, especially with such a substantial prize. Numerous streaming devices and professional staff were strategically placed, while advertisements adorned the surroundings. This time, the gaming club had even rented a small auditorium capable of seating over 1,000 people. Did they think that highly educated university students would not care about such games? A grave miscalculation. Every seat was filled, and many were willing to stand. The first event was the King of Glory competition. In the center of the venue, the male and female groups were split in half, with a designated area for participants, and opponents were determined by a lottery system. Lu Xia's team had Su Yiu draw lots, but unfortunately, they ended up in a less favorable position. The teams ahead had already taken the stage, with a maximum of 10 matches occurring simultaneously until the top 10 were determined, after which matches would proceed one by one. As the competition commenced, the 4 girls focused intently on the large screen, even taking notes on notable teams and their frequently used heroes. Meanwhile, Lu Xia donned his headphones and immersed himself in calculus. It was not that he wished to appear aloof. He simply lacked interest in the character selection process. The most absurd team composition included a mid laner named Shangwan, a jungler named Diao Chan, a top laner called Haino, and a duo in the bot lane comprised of Eileen and Yao Mei. Thankfully, Eileen could now deal physical damage. Otherwise, it truly would have been preposterous, absurd to the utmost degree, lacking any crowd control. To his astonishment, they even emerged victorious in under 8 minutes. An hour later, Su Yiu nudged Lu Xia. It's our turn. Oh, closing his phone, Lu Xia nodded. Arriving at the center of the venue, they were assigned seats by the staff, with special phones connected to the display screens for their operation. Lu Xia, which hero should we choose? We will follow your lead, Lin Yin said, feeling the pressure as 1,000 pairs of eyes were upon them. Qin Lan and Yang Shanshan were also somewhat anxious, while Su Yiu maintained a cheerful demeanor, sitting beside Lu Xia and snapping a group photo. Lu Xia faced the 3. Don't be nervous. Play whichever character you prefer. All right. The 3 responded uncertainly. The sensation of being on stage was entirely different. Their opponents were also a team of 4 girls and 1 boy, but the boy appeared somewhat young, likely around 14 or 15. Just like Lu Xia, he was an external aid, it seemed. Compared to Lu Xia's team, they appeared much more relaxed, though they clustered around the young boy, seemingly regarding him as the core member. As a match began, Lin Yin and the others confirmed, Lu Xia, are you truly okay with any selection? Shouldn't we have some strategy? No need. Pick whatever you're good at. Rather than victory, what mattered more now was instilling confidence in the 4 of them. Otherwise, if they were timid, they would surely falter against skilled opponents. The game commenced. The lineups were as follows. Lu Xia's team comprised Su Yiu as Xiao Qiao, Lin Yin as Yao Mei, Qin Lan as Hua Milan, Yang Shanshan as Eileen, and Lu Xia selecting Lan as his champion. The opposing team featured Xiahou Dun, Diao Chan, Mark, Sun Bin, and the young boy as Lan Ling Wang. The moment Lan Ling Wang appeared, Su Yiu, who had been calm until then, grew tense. As they entered the loading screen, the top 10 rankings prominently displayed Lan Ling Wang's name. The young boys' team all wore confident smiles. Lu Xia, how should we approach this? Lin Yin asked nervously. Just play casually. Huh? Be confident. Victory is assured. This was the first time Lu Xia had ever uttered such ostentatious words. As the game commenced, Lu Xia began by stealing 3 jungle pigs, focusing solely on farming and ignoring any attempts to gank. Once Yao Mei reached level 4, he smiled calmly. Yao Mei, come with me. Bai Linin, ever watchful of Lanling Wang, responded, all right. The moment Yao Mei linked with him, Lu Xia finally began to take things seriously, charging from the bot lane to the top lane and back, repeatedly traversing between the two. As for the opponents hiding under the tower, Yao Mei provided distractions. 6 minutes in, the expressions of the opposing team soured. The young boy no longer smiled, as his jungle had already been completely overtaken. Let us surrender, the young boy declared, placing his phone down. The 4 girls exchanged glances, their morale utterly depleted. In a single match, they had been thoroughly demoralized. Even knowing where Lan was, they felt utterly powerless. This was pure slaughter. The screen froze. Bai Linin and the other 3 leaped to their feet, exhilarated. So powerful. That felt incredible. Lanling Wang only managed to defeat Xiao Qiao and Eileen once, and after that, their economy skyrocketed. They never died again. They looked at Lu Xia, and if not for Su Yuyo's presence, they would have rushed to hug him, especially Bai Linin, who wished to leap upon him with a kiss. He was simply outstanding, wealthy, handsome, talented, and now dominating in gaming. Why hadn't they met Lu Xia sooner? She would have clung to him tenaciously. The game commentator observed Lu Xia's maneuvers with a grave expression, as thus far, he was the only player who inspired a sense of fear in him, a complete shutout against the opponents. As this game concluded, the venue erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lu Xia set down his phone, took Su Yuyo's hand, and faced the 3 girls, giving them a thumbs up and a crooked smile. Be confident. Victory is assured. Chapter 147. Even the leading donkey can triumph. Lu Xia. I wish to bear you, child. Bai Linin's exclamation instantly elicited disdainful glances from the 3 girls. A tad too excited. Following this match, they had all gained confidence, their smiles broadening as they shed the timidity that had plagued them at the outset. Meanwhile, on the opposing team, the 4 girls consoled the young boy, who was on the verge of tears. He was the younger brother of one of them, previously invincible in middle school. Before arriving here, he had boasted confidently of claiming first place and aspiring to become a professional player. It truly validated the saying, circulating online. The revered ascender had become just another target for the Celestial Army hunting Sun Wukong. Surprisingly, his sister felt a certain joy. After all, her constant declarations of wanting to become a professional player might just benefit from a little setback, allowing her to focus on her studies, which was far more important than winning a championship. As they departed the venue, Lu Xia drove Su Yuyo home. Information about Lu Xia had already spread among all participating teams, and many contenders aiming for the championship had marked her as a target. The afternoon would host the Genshin Impact competition, led by Teng Jian with the 4 girls. Unlike the previous game, Genshin accounts were predetermined, ensuring that all participants wielded weapons and artifacts of equal quality. The objective was to vanquish 3 monsters. The player with the highest total damage would be crowned champion, making it significantly simpler than the previous game. Su Yuyo was once again designated for the lottery. However, unlike before, she astonishingly drew the first pick. The onlookers, seeing the 4 girls take the stage, were reminded of the morning match. Could that hidden expert also play Genshin? Upon spotting Teng Jian, confusion spread among the crowd. Why was such an older player competing? It wasn't that Teng Jian was particularly old. He was merely of similar age to Lu Xia, but his unkempt appearance and slightly darker skin made him look more mature than he was. Seated in their designated spots, the group had 5 minutes of free play. Teng Jian, like a stern elder brother, began to instruct the 4 girls. Once the 5 minutes elapsed, they followed his commands and commenced unleashing their skills in an orderly fashion. This match tested not only individual skill, but also teamwork. The colossal display screen showcased a dazzling array of skills. Lu Xia was utterly bewildered until a rusted, one-eyed robot collapsed, and a colossal number 9999999 appeared. Wow! The venue erupted with thunderous applause, with many rising in excitement. Lu Xia turned to an exhilarated female classmate beside her and inquired, "Is this a sign of greatness?" The classmate, brimming with enthusiasm, explained, "This is the highest damage. Isn't it impressive? To think the first to appear today was the ace." After defeating the first monster, the team scored 999, 9999, and 631, 0000 against the second and third monsters, igniting another wave of excitement. According to her classmate, the remaining teams were left to vie for the lower ranks. The championship was practically secured. Tung Jian was indeed formidable. Even the leading donkey could win. Incredible. A new day dawned, and the small venue was packed to capacity, with even more attendees than the day prior. This competition was being live-streamed. Prior to the event, the gaming club had extensively promoted it, featuring prominent streamers, including the club president, a major influencer with 1 million followers. Following a day of anticipation, the viewership had skyrocketed to over 1 million. Even if the prize money were doubled, the gaming club stood to gain significantly. After the morning matches concluded, 11 teams remained, including Lu Xia's. Next came the lottery. Those drawing a 0 could directly advance to the next round. Our little fortune bringer, Yuyo, stepped up to draw again, only to reveal a look of utter disappointment. Noticing this, Bai Lining and the others hurried to console her, insisting it was merely an extra match. "I tricked you." To everyone's surprise, Su Yuyo's face transformed into a radiant smile as she unveiled her result, displaying a grand 0. "Ah, Yuyo, your luck is simply extraordinary. Let me touch it. I want to bask in your fortune. I only wish for a boyfriend akin to Lu Xia. Close enough will do." Bai Lining clung to Su Yuyo's arm, nuzzling against her like a rolling Totoro on a sand dune. "Lining, stop pining after Lu Xia. Didn't you receive a love letter yesterday? Given the chance, you still faltered," teased Qinlan. A love letter filled with 3 typos and 1 grammatical error. Who bestowed such courage upon him? Liang Jingru. Yang Shanshan chimed in. Youth should not encounter overly dazzling individuals, lest they become ensnared. "I'm just lightening the mood. Don't flaunt your literary prowess, Boss Yang. I recall you scored only 110 in your Chinese exam at Zhejiang University. What a scoring, 110. My mathematics is superior to yours. You're getting anxious. Oh, Bai Lining, you dare to mock me." The 4 girls continued their playful banter, oblivious to the fact that the live stream was still ongoing. In those final fleeting minutes, the chat surged with comments. "Who has this girl as contact information? She is so lively and adorable. I can't imagine how happy I'd be if she were my girlfriend." Down below, "That girl who won the lottery is beautiful. She was so lively just now." Further down, agreed. Further still, one. Soon, a deluge of gifts flooded the live stream, with many clamoring for contact details. Observers from the gaming club noted this trend. They contemplated capitalizing on the buzz for profit, but hesitated at the sight of Lu Xia, whose reputation at school was formidable. They dared not provoke her, especially since it would be against the rules. Instead, they edited the live gameplay footage and disseminated it across various accounts to maximize their gains, as all participants had signed agreements permitting promotional use. After leaving the venue, Lu Xia took the 4 girls out for a celebratory meal. They also visited a nearby scenic area for a lakeside stroll. As they ambled along the cobblestone path, the organizers called to announce the results of the Genshin competition. They were champions. The 4 girls erupted into screams of joy, embracing one another and bouncing in excitement, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Chapter 148. The joy of fishing with joy abounding. The 4 friends eagerly prepared to capture the moment at the nearest scenic spot. They attempted to persuade Lu Xia to join them, but he gently declined, opting instead to sit for a while. Noticing Lu Xia's gaze fixated on a group of fishermen, the girls exchanged knowing smiles and decided not to press him further, happily running off to their destination. Once they departed, Lu Xia made his way toward the fishermen by the lakeside, a newfound curiosity stirring within him as he approached the group. Settling onto a large, exposed rock, he gazed serenely at the lake's surface. Minutes passed, and 3 seasoned fishermen nearby changed their bait repeatedly, yet none succeeded in catching a fish. With their impressive equipment, one might have assumed them to be skilled anglers, but it seemed they were merely there to feed the fish. It came as no surprise. Given the 10-year fishing ban in the Yangtze River, that fishermen were still permitted. They were not fishing. They were merely luring the fish. One of the fishermen, noticing Lu Xia observing from behind, stood up and kindly invited him, "Young man, would you like to give it a try?" "Me?" Lu Xia replied, taken aback. "Yes. Why not?" The fisherman encouraged. Though he expressed hesitation, his body betrayed his eagerness as he stepped forward, genuinely interested in trying his hand at fishing. Under the guidance of the elder fisherman, Lu Xia gradually mastered the technique of casting the rod and successfully made his first throw. Quite talented, the fisherman praised, giving a thumbs up. Watching the bobber float on the water, Lu Xia felt a swell of pride. He possessed a knack for learning quickly. Suddenly, the bobber disappeared beneath the surface. The fisherman exclaimed, "You've got a bite. Reel it in." "All right." Lu Xia felt a rush of adrenaline, pulling the rod vigorously as he engaged in a battle with the fish beneath the water. Judging by the bend in the rod, the fisherman assessed that it was a sizable catch, yet he refrained from intervening, allowing Lu Xia the freedom to manage the situation on his own. After several tense minutes, the resistance from the water began to wane, and a crowd had gathered behind him, all eyes on the unfolding drama. Was this the joy of fishing? After a few more moments of tugging, a substantial fish, nearly half a meter long, broke the surface. The sight drew a throng of fishermen closer. "That's a rare catch," one exclaimed. The elder fisherman quickly retrieved a net to scoop the fish ashore. The onlookers, eager to purchase the impressive catch, began shouting offers. "Brother, I'll buy it for 200 yuan. Are you dreaming? That fish weighs at least 20 pounds, and even the bait costs more than 200. I'll give you 500. The elder fisherman chuckled. "This fish isn't mine. You should direct your offers to this young man." Lu Xia, smiling at the eager crowd, replied, "No. I was just here to experience it. The fish belongs to you. That's our fishing rule. Whatever you catch is yours. I've been fishing for over a decade. I wouldn't want to break the tradition. Don't be shy. Take it home for soup." "All right then." In the end, Lu Xia decided not to sell the fish. It was authentic freshwater fish, and such a large one could provide a delightful fish soup for Su Yuyo. As he prepared to find Su Yuyo and the others, he spotted them approaching, their faces radiant with joy. "Lu Xia, where did you catch such a large fish?" Su Yuyo exclaimed in surprise. With a grin, Lu Xia replied, "I just caught it by the lakeside. You can fish too. Would you believe me if I said I just learned?" Impressive. Su Yuyo had unreserved faith in him. Bai Lining chimed in. "What do you plan to do with such a big fish?" "Let us go to my house for a fish hot pot tonight." "That would be a bit embarrassing," Bai Lining feigned shyness. Yang Shanshan shot her a disdainful glance. "I see no embarrassment here, just hunger." "Then it's settled. We'll have fish hot pot at my place tonight." The three girls nodded in agreement, sharing a smile that spoke of their delight in the impending feast. Upon reaching the parking area, Lu Xia hung the fish outside the car. Su Yuyo questioned, "Isn't there a trunk?" "The fishy smell lingers in the trunk. It's easier to clean if it's outside. A quick rinse when we get home will suffice." Understanding now, Su Yuyo noticed something peculiar about Lu Xia's driving speed. It was unusually slow compared to his usual pace. Upon arriving at the Villa District, they coincidentally encountered the security chief on patrol. "Mr. Lu gone fishing?" the chief greeted. "Yes," Lu Xia replied, a smile barely contained. "How much does that weigh?" "I'm not sure. I'll weigh it when I get home." After some light conversation, Lu Xia finally drove away. Seated in the passenger's seat, Su Yuyo observed, "Lu Xia, how did I never notice your boastful side before?" "Hee, it's a bit hard to contain," Lu Xia admitted candidly. As he departed from the lakeside, the elder fisherman's friend couldn't help but inquire, "Why aren't you usually this enthusiastic?" With a sigh, the elder fisherman replied, "At first, I noticed that young man looked down on us. I thought I'd let him try fishing to experience the thrill. If he caught a fish during the novice period, he'd surely become hooked on it. And then, look at us. How much have we spent just to catch a fish? Our fishing gear could almost be sold wholesale, and we still have to hide from our wives. So, you want to pull him into our world?" "Exactly. That's the best way to get back at him. I didn't expect him to catch such a sizable fish as a beginner. It's been ages since any of us caught something that big. Forget it. We have no idea where today's fish went. I'll have to buy one at the market to save face. Count me in. I'll get one too." "Why didn't you take the fish he offered?" He seemed quite sincere. "I've been fishing for over a decade. I wouldn't want to lose face." The final day of the championship match approached. The top three would be determined that morning. Lucia's team drew a 0, allowing them to observe the first match as spectators. Unlike previous occasions, Lucia observed keenly. Those who had made it this far possessed considerable skill and should not be underestimated. An hour later, only 5 teams remained, including Lucia's, totaling 6. One more match would determine the top 3. When it was their turn to compete, they faced an all-female team, whose penetrating gazes were fixed squarely on Lucia. Lucia awkwardly smiled, hoping he appeared amicable. As they entered the ban phase, the opposing team immediately banned 3 of Lucia's recent picks. Clearly, they are targeting you, Suyo remarked, glancing at the other girls. This team had been observed. If Lucia failed to perform, they might struggle to win the match. Do you remember the formation I taught you last night? The 4 girls exchanged mischievous smiles. Are you referring to that one? Chapter 149. Professor Yu's bewilderment indeed. Let us first select Yu and Yang Yuan, ensuring that our opponents do not catch on. Agreed. The 4 women nodded in unison. The opposing team chose their characters conservatively. Jing, Wang Zhaojun, Huang Zhong, Sun Tzu, and Zhang Fei, a composition capable of both offense and defense. On Lucia's side, they selected Yu, Yang Yuan, Tai Yi, Liu Bang, and Ho Yi, an imperfect farming strategy that aimed to mask their true intentions with the choice of Yang Yuan. By the time the opponents realized their tactic, it would be too late. As the game commenced, the opposing team focused all their attention on Lucia, who had no interest in aggression and instead concentrated on steady development with Tai Yi. He refrained from farming in the mid lane early on, given that Sun Bin could not keep pace. Once their 2-item build was complete, the fish in the mid lane became one with Lucia, who began to consume minion waves while simultaneously seizing control of the red zone. At the 6-minute mark, a skirmish erupted in the top lane, and with Lucia's keen awareness, he could almost predict the opponent's movements, particularly that of Jing, who dared not confront him, resulting in a significant economic lead of 2,000 gold. At the 8-minute mark, Lucia smirked and addressed the group, prepare for a decisive push. Except for Liu Bang. The 4 of them advanced from the bottom lane, and with the activation of the Radiant Bow, they sent 2 opponents back to their fountain, while the jungler Jing could only watch helplessly. By the 10-minute mark, Lucia secured both dragons and continued their relentless advance. Any opponent who dared to glance their way would meet their demise. Thus, the game concluded. This match showcased a stark contrast to Lucia's previous jungle style, focusing instead on a steady development that culminated in an absolute economic domination. Shrugging and putting down his phone, Lucia turned to find 5 figures beside him. The very team they had just faced. The leader, a slender girl around 7 meters tall, exuding an air of elegance, looked at Lucia and said, "You're quite skilled. May I have your contact information? Let's play a game together sometime." Lucia glanced at Su Yuyo beside him. "I have a girlfriend." The girl shot him a disdainful look. "I merely admire your skills, not your personality. Don't be so self-absorbed." Laughter erupted from Qinlan and the other 2 girls, while Su Yuyo, as his girlfriend, stifled her laughter, covering her mouth. At that moment, Lucia wished for a place to hide. After a 15-minute break, the lottery segment commenced once more. Those who drew a 0 could directly advance to the next round. When it was Su Yuyo's turn, unexpectedly, she also drew a 0. Some began to speculate that Lucia's team had bribed the game officials. An hour later, the 2 teams determined a victor. Following another 15-minute intermission, Lucia's team returned to the stage. Bai Linin, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Do you think we will win both championships?" To everyone's surprise, Lucia's group synchronized their response, guaranteed victory. Regardless of the outcome, they felt no pressure for this match. During the character selection phase, the opposing team not only banned jungle roles, but also prohibited the core hero Yu, clearly intimidated by Lucia's crafty farming strategy. After characters were chosen, the opponents comprised Zhao Yun, Yixing, Gongsun Li, Lu Bu, and Yo Mo, while Lucia's side featured Chang'e, Wang Zhaojun, Direnjia, Yao Mei, and Bali Xuanzi. As the loading screen appeared, the opponents quickly realized that Yao Mei had taken the smite spell. This Yao Mei was not Bai Linin, but rather Su Yuyo. The game gained considerable attention online, with rumors circulating about Lu Xia and Bai Lining, suggesting they were the actual couple, despite Su Yuyo's disapproval. However, Lu Xia supported the notion. As the game commenced, Lu Xia emerged from the jungle at 1.5 minutes, securing first blood at 2 minutes. Until this moment, Lu Xia had never played Xuanzi, unaware that it was his ace card. The recently revamped Xuanzi was now exceptionally powerful. Just like in the first game, Lu Xia allowed the three girls to unleash their potential while he focused on wreaking havoc. The best way to protect the marksman, mid laner, and top laner was to keep the opponents from lifting their heads. At the 3-minute mark, Lu Xia smiled at Su Yuyo in front of the camera. "Darling, let me take you for a stroll in the enemy jungle." Su Yuyo replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, nodding earnestly. By the 6-minute mark, the economic gap had widened to 8,000. Typically, at this stage, the outcome was all but sealed, yet the opponents clung to their positions desperately. At the 10-minute mark, familiar strategies bore familiar results. Lu Xia secured both dragons and pushed against the enemy. The moment the crystal shattered, Bai Lining and the other girls leaped to their feet. Cheering, it signified yet another championship for them, double champions. The feeling of winning effortlessly was simply exhilarating. In the live stream, calls for Lu Xia's recognition surged. Some hailed him as a master, while others dismissed his prowess, claiming that had he competed in the men's division, he might not have even made the top 10. Such opinions did not concern him. Instead, he focused on Su Yuyo, who donned her medal. Since he first affectionately called her darling, his pure smile had never faded. That was his true source of happiness. While Lu Xia remained unconcerned, others took notice. Lin Miao Miao, who had been watching the live stream, felt compelled to speak out against those disparaging Lu Xia. She even used Lu Yu's account to post a clarifying message. "This is my master. If anyone doubts his abilities, feel free to challenge me to a duel." The video gained immense traction online. Lin Miao Miao did not merely speak. She opened her own live stream, decisively defeating the critics one by one. All of her efforts went unnoticed by Lu Xia, who was not aware that her actions were driven not by a desire to impress him, but by an instinctive need to protect him, just as she had when they first met. In the afternoon, on the school's path, Professor Yu hurried toward the laboratory, clutching some materials. Along the way, he encountered several students who greeted him as usual. However, he noticed a peculiar glint in their eyes, particularly among the girls, who seemed to light up upon his approach, only to whisper and giggle once he passed. As the crowd thickened, Yu Guanghua found himself growing increasingly self-conscious. He pulled out his phone to inspect his reflection. Nothing seemed amiss, aside from perhaps a few signs of aging. "Professor Yu," a 30-something female teacher approached him, youthful by Jiangxia standards. "Hello, Teacher Li," Professor Yu replied with a warm smile. Teacher Li paused, her gaze deep and her smile evident. "Professor, I never imagined you were not only an academic powerhouse, but also the mentor of 2 gaming experts who have been in the spotlight lately." "Huh?" Yu Guanghua was utterly bewildered. "What gaming experts? We should play a couple of matches sometime. My support role as Nyo Princess is quite commendable," she suggested. Yu Guanghua could only respond politely. "Well, all right. Then it's settled. I have a class to attend, so I must be off. Goodbye, Professor Yu." With that, Teacher Li waved cheerfully and walked down the path. Still perplexed, Yu Guanghua thought of Lu Xia and his 3 apprentices. Of them, Lu Xia was the most spirited, followed closely by Chu Tianxin. As for Teng Jian, while a bit traditional, he was the one he trusted the most. Chapter 150. A hearty breakfast inside the laboratory. Lu Xia entered with a cheerful demeanor. Chu Tianxin merely cast a fleeting glance at him before sulking and burying her head in her research. "Sister Chu still upset?" Yesterday, during the competition, Lu Xia had encountered Chu Tianxin's team and was relentlessly pursued throughout the match. In truth, he had held back, even considering gifting her a couple of points, but alas, Sister Chu could not seize the opportunity. "Why should I be angry? I am not angry," she retorted. "If you aren't angry, why do you look like that?" Lu Xia mimicked Chu Tianxin's pouty expression, pondering whether girls truly appeared this way when upset. It was rare to witness this adorable side of his senior. He retrieved a medal from his pocket and presented it to her, suggesting it could serve as a token of apology from her junior. "I swear, I didn't mean to, and I did hold back." After all, if I made it too obvious, you still wouldn't have won, and that would be quite embarrassing. Seeing Lu Xia's earnest demeanor, Chu Tianxin nodded in satisfaction, though the comment still felt somewhat irksome. Accepting the medal, she delightedly examined its exquisite craftsmanship. Nearby, Tang Jian also pulled out a medal from his pocket, offering it to Chu Tianxin. If you like it, this one is for you too. It's of no use to me. This comment displeased Chu Tianxin. You two are ganging up to mock me, aren't you? She huffed, hands on her hips. She had dedicated herself to preparation, yet failed to reach the top 10, while they effortlessly claimed the championship. How could she not feel aggrieved? As fellow students of Professor Yu, the disparity was bewildering. At that moment, the laboratory door swung open, and Yu Guanghua stepped inside. Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately thought of the strange events he had encountered earlier. His gaze quickly settled on Lu Xia and Chu Tianxin, and after a brief inquiry, he was taken aback. Teng Jian, you participated too. Teng Jian nodded obediently. Yes, teacher. And you won a championship. Yes, teacher. Yu Guanghua was astounded. While he could understand Lu Xia and Chu Tianxin achieving something in a game, he had not anticipated Teng Jian's hidden prowess. What game did you play? Genshin. Teng Jian answered all of Yu Guanghua's questions candidly. Curiosity piqued within Yu Guanghua. He wondered what kind of game Genshin was that Teng Jian found it appealing. He decided to investigate it later that evening. Teacher, if you don't like it, I can uninstall it later. That's not necessary. Occasionally playing games to unwind is indeed pleasant. Just don't become overly engrossed. As he spoke, Yu Guanghua glanced at Chu Tianxin. Teacher, do you still doubt me? My self-control is unparalleled. Look at them. They must have invested considerable effort into the game to win. Chu Tianxin revealed 2 dimples, adding, I am different. I merely relax occasionally. I suspect you are simply lacking in skill. Yu Guanghua candidly exposed Chu Tianxin, drawing stifled laughter from Lu Xia and Teng Jian. Teacher, Chu Tianxin exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. All right, return to your research. When you have time, send me your thesis to review. Don't think that by acting cute, I will let you off the hook. Yu Guanghua resumed his stern demeanor. Ohat, Chu Tianxin ziplit, her face a picture of dismay. She had yet to begin her thesis. That evening, Yu Guanghua indeed downloaded Genshin, for curiosity, once ignited, could not be easily quelled. After playing until reaching level 10, he found himself growing impatient. The game certainly possessed unique elements compared to typical games, yet for someone of his age, it was difficult to sustain his interest. That's enough, he decided, preparing to exit the game when a message pinged. It was from Teacher Li Man. Teacher Yu, are you free? Without much thought, Yu Guanghua assumed she had an academic query, as it was a common occurrence since their acquaintance. I am free. Then let us play some games. Yu Guanghua. Oh. He recalled promising her earlier. The gentleman's word is his bond. Glancing at the still open Genshin interface, he replied, Is Genshin acceptable? Genshin. On the other side, nestled in her bedding, Li Man sat up in surprise, realizing that Professor Yu genuinely played games. Teacher, what is your ID? I'll add you. Shangshan Ruo Shui. Li Man smiled lightly, finding it fitting of Professor Yu's character. All right, I'll add you. Time flowed by swiftly, and soon a semester had passed. Su Yuyo excelled in her final examinations, even managing to take on several courses for the upcoming semester, far ahead in credits. Lu Xia, not needing to take exams yet, awaited his official enrollment in September. It was difficult to ascertain his true academic level, but it was evident that he attended various professors' lectures whenever he had the chance, gaining recognition among many in the business administration and finance departments. In the villa district, on a comfy bed at 11 o'clock, Su Yiyo nestled into Lu Xia's embrace, shifting to a more comfortable position, her face adorned with a honey-sweet smile. Little lazy bug, rise and shine. The sun is already up. Lu Xia gently coaxed. Su Yiyo murmured, twisting her body, No, I don't want to get up. I wish to romance my blanket. Are you implying you wish to have 2 loves? Lu Xia teased, a tender smile gracing his lips as he stealthily grasped her foot, playfully tickling her. Oh, ha, tickles. I want to get up. Su Yiyo erupted into giggles, swiftly diving under the covers, rolling about with ease until she resembled a cocooned caterpillar. Lu Xia remained unperturbed, chuckling to himself. Before he could proceed further, Su Yuyo quickly relented. I'm getting up. I'm getting up. After a few more playful rolls, she emerged from the bedding, lazily sitting up and wrapping her arms around Lu Xia's neck, catching him off guard with a kiss and asking, "What shall we have for breakfast?" Original Flavor Su Yuyo. Chapter 151. Preparing for engagement after a prolonged moment. Su Yuyo finally extricated herself from Lu Xia's embrace, her breath shallow and fragrant, her cheeks flushed like a blooming rose. With downcast eyes, she murmured, "I'm going to change my clothes." "All right, I'll be waiting for you in the living room." A little over 10 minutes later, Su Yuyo descended the stairs clad in a mid-length white down jacket, complemented by an essential skirt and the indispensable warm leg wear. Their breakfast consisted of a simple bowl of clear noodle soup accompanied by a fried egg. Recently, Su Yuyo had been vocal about her desire to lose weight, feeling that her face had become noticeably rounder. "Yuyo, I've discussed the date with your parents, and we've settled on January 31st. How's that sound?" "Whatever you say, but isn't it a bit rushed? We haven't prepared anything yet." Su Yuyo buried her face in the bowl, using her meal to mask her inner tension. Today was already January 28th. "I'm all set. What else is there? We have 2 days to arrange everything." Su Yuyo lowered her head even further. "If we back out now, it might still be possible. Otherwise, everyone will know, and you won't find another partner easily." Lu Xia teased. "Who would back out? You belong to me, and there's no escaping my grasp," Su Yuyo replied, lips pressed tightly together, her expression resolute, though a trace of oil still lingered at the corner of her mouth. Then it settled. "In 2 days, you shall officially be my fiancée." In an instant, the blush on Su Yuyo's face deepened. The thought of getting engaged to Lu Xia in just 2 days left her heart racing. Reflecting on their shared moments, she felt a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. In merely 2 days, Lu Xia would be her fiancé. They would eventually wed, and perhaps soon they would welcome children. She envisioned a girl, and perhaps a boy as well. It would be delightful if they could have twins in one go. She had heard that childbirth could be quite painful. "Oh dear, what am I thinking? We still have 2 days until the engagement." Observing Su Yuyo's adorably dazed expression, Lu Xia could not help but smile. After finishing their brunch, he took her for a stroll by the lakeside. In recent days, Su Yuyo had found herself lacking inspiration for her writing, having suffered from insomnia the previous night, which resulted in her sleeping in late. "Lu Xia, what do you think makes a novel sweet enough? I've heard that some romance stories can make readers burst into uncontrollable laughter. Have you read The Tenant? I haven't. To leave a lasting impression on readers, one must wield the metaphorical knife with precision. Too much sweetness may lead to diabetes. Consider Mao Mao Yu. The leads endure countless trials before ultimately reuniting, only to face amnesia, emotional entanglements, and the eventual return of memories. In the end, they overcome adversity only to discover that one of them has a terminal illness." Lu Xia chuckled mischievously. "Now that's a surefire hit, guaranteed to be riveting. Isn't that plot quite tumultuous?" This show became a sensation far and wide, with posters still adorning the walls of many homes belonging to those born in the 80s and 90s. Sadly, one has turned into a greasy prince, while the other has become embroiled in a surrogacy scandal. "Please," Su Yuyo rolled her eyes dramatically. "My readers may end up with diabetes, but I will still feed them sugar." Upon returning home from their walk, Su Yuyo still couldn't conceive any promising plot lines and decided to retreat to her study, intending to shut herself in. "Lu Xia, I will emerge once I finish writing. You need tea to disturb me." "Oh, then I suppose I'll have to drink the lotus seed and pork rib soup I made by myself." "Wait, you may bring me a bowl." Su Yuyo turned her head, feigning stubbornness. "Would you like extra lotus seeds?" "Yes, please." "As you command, my dear." What an endearing title. How cheesy. How about calling you baby instead? "I'm ignoring you now. I'm going to write." Lu Xia smiled. "Isn't your story supposed to be about urban life? You could use everyday moments to propel the plot forward without overthinking it. It's not a fantasy world filled with foolish characters. A little common sense would go a long way." I know. That evening, Lu Xia drove Su Yuyo to the busiest commercial pedestrian street in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where a highly popular handmade tailoring shop was located, run by a young woman in her 20s. Curious, Su Yio looked up at the vintage-style tailor shop. What are we doing here, Lucia? You'll find out once we go inside. Taking her hand, they entered the shop together. Upon seeing Lucia, the shopkeeper, seated before an old-fashioned sewing machine, rose with a smile. Mr. Liu, you're here. Is the dress ready? Indeed, it's all set. We could try it on shortly. I'll make any necessary adjustments if it doesn't fit. The shopkeeper, dressed in elegant traditional attire, exuded grace and poise, reminiscent of an ancient noblewoman. Thank you. Lucia nodded, turning to Su Yuyo. Go with this lovely lady to try on the dress. I'm curious to see if you like it. Oh, all right. Miss, please follow me. The shopkeeper smiled gently, linking her arm with Su Yuyo and leading her into the changing room. While waiting, Lucia surveyed the shop's array of garments, all handmade. The collection featured modern styles, Republic-era designs, classical fashions, and even unique Lolita and JK outfits infused with Western culture, each stunning in its own right. A few minutes later, the changing room door slowly opened, and the shopkeeper emerged with the same warm smile, stepping aside to reveal Su Yuyo, who glided out, the vibrant red skirt billowing around her. As the light cascaded upon her, Lucia found himself utterly captivated. The exquisitely tailored engagement dress accentuated her slender figure, and the delicate fabric shimmered subtly in the light, resembling stars in the night sky. The neckline was elegantly designed, gently embracing her skin while showcasing her long neck and alluring collarbone. The skirt's length was perfectly tailored, resting just above her ankles and revealing a pair of exquisite high heels that enhanced her graceful stature. In that moment, she was breathtaking, as if the entire world had conspired to make her shine. Su Yuyo carefully lifted the hem of her dress, gazing at Lucia, whose awestruck expression made her beam with uncontainable joy. Is it beautiful? Why, yes, it's beautiful. Lucia stammered, his words slightly faltering. Su Yuyo blinked her playful eyes. Has my beauty rendered you speechless? From the very first moment I saw you, you captivated me completely. Chapter 152. Preparation. Lucia approached Su Yuyo and gently brushed her nose with his fingertips. The proprietress instinctively stepped aside, having witnessed numerous newcomers seeking her services for tailored garments. Yet never had she encountered such a striking couple, as if they had stepped out from the pages of a novel. Observing their interactions, it was evident that their bond was quite strong, a sentiment often rooted in the innocence of student days, which tends to evolve as one transitions into society. We have a few outfits left to try. Whichever you prefer, you shall wear for the engagement, Lucia suggested. All right, I will go try them on, she replied. In total, Lucia commissioned 5 outfits, each inspired by conversations with Su Yuyo. Moments latte. She emerged clad in a traditional Chinese qipao embellished with pearls at the collar and a white jade pendant accentuating her waistline. A thoughtful addition by Lucia, simple yet elegant. Following this was a new-style mom mian skirt paired with a contemporary top. The fourth ensemble was a striking red and white gown, with a wine-red bodice leading into a skirt fashioned from wedding dress material below her shoulders. The final piece was a French-style dress in a vibrant red, adorned with a grand bow at the neckline, both minimalist and sophisticated. Every outfit possessed its own unique charm, but the most significant aspect was the wearer, Su Yuyo. Lucia found it hard to believe that such an extraordinary woman was about to become his fiancée. It felt surreal. Hey, I'm done trying on. It's your turn now, she called. Oh, right, Lucia replied, seemingly lost in thought as he entered the fitting room, nearly colliding with the door, a moment of pure awkwardness. The proprietress, smiling gently, remarked, Your beloved has been inquiring about the progress daily, often coming by to check in. A man so dedicated is a rare find these days. He is indeed wonderful, Su Yuyo thought, her heart warming at the high praise for Lucia. Meeting him felt like a stroke of luck, just as she had noted in her own words. In contrast to Su Yuyo, Lucia had only ordered 2 suits, one being a formal suit and the other a new-style Zhongshan suit. As he stepped out, even the usually composed proprietress couldn't help but steal a few glances. If Su Yuyo had been a heartthrob, Lucia was certainly a heart-stealer in his own right. The custom Zhongshan suit, designed specifically for him, looked impeccable. After settling the balance, Lucia gave the proprietress a thumbs up and smiled. We will come back to have our wedding attire made here. Thank you. It would be my honor, she replied. with bags in hand. Su Yuyo beamed as she linked her arm with Lu Xia's. On the street, she inquired, "Is there anything else we need to prepare?" Lu Xia smirked. "Do you not feel like something is missing?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuyo shook her head. "Let us go, silly girl," he said, his gaze drifting toward a jewelry store. He guided her over. Upon spotting a ring toss game, Su Yuyo exclaimed, "I want to try again. This time I must win. There are great coupons to be had." "All right," Lu Xia agreed, despite knowing the game was merely a ploy. 2 minutes later, Su Yuyo had succeeded in tossing exactly 0 rings. Why can't I win even from this close?" She pouted, her lips forming a perfect bow. "Try again," she insisted. "That might not be wise. There are others waiting in line." "But I waited as well," she countered. "Oh, all right." Lu Xia relented as she retrieved the rings. Just as she was about to aim, he enveloped her hand with his, guiding her throw. With a satisfying thwack, she hit the target perfectly. "Nice, nice. Do it again." Su Yuyo uccidet, had excitement palpable. The next 4 rings, all thrown with Lu Xia's guidance, landed flawlessly. As the last ring approached, Lu Xia encouraged her. "You can do it." "Yes." Su Yuyo's confidence surged as she tossed the ring, but alas, it missed the target entirely. Why?" she lamented, drawing laughter from several onlooking children. Lu Xia couldn't suppress a smile. It was a bit of struggle. But how could he voice such a thought about his girlfriend? If only a gust of wind and tea come by, I would have won, he mused wistfully. Su Yuyo shot him a playful glare. "Could you be any more dramatic?" "You caught me," Lu Xia admitted, his fingers playfully brushing against his nose. "Now, let's pick out some jewelry." "Let us go," she said, leading the way into the store where 2 young salespeople greeted them with bright smiles, though they internally anticipated that they would leave with merely a bracelet. Half an hour later, the sales associate was astonished as they presented the payment slip, having just completed a month's worth of sales in under an hour. The bracelets alone totaled 88,000, with additional purchases bringing the total to over 200,000. Spotting the gifts Lu Xia had selected, Su Yuyo turned to him. "Don't you want anything?" Lu Xia laughed. "Do you expect me to wear a giant gold chain around my neck?" Immediately, Su Yuyo imagined the scene and shook her head vigorously. "I have enough with this." Lu Xia raised his hand, showcasing the crystal bracelet she had gifted him, alongside a red string bracelet featuring a small gold bead, a couple's bracelet they had bought during a stroll in Shashi. "Where did you find this?" she asked, astonished. "It's always been with me. I thought you lost yours," he replied. Su Yuyo rolled up her sleeve to reveal her own red string bracelet. They exchanged smiles, their hands instinctively intertwining. Once, Qin Lan and the others had spotted Su Yuyo's bracelet, puzzled as to why Lu Xia, despite his wealth, had gifted her such a modest piece. She had replied, "This bracelet holds immense significance for me. I wouldn't trade it for a grand gold bangle." As they exited the jewelry store, Su Yuyo curiously asked, "Is there anything else we haven't purchased? We have the gowns and jewelry, but what about the wedding candies, red envelopes, and venue decorations?" Watching her count off on her fingers, Lu Xia couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "You need not worry about those details. Our family will handle it. Your sole responsibility is to be joyful and beautiful. But that's not fair. Our engagement is a shared affair. I must be involved. Then I shall assign you a significant task," he said with a grin. Chapter 153. Where's the surprise? Su Yuyo's face lit up with excitement. "All right. I promise to complete the task." Lu Xia twisted her neck, feeling a slight soreness in her shoulder. "I'll give you a massage tonight." Su Yuyo immediately understood. "Is there anything else?" Seeing her eager expression, Lu Xia knew she had to assign her something tangible. "There's a more significant matter at hand. Speak quickly." "I initially planned to send out the wedding invitations electronically, but for some special friends, I believe that handwritten notes would convey more sincerity." "Your handwriting is beautiful. Can I entrust this to you?" Lu Xia inquired. "Absolutely, leave it to me," Su Yuyo declared, patting her proud chest. "What does Su Jie mean?" "It means impressive." Oh, suddenly, Su Yuyo's eyes widened. "What wedding invitations?" Lu Xia chuckled. "Just the wedding invitations. Do we need this for the engagement?" "Not for now." "Then why are you asking me to prepare it now? It's something we will need eventually." Su Yuyo pouted, revealing a small tiger tooth. Lu Xia. As she gazed at the giggling Lu Xia, Su Yuyo reached for her waist, but to her surprise, she missed. On the lengthy commercial street, two figures chased after one another. The man handsome and refined, the woman as striking as a beauty from ancient times. Passers-by couldn't help but take notice. On the 29th, in the morning, Su Yuyo sat cross-legged on the sofa, dialing Yi Xiaoyu's number. Yi Xiaoyu yawned. Yuyo, how have you been lately? Why the sudden call? I have some incredibly exciting news to share. Are you getting engaged? What? How did you know? I wanted to surprise you. One look at me, and you should know I can guess. Hee hee. Will you come on the 31st? I'll book your ticket. Of course. Yi Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. I mean this month's 31st. Got it. Xiaoyu. Why do I feel like you're not surprised at all? Did you already guess? Of course. Yi Xiaoyu's tone wavered slightly. Su Yuyo found it a bit odd, but didn't dwell on it. Yuyo, have you thought this through? Once you get engaged, it's almost like being married. Marriage isn't a game. Even if it were, it would be a two-player game. Once it begins, you must progress together. In the future, you might argue over daily chores, financial management, child-rearing, or even differing leisure activities and daily habits. I'm not saying Lucia is bad or trying to break you up. As your best friend, I want to tell you that since you've decided to marry Lucia, whatever happens in the future, you must face it together without fear. That is the true essence of marriage. Su Yuyo had put her phone on speaker, and as she walked in with breakfast, Lucia happened to hear this profound advice. It was surprising how Yi Xiaoyu, despite her youth, could express such meaningful thoughts. She truly was a commendable friend and confidant. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I have given this decision serious consideration, and I will face any challenges with Lucia. Su Yuyo blinked her beautiful eyes at Lucia. If one day Lucia and I do fall out, I'll come live with you for the rest of my life. No, no, no. Yi Xiaoyu immediately interrupted. This lady is still single and hopes to find her destined prince riding on the seven-colored clouds. You should just live happily with Lucia. But if Lucia dares to bully you, come find me. I'll take you on a tour of China and make sure someone gives Lucia a good beating. Do you want to even know? Yi Xiaoyu added mischievously. Xiaoyu, I have you on speaker. Yuyo, you silly girl. How can we have such private conversations so openly? I'm ignoring you now. I'm going back to Dreamland to find my destined prince. With that, Yi Xiaoyu hung up and buried herself in her blankets, drifting back to sleep. Sigh. Su Yuyo still had things she wanted to whisper to Yi Xiaoyu. They were about to get engaged, yet Lucia hadn't proposed yet. She even searched online, and the most likely reason was that after spending so much time together, they felt no need for such troublesome formalities. Although she understood, her heart still felt empty. She recalled the proposal she witnessed during a movie. Her expectations were modest, at least a bouquet of flowers. It had already been 3 days since Lucia last gave her flowers. Should she remind him? Maybe not. What the rest a surprise? That thought was fleeting. In the end, she couldn't resist. She sat down at the dining table, her sparkling eyes fixed on Lucia. What plans do we have for today? Lucia shook his head while eating breakfast. Nothing. Everything that needs to be prepared is already done. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow, I'll take you home to stay the night, and I'll come back the next morning. Oh. Su Yuyo buried her head in her breakfast, which she had specifically chosen, but at that moment, it seemed tasteless. As usual, Lucia took Su Yuyo for a walk by the lake. After returning, Su Yuyo went to the study to work on her novel, her face expressing a myriad of emotions. Lucia, observing the closed study door, shook his head helplessly, realizing how obvious her little thoughts were. The mundane day passed. After dinner, Lucia suggested, Yuyo, how about we go for a walk? Staying cooped up in a room may not spark any inspiration. Go out? Su Yuyo's eyes sparkled. She just knew Lucia must have prepared a surprise for her. What could it be this time? Then let us go, Lucia said. Wait. Su Yuyo beamed as she dashed upstairs. I need to change clothes. This outfit looks great. Not happening. Fine then. Time flew by, and after half an hour, Lucia glanced at the clock and called upstairs. Yuyo, are you ready yet? All right, I'm coming. After a brief pause, Su Yuyo finally emerged from her closet, dressed in a white shirt paired with a knitted V-neck vest edged in black, a gray pleated skirt complemented by legwear, and black Mary Jane shoes adorned with pink bows, along with pure white knee socks and a delicately beaded black handbag at her waist. Standing before Lucia, Su Yuyo twirled happily. Do I look good? Chapter 154. Performance. It was indeed visually pleasing. Lu Xia responded in a straightforward manner, but it's only around 12 or 13 degrees outside. Won't it be cold if we go out like this? Perhaps you should wear another coat. No, wearing another coat would ruin the look, she replied. We're merely going for a stroll. We can dress up nicely when we return home, all right? Just a stroll? Su Yuyo squinted her eyes playfully, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of her mouth. What else could it be? Lu Xia asked, taken aback, observing the seriousness on his face. Su Yuyo felt her earlier excitement wane. Could it be that she was overthinking it? Surely, Lu Xia wouldn't forget. Be good, put on another coat, or I won't take you out, he insisted. With a slight pout, she acquiesced. All right then. Arriving by the riverbank, Lu Xia held Su Yuyo's warm little hand as they strolled, much like any other time they went for a walk. Su Yuyo was captivated by the surroundings. No one was watching her, and no one was presenting her with flowers. The riverside was sparsely populated, indicating that there were no fireworks events happening. Perhaps she had indeed been overthinking. Taking a deep breath, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. No surprises, no surprises. Life is just a series of mundane days. Lu Xia was usually very busy, and he had invested considerable time and effort into their engagement. She should be more understanding. If she were to harbor resentment towards Lu Xia, it would only make him sad. Suddenly, she understood the words of her friend Xiaoyu. Being together was not easy, and it required mutual tolerance and progress rather than mere demands. Otherwise, one party would inevitably feel drained. Lu Xia, Su Yuyo beamed with a radiant smile. Tightening her grip on his hand, let's share a kiss. Huh? Lu Xia, bewildered, looked at her, who seemed childlike in her sudden request. Nevertheless, he leaned down. In a swift motion, Su Yuyo planted a quick peck on his lips. This is your reward. Oh, why the sudden reward? Lu Xia chuckled, his smile unwavering. Why so many questions? I am your girlfriend, your darling, your treasure. What's wrong with rewarding you with a kiss? It's not illegal, she declared, lifting her chin defiantly. That makes sense. So, little Yuyo, shall we indulge in some delicious snacks? There's a riverside plaza nearby, with plenty of street food. Yes, I want to have sugar oil cakes, she exclaimed eagerly. Of course, Yuyo darling, he replied, smiling. With a giggle, Su Yuyo flashed a silly grin at Lu Xia, and they walked hand in hand towards the riverside plaza. The plaza was ablaze with lights, bustling with energy. The vibrant illumination lit up the entire area, reflecting beautifully off the river's surface, creating a picturesque scene. People flowed in and out of the plaza. Some strolled leisurely, savoring the tranquility of the night, while others gathered in groups, laughing and playing, filling the air with joy. The vendors' shouts blended with the enticing aromas of various delicacies, drawing people in to indulge. The snack stalls were crowded, alive with excitement. On one side of the plaza, a group of young dancers showcased their street dance skills. Their impressive moves and passionate performance eliciting rounds of applause and cheers from the audience. Others sat quietly by the river, gazing into the distance, lost in their thoughts. Couples walked hand in hand along the riverside, relishing their romantic moments. Lu Xia and Su Yuyo were among them. The spacious riverside plaza was filled with the essence of life and warmth of human connection. Yuyo, would you like some milk tea? Lu Xia inquired. Yes. Su Yuyo nodded happily. Adjacent to the plaza stood a large shopping mall with several milk tea shops. One in particular caught Su Yuyo's eye, making her gasp in surprise. Is that a new rainy tea branch? She exclaimed. Before she could say more, Lu Xia smiled, yes. It's the second one in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Really? As the owner, I must go sample it, she said, eagerly pulling Lu Xia toward the rainy tea shop, where she ordered a taro bubble milk tea. Lu Xia, don't you want any? Lu Xia shook his head. Wait here a moment. I'll grab some snacks over there. You can rest here. Okay, Su Yuyo replied, nodding enthusiastically while watching him walk away. Just like last time at Yuehua Mountain. You think you could disappear, huh? A few minutes later, Lu Xia returned with a steaming plate of iron plate tofu and sugar oil cakes, placing them on the now vacant table, urging Su Yuyo, eat while it's hot. It'll get cold soon. Su Yuyo was perplexed. How could her sharp mind have missed that? Sipping her freshly made milk tea, they sat at a table near the plaza, enjoying their snacks while observing the happenings around them. The most lively scene was undoubtedly the street dancers, capturing the attention of most passers-by. Su Yuyo and Lu Xia were no exception, and their choice of seating provided an excellent vantage point. "They're really good," Su Yuyo praised sincerely. "Indeed," Lu Xia agreed, nodding. At that moment, a sharply dressed man holding a briefcase suddenly froze in the plaza, his phone pressed to his ear as if he were on a call. He stood motionless, like a statue, instantly attracting the gaze of the crowd. "Lu Xia, it seems there's a new performance," Su Yuyo remarked. "It has seemed that way," he replied. As the crowd dispersed around the suited man, it was evident that a performance was about to commence. Even the oblivious children were pulled close by their parents. Soon after, a muscular man walked past the suited man and froze in place as if enchanted. Moments later, a girl on a skateboard, wearing earbuds, also came to a standstill nearby. Could this be a mechanical dance? Lu Xia inquired curiously. Su Yuyo shook her head. "I'm not sure." As the crowd fully cleared away, a girl in a flowing white dress appeared, dancing gracefully like a spell-casting sorceress. With each step she took, she awakened those who had frozen. The 2 men and 2 women danced rhythmically, gradually attracting more onlookers. Su Yuyo fed Lu Xia the last piece of iron plate tofu and took his hand, saying, "Let us move closer to secure a good spot. We might miss it otherwise." Lu Xia, with a mouthful of tofu, could only nod. Guided by her, they approached the performance area. Gradually, the group of 4 dancers doubled to 8. To the surprise of the onlookers, a few elementary school students, backpacks in tow, dashed in and seamlessly joined the performance. "These kids are amazing," a girl standing next to Su Yuyo exclaimed, impressed. "Really?" Her boyfriend, standing beside her, smirked and quickly shed his jacket, sliding into the dance with an impressive move. Chapter 155. The spectators become part of the show. Curious onlookers directed their gazes toward the girl, speculating that a marriage proposal was imminent. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the street dance crew began to weave in and out of the crowd at opportune moments. Among the spectators, 2 unexpected figures emerged. 2 employees of UGN, who had been entertaining guests outside, slid into the fray with a smooth grace. Su Yuyo turned to Lu Xia for clarification. "It's a franchise store. I'm not entirely sure," Lu Xia explained. Indeed, franchise stores fell outside Lu Xia's purview. Just then, a newcomer in the group made a bold move, extending a gentlemanly hand toward the girl beside Su Yuyo. The girl covered her mouth in surprise and stepped into the circle. The onlookers wore expressions reminiscent of doting relatives, eagerly anticipating the moment when they could cheer for the couple to accept the proposal. Suddenly, a twist occurred. The girl, who had been drawn into the group, revealed a radiant smile and joined the fast-paced dance ensemble. Simultaneously, several performers donned frog costumes and clumsily entered the scene, their movements awkward compared to the fluidity of the others. 2 of the frogs danced slightly better, while one stumbled and the others flailed about, seemingly oblivious to the rhythm. "Those frogs are hilarious," Lu Xia remarked with a chuckle, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Yet, the true protagonist of this spectacle remained a mystery. It appeared that a proposal was indeed underway, but not involving the earlier couple. At this moment, Su Yuyo's voice faltered, her entire being frozen in place as her heart raced uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes reflected a tumultuous mix of emotions, joy intertwined with confusion. Could it be? Lu Xia, with a playful smile, ceased to feign ignorance and gracefully joined the gathering, shifting the attention of the onlookers entirely to Su Yuyo. "What a stunning girl," echoed the collective sentiment. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Su Yuyo instinctively fidgeted with her clothing, realizing that she had shifted from being a mere observer to the center of attention. Biting her lower lip, she gradually lifted her head, her cheeks flushing with a hint of happiness. With Lu Xia's in trance, the entire ensemble pivoted, directing their energy towards Su Yuyo. Soon, the dance began to wind down. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared behind Su Yuyo, taking her warm, clammy hand and guiding her toward the center of the stage. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" Su Yuyo exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Yi Xiaoyu, who stifled a laugh and patted her hand. "Of course, Lu Xia invited me. Go for it." With that, Su Yuyo found herself in the spotlight. As the dancers concluded their performance and lined up to the sides, only Lu Xia remained opposite her. Their eyes met, and Su Yuyo, blushing like a ripe peach, shyly averted her gaze. Lu Xia approached her step by step, his movements slightly unsteady, yet his gaze unwavering. Kneeling down, he produced a ring box he had prepared earlier. Yuyo, you are the most important person in my life. Your presence has made my world complete. I am rather greedy. I wish to wake up every morning to your smile. Will you marry me? Cheers erupted from the crowd. Finally, it's our turn. The air filled with enthusiastic applause as the crowd chanted, "Marry him! Marry him! Marry him! I do." Su Yuyo nodded vigorously, her head instinctively bowing as her face turned crimson like a ripe persimmon. The crowd erupted in excitement, as if the square itself had come alive. Lu Xia gently slid the ring onto her ring finger, and upon seeing her bashful, downcast eyes, he stood up with a smile, raising his right hand to the sky and snapping his fingers. A beam of light shot upward, bursting into a magnificent array of fireworks that illuminated the night sky, cascading like giant blossoms and falling like shooting stars. The vibrant display captivated everyone, including Su Yuyo. "You silly girl, let us go," Lu Xia said, taking her delicate hand as they vanished into the crowd. By design, a kissing scene was next, but Lu Xia opted to forego that tradition. "We can kiss at home whenever we like. In front of so many people, you'd probably be too shy," he teased, strolling along the riverside path. The two walked several hundred meters, now unnoticed by the crowd. The fireworks slowly faded into the distance. "Thank you, Lu Xia. You must have put a lot of thought into this performance," Su Yuyo expressed. "I will never forget this night." "Silly girl. I only did what I could within my means," Lu Xia replied lightly. "Even a single flower from you brings me joy," she said sincerely, reflecting on their journey together. At that moment, a few frog performers and the graceful Yi Xiaoyu approached them, removing their headpieces to reveal familiar faces. Su Yuyo gasped in surprise, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Qin Lan, Yang Shanshan, Bai Linin. How could my parents be here too?" "Yuyo, you owe me for that," Bai Linin exclaimed, rubbing her backside after an enthusiastic dance. "Well, if you had a bit more of a shapely rear, it might have cushioned your fall," Qin Lan joked. The three friends approached, beaming with joy. "Congratulations, Yuyo," they chimed in unison. "Don't forget to give me a back rub when school starts next year. And congratulations on your union with Lu Xia." Looking at her friends, Su Yuyo nodded, perplexed. "But didn't you say you were going home for the new year? How did you end up here? Perhaps you should ask Lu Xia about that. Who would have guessed that after so much practice, I would embarrass myself on stage?" Bai Linin chuckled, grateful for the costume that concealed her true expression. Chapter 156. Stamping my approval, "I dare say your performance was the most splendid," remarked Su Yuyo. "Really?" Bai Linin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Lan and Yang Shanshan exchanged knowing smiles. "If you were to venture into comedy skits, you would undoubtedly become a sensation online." "I knew you couldn't produce anything worthwhile," teased Qin Lan and Yang Shanshan, turning their gazes towards Lu Xia. "And don't forget to send us the final video, especially the part whereby Linin is upside down. We need a close-up of that." "Sure, no problem." Lu Xia nodded with a smile. Bai Linin grew anxious. "No, Lu Xia, if you do that, you'll lose a loyal backup." "Then let it be lost," he replied, observing the playful banter among the youths. Su's mother, linking arms with Su Tiannan, wore an envious smile. Once upon a time, they too had been like this vibrant group, overflowing with energy and conversation. Su Tiannan's face rarely relaxed, but now it did. His daughter had found a sincere boyfriend and was surrounded by delightful friends. Seeing her happy put his heart at ease. "Dad, Mom, thank you for your hard work." Su Yuyo approached her parents, recalling how she had teased the two clumsy frogs earlier, never imagining her parents would be involved. "Silly child, there's nothing to be weary about. Joining you youngsters in your merriment has lifted my spirits." Su's mother stepped forward to embrace her child, gently stroking her hair. Today, she had adorned herself with an exquisite makeup look, embodying grace and elegance. Yet, this meticulous woman donned a frog costume to celebrate her daughter's happiness. Su Tiannan laughed, holding his waist. "Tell Lu Xia that if he plans any more ceremonial events, he should not involve this old man. My back cannot withstand another round of antics." "Old?" You're barely in your 40s, Sue's mother shot back, and yet you complain about everything. Only you can manage, he retorted, his gaze darting away. Their playful bickering elicited smiles from everyone present. When Su Yuyo reached Yi Xiaoyu, the latter quickly raised her hand. Let us skip the sentimental stuff. Wearing matching shorts is enough. Besides, I barely helped, just gave a little push. Then let us have a hug. Su Yuyo opened her arms. That I can do. The two sisters embraced. Unbeknownst to them, tears welled in Yi Xiaoyu's eyes. You must be happy. If Lu Xia mistreats you, I will take care of him. Lu Xia, grinning nearby, felt a sudden chill in his trousers, bemused by the refreshing candor of today's young women. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xia and Su Yuyo escorted Qinlan and the others back to their resort hotel. Yi Xiaoyu drove Su's parents home. On the way back to the villa district, Su Yuyo's eyes seemed to shimmer with a misty veil, fixed intently on Lu Xia. Have you seen enough? Lu Xia asked, glancing over while driving. Not nearly. I could gaze at you for a lifetime. Upon returning home, I shall indulge your gaze. Su Yuyo's eyes sparkled mischievously. Anywhere is fine, right? Just be wary of prying eyes. The following morning, Lu Xia drove Su Yuyo back to her home. Su's mother had wished for her daughter to return with her, especially since they were only a day away from their engagement. Unable to persuade Su Yuyo, she allowed her to stay with Lu Xia for one more night. After breakfast at Su Yuyo's home, Lu Xia prepared to head to the airport, intending to return with his parents the next day for the engagement ceremony. At the entrance of the estate, Su Yuyo saw Lu Xia off, her face reflecting reluctance despite knowing it was only for a day. Go home, you silly boy, it's cold outside. As she gazed at her rosy lips, Lu Xia could not resist giving them a gentle poke. No, I want to watch you leave. As she spoke, a trace of grievance crossed her face, as if Lu Xia were abandoning her. Since his arrival in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, this was their first separation, even if only for a day. Very well, Lu Xia replied, ruffling her hair, strands flowing through his fingers, exuding a gentle fragrance. Retrieving his hand, Lu Xia opened the car door, settling into the driver's seat, rolling down the window to wave goodbye. Wait, Su Yuyo called out. What is it, Yuyo? Lu Xia pressed the brake. Su Yuyo glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was watching, stepped forward and cupped Lu Xia's face in her hands, pressing her moist lips against his. Here, that's my stamp of approval. Valid for only one day. If you don't come find me in time, you may lose your little treasure. Su Yuyo's cheeks flushed as she placed her hands on her hips. Lu Xia's lips curled upward unconsciously. Understood, my dear. Be safe on the road. No speeding or crossing lines, understood? At your command, my dear. Such was the bliss of being cared for. Waving goodbye, Lu Xia drove to the airport, smoothly locating the entrance to business class. Once aboard the plane, he messaged Su Yuyo to update her on his journey. Lu Xia, take a nap. You'll feel more refreshed. Yes, I will. Indeed, he felt a bit fatigued. Unlike his previous days in Shushi, his current schedule was busier than ever. Finding a comfortable position, Lu Xia closed his eyes for a brief rest. As the plane neared its destination, a voice called to him, Lu Xia, we're about to land. Lu Xia opened his eyes to see a flight attendant who seemed to know his name. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to find Luo Qingning sitting beside him, resting her chin on her hand, her enchanting doe eyes gazing at him. She wore light makeup and a black bubble dress that made her a striking presence in the business class. How did you end up here? Lu Xia asked calmly. I'm on winter break. Of course I'm going home. Hey, must you be so cold? We've shared time together. After all, that was merely a collaboration. Mind your words. Weren't we quite successful together? How about considering a lifelong partnership? Her words drew attention from several passengers, intrigued by the audacious young woman's boldness towards the man. Noting Lu Xia's disinterest, Luo Qingning pouted. All right, no more jokes. Why are you going to Hangzhou? Isn't that where you're from? Lu Xia politely replied, not quite. Then what brings you there? Where's your girlfriend? Is she not with you? Chapter 157. The unseen suffering of others. As soon as those words were uttered, a multitude of gazes turned towards him, including that of two flight attendants. Moments ago, they had deemed this young man ungrateful, yet now they were surprised to learn he had a girlfriend. It seemed that he was quite devoted, maintaining a respectful distance from a girl of commendable appearance, age, and figure, a rare quality indeed. You are asking too much, Lucia replied calmly. Luo Qingning, feeling a surge of anger, turned her back, resentment boiling within her. She believed that Lu Xia's disdain for her stemmed from the notion that she lacked the purity of Su Yuyo. If only Lu Xia were aware that she was still a virgin, perhaps his attitude would change. Upon disembarking from the plane, Lu Xia promptly messaged Su Yuyo. Darling, I have arrived in Hangzhou. After a while, he received no reply. What is that silly girl up to? He glanced towards the exit, casting a wary glance at Luo Qingning, fearful that she might approach him again. In truth, Luo Qingning did not follow him. Instead, she walked heavily towards the exit, dragging her suitcase with a determined stride, moving considerably faster than Lu Xia. Once he withdrew his gaze, Lu Xia felt relieved and continued towards the exit. Ding! As he neared the exit, Lu Xia received a call from his mother. Idle, Song, I've sent your father's driver to pick you up. Please wait at the exit. Got it, Mom. Once Dad finishes his meeting, I'll head to the villa with him to find you. No rush. You both take care of your matters. After a brief exchange, Lu Xia ended the call. At the designated pickup area, a man in a suit was already waiting. Upon recognizing Lu Xia, he quickly approached. Young master, allow me to carry your luggage. Lu Xia responded with a friendly smile. No trouble at all. I can manage it myself. Of course, young master. The driver replied, feeling somewhat stirred. As the personal driver of the chairman, he had heard various tales about this enigmatic young master. Who would have thought that such a humble young man was the sole heir of a billionaire? May I ask your name? Young master, my surname is Hui. With Hui meaning brilliance, and my given name is Hong. Brother Hui, then I shall trouble you to take me home. Not a bother at all. Please follow me, the driver said with a warm smile, gesturing for Lu Xia to proceed. All right, Lu Xia nodded in agreement. After taking only a few steps, Lu Xia spotted a familiar figure ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. He deliberately slowed his pace, wishing to avoid another encounter with her. Lu, if you continue to bother me, I will call the police. Luo Qingning seemed to be embroiled in a dispute with a disheveled man in his 50s. Around them, for young men in their 20s and 30s watched with mocking expressions, clearly not mere bystanders. What, Lu? I am your father. Have you become too successful to acknowledge your dad? I have no father. Even if I did, he would have long since passed away. Luo Qingning shouted angrily, shaking off the man who clung to her and attempting to walk away. Yet, just a few steps later, the middle-aged man seized her thigh, collapsing onto the ground with a woeful expression. Everyone come look. My daughter has struck me. I am truly unfortunate. After raising this one and only daughter with great effort, she now disowns me in favor of her success. Is there no justice left in the world? Is there no humanity? Luo Qingning glared at the middle-aged man. Lu Yuan, when have you ever raised me? From childhood to now, you have only used your custody rights to extort money from my mother. Have you ever fulfilled a father's duty? Nonsense. You are trying to rid yourself of me, you heartless wretch. The commotion quickly drew a crowd, with many observing and whispering. One elegantly dressed young woman and the other a scruffy old man. Most people sided with the middle-aged man, pointing fingers at Luo Qingning. A stern-faced uncle could not hold back. Even if your father has wronged you, he is still your biological parent. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for treating him this way? Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, he is still your father, another added, casting a disapproving look at her. With your designer bags, you could easily support your father. Stop embarrassing yourself and take him home. Faced with the murmurs of the crowd, Luo Qingning felt lost, aware that she was the true victim. His appearance here likely meant he was in debt from gambling and was now seeking money from her. Why all the shouting? Just call the police. Lu Xia, who had initially turned to leave, returned, casting a glance at the spectacle. His gaze landed on the middle-aged man and the four younger men who appeared to be monitoring the situation. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the expressions of the four men shifted. The middle-aged man, seated on the ground, showed a flicker of panic before quickly attempting to appease. No need to call the police. After all, she is my daughter. If she behaves well in the future, I am willing to forgive her. How can you still have the audacity? Luo Qingning gritted her teeth, her face flushed, even the veins on her neck bulging. The onlookers continued to murmur, their eyes filled with disdain and disgust towards her. Perhaps calling the police is the best course of action. Lu Xia squatted down, a smirk on his face as he looked at the middle-aged man. Given how your daughter despises you, perhaps you should file a lawsuit to claim child support. I know several formidable lawyers who would undoubtedly uncover evidence of your daughter's mistreatment towards you. Thank you for your kindness, handsome. I truly care for my daughter. If this escalates, how will she ever marry? The middle-aged man replied nervously. Huh. Lu Xia laughed. If you truly cared for your daughter, why would you choose such a conspicuous position? Are you not concerned about your daughter's reputation? I was just a bit hasty. The middle-aged man stammered. His words left many of the onlookers speechless. The situation appeared increasingly peculiar. Yet, regardless of the context, he should not be treated this way by his own father. Do not worry, sir. I cannot abide injustice. The police will arrive shortly, and I will ensure that justice is served for you. No need. The middle-aged man stammered, his face paling. Just moments ago, he believed this young man was on his side. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the four men approached Lu Xia. At that moment, Hui Hong stood by Lu Xia. A mere glance from him was enough to send the four men retreating. The aura of one individual is difficult to feign. Hui Hong exuded an intensity that would make one question his past. In truth, he had indeed taken lives. Before becoming a driver, he had served as a soldier on the southern border, only seeking refuge with Lu Dazhuang due to health concerns. Lu Xiao's patience was finite. He had matters to attend to. He turned to the middle-aged man, his voice cold. Release her at once. Chapter 158. Video call. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Xia and then at Hui Hong, shivering in fear and releasing his grip. Luo Qingning, feeling a sense of relief, stepped back several paces, surprised that Lu Xia would come to her aid. After all, he had always seemed so disdainful of her. Lu Xia rose from his seat, gazing toward Luo Qingning's position, and calmly stated that some troubles, if left unresolved, would perpetually remain troubles. I understand, Luo Qingning replied, grasping the implication in Lu Xia's words. However, her family situation was far more complicated than she had anticipated. As they conversed, several police officers arrived. Having gathered the facts and prepared to escort Luo Qingning and the middle-aged man away. Thank you, Lu Xia, Luo Qingning said, bowing slightly. In her moment of being cornered by public opinion, he was the only one who stood up for her. Lu Xia was right. Certain matters, if unaddressed, would forever remain unresolved. Her resolve strengthened. She vowed to sever all ties with that person, no matter the cost. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xia produced a business card, saying, if you cannot resolve this, give me a call. As she looked at the card being handed to her, Luo Qingning felt a sudden pang in her heart. She held back tears, forcing a smile, and replied, all right, Lu Xia. Yes, he affirmed, before departing with Hui Hong. The crowd that had previously gathered to gossip had long since dispersed, their retreat reminiscent of online trolls who, despite realizing their errors, remained unfazed, as they had nothing to lose. The four individuals suspected to be accomplices had vanished the moment the police arrived. On the road, Hui Hong inquired, young master, shall we head to the estate or the seaside villa? Let us go to the seaside villa, Lu Xia replied. There are too many people at the estate, all calling me young master. It gives me goosebumps. The seaside villa is much more comfortable. Understood, young master. Half an hour later, Lu Xia returned to the seaside villa, where Hui Hong suggested he rest. The day was overcast, with a cool breeze blowing across the sea. Lu Xia reclined in a rocking chair on the balcony, feeling quite at ease. Ding! A message from Su Yuyo arrived, accompanied by a picture. Upon opening it, he saw Su Yuyo clad in a cosplay outfit. Her white hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with two pink bows, while she wore a matching pink loungewear. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized her as the character Shizuku from a popular series. Don't ask how Lu Xia knew. He had a friend who used to be an avid fan. Ding! Another photo appeared, still featuring Shizuku, but this time she wore a mid-length t-shirt that barely reached her thighs. He had to admit, the fair-skinned, slightly chubby Su Yuyo truly embodied the essence of Shizuku. Do I look good? She asked. You look wonderful. My darling looks beautiful in anything, Lu Xia responded. What about compared to Lin Miao Miao's cat girl? Huh? Lu Xia was taken aback, surprised she remembered that. Well, of course, you look better. My darling is the most beautiful and adorable girl in the world. That is more like it. As a reward for your obedience, I'll give you a little treat. After sending the message, Su Yuyo initiated a video call. Excitedly, Lucia sat up in the rocking chair to accept the call. The screen illuminated with the sight of Su Yuyo in her dedicated dressing room, surrounded by racks of clothing, including the pink loungewear she had just changed out of. Moreover, he noticed a few pairs of rolled-up stockings, as if they had just been removed. The camera panned down from her t-shirt, igniting a rush of adrenaline within Lucia. Although this was not their first encounter, the clandestine nature of the moment felt thrilling. As the camera continued its descent and revealed a pair of soft, pink pajama pants that snugly enveloped her lower body, Su Yuyo, noticing Lucia's frozen expression, playfully covered her mouth with a smile and said, "Naughty boy, do you like my new pajama pants? Watch out, or I might come over and teach you a lesson," she teased. "Why not come over now and give me a little punishment?" Lucia replied, a hint of mischief in his voice. At that moment, Su Yuyo began to lift her pajama pants, revealing delicate legs. Her soft, teasing voice seemed to cast a spell, causing Lucia to feel electrified. Where had this little enchantress learned such tricks? Just then, the door to the dressing room swung open, and Su Yuyo turned to look. Lucia followed the sound and saw Yi Xiaoyu emerge from within, wearing only a bra and panties, her feet clad in cotton slippers. She didn't immediately notice Su Yuyo, but walked over to the wardrobe, mumbling to herself, "Why are all your clothes so cute? Next time, I'll take you shopping for something more sexy and mature." Haven't you heard? Cute is worthless compared to sexy. As she held up a strapless dress towards Su Yuyo, it suddenly dawned on her that she was still on a video call with Lucia. In a panic, she quickly ended the call. Glancing at her phone's orientation, she sighed in relief that it was on the front camera, not facing Xiaoyu. "What's wrong?" Yi Xiaoyu asked, approaching Su Yuyo with a curious expression. "And nothing," Su Yuyo stammered, her heart racing with guilt as she silently prayed that Lucia hadn't seen anything. Yet, if he hadn't seen anything, why would she have ended the call? Yi Xiaoyu cornered Su Yuyo against the wall, a teasing smile on her face as she suddenly spun around and snatched the phone. Upon seeing the video call interface with Lucia, realization dawned on her. "Yuyo." Hearing Yi Xiaoyu's exclamation, Su Yuyo stood against the wall like a child caught in mischief. She hadn't expected Yi Xiaoyu to emerge so suddenly. After all, she had just seen her pick out an outfit to change into. "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I was using the front camera. It wasn't facing you. Lucia shouldn't have seen anything, right?" Yi Xiaoyu approached, her gaze fixed on Su Yuyo, and replied, "Shouldn't he? I'll just ask Lucia." Seeing Su Yuyo's anxious and remorseful expression, Yi Xiaoyu broke into a grin. "I'm just kidding. If he saw, so what? It's not like you were entirely undressed. No flesh will be lost. Last time I was in Sanya, I wore even less. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. I promise I won't do it again," Su Yuyo said, biting her lip and raising her hand in surrender. "All right, I forgive you. Now ask Lucia whose figure is better, mine or yours." Forget it, I'll ask." With that, Yi Xiaoyu took the phone and began typing a message. Chapter 159. Serendipity on the other side. Lucia sat in a rocking chair, staring at his phone screen, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ding ding. "Lucia, who do you think has a better figure, me or Xiaoyu?" The moment those words were uttered, Lucia broke into a cold sweat. Given his understanding of Su Yuyo, she would never say such a thing. Therefore, it was definitely Yi Xiaoyu on the other end. It was over. He had been discovered, and he had already hung up the video call too quickly. Unfortunately, his eyes were even quicker. "Is Xiaoyu with you?" After pondering for a moment, Lucia casually replied to avoid suspicion. A smiley emoji was sent back. Now he was even more convinced that it was indeed Yi Xiaoyu. "What happened? Why did you suddenly hang up?" Lucia continued to feign ignorance. "Xiaoyu just changed her clothes and asked me to ask you how her figure looks in this outfit." "Well, I guess we'll have to see. Didn't you just show her to me?" "What I see? You just shook the phone a bit, and then you hung up." Lucia raised an eyebrow and added, "I didn't get a good look at the outfit, just a brief glimpse." Wicked smile. "I'll show you again tonight. Xiaoyu and I are changing outfits." "All right." After ending the chat, Lucia let out a heavy sigh of relief. Looking at the flawless chat record, he thought to himself that there should be no cause for suspicion now. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoyu returned the phone to Su Yuyo, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Truly, He resembled a mature uncle. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have been easily deceived. Given Lu Xia's intelligence, it was impossible for him not to recognize the person he was chatting with, unless he was feigning ignorance out of guilt. However, what she had just said to Su Yuyo about it not matching was indeed her heartfelt sentiment. Please, it's the 21st century. It's no longer an era where one must marry off at the sight of a pretty foot. She simply felt bored and wanted to find some amusement. Su Yuyo had been watching the exchange between the two, and she clearly believed it, letting out a relaxed sigh. Yi Xiaoyu continued to keep her insights to herself. She knew her best friend well. If she were to discover the truth, even if she claimed not to care, she would likely feel guilty for a long time. By the way, Yuyo, didn't you say Lu Xia had custom-made some beautiful clothes for you? Where are they? Show me. Sure, I'll go get them right now. In the afternoon, Lu Xia felt bored at the villa. Remembering the seafood he had eaten at Jingyuan's house last time, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Action speaks louder than words. He changed into more casual attire and headed towards Jingyuan's house. Upon arriving at the seafood restaurant, he scanned the surroundings and found that Jingyuan was not there. Jingyuan's mother, who was wiping the table, recognized Lu Xia at once and greeted him with a smile. Xiao Xia, it's been a while since we last saw you. Are you here to find Jingyuan? He went out to pick someone up. No witties. I just missed the seafood your husband makes. I came to satisfy that craving. No problem. Just wait here a moment. I'll go call your uncle. He*s in the back washing vegetables. All right. Lu Xia nodded and casually found a seat to sit down. After a while, Jingyuan's father came out from the kitchen, wiping his hands. Just in time, we received a new batch of seafood. I'll prepare a spicy hot pot for you. Jingyuan will be here soon. I'll whip up a few special dishes for you young folks to enjoy. Thank you, uncle. I appreciate it. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Jingyuan's father was a straightforward man and busied himself in the kitchen. About 10 minutes later, Jingyuan's voice could be heard at the door. When he saw Lu Xia, a look of surprise crossed his face, followed by a smile as he approached. Lugo, what brings you here? On break? He glanced around and added, Where's your sister? Didn't she come with you? Lu Xia did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked behind Jingyuan. At that moment, Jiangwan also turned to look at Lu Xia, surprised to encounter him there. It seemed she recognized him as well. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Jiangwan, the gentle sister I mentioned I met by the seaside last time. Jingyuan then turned to Lu Xia. This is Lu Ge, the one who lent me the high-definition camera for your photos. Lu Xia nodded nonchalantly, a smile on his face. Hello, Lu Xia. You, hello. Jiangwan stammered, her gaze evasive. Just then, Jingyuan's father emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large platter of vibrant, spicy hot pot to the table. I remember you and Jiangwan both can handle spicy food, so I added a whole piece of homemade hot pot base. It's guaranteed to be delightfully spicy. Jingyuan's father kindly looked at Jiangwan. Xiaowan, don't be polite. Just treat it like home. Thank you, uncle. Jiangwan smiled but still dared not look at Lu Xia. In contrast to Jiangwan, Lu Xia was much more at ease. Without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, giving a thumbs up to Jingyuan's father. Uncle, if you were to open a branch in Shushi, I would definitely invest. This flavor is simply incredible. After all, you're cultured. You know how to speak. Go ahead and eat. There are several more dishes coming. Then I want tea hold back. Lu Xia treated the meal as though he were at home, filling his bowl with rice. He considered himself half a guest, and the highest respect he could offer the host was to eat well and drink well. Being overly restrained would only lead Jingyuan's parents to overthink. Lu Xia ate quickly, feeling satisfied, and after enjoying a glass of coconut juice, he stood up and addressed Jingyuan's parents. Uncle, Auntie, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I'll bother you next time. You're in such a hurry. There's seafood soup too. Maybe next time. I'm getting engaged tomorrow. I just came by to indulge a bit. That's a significant event. We want to keep you. Hurry along. Lu Xia nodded and bid farewell to Jingyuan. When facing Jiangwan, he smiled casually, then left the seafood restaurant. As long as he stayed there, Jiangwan would never relax. Seeing her embrace a new life brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. After all, she had been his youthful moonlight, and he genuinely hoped she could live a better life. In the evening, Jingyuan escorted Jiangwan back home. Throughout the journey, Jingyuan seemed somewhat distracted. Upon reaching their destination, he smiled and greeted Jiang Wan before preparing to head back. Just as he was about to step outside, Jiang Wan raised her hand to stop him, hesitatingly saying, "Do you have something you want to ask me?" She had already noticed Jing Yuan's unusual demeanor at the seafood restaurant, though he had concealed it well, almost undetectable to others. When Sister Wan is ready to speak, she will naturally tell me. "I can wait," Jing Yuan replied with a smile. "Thank you, Jing Yuan." Jiang Wan summoned her courage and began to recount the deeply buried past she had kept hidden. This time, she did not choose to evade or fabricate the truth, presenting her most authentic self to Jing Yuan. Regardless of how Jing Yuan chose to view her, she felt no regret in her heart. Chapter 160. The true luxury returning to the coastal villa. A plethora of luxury cars came into view, each worth at least $1 million. Additionally, a large group of bodyguards clad in black stood nearby, among whom the only familiar face was that of Hui Hong, who appeared to be the leader of the security team. Lu Xia approached and nodded at Hui Hong, who responded with a strained smile upon seeing him. Lu Dazhuang and Gu Shishir were busy directing the bodyguards in transporting a multitude of items, totaling over 100 bags and packages. "Old Lu Mom, didn't I say to keep a low profile? Why so many luxury cars?" Lu Xia inquired. Gu Shishir turned around and replied, "We are being low-key. Yu is a young lady of considerable wealth. We cannot treat her like your father did when he married me, with just 2 red cotton quilts. Rest assured, this is all there is." While Lu Xia understood the rationale, the sight of so many luxury vehicles on the road was undeniably conspicuous. "Mom, what have you bought?" he asked. "Just some essentials for daily life, and I got you a few exquisite pieces of jewelry. I specifically commissioned top domestic designers to create them, and they are far more beautiful than those foreign trinkets worth millions," Gu Shishir explained, moving to a Land Rover to retrieve a splendid red box. Upon opening it, a dress made of an unfamiliar fabric, imbued with a delightful sandalwood fragrance, was revealed. "This is Su embroidery, crafted by several masters over half a month. It will undoubtedly look stunning on my daughter-in-law." Moreover, Gu Shishir continued, presenting 2 more boxes. "This is Shangyun silk. Knowing that your generation has different tastes, I had it specially designed to suit young people." After showcasing the garments, Gu Shishir eagerly showed Lu Xia the jewelry she had purchased, including a necklace worth over 10 million. No wonder so many people were summoned. It turned out the true value lay not in the cars, but in the treasures within them. Aside from international luxury brands, Gu Shishir had commissioned a batch of jewelry featuring intricate filigree craftsmanship, with even the least expensive pair of earrings valued at over 100,000. "Mom, please stop introducing everything. I need a moment to process," Lu Xia said, recalling the modest gifts he had given Su Yu, feeling a stark contrast between their values. It's no wonder the saying goes, it's not that there are no luxury goods in Huaxia, but rather that you cannot afford them. Reflecting on the recent craze for wire ball bracelets, adhesive tape bracelets, and snakeskin bags, which could fetch thousands with just a logo, he considered the women clamoring to buy them. In comparison, these items seemed far more valuable. Even if unused, they could serve as heirlooms. However, wire balls could still do dishes, adhesive tape could stick things, and snakeskin bags could hold items. In this light, the women making those purchases seemed quite astute. After inventorying the items, Lu Dazhuang called out, and all the bodyguards boarded their vehicles, embarking towards Jiangsu and Zhujiang. Meanwhile, outside the villa, the commotion attracted a throng of visitors, many of whom pulled out their phones to capture the scene, subsequently posting their photos online and creating quite a stir. Several Hongqi cars slowly exited the villa, followed by Maybachs, Koenigsegg's, and other luxury vehicles. In the leading Hongqi vehicle, Lu Dazhuang, dressed in a suit, turned to Lu Xia and said, "I heard from old Su that you are now studying finance." "Sort of," Lu Xia replied. "That is splendid. There's a newly opened branch in Jiangsu and Zhujiang. Would you be interested in trying out for the CEO position?" In the past, Lu Xia might have declined, but after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Perhaps I should start from the ground up." "Fair enough. After the new year, I'll arrange a more manageable position for you. For now, focus on learning, and do make an effort to give me a grandchild sooner," Lu Dazhuang stated earnestly. "Lu Dazhuang," Gu Shishir interjected sternly, "you should refrain from meddling in the children's affairs. Yu is still young. Do not instill your past misguided principles in them. Gu Shishir interrupted Lu Dazhuang's intentions with a gentle reprimand. But you also wish to hold a grandchild soon, he countered. Nevertheless, we must not pressure them. If they wish for children, they will discuss it amongst themselves. It's not like our era. As parents, we should assist when needed, but let them decide their own paths. You are right, my dear. I should have considered this more thoroughly, Lu Dazhuang conceded, showing a rare humility in front of Gu Shishir. His rise to success was undeniably supported by her, and from a certain perspective, she was more level-headed than he. Mom is amazing, Lu Xia remarked, giving Gu Shishir a thumbs up. Don't be too frivolous. Once you start a family, you must bear the responsibilities expected of a man. You will no longer be alone, so whatever happens, consult with Yu, she advised. Understood, Mom. After a while of family banter, Lu Xia's phone vibrated with a message from Su Yu, a delightful selfie. Just finished my makeup, fresh out of the oven. My wife is truly stunning. He mused. Hee, I had a professional makeup artist help me. I'll learn from her, and I promise you'll be in for a big surprise tomorrow. Then I shall eagerly await it. You've made me quite excited. Where are you now? What time will you arrive in Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Why? I want to see you. I miss you a bit. I'll be there tomorrow morning. Did you forget? Your mother warned me repeatedly this morning not to see you before the engagement, claiming it's bad luck. I don't care. I just want to see you. Old-fashioned beliefs have no real power. Actually, I share your sentiment, but given the significance of this day, it's best to heed our parents' wishes and not upset them. How many young people still believe in superstitions nowadays? Besides the god of wealth, no one even believes in the matchmaker anymore. All right, I'll be good and patient. By the way, I have some wonderful news. My mom bought you a plethora of beautiful clothes and jewelry. Just one of those pieces could buy half a house in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Suddenly, I feel like the gifts I got you pale in comparison. Please thank Annie for me, but don't say that. No matter how grand the gifts from others, nothing brings me more joy than yours. You didn't mind the paper stars I gave you. After all, what matters is us, not the rest. Why do I feel like my treasure has become an emotional guru? There's an old saying. After 3 days apart, one should regard each other with new eyes. The Su Yu of the past is but a memory. The upgraded version is here, so please applaud. Have you been watching Douyin again? You caught me. After chatting for a while, Su Yu was called away for a fitting, thus ending the conversation. Chapter 161. Ignited Lu Xia overturned a chair, allowing himself a moment of respite. Closing his eyes, his mind gradually emptied. A flicker of grayish light danced before him, as if his consciousness were being drawn by an unseen force. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself atop a towering skyscraper, the sky a deep, impenetrable black. Gazing downward, he could discern the intricate veins of the city below, vehicles bustling, lights twinkling, and neon signs flashing vibrantly. He stood perilously close to the edge, and a single step forward would plunge him into an abyss. Instinctively, he retreated. Suddenly, Lu Xia realized that, no matter how hard he tried, he could not move his body even a fraction. In an instant, his entire being was propelled uncontrollably forward. Finally, he stepped into the void, his body hurtling downward with alarming speed. Despite his frantic efforts to halt his descent, he found himself powerless to do so. Startled, Lu Xia shot upright in his chair, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his chest heaving, heart pounding like a drum. Zai, what is wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Gu Shishir inquired with concern, leaning closer as she produced a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe his brow. Mom, I'm fine. Perhaps it's just that I haven't been sleeping well lately. Even back in reality, Lu Xia felt a lingering unease, for the dream he had just experienced was hauntingly vivid. I think you were just overly excited, Gu Shishir replied with a slight smile, brushing it off. We'll soon arrive in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Make sure to rest well tonight, and remember not to seek out Yu. I understand that young people often harbor skepticism, but sometimes one must respect Yu's family, all right? Got it, Mom. Half an hour later, a fleet of luxury cars arrived near Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. News of this opulent convoy spread rapidly across the internet, reaching every corner of the nation. A trending video on Douyin garnered hundreds of thousands of likes, with comments exceeding 1 million. Lu Xia was in the car, perusing videos shared by Su Yu. The comment section was teeming with informants, causing him considerable headache. Every vehicle and individual encountered along the route from the coastal villa in Hangzhou could potentially be an informant. Among the images of a small car refueling at a service area, there were dozens of snapshots. What was intended to be a low-key arrival had become a spectacle. In this digital age, the most abundant commodity was the bored onlookers eager to gossip. Upon reaching the villa district, the security guards, upon seeing the multitude of luxury vehicles, immediately heightened their vigilance, rushing out to welcome them. Lucia exited the car and approached the guards, politely offering them a pack of cigarettes. Tomorrow marks a joyous occasion for me. These cars will be parked inside tonight. I do appreciate your extra attention. Mr. Liu, you are too kind. This is our duty, they replied, grinning widely as they accepted the cigarettes. Though their interactions with Liu Xia had been minimal, his approachable demeanor as one of the most esteemed residents garnered their respect. Once the convoy entered the villa district, the head of security personally guided the parking arrangements. A few remaining guards, watching the caravan disappear, suddenly recalled something. Could this convoy be the one trending online? They quickly pulled out their phones to compare. Indeed, it was. They hurriedly snapped a few photos and shared them online. Thus, the entire journey from the convoy's departure to the villa district was laid bare before the eager eyes of netizens. Inside the villa district, Lan Yu was in her room, scrolling through her phone. Ever since the incident with Mo Hung, her father had kept a close watch on her, fearing she might attract trouble. Bored, she remained confined to her room. As she browsed through the viral images of the convoy, she suddenly noticed a recent post that bore an uncanny resemblance to her own community. A jolt of realization struck her. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed her villa district. Lan Yu quickly leaped up and dashed to the rooftop. Upon reaching the top, she beheld the magnificent convoy arriving nearby. She swiftly retrieved her phone to capture the video of the procession, knowing that this surge of attention would surely earn her thousands of new followers. Finally, the convoy came to a halt outside Liu Xia's villa, parking neatly in formation. The doors swung open, and bodyguards emerged, scanning their surroundings with stern expressions as numerous residents gathered, brandishing their phones to capture the moment. Seeing the crowd, Liu Xia instructed the driver, Huigo, ignore those people outside to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just get us into the villa while obstructing their view. He understood the unique status of his parents, and minimizing exposure to the public was paramount. Understood, young master. Hui Hong responded before stepping out of the vehicle. Inside, Liu Dazhuang watched his son with satisfaction. He was already aware of the external circumstances. Although it was a trivial matter, it reflected Liu Xia's growing maturity. It seemed his son was serious about stepping into the family business, and given time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Mr. Liu, it's ready. Shortly thereafter, Hui Hong returned, gesturing discreetly. Liu Dazhuang nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for Gu Shishir and Liu Xia to exit the vehicle. Under the protection of the bodyguards, they entered the villa. Several hundred meters away on the rooftop, Gu Shishir, observing the high-definition video on her top-tier smartphone, quickly searched online and found information regarding the chairman of Yin Yuan Group. From her parents, she had already gleaned that Liu Xia's background was extraordinary, but she had not anticipated that he would be the son of such a prominent figure. Despite her reluctance to admit it, Liu Xia's character truly surpassed that of her peers from affluent families. If only her initial attitude towards him had been more amiable, perhaps the outcome could have been different. She might have climbed to greater heights, and her father wouldn't be so strict with her. Back in her room, Lan Yu gazed at the ultra-high-definition video, contemplating for a moment before succumbing to the temptation to edit and post it online. This was bound to attract significant attention, and the current wave of internet fame was incredibly lucrative. If she gained popularity, her father might ease his grip on her. As soon as the video was released, Lan Yu boosted it on Douyin. In no time, the view counts surged exponentially, confirming its viral status. She beamed with satisfaction as her follower count climbed. Half an hour later, Lan Yu was overjoyed, watching the number skyrocket to 99 in just minutes. The video was not only popular, it was a sensational hit. In addition to riding the wave of the convoy's traffic, she was also being hailed as a wealthy heiress, filling her with a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 162. The exclusive live stream in the quiet of the night, Lucia had arranged all her affairs and, after a refreshing wash, lay down in bed. She opened the novel by Yang Shitsi, as was her custom, selecting intriguing sentences from Su Yuyo's story to comment on, and generously sending a small gift to brighten her mood. As she opened the chat interface with Su Yuyo, she typed, calling the adorable Yuyo, "May I inquire what you are up to?" and requested a video call. On the other end, Su Yuyo was washing her hair alone when she heard the notification sound from her phone. Glancing at it, she noticed a message from Lucia. Wiping her fair hand on her body, she replied, "I'm still washing my hair. I'll send you a video once I finish my shower." Water droplets dripped onto the phone screen as she sent the message, then resumed washing her hair, her gaze occasionally darting back to her phone. Ding! Lucia sent another message, requesting an exclusive live stream. Emoji, dog face. Hastily drying her hair, Su Yuyo smiled mischievously at his words. "All right," she replied, and within seconds, initiated the video call. As Lucia prepared to respond, he hesitated upon receiving the video call, feeling a twinge of shyness. Although he had seen her before, it was always by accident. Previously, he had been contemplating how to tease Su Yuyo, but now, with the opportunity laid bare before him, he found himself feeling awkward. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of uncertainty, he wore a smile and tapped the answer button. As the call connected, Su Yuyo's heart raced. A subtle blush crept onto her delicate face, reminiscent of the first blooms of peach blossoms in spring, shy yet enchanting. She instinctively tightened her grip on the phone, beads of perspiration forming on her palms. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her nerves, yet felt a ripple of anxiety spreading within her. The video feed revealed Lucia's playful face. "Why is it just your head?" she exclaimed, expecting something more alluring, which stirred a tempest of emotions within Lucia, only to be met with his rosy visage. "What do you wish to see?" she inquired, biting her lip. "Everything," Lucia replied candidly, a smile gracing his lips. Su Yuyo's eyes widened like a startled deer, her lashes fluttering delicately like butterfly wings. Those doe-like eyes sparkling with clarity akin to morning dew, pure and luminous. Soon thereafter, the video feed shifted to reveal the entire bathroom, the small head gradually receding until her full figure came into view. Gazing at the enchanting silhouette displayed before him, Lucia felt an overwhelming urge to pull her into his embrace. "All right, mischievous one, I need to bathe," Su Yuyo exclaimed, her cheeks blooming like a vibrant red lotus. Exquisite and alluring. Covering her modesty, she hurriedly returned to the phone and abruptly ended the video call. In the silence that followed, the bathroom was enveloped in tranquility, save for the rhythmic sound of breathing. On the other side, Lucia's mood mirrored hers as he tucked his phone away, resting his hand behind his head, a triumphant grin illuminating his face. This joy did not stem from any advantage taken, but rather from a profound sense of happiness bubbling within, making him feel like the happiest person in the world, irreplaceable by anything else. Once Su Yuyo finished her shower, they chatted for a while longer without video, and she seemed still flustered from their earlier exchange. "Get to bed early, darling. Tomorrow holds many tasks. You too, good night." "Good night." After concluding their conversation, Lucia found it hard to sleep, thoughts racing at the prospect of his engagement to the one he adored. As he casually scrolled through the chat history, he discovered several messages from others, particularly from Shu Yao. Boss, check Douyin. You've gone viral, hitting over 10 million views. I didn't realize you were such a hidden, super rich second generation. Boss, I beg for a leg to cling to." Accompanied by a meme, clinging. Others like Lin Miao Miao and Ji Tianxi sent similar messages, all centered around this incident. Lucia felt overwhelmed, puzzled by the sudden uproar. He quickly searched for the source of the trending topic and soon found that someone had posted a video of him with his parents online. This angle, in no time, he traced it back to Lan Yuer's family. Clicking on the viral video, he confirmed it was indeed from Lan Yuer's private account. Frowning, he recalled his previous encounters with her father, a shrewd businessman, and wondered how such a thoughtless daughter could emerge from that lineage. Setting down his phone, he called Lan Zhan. "Hello, it's Lucia." Before Lan Zhan could finish, Lucia interrupted. "Uncle Lan, have you seen the video circulating online? Sensing trouble from Lu Xia's tone, Lan Zhan replied cautiously, "No. I'm not sure what it's about. I need you to ensure that the heat dies down by tomorrow morning, whatever it takes. If it doesn't, and my father has to intervene, it won't be a simple discussion." All right. Lan Zhan stuttered, panic rising as he instinctively thought of his daughter, Lan Yuer. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xia hung up. Lu Xia chose to reach out to Lan Zhan rather than the legal department because the situation had not spiraled beyond redemption. The only thing Lan Yuer had done wisely was to obscure their identities, making it hard for anyone unfamiliar with them to recognize them. Lu Dazhuang had always taught him that mere capability in business was insufficient. One must also know how to navigate personal relations. Lu Xia understood this principle well, having learned it during his business ventures in Shashi. With the influence of his family, he could easily leverage this incident to extract a concession from Lan Zhan. However, he opted not to do so, offering both a warning and a gesture of goodwill. Managing matters is not merely about suppression. One must recognize that even a cornered dog will leap over a wall, and everything requires a delicate balance. In another room, the company had long since compiled information regarding the online incident and sent it to Lu Dazhuang. The reason for not addressing it was to hand the problem over to his son, since Lu Xia aspired to take over the company. Such occurrences would only increase in complexity in the future. Chapter 163. Be cautious in the next life as the night passed. The fervor surrounding Lu Xia and her companions had nearly dissipated. Lan Zhan, having spent the night in wakefulness, incurred significant cost to suppress the matter. He felt a deep frustration towards his daughter. With such a vast family fortune, how could she even consider becoming an internet celebrity? The turmoil caused had cost enough to sustain a mid-tier influencer for a lifetime. Yet, this was not the crux of his concern. The fragile rapport he had painstakingly built with Lu Xia was now utterly shattered. Early in the morning, Lan Zhan dispatched someone to send Lan Yuer back to their ancestral home in the countryside, instructing her to reflect for a year. Unless she emerged with a resolution, she would not be permitted to return to Jiangsu and Zhejiang. At the entrance of the Rising Sun Hotel, luxury cars filled the area.